The Fury of the Gods by John Gwynne. What has gone before Orca? Orca's husband Thorkel has been murdered and her son Brecca abducted. With her companions Lif and Mord, she has tracked her son Brecca to the Grimholt, a fortress in the north of Vigrid. Once there, Orca is captured by the Galderman Skalk, but with the help of the Veesen Spurt and Vesli she breaks free, letting the wolf in her blood loose to rip and tear and rend. Orca discovers that Brecca is not there, although she finds a number of other tainted children held captive. At the Grimholt, she is reunited with the Bloodsworn, a mercenary band that she used to lead, her by name Orca Skullsplitter. The new chief of the Bloodsworn, Glornir Shieldbreaker, is the brother of Orca's murdered husband. While at the Grimholt, Orca and the Bloodsworn learn that Likrifa the dragon god has been set free from her imprisonment beneath the roots of the ancient ash tree, Oskatreth. Glornir is in pursuit of Skalk, a Galderman of Darl, because he has abducted Glornir's wife, Val the Sather Witch. He asks Orca to come with him, but she declines, hearing that Glornir and the Bloodsworn have fought a dragonborn at the recently discovered chamber of Rada the rat god. Orca hopes to find clues of her son's whereabouts at this place. Glornir sends a handful of the Bloodsworn to show her the way to Rada's chamber, and then they part ways on their separate quests. At Rada's chamber, Orca and her companions find evidence that children were recently held captive here. While at the chambers, Miek of the Ravenfeeder arrives. She is a dragonborn, sister to Ilska the Cruel and brother to Drekker, who murdered Orca's husband and abducted Brecca, and she is leading a small group of the Raven Feeders. Miek discovers the body of her father, who had been slain by Varg No Sense of the Bloodsworn. Both Orca and Miek want answers. A fight ensues, the handful of Bloodsworn with Orca coming to her aid. Together they defeat the Raven Feeders and Miek is taken captive. Miek agrees to lead Orca and her companions to Brecca in return for information on who killed her father. They travel to Starl, a trading town on Lake Horndal, where Orca meets Elvar and the Battlegrim, and Ulfrir the thralled wolf god. She discovers that Miek is leading her on a false trail, and she makes a deal with Elvar and the Battlegrim. They help stage an escape for Miek in return for Orca sending word to Glornir and the Bloodsworn from Elvar, saying that Elvar wants to hire them in her fight against Likrifa the dragon god. Miek escapes and Orca tracks her, following her to Nastrandir, the halls of Likrifa, and then on to Svelgarth, where a warband of warriors and Veesen under the command of the rat god Rada are assaulting the fortress town. Orca infiltrates the camp while the attack is underway, finds Brecca and escapes with him. She is pursued and caught by frost spiders and tragically bitten, poison seeping through her. With her last strength she throws Brecca into the river in the hope that the current will take him to the meeting point with her companions. Varg. Varg is a slave who has killed the man who owned him, Kalskeg, and escaped the farm he has worked on all his life. He knows that his sister Froya has died. He felt her die, but he does not know how. With a lock of his sister's hair, he has sought a Sather Witch to perform an Akal, a spell that shows the last moments of someone's life, and that is how he became involved with the mercenary band the Bloodsworn. They took him on as an apprentice, and he has recently discovered that he is tainted, the wolf god Ulfrir in his blood, and that the Bloodsworn are all tainted too, their secret closely guarded. He is at the Grimholt when the Bloodsworn are reunited with Orca, and he travels south with the Bloodsworn in pursuit of Skalk the Galderman. They take with them the tainted children they found as captives in the Grimholt. During the journey to Darl, Varg meets a thrall he used to know at Kalskeg's farm, and she tells him the name of the slaver in Darl who purchased Varg's sister from Kalskeg, Brimmel. Once at Darl, the Bloodsworn assault Skalk's Galdur Tower, only to discover that it is already under attack by Prince Jeremir of Iskaden. They fail to find Val or Skalk in the tower, and so continue into the main hall of Darl, attacking Queen Helka and taking her son Prince Hakon captive. Glornir negotiates with Queen Helka, and Helka agrees to loan the Bloodsworn a longship and hire them to hunt Prince Jaromir in return for the safe return of her son, Hakon. While in Darl, Varg tracks down the slaver Brimmel with the help of Svik, Einar, and Rokia. They discover that Brimmel sold Froya to Brock Trollsbane, a huntsman in the employ of Drekker. The Bloodsworn sail to Liga and find out that Prince Jaromir has already set sail for Iskaden. They set out in pursuit. During their voyage they are attacked at sea by two crews of tongue-eaters, an abomination of a parasite creature that slowly eats the tongue of its host and takes over their mind. The Bloodsworn defeat them, wipe out one crew and give chase to the second ship as it flees. They follow the tongue-eaters to an island, where they destroy them and their queen. While on the island, they discover Druzhina warriors of Prince Jaromir who have been captured and had the parasites laid inside them. Glornir offers them a quick, honorable death in return for knowledge of where Jaromir is taking Val. Varg and the Bloodsworn sail to Iskaden, past the port of Ulaz and up a river, eventually leaving the Seawolf to travel across country and catch up with Jaromir as he reaches his fortress of Valdai. A battle ensues, where Val is set free. Jaromir is killed and dungeons are found full of tainted thralls, all of them the tainted children of Kirill, the Khagan of Iskaden. They also find maps and plans in Valdai that suggest Jaromir was plotting an invasion of Vigrid. Elvar has traveled to Oskatreth with the mercenary band the Battlegrim. Their prisoner Uspa, the Sather Witch, has made a bargain with them, offering to lead them to this fabled place of untold treasure in return for the Battlegrim hunting down and rescuing her abducted son Bjarn from Ilska the Cruel and her raven feeders. Uspa and a handful of the Battlegrim, Agnar, Sivat, Elvar, Grend, and Agnar's Sather Witch, Kraka, all bind themselves to each other, swearing the magical Bloth Svarith, the blood oath. Once at Oskatreth they were attacked by the raven feeders, Ilska and her dragon-born kin conducting a Sather ceremony involving many abducted tainted children, and they set the dragon god Likrifa free. Agnar, chief of the Battlegrim, was deceitfully slain by Bjor, a young man who had become Elvar's lover, but was secretly tainted and one of the raven feeders. It was Bjor who orchestrated the abduction of Bjarn. Likrifa bursts from the bowels of Oskatreth, slays two of the three winged women who have stood guard over her for 3 centuries, and the Battlegrim can only stand and watch as the dragon and raven feeders leave Oskatreth. The survivors of the Battlegrim set about gathering as much treasure as they can, while Elvar and those who swore the blood oath struggle over how they are going to complete their task of rescuing Bjarn, now that he is in the company of a dragon god. While searching the battle plain for treasure, the winged warrior Skuld regains consciousness. There is a brief struggle, and Elvar manages to bind her with the thrall collar taken from one of the tainted. Skuld agrees to guide them deep underground into the tunnels beneath the great tree, where she says greater treasure is to be found. Once underground, they discover the remains of Likrifa's chamber and find a Galdrabok of Sather spells that she has written. Within this book, Uspa comes across a spell that can raise a dead god. They construct a Sather-spelled thrall collar in a forge beneath Oskatreth and resurrect the wolf god Ulfrir, but he is weak from his ancient injuries. Elvar and the Battlegrim travel south. A meeting is held to decide who the next chief will be, and Elvar and Huld fight a Homeganga duel to decide the new chief. Elvar wins, slaying Huld. Elvar decides to travel south to Snakkavik. On the way, the Battlegrim stop at the lakeside trading town of Starl to restock their supplies. While here they meet Orca and agree to help her in return for Orca getting a message to Glornir and the Bloodsworn, that Elvar wishes to hire them in her efforts to defeat Likrifa. Elvar continues her journey south to Snakkavik to see her father, Jarl Stur. She asks to hire his berserker guards, but he refuses. Instead, He attempts to take her captive and steal the treasure that the Battlegrim have taken from Oskatrev. Ulfrir assumes his wolf form and eats Jarl Stur, a battle ensuing, during which Elvar slays her older brother, Thorin, and as her father's oldest heir she becomes the Sather Lord of her father's berserkers. Beor is a tainted rat blood who has infiltrated the Battlegrim. He orchestrated the abduction of Bjarn and left clues for the Raven Feeders to track the Battlegrim to Oskatrev. He slays Agnar, chief of the Battlegrim, and sets their tainted thralls free, Kraka the Sather Witch and Ilmer the Hundur Thrall. Then he leaves Oskatrev with Likrifa and the Raven Feeders. Beor is reunited with his old comrades in the Raven Feeders, Storolf Wartooth, Red Fane and his old lover Miak, sister of Ilska and Drekker. The Raven Feeders travel east as Likrifa leads them to her ancient hall of Nastrandir. She feels weak after 300 years of captivity and has sustained injuries from her fight with her three-winged jailers, and so wishes to recover in the safety of her halls. During the journey, the tainted children abducted for the ceremony to release Likrifa are taught about their heritage, their tainted bloodlines and weapons craft. Once they reach Nastrandir, they discover that it is not empty. The rat god Rada is there waiting for them. Likrifa summons the Visen to her as they are her creations. While Likrifa is recovering, many gather to them and Miak arrives, vowing vengeance against Orca. Guthvar, a servant of Skalk the Galderman and Queen Helka, arrives. He tells Likrifa of Skalk and Helka's plan to resurrect the eagle god, Orna, and thrall her. Beor travels south. The warband splits, Likrifa leading half to Darl and Rada leading the rest to Svelgarth, a fortress town ruled by Jarl Orlig. They assault Svelgarth, and during this attack Beor sees Orca and a handful of the Bloodsworn infiltrate the camp in search of Brekka. There is a bloody fight and Beor's friend Storolf Wartooth is slain. Beor kills one of the Bloodsworn, Rivnaher Legs, but Orca manages to escape with her son. Guthvar. Guthvar is a Drenger of Feller village, nephew to the village's Jarl Sigrun. He had been pursuing Orca, Lif, and Mord, and when he arrived at the Grimholt he found them as prisoners and slew Mord while he was spider-poisoned and chained to a wall. He fled when Orca unleashed the wolf in her blood and ended up on a boat with Skalk and the Grimholt survivors, rowing south for Darl. Guthvar is ambitious, and in Skalk he sees opportunity for advancement, so makes himself useful to the Galderman. He becomes embroiled in the plans of Skalk and Queen Helka of Darl, but in an unpleasant turn of events, he is strapped to a table in Skalk's Galdur Tower, and the Galderman used his power to command a Hiendur, a type of large, aggressive hornet, to eat its way into Guthvar's veins, settling close to his heart. Skalk orders Guthvar to befriend Prince Hakon, Queen Helka's son, because he suspects Hakon is involved in some kind of plot against his mother, Queen Helka. Guthvar is still strapped to the table when Prince Jeremir of Iskaden attacks the Galdur Tower, defeats Skalk, and takes Val for his own prisoner. Shortly after the Bloodsworn attack and Guthvar escapes during the chaos. Guthvar applies himself to becoming part of Hakon's inner circle, and in time uncovers that Hakon is plotting with the Dragonborn Drekker, the killer of Thorkel and brother of Ilska the Cruel. Hakon has been helping in the abduction and movement of tainted children through Helka's realm. In an attempt to remain useful and avoid death from Skalk and Helka, Guthvar volunteers to carry a message north to Drekker and Likrifa. He meets the dragon god and confesses all, telling her that Skalk and Likrifa are planning to resurrect and thrall Orna the eagle god, to use her in battle against Likrifa. In an act of betrayal against Skalk and Helka, Guthvar helps to orchestrate Likrifa's attack against Darl. His aunt, Jarl Sigrun, slays Queen Helka and Guthvar slays Prince Hakon, while Likrifa descends upon the recently resurrected Orna and rips her to shreds. Chapter 1 Varg a ch, Varg hissed as Rokia pierced a flap of skin hanging from his cheek with a fish hook, then stabbed into the flesh of his face and drew a line of thread through it. He felt fresh blood trickle down into his beard. "Ach," he grunted again. "Stop complaining," Rokia muttered as she began stitching his cheek back together. "I'm not, but it hurts," Varg said. "Pain is an enemy. Defeat it," Rokia muttered. Varg sighed. A face loomed in front of him. Svik, handsome, braided beard and oiled red hair. Not looking at all like he had fought a vicious battle the day before. Svik frowned at him. "First your ear, now your cheek. If you keep allowing people to carve pieces from your body soon there will be nothing left of you," he said. "I didn't allow it," Varg scowled, causing Rokia's stitching to pull. He winced. "She is better at stabbing than stitching." Rokia sat back and threw her hands in the air. "This is ridiculous," she said. "First Rokia saves your life and now she stitches you back together. What would you do without her?" Svik continued, ignoring Rokia. "I am in her debt," Varg agreed. "Although I gained this wound because I climbed the fortress wall and leaped into a score of enemies to save Rokia. But it turned out that it was she who saved me." "Your mail needs cleaning," Svik observed, pointing at bloodstains. "The blood will rust it." Varg looked down at it, saw dark patches where blood had crusted. Even his silver arm ring given to him by Glornir was caked with blood. "I've told him that," Rokia said. "You should listen to Rokia," Svik said with a smile. "I do," Varg said. "I will clean the mail, I mean." "Do you want me to continue stitching your face back together or is the pain too great for you?" Rokia asked mockingly. Svik laughed. Varg sucked in a deep breath. "Please continue," he said. Rokia grunted and went back to her stitching. They were seated on a bench in the courtyard of Valdai, Prince Jaramir's fortress in Iskaden. A cloudless sky and searing sun overhead, carrion birds circling. The courtyard was stained with patches of blood, corpses piled in a heap to one side of the shattered gates. A tangle of arms, legs, faces, pale in death. Black crusted wounds like open mouths. Jaramir's Druzhina, all stripped of their weapons and mail, boots and breeks, anything worth taking. Buzzards perched on limbs, their beaks red. Beyond the mound of the dead lay a line of freshly piled stone barrows running along one wall, 15 of the bloodsworn fallen in battle yesterday. Varg had helped dig those graves, had shed tears as stones had been piled over his comrades in arms. Edel still stood there, looking down at the graves. She had buried one of her hounds with the fallen, her surviving hound lying across the stones. The old huntress was weeping. Varg looked away, his gaze coming to rest upon the largest of the barrows, where Ingmar Ice had been laid, killed by the blade of Jaramir. "I only knew him a short while," Varg murmured to himself. "It feels longer, like family. Until now the only family I've ever known is my sister." His hand strayed to the pouch at his belt where he kept a lock of Froya's hair. "When you stand in the shield wall together the bonds of kinship grow strong," Svik said, resting a hand on Varg's shoulder. "The more you talk, the worse your scar will be," Rokia murmured, focused on her handiwork. "Scars make you handsome," Svik said, "and irresistible to women." Rokia snorted her contempt, making Svik grin. Members of the Bloodsworn were sitting around the courtyard, most of them tending to wounds or to damaged kit, either repairing rents in their flesh or rents in their coats of mail, sewing, stitching, darning, greasing. Some stood on the walls and towers, standing watch. Glornir and Val stepped out of the doors of the feast hall, Glornir's long axe balanced across one shoulder, his other hand protectively on the Sather Witch's arm, supporting her as she walked. Though after having seen what she'd done to Jaramir with her powers, Varg suspected she was fully able to look after herself. Sulik walked with them, head freshly shaved, dressed in the coat of lamellar plate that Varg had given to him, a bow case and quiver hanging from his belt. Behind him followed more than a score of people, men and women, a mixture of pale and dark-skinned. The prisoners that had been discovered in the rooms behind the feast hall. Are they really all tainted children of the great Kagan? Varg asked. That is what Sulik said, and he would know, as he is one of them, Esvik said. Val looked around the courtyard and saw Varg sitting with Rokia and Esvik. She said something to Glornir, and they made their way towards them. Finished, Rokia said, sitting back and examining her handiwork with narrowed eyes. She tied off the gut thread and cut it with her seeks. Varg gently touched the wound, the skin feeling swollen and lumpy. My thanks, he said. Huh, Rokia grunted. Glornir nodded a greeting, his bulk casting Varg in shade. Chief, the three of them said. Val, Esvik said, it is good to have you back. Val was thin, her face bruised, the Sather tattoos on her neck blending and almost hidden by the bruising. There were red pinprick wounds around her mouth where her lips had been stitched together, but strength emanated from her dark eyes. It is good to be back, Esvik, good to see you and all my brothers and sisters, she said through swollen lips, then looked to Varg. Glornir tells me you have grown, that you are truly one of us now. I have not forgotten that I made you a promise back in the caves of Radha's chamber. I owe you an akal. Are you strong enough? Glornir asked. Tusk, I managed to eviscerate Jaromir, did I not? Val said. Aye, you did, Glornir said, a hint of pride in his voice, a rare smile twitching his lips. Val reached out and touched Varg's shoulder. Is it still something you wish for? To view an akal is no small thing. It may reveal things that are best left unseen. Varg's breath caught in his chest. To find out how his sister had died. It had been all that had driven him for so long. I will see Freya's last moments. He had longed for this, but as he thought on it, he felt a seed of dread bloom in his stomach. It was one thing to know someone was dead, another thing entirely to watch it happen, even if it was a glimpse of the past. She is my sister. The only person I ever loved or who ever loved me. I owe it to her. I must know, he said, but only when you are healed. Val nodded, smiled. I am well enough. Tonight, then. Tonight, Varg echoed. Your mail needs scouring, Glornir grunted at Varg, frowning at the blood-stained patches, else it will rust. We've told him, Sulik said. I will do it soon, Varg promised. Val reached down and put her hand to a blackened iron ring hanging at her belt, 2 keys hanging from it. Where are they? In the tower, Glornir said, waving a hand to one of the gate towers. 2 of the Bloodsworn stood before the tower door. Val began walking to the tower, Glornir a step behind her. Come on, Esvik said as he set off after them. Rokia shared a look with Varg, shrugged, and they both followed them. Chief, the guard said, Glornir nodding, and they opened the door for him. He paused a moment, looking back at Val. You are sure about this? Glornir said to her. Yes, Val said. They were thralled to Jaromir, compelled by him. I traveled with them, they were not his willing servants, they are not our enemy. She stroked his cheek. Trust me. Glornir entered the tower, Val behind, and Esvik a few paces behind her. Varg quickened his pace to slip in through the door before other Bloodsworn crowded it. A shaft of daylight from a high window pierced the room, and Varg blinked, allowed the wolf in his blood to filter through him, sight and senses abruptly sharper. The air reeked of blood and sweat. They were in a square chamber, a staircase at one end leading up to the walkway on the wall. More Bloodsworn sat on chairs, playing a game of knucklebone. 2 figures sat inside a pen in the middle of the room, a shaven-haired woman lying on a bed of straw, and a black-skinned, hulking man sitting close to her, frowning at Val and Glornir. Both were bound with rope, thrall collars about their necks. Leave Iva alone, the bullman said, his voice a rumble like distant thunder. Blood-caked bandages wrapped his neck and head, from where Ingmar Ice had stabbed and clubbed him with a broken spear shaft. It had taken the combined effort of Ingmar, Rokia, Esvik, and him to knock the tainted thrall out. Varg had never seen a strength like it. Taras, Val said gently, stepping forwards, I have come to help Iva, she paused. And you too, if you will allow me. Help, Taras frowned. Help Iva, not hurt her. He looked worriedly at the woman lying on the straw. Her head was shaved to stubble, her tunic removed, bandages wrapped around her back and chest. Tattoos curled and writhed across her arms, her torso, and up her neck along her jawline. She was pale, a sheen of sweat covering her, red blooms on the bandages where she had been pierced by Sulik's arrows. Tara's laid a thick-muscled arm protectively across her and squeezed her hand. "What?" Iva muttered, her eyes opening. She lifted her head, looked up at Val and Glornir. "What happened?" she asked, her voice a rattling whisper. "A fight," Tara said. "I have worked that out for myself," Iva grimaced. She tried to sit up and winced. "We lost," Tara said morosely. "I have guessed that as well." "Jaromir is dead with all his Druzhina," Val said. "Valdai is ours now." "Jaromir dead," Tara's rumbled. Slowly a smile spread across his face. "You should leave," Iva said, "before Rurik arrives." "Rurik," Varg whispered to Svik. "Jaromir's brother. By all accounts another Arseling," Svik whispered back. "I found these on Jaromir's corpse," Val said, and held up the iron ring with 2 keys. "The keys to your collars." She crouched down and put one of them into the lock of Iva's thrall collar, turned it and pulled the collar away. Then she did the same for Tara's. She nodded to the ropes binding them, and Glornir drew his seeks and gave it to Val. Tara's tensed. "Trust me," Val said. "That is no easy task," Iva breathed, but she laid a hand on Tara's arm and he nodded. Val leaned over and sliced their bonds, then stood. "You are both free now." "Free," Tara said slowly, the word rolling from his tongue as if he was tasting unknown food. He frowned. "What do we do, Iva?" he asked the Sather Witch. "I don't know," Iva said. "I have never been free before." "You should stay here and recover until you are able to travel," Val said. "There is food and water. Once you are well, go where you wish. I only ask one thing, that you never stand against us again." "You have my word on that," Iva said, a hand going to her wounds. "No more fight you." "Tara's promise," the bullman said. "Good," Val said. "We will bring you food and drink. But Iva, Tara's, know that you do not have to stay in here. You are not our prisoners." "Tara's stay with Iva," Tara said. "I would like to see the sun and feel the air," Iva said. Tara's effortlessly scooped Iva up in his arms as Val turned and left the tower, Glornir and the other Bloodsworn following her. They stepped out into the sun, Tara's following with Iva in his arms. She squinted up at the sky and smiled. "Free," she breathed. Then she focused on something high above them, a frown creasing her face. "Where the skies?" one of the guards on the wall called out, and they all looked up. Varg saw 2 shapes in the sky, circling high above and growing larger as they descended. From this distance they seemed small, but then Varg saw the silhouettes of the circling buzzards in the sky and realized that something was wrong. These birds were bigger, much bigger. Sulik pulled his bow from his bow case and deftly strung it, nocked an arrow and drew. "Hold," Glornir growled. The 2 birds swept lower. The closer they came, the more apparent it was that they were far from normal birds. Varg realized they were 2 giant ravens, squawking loudly. Dust stirred from the turbulence of their wings. Varg became aware that there were recognizable words amidst their squawking. "Bloodsworn," the crows squawked. "We seek the Bloodsworn." Glornir cupped his hands to his mouth. "We are the Bloodsworn," he called out. The 2 giant ravens swept lower, clouds of dust swirling, Varg and the others stepping hurriedly out of the way, and then the birds were alighting in the courtyard. One squawked and began preening its feathers. "Glornir," the other raven croaked. Glornir stepped forwards. "I am Glornir," he said. A tenor jumped from the back of the raven, its wings snapping open to break its fall, alighting weightlessly on the ground. A bag hung from a belt at its waist, and Varg recognized the creature. From the Grimholt, Orca's companion. "I am Vesli," the creature said. "I have traveled long time to find you. I bring a message from Mistress Orca." Glornir waited and a silence fell. "We have searched very far for you." Vesli is cold, tired, and the tenor seemed distracted by the pile of corpses. She licked her lips. "Hungry," Varg winced. "Well, what is Orca's message?" Glornir said into the silence. "Oh, yes," the tenor said, tearing her eyes away from the bodies. "Mistress Orca says Elvar Firefist of the Battlegrim wishes to hire the Bloodsworn." "What for?" Svik called out. The tenor gave a sharp-toothed grin. To slay a dragon. Chapter 2. Gudvar woke with a sharp hiss, half sitting up from his bedroll on the ground. He had been dreaming of battling dragons and eagles, of the gaping jaws of an Ulfheithnar snapping at his throat, and of creatures burrowing into his flesh. He dragged up the sleeve of the ringmail coat he had slept in, and the woolen tunic beneath it, and saw the scabbed scar on his arm, where the Hiendur had burrowed into his flesh upon the word of Skauk, Queen Helga's Galderman, and where it had burrowed back out, commanded by the will of a god. The scab was starting to peel off, and there was no pain other than the horror that the memory stirred in his chest. I'm safe now, he reassured himself, taking a few breaths to calm his racing heart. I have the protection of Likrifa, and not even the gods themselves can challenge her successfully. He remembered Skauk giving life to the eagle bones of Orna and the frenzied battle above the skies when the two gods had met in battle. It had been a day of betrayal and battle, of blood and ash, of gods and monsters. Orna was nothing but bones again now. Skauk was gone, Helga dead, and a dragon god owned his fealty. He was in the longhouse his aunt, Jarl Sigrun, had been given upon her arrival in Darl. The fire pit in the center of the hall was being lit by thralls, light and shadow rippling across the room. Daylight seeped in from an open doorway, the silhouette and shadow of a Drengr standing guard before it. All around him Drengrs were rising. For a moment it felt like he was back in Feller village, his home, where all was simple and safe. I wish I were back there. With a deep sigh he reached for his weapon's belt and rose sluggishly, body aching and stiff, and buckled his belt over his brynja. A door creaked and Jarl Sigrun emerged from her chamber, set apart at the far end of the longhouse. She saw Gudvar and beckoned him over to her. "We are on a knife edge," she said as he reached her. "We have been useful. You did much to aid Likrifa yesterday. We must remind her of that." "But carefully," Gudvar said, wiping a bead of snot from the tip of his nose. "She is proud and unpredictable, prone to violent outbursts." "Yes, carefully," Sigrun agreed. "But it is vital that we continue to be useful. You know her better. What will convince her?" "I am becoming a master of being useful," Gudvar thought. "First, I had to remain useful to Skauk the Galderman to stay alive. Now I must do the same to a dragon god." "She likes flattery," Gudvar said, remembering how he had groveled and pleaded for his life, and how he had seen her pleasure in the compliments he vomited from his mouth in an attempt to live a few moments more. "Drengrs of Feller village," Jarl Sigrun said, raising her voice for all in the hall to hear her. "Little more than 30 warriors left after yesterday's battle. The world has changed. Gods walk the land and soar in the skies, and we must adapt if we are going to survive. You have sworn your oaths to me, trusted me. Trust in me now, and I shall lead you through this." She gave a rueful smile, the scar in her face twisting it into something less wholesome. "Perhaps we shall even come out of this better place than if we fought for Helga against Jarl Stur. Time will be the judge." The Drengr on guard duty at the longhouse door, a young warrior named John, stepped into the hall. "People approach," he called out nervously. "And other things." "Make ready," Jarl Sigrun said to Gudvar and her Drengrs, and they buckled on weapons and drew closer around her. The Drengr at the door stepped away and figures crowded through, a shadow blocking out the daylight. As they stepped into the firelight, Gudvar saw there was a man and woman leading, both dark-haired and clothed in good brynjas with swords and seekses at their belts, the man carrying a spear. Behind them loped a handful of Skraeling, their limbs too long for their gray-skinned bodies, muscles knotted like rope, crude weapons of iron in their fists or hanging from belts. A handful of tenor flitted in the air behind them. One of them flew over to Gudvar and hovered in front of him. It smiled, revealing 2 rows of grindstone teeth. Filthy little vermin, Gudvar thought as he looked at its rat-like body and too large mouth. "Well met," Sigrun said, stepping forward. "I am Jarl Sigrun." "I know who you are," the woman in black said. One of her eyes was blue, the other pale as clouded milk. She looked Sigrun up and down. "And you are?" "I am called Bloda," she said. "I am dragonborn. You are to come to the courtyard." "What is happening in the courtyard?" Sigrun asked. "Likrifa has summoned all who fought yesterday. What she wants to do," Bloda shrugged. "Who knows the mind of a god?" She turned and walked away. His aunt exchanged a look with Gudvar and he shrugged. Who knew what Likrifa intended? She was as likely to eat them as reward them. "With me," Jarl Sigrun said, striding after the warrior, and her drengers fell in behind her, Gudvar hurrying to remain at her side. They left the longhouse, Gudvar pausing a moment when he saw the troll standing outside, waiting for the dragonborn. He was huge, gnarled and thick-skinned like an old oak, a wooden club studded with nails in his sledgehammer hands. With a scowl and a grunt, he turned and followed the two dragon-born warriors. They walked down a street of hard-packed earth that led between rows of longhouses and smithies, joining a procession of people flowing towards the hall of the former Queen Helka. A building once crowned by Orna's bones had dominated this hill that the fortress was built upon. The road spilled into the courtyard, and Gudvar looked around the ruin of the courtyard and remains of the hall as he walked through it. Bodies and debris had been cleared, but the ground was still torn and rent from the destruction that Likrifa and Orna had caused during their savage contest. Feathers and unrecognizable heaps of flesh and bone were scattered across the ground, here, and there dark patches of dried blood. At the far end of the courtyard, before the steps to the feast hall, men and women were kneeling in a long row, 50 or 60 of them, wrists bound behind their backs, all of them drengers, many of them bloodied, bearing wounds from yesterday's battle. Dragonborn and trolls stood over them. Helka's drengers, Gudvar realized, recognizing some of them. Likrifa stood in her female form at the top of the steps to the feast hall, dark-haired, tall and regal, dressed in an ash-gray tunic trimmed with red. Fresh wounds scarred her face and arms, though, and one eye was swollen almost shut, mottled with bruises. "Interesting, she's not infallible then," Gudvar mused, then hurriedly shut down his thoughts in case she could read his mind. Two wooden pillars stood either side of her, the doors to the hall behind her ripped from the wall, one hanging, the other smashed to kindling. Half a wall reared skyward, thick timber splintered, the roof completely gone. Warriors stood around her, all dark-haired and clothed in fine brynjas and war gear. Beside Likrifa, Gudvar saw the hulking form of Drekkr, though she stood taller than him, and beside Drekkr his sister, Ilska the Cruel, chief of the Raven Feeders. No longer mercenaries for hire, they are honor guard to a god now. Visen were there, too, Skraelings and trolls, tenor and other things that Gudvar was unsure of. Just looking at them made him uncomfortable. More warriors lined the courtyard, many of them men and women, the dragon worshippers that had always lurked in the shadows, now made bold by the coming of their queen. Jarl Sigrun walked confidently behind the two dragonborn warriors, marching right up to the steps of the hall, where she stopped, Gudvar beside her, her drengers behind. Sigrun looked up at Likrifa, who stared back at her, and Jarl Sigrun bowed. Likrifa stared unblinkingly, then her eyes moved on to Gudvar and held his gaze. He gulped and bowed to her as his aunt had done, and a smile twitched at the edges of Likrifa's lips, and she dipped her head, acknowledging them before her eyes moved on. Many others were filling the courtyard, warriors and townsfolk, some coming at Likrifa's summons, some out of awe and wonder, others herded by Likrifa's followers. Gudvar saw Jarl Glun Irongrip, fair-haired, broad and squat, and Jarl Svard the Scratcher, older, slimmer and taller, with a few score of their drengers behind them being escorted into the courtyard by a ring of dragonborn, Skraeling and dragon worshippers. A handful of trolls strode before them, clearing a way through the gathering crowd none too gently. The prisoners were bought to stand close to Gudvar, Sigrun, and her Drengers. Likrifa took a step forward and a hush fell over the courtyard. People of Darl, a new age has dawned and you are privileged to behold it. She held her arms out wide. You have a new queen, not just of Darl but of all Vigrith, not some petty usurper but a god. She roared the last word, her mouth growing broader and longer, the flash of a red maw and rows of razored teeth, spittle spraying. Then her face returned to normal human proportions, a twitch and shudder running through her jawline and cheek. "Many of you fought against me yesterday," she hissed, casting her baleful gaze across Glun and Svard and their retinues of Drengers, and then to the warriors kneeling at the foot of the steps. "These are the Drengers of Helka, oath sworn to her. She is dead now, but these people are still sworn to her or her bloodline," she sniffed. "Helka was slain by my loyal allies," she gestured to Gudvar and Sigrun. "And her son Hakon," Gudvar squeaked. "I slew him," he added. "But one of Helka's brood lives on, I am told," Likrifa said bitterly. She looked over her shoulder and Drekker stepped forward, leaned close to her. "Estrid, Helka's daughter," Gudvar heard Drekker say. "Yes, Helka's daughter. So these warriors at my feet are still bound by their oaths of fealty." She sighed and shook her head. "Kill them," she said. There were shouts and screams for mercy from the Drengers, as trolls raised their clubs and brought them smashing down, blood spraying, bones cracking, flesh pulverized. The Dragonborn stabbed, slashed and chopped with spears, swords, axes, a cacophony of screams and wails cut short, and in a dozen heartbeats the Drengers were all dead, blood pooling into the hard-packed earth. Gudvar took a step backwards and with the back of his hand wiped a fine spattering of blood from his cheek. Even Jarl Sigrun looked shocked but recovered herself quickly. "Bring them forward," Likrifa gestured to Jarls Glun, Svard and their followers, and they were pushed reluctantly towards the dragon god. "You too," Likrifa said, pointing a long-nailed finger at Glun and Svard. "Step closer." The Dragonborn parted and Glun and Svard walked forwards, stopping close to Gudvar in front of Helka's executed Drengers. "You are both Jarls, I am told, who fought against me yesterday because you had sworn oaths to Helka. Yes." "I," Glun Irongrip said, looking up at Likrifa. "And you?" Likrifa said when Svard did not answer. "I did," Jarl Svard said. "But Helka is dead and my oath does not bind me to her children." He looked nervously to the dead at his feet. "Well, quite," Likrifa said. "That point is exactly what I wish to discuss with you. Will you swear your oaths to me?" "I will," Svard said quickly. Glun Irongrip sniffed and spat, looked back at his Drengers and then up at Likrifa. "If I swear my oath to you, fight for you, perhaps bleed for you, what will you do for me?" A muscle twitched in Likrifa's cheek, then she smiled. "I will make you mighty and wealthy and made famous by skalds for 1,000 years. That is all you wish for, is it not?" Glun nodded. "Then I will swear my oath to you," he said. "Good," Likrifa said, then she frowned. "But I do not think you are both worthy to serve me, though perhaps one of you is." She raised a hand. "Drekker, give them each a blade." Drekker stepped forwards and drew his seeks and shortacks from his belt, threw them down the stairs to land at the feet of Glun and Svard. They both stared at the weapons. "Well, what are you waiting for? Show me who is worthy," Likrifa said. Glun burst into motion, Svard a heartbeat later. Glun swept up the seeks as Svard reached for the axe and buried it to the hilt in Svard's belly. A grunt and Svard sagged, knees weak, and Glun ripped the seeks free. Svard collapsed, twitched for a few moments, mouth moving, and then he was still. Glun leaned down and wiped the blade clean on Svard's tunic. "It seems you are the worthy one," Likrifa said. "Will that man's warriors follow you?" Glun looked back to his and Svard's Drengers. "They will. I have just fought a Homganga with their Jarl and won. By the laws of Homganga they can seek no vengeance, no reprisal. All that was Svard's is now mine. So yes, they will serve me. Won't you?" he said to Svard's Drengers. A ripple of eyes rang out. "Good," Likrifa said. "Now all this excitement has given me an appetite. You will come and eat with me." "As will you," Likrifa said, pointing at Sigrun. "And you Guthlaf," she said, pointing at Guthvar. "It's Guthvar, you idiot," he corrected Likrifa in his head, then felt a moment of fear. Can she read my thoughts? She is a god, after all. But Likrifa said nothing, just turned and walked through the ruined doors of Helka's hall. "Stay close," Sigrun whispered to him as she climbed the hall's steps. With a sigh, Guthvar followed her. Into the dragon's den. Chapter 3. Elvar sat back in her father's throne with a sigh. The seat from which he had ruled Snakovic and all the land as far as the eye could see from this mountaintop fortress. "My father's seat, my father's hall. My seat now, my hall now," she whispered to herself. "What's that?" a rumbling voice said behind her, and she twisted to look over her shoulder. Ahrung stared unsettlingly back at her with his opaque eyes, his giant severed head upon a pedestal of stone. "Just thinking on life, ancient Ahrung," she said, "and how it is so changeable. Not so long ago I was a warrior among many, fighting in a shield wall, defeated by Dragonborn. And now," she regarded the ruin of her father's hall. Close to her feet 2 chests had been placed, both filled with treasure from the gods' battleground, the plains of Oskatrev. Around them, blood still stained the ground, visible here and there as dark patches among the snow that fell gently around her, settling on the dais and hard-packed earth of the hall floor, and she pulled her bearskin cloak tighter about her neck. Broken timbers reared like the shattered bones of a great whale, where the wolf god Ulfrir had smashed the hall to kindling, and above her, a pewter sky sat heavy and bloated with fresh snow. Drengers had been working to clear the destruction for some time, lifting timbers and rubble to uncover the wounded and remove the dead, Drengers who, until yesterday, had been oath-sworn to her father, Jarl Stur. Oath-sworn to him no longer, as he is meat in Ulfrir's belly, and I put a sword in his heir, my brother Thorin. Elvar saw members of the Battlegrim spread around the hall, Orv the Sneak with his bow in hand. An arrow loosely nocked, Solin Spittle leaning against a timber column, one hand on the hilt of her sheathed sword, Urt the Unwashed standing close to the entrance, others lurking in the shadows. "They are guarding me, my Battlegrim. Not that I need guarding now." She glanced at the warriors spread around her like a cupped hand, all of them tall and broad, braided beards and mail-clad, axes and knives hanging from their weapons' belts. Over a score of berserkir, my berserkir. By some strange Galdur magic, with the death of her father and elder brother, the power of control had shifted to Elvar, the next in line to the kingdom, which is what she had wanted, what she had come here for, what she had hoped for. Be careful what you wish for. One of the berserkir stood apart from the others, Birak, dark and hulking. Elvar remembered tracking him to Iskalt Island, hunting him down and finding him in battle with a young bull troll. Her hand went to the troll tusk hanging at her neck. That seemed a lifetime ago. Birak was stooped, talking quietly with Uspa, his wife, and Elvar's Sather Witch. Uspa with her tattooed arms and lower jaw, a seeks taken from the plain of Oskatrev hanging at her belt. It had been Uspa who had set this new path in motion, Uspa who had told them she knew the way to Oskatrev, Uspa who had sworn them all to help find her kidnapped son with the Bloth Svarith, her Sather spell. Uspa who planted this curse in my blood. "Ah, that is one of the marvels of life," Ahrung said behind her, "how it can change on a knife edge. It keeps things interesting." "I doubt my father would agree with you," Elvar said darkly. "Or my brother." She had killed her brother, cut his throat with her blade after he'd tried to have her slaughtered. Thorin's corpse had been removed from the hall along with the other bodies. There was little left of her father to take away. He had been eaten by Ulfrir. My father is dead. Long had she dreamed of killing her father. She had hated him, yet at the same time craved his respect. In her imagining, she would always say cutting words to him, see him crumble with grief over his treatment of her, listen to his pleading attempts at a reconciliation. Occasionally she would even allow him to live. But none of that had happened. Instead, He had been swept up by Skuld and cast into the jaws of a giant wolf, torn to shreds in a heartbeat. Elvar thought she would have felt elated, victorious, full of a grim satisfaction at the vengeance she owed her father. All she felt was numb. "You are right there," Ahrung chuckled, Elvar feeling it vibrate through her body. "Life can be fickle." "Heya," Ulfrir agreed from the shadows, fingering the collar around his neck. "Ah, Ulfrir, my friend," Ahrung rumbled. "You are a thrall now, which I must admit is not the best life to live, but things could be worse." "Could they?" Skuld sniffed, scowling at Elvar, who had put the iron collar around hers and her father's necks. "Aye, you could be just ahead, and that is not a life I'd recommend." Ulfrir tipped his head in acknowledgement. "Uspa Barak," Elvar called out, and the Sather witch and berserker approached her. "Jarl Elvar," they both said. "Our treasure," Elvar said, gesturing to the two chests at her feet. "They must be moved to my father's treasury." She nodded to a door towards the rear of the shattered hall. "Uspa, protect them with your Sather words." Uspa nodded, and Barak moved to pick one up. "Not yet," Elvar said. "I have need of them first." On a bench before the dais, close to Elvar, sat her younger brother Brothir. His eyes kept flickering to ruins of the hall and back, nervously, to Elvar and the living gods who now sat among them. Should I have killed Brothir too? Her father would have advised her to. Brothir was the last of her bloodline, the only one who would benefit from her death. Killing me would give him power over the berserkers, and that is a great deal of power. But he had surrendered to her, and she had not been able to plunge her sword into him as she had done to the detestable Thorun. She had always liked Brothir, and I am not my father's daughter, not in the ways that matter. I refuse to be. Beside her brother sat her father's Galdor woman, Silrith. Tall, fair-haired, her face all hard lines, a necklace of bones around her neck. Elvar trusted her less than a viper in her boots, but in the heat of battle Silrith had changed sides and gifted Thorun to her. So for now Elvar would keep the Galdor woman close, until she had decided what to do with her. A gust of wind and snow wailed into the room through one of the walls that had been smashed to splintered pulp, and Elvar could see crowds gathering in the street beyond to stare in at the carnage. Not come to see me, I think. She glanced to her left where Ulfrir stood, changed from his wolf form back to a man now, wrapped in his wolf pelt cloak, his gray-black hair framing a sharp-lined and deep-shadowed face, amber eyes burning like coals. His daughter, Skuld, stood beside him, her red hair a smear of color in the pale hall. Her wings were folded across her back, no longer hidden beneath her cloak. People in the street gawped and pointed. Skuld sneered at them and looked away. Scuffed footsteps and Sivet the Fat lumbered into the ruined hall, a sealskin cloak pulled tight around him, a steaming bowl of porridge in his big hand. He approached Elvar on the dais, reached the berserker and growled something at them, but they stayed where they were, blocking his way. "Let him through," Elvar called down to them, and they parted, Sivet stomping through them with a glower. "Trying to stop me getting to my chief, the Arselings," he was muttering as he reached Elvar. "Here, chief," he said, holding out the bowl of porridge. "It's good, I put honey in it myself." "I'm not hungry," Elvar muttered. "Course you are," Sivet said. "You just don't realize it. Sometimes the killing can rob your appetite, but trust me, you're hungry. And being hungry steals your wits from you, and right now we need our deep cunning chief with all her wits about her. So please eat." He offered the bowl of porridge again, and to Elvar's surprise her stomach growled. This time she took it. Sivet smiled, nodding, then looked around at the devastation in the hall, at the heaps of the dead where they had been piled, at carpenters and builders working at the clearing and repairing of the hall, at people gathering in the street, and he puffed his cheeks and blew out a long breath. "I've a feeling your plan worked out well, but—" He looked around and leaned closer. "What do we do now?" he whispered. "Good question." "We have a task to do," she said to Sivet, one hand going to the knotwork scar hidden beneath her sleeve of mail, the scar that was the seal and reminder of her blood oath. "Best we get on and do it." "Aye," Sivet muttered glumly. Absently he put the back of his hand to his mouth and bit down, pulled out a long splinter and spat it on the ground. Figures entered the hall, approaching through the snow and debris. Gwynne led them, his weathered crag of a face stern, a woolen cloak wrapped around him. One hand rested on the head of his axe hanging at his belt. Beside him walked Jitha, champion of Jarl Stur, dark hair braided tight, an old scar running from her cheek into her top lip. Yesterday she fought against me. What will today bring, I wonder? Behind them more than 200 men and women followed, all warriors wrapped in fur and mail, weapon-clad. Gwynne reached the foot of the dais where the berserker stood guard and paused. "Move," Elvar said with a flick of her hand, and the berserker parted. "I have brought them as you asked," Gwynne said as he came to stand beside Elvar, shuffling close to her right side and turning to stare balefully out at the crowd gathered before them. "Your father's petty jarls, Snakovik's captains, and the chiefs of all the mercenary bands who answered your father's call." Elvar sat and looked at them, met their eyes. She saw questions there, fear, wonder, resentment, greed. Many eyes flickered between Ulfrir, Skuld, and the chests at Elvar's feet. She sucked in a deep breath and stood. She still wore her blood-stained brynja from the battle, her sword hanging at her hip and a gold ring wrapped about her arm. Agnar's black bearskin cloak hung about her shoulders. She focused first on Jitha and her father's Drengers. "I have slain the man you were sworn to," Elvar said, relieved that her voice did not betray the depths of her worry. "Jitha, what will you do now?" Jitha took a step forward and a handful of berserker growled. "We fought you and lost," Jitha said with a shrug, ignoring the berserkers. "To my thinking, Jarl Stur is dead and you are his eldest still breathing. You are our Jarl now by birthright and by battle claim. I would swear my oath to you to serve you as I served your father, Jarl." She felt a flutter in her belly at that. Dread and excitement mingled. Elvar nodded, trying not to let the relief she felt etch itself across her face. "And my father's Drengers?" she asked, letting her eyes move slowly across the mail-clad warriors gathered behind Jitha. "They feel the same as I," Jitha said. "I would hear it from them." "We are ready to swear you our oaths," a man said, tall and wiry, a red-haired beard. "Aye," another Drenger said, and one by one each captain stepped forward and added their voice. "Good," Elvar nodded. Her eyes moved to a handful of men and women, all mail-clad with rings of silver or gold about their arms. "Her father's petty jarls." "And you all," Elvar said. "You served my father well, will you serve me?" A woman stepped forwards, mouse-haired, broad and squat, and clothed in a fine brynja, 2 bearded axes thrust through her weapon's belt. "Run a red axe," Elvar said. "We swore our oaths to your father and you have bested him. You rule here now. We will swear our oaths to you," Rana said. Elvar nodded. "I will hear your oaths, but save them until you know where it will take you." She shifted her gaze to look at the other group of warriors gathered behind the Jarls and Drengers. "And what of you chieftains and your mercenary bands?" "We were sworn to Jarl Stur's war against Queen Helka," a man said. A tangle of black hair, his beard covering most of his face, a shield with 2 ravens hanging loosely in his grip. "We will happily take your silver for the same job." His eyes flickered to the treasure chests at Elvar's feet. "You were sworn to my father's war, Hjalmar Peacemaker, chief of the fell-hearted," Elvar said. "But that is not my war. I have a different battle to fight." Uspa moved away from Barak and came to stand at Elvar's left hand. Elvar noticed the berserker did not try to stop her. "My battle is against Likrifa, the dragon god, against her dragon-born children, against her dragon cult followers, and against the Visen that have flocked to her." A silence filled the hall, gusts of wind and snow swirling. "Fighting a god, now that is different from fighting a jarl. More expensive than fighting a jarl, I would say," a fair-haired woman called out, a silver-gilt sword at her hip. "2 things are needed for us to side with you. More silver than your father promised and the knowledge that we will have a chance to live and spend it. Fighting a dragon is no small thing." "Fair points, Ingvild Wave Romer," Elvar said. I have been to Oskatreth, I have seen the battleground of the gods. I have seen the dragon set free, and she is fearsome. But she is just one dragon, and I have Ulfrir the wolf god and his winged daughter, Skuld, and they are fearsome too. I have my father's berserkir, I have the Jarls and Drengers of Jarl Stur, and I have the feared Battlegrim, and I have a river of gold and silver to pay you all. She stood and kicked one of the chests, its lid bursting open to reveal a heap of gold and silver coins, cups, jewelry, and gems spilling out. And I have enough left over to pay 1,000 more warbends like you. If you follow me, I cannot promise you will all survive, but those who do, you will be rich beyond your wildest imaginings. Another silence, Sivet leaning close to whisper. You speak well, you almost make me want to go and fight a dragon. Almost. And then Jalmer Peacemaker punched his arm into the air. Jarl Elvar, he bellowed, his eyes never leaving the open chest of treasure. Jarl Elvar, Jarl Elvar. Every warrior in the room raised their arm and took up the cry. Chapter 4, Orca, I am going to kill you, Orca spat through a mouthful of blood. You can try, Rada snarled as he slammed his fist into Orca's nose. Others have, and yet look, here I am still. The last time Orca had seen Rada, he had been transforming into his rat form, screaming in agony after Spurt had vomited his black breath pestilence upon the god. Rada had returned to his human form now, his face a mass of weeping sores and red weals from Spurt's venom. A red stain on the rat god's tunic was the only evidence that he had been skewered through the chest by a spear cast by Halja Flatnose as well. But the spear was gone now, and Rada seemed remarkably alive and healthy. Although his ruined face twitched and juddered, raw holes weeping blood and pus, pain and rage shuddering through him. Where is my brother? He snarled through gritted teeth. Orca just gave him her wolf grin, showing bloodied teeth through her blue-tinged, shivering lips, and Rada drew his fist back. A pale sun glinted on ice-crusted snow, Orca lying on the charred ground before the broken gates and walls of Svelgarth, clouds of smoke swirling sluggishly as the town burned. She was dimly aware of a crowd gathered around her, trolls looming, tenor hovering in the air, spurteus and frost spiders scuttling. But everything was blurred and ice-tinged, the frost spider venom still coursing through her veins, her limbs numb, the wolf in her blood distant, confused and cowed by the ice that had flooded her. Rada's fist slammed into her face again, snapping her head back onto the ground, the sound of cartilage cracking. She rolled her head, a burning sensation in her neck as muscles slowly began to return to her control. When my body returns to me, I will show you why the rat fears the wolf. Strange, the power of emotion, Rada grunted as he pounded Orca with another blow. My intellect tells me that this is not the way to get you to talk. I am aware that violence is unlikely to give me the answers that I want. He paused, wiped sweat and dribbling blood from his face. And yet, I cannot stop. It feels so satisfying. Voices drifted through the smoke, and Rada turned to look over his shoulder, a red-knuckled fist raised high. Figures emerged from clouds of smoke and ash, the first one a dark-haired woman dressed in oil-black mail, a raven's feather braided with silver wire into her hair. One of her eye sockets was a puckered, scarred hole. She gripped a rope in her fist, dragging a handful of bound captives behind her, a man, a woman, and a child. Miak. Orca spat a glob of blue-tinged blood. Jarl Orlig's brats, Miak called out as she strode towards Rada, hauling her stumbling prisoners, and then she saw Orca. Her face shifted, red flecks sparking to life in her one eye, and she threw the rope in her fist to a warrior behind her, hands reaching for sword and seeks at her belt as she broke into a run. No, Rada said, taking a step to stand between Miak and Orca. Miak twisted to run around him, and Rada moved again, faster than Orca thought possible, and then Miak was bouncing off him, falling onto the ground and rolling to one knee. No, Rada said again. This bitch took my eye, Miak snarled. I have sworn to kill her. Perhaps you will kill her, perhaps you won't, but you will definitely not kill her now, Radha said. She's one of my brother's ilk, has spoken to him, may know where he is lurking. And besides, you are not the only one who owes this she-wolf a red death. He gestured to the ruin of his face, then to bodies laid out upon the snow. A hulking, red-haired warrior, his face purple and swollen, a lattice of black veins and unseeing eyes. A dozen dead skrailing. A white-haired warrior mumbling and twitching, blood frothing through his torn cheek and jaw. He looked like he would soon be joining the dead. Other corpses were being carried over and laid beside the fallen. Look at the results of your visit, Radha said to Orca with a sweep of his hand. Ill-mannered, I call it, he tutted. Orca looked at the dead and wounded. They stood in my way, she grunted. They tried to keep my son from me. Brecca, where are you? She knew the river she had thrown him into would have carried him to the lake and meeting point where Gunnar Prow, Halja, and the others would surely be. They will get him away from here. But she remembered the frost spiders that had hunted her down, felt a stab of fear at the thought of them catching Brecca before he reached the lake. Some life was returning to her fingers, a tingling burn in her joints and knuckles, and she clenched her fists, but her wrists were bound with frost spider web. She looked at the sky, saw it was past midday. No, if they had caught him, they would have brought him back by now. He is away with the others. That thought seeped through her. She had been chasing after Brecca for so long, trying to find him, trying to save him from these nithing dragonborn, that it snatched her breath away to realize she had accomplished that goal. He is free, my Brecca. I have done what I came to do. She blew out a long breath, feeling the truth of that settle in her heart, and looked up at Radha and Miek. There are more I would like to kill, though. These two, for a start. And Drekker, who slew my Thorkel. And Likrifa is behind it all, so I owe her a blood debt. You have beaten her half to death, Miek growled sullenly as she stood, reluctantly sheathing her sword and seeks. Yes, half to death, not to full death, Radha said as he regarded his blood-spattered, mangled knuckles. Unfortunately, she must live for now. She will not talk, she is a stubborn bitch, Miek said, stepping closer to Orca. There is always a path to making someone talk, Radha said. Pain is usually the fastest road, but not with her. Not her own pain, anyway. He looked at Miek. Feel free to try, as long as you promise to act with restraint. Miek grinned and kicked Orca in the belly. Feeling was returning to Orca, the ice in her veins thinning, retreating, and she felt the power of Miek's kick shudder through her gut. She rolled onto her side, retching and spitting out blue-tinged bile. Where is Ulfrir? Radha asked her. Orca spat blood at his feet, felt the wolf returning to her, and she glowered up at him with amber-flecked eyes. See, Radha shrugged to Miek. Miek screeched and kicked Orca again. Good girl, Radha clapped. Whatever you do, do it with all your heart. Miek drew back for another kick and paused, staring at Orca. I will take these back, she snarled, seeing what hung from Orca's weapon's belt. She ripped the buckle undone and dragged the belt from Orca's waist. My brother will be glad at the return of these, she said, dangling two finely wrought seekses in leather-tooled scabbards before Orca. I believe he left them in your dead nithing husband. My Thorkel. Without thought, Orca struggled against her bonds, veins bulging, the wolf in her heart howling. Thorkel's blood-streaked face filled her thought cage, her oath to avenge him a storm in her blood. Miek laughed. You see, she feels more for others than herself, Radha said thoughtfully. Even when they're dead, the road to loosening her lips about my brother lies with her son. Well, where is the little shite? Miek asked, still smiling down at Orca. Escaped, Radha said, but we shall find him, and then she shall tell us whatever we need to know. Screams and whimpers drew their attention, and they all looked to see a fur-clad man step from the wooded slopes, a line of bound children stumbling behind him. A cold fist clenched around Orca's heart. Chapter 5. Bjor B. Ior grunted as he lifted Ilmer's corpse under the shoulders, a long-armed skraeling named Skaga hefting Ilmer's ankles. They strode through the carnage of last night, bodies strewn on the ground, burned-out tents and wagons smashed to kindling in Radha's agony and rage, and made their way to the pile of the dead, close to where Rada had been venting his pain and fury on a bound and frost spider-poisoned Orca. I hate that woman, Bjor thought, eyes on Orca as he laid Ilmer's corpse beside Storolf. He looked down at his dead friends, felt the weight of grief in his chest, a constriction in his throat, a burning in his eyes. Felt a measure of responsibility and guilt as well. I almost let Brekka go, almost let Orca and the boy leave. Perhaps I should have. Ilmer and Storolf would still be alive. It was self-preservation, that strongest of instincts that he had inherited from his rat god blood that had guided him, made him shout out a warning and draw his weapon, made him attack Orca and her blood-sworn companions. He had been tasked with guarding the tainted children, and knew that there were already those within the warband who viewed him with suspicion after Kraka, the Sather Witch's attempted escape with Bjarn. I had no choice. He heard Miek's sharp voice and saw her standing over Orca, holding a weapon's belt with 2 sheathed seekses upon it. Then her head turned to look to the wooded slopes of the valley. Brock Trollsbane was emerging from the trees, draped in a wolf pelt, a whip in one hand, his troll-tusk necklace glinting in the pale sun. He led a handful of children, all bound at the wrist, a dozen of Brock's hunters spread around them, tainted humans skrailing, a few tenor whirring in the air above. "Get on," Brock snarled as he cracked his whip. Children whimpered. Brock led them to stand before Rada. He looked down at Orca, hawked and spat on her. "Found some of the little runts," Brock grunted at Rada. "Brekka?" Rada asked, eyes scouring the line of children. "No," Brock said, "there's no trace of that goat turd. No tracks, no scent past where she was caught," he said, nudging Orca with his toe. Bjor saw the relief flicker across Orca's face. "Think he must have jumped into the river," Brock shrugged. "Most likely drowned or frozen." "I want his body, dead or alive," Rada said. "Find him." Brock nodded. "What about these?" he said, gesturing to the captured children behind him. "I could nail them to a tree, make an example of them to any others thinking about making a run for it. I've a bag of nails I made just for the job." He patted a pouch at his belt. "No," Rada frowned. "They have god blood in their veins. They are best living and fighting for us." Brock said, the twist of his face suggesting he didn't agree. "Put them in a wagon and leave them bound for now," Rada said. "Or we'll guard them, won't you, Bjor?" "Yes, Lord," Bjor called out. "Skaga," he said to the skrailing, "take them." Skaga grunted and loped over to Brock. Bjor squatted down beside Red Fane. The white-haired warrior was sitting propped up against the shattered wheel of a wagon. One side of his face was bound with cloth, where Orca had bitten him. She had torn and ripped his cheek and jaw to bloodied strips. Fresh blood was seeping through the bandage, and Fane was shivering with the first touches of a fever. "My Storolf," Fane wheezed as he reached out and took his dead son's hand. He looked at Bjor. "The cost of this war," he said through his tears. "I fear it is more than I can bear, fear I cannot go on." "We must bear it," Bjor said, "or else the world stays as it is, our kind thralled, beaten, killed. We are the hard edge that will change the world." He sighed, puffed his cheeks, looking at Storolf and Ilmer, a fresh wave of emotion building in his chest. To stop now, to walk away now, would mean they died in vain. Their deaths, their sacrifice, it must count, it must mean something. Bjor reached out and laid his hand upon Fane's and Storolf's, squeezed them as he held Fane's gaze. "Heal, old man, and then we will change the world." He glanced at Orca on the ground before Rada. "And we will have our vengeance." Fane's face twitched, blood and froth seeping through the bandage of his torn cheek, emotions at war within him. Eventually he nodded. "Bjor," Rada called out, gesturing, and Bjor stood and strode over to the god. "I'm going to go and find your wolf cub," Brock was saying to Orca. "This is what I do to wolves," he added, spreading his wolf pelt wide. "Perhaps there'll be enough skin on your Brekka to make a decent belt." Orca pulled her lips back, snarling. Brock walked away chuckling. "With me," he called out, and his hunting crew drew in about him, all of them disappearing into the tree line. "Bjor, I want you to guard our new guests," Rada said, nodding down at Orca, then gesturing to the bound prisoners Miek had led out of Svelgarth. Yes, Lord, Bjor said, nodding a greeting to Miek. Lover, she said to him, a smile twitching her lips. He blushed. Miek always made him blush. I don't want to guard Orca, I want to kill her, he thought, trying to keep his emotions from his face, though his eyes were drawn to Orca. Bloodied and bound as she was, violence still radiated from her like a heat haze. And why am I always the one guarding children and prisoners? This age will be sung of by skalds, and when will I be mentioned? This is no small task, Rada said, seeming to read his mind. It is important. Orca has spoken with my Arseling, bite first and talk later brother. She could help us end this war if we find him before he has time to consolidate his power. And the tainted children, they must be won over to us, else they will end up fighting against us. I am trusting you with this task as I need someone with a clear head. A thinker, he tapped his head and glanced at Miek. Yes, well, Miek tends to act first and think not much at all. Yes, Lord, he repeated. Good man, Rada said, clapping a huge hand on Bjor's shoulder. Make ready to leave, he bellowed, his god voice filling the valley and shaking the tree-shrouded slopes. The camp burst into motion, people, trolls, scralling, frost spiders, spurchews all moving, tenor taking to the air in a flurry of wings. Where are we going, Lord? Bjor asked Rada. Southwest to Darl, Rada said, to rally with my sister. He looked at Orca and smirked. She's going to love meeting you. Chapter 6. Varg v. Arg sat on a bench in the hall of Valda, eating pork and onions, hard cheese and warm flatbread. Most of the Bloodsworn were there, eating their evening meal, the carcass of a wild boar turning on a spit over a fire pit. Glornir sat with Val and Edel, leaning close in deep conversation. Esvik sat down beside Varg with a wooden plate full of food in one hand and a cup of mead in the other. What do you think? Varg asked him. About what? Esvik said, filling his mouth with cheese and thinly sliced onion. About the dragon, about what we are going to do. Varg said, stunned that Esvik had to ask. He had been able to think of little else since Vesely and the two giant ravens had arrived. Glornir's the chief, it's his decision to gnaw at, Esvik shrugged. Fight the dragon, fight someone else. Fighting is what we do, but it is Glornir who decides who we fight, or what, he shrugged again. Rokia joined them, pausing to examine the stitches in Varg's cheek. She brushed them gently with her fingertips and Varg felt his neck flush with heat. Esvik smirked. What? Rokia said. Esvik just shook his head. What do you think about the dragon? Varg asked Rokia. It will be the fight to end all fights. Obviously we must be there, Rokia said with enthusiasm. Imagine the songs that will be sung about us. Not much use if we're all too dead to hear them, Varg muttered. This is the attitude I'm worried about. Rokia rolled her eyes. The hall doors opened and Sulik entered with a handful of his kin behind him. The sound of bones cracking and flesh tearing filtered in from the courtyard beyond. Varg pulled a face. How can those ravens still be eating? He asked. Look at it this way, Esvik told him cheerfully. The more they eat, the less there is to stink up the place when the bodies start rotting. Once Vesely had delivered her message from Orca, she had asked politely if she could rip the teeth from the gums of the dead that lay piled in the courtyard. Glornir had told her she could help herself to any part of Jaramir's druzhina that she wished to eat, at which point the ravens had started hopping from foot to foot and croaking about how hungry they were, having flown hundreds of leagues out of the kindness of their hearts, just as a favor to a friend. Glornir had told them they could feast on the dead, as long as they did not dig up the Bloodsworn who had been buried, and the ravens had wasted no time in getting started. Varg had left the courtyard soon after, the sound of their meal turning his stomach. Everyone has to eat, Rokia shrugged. I know, but Varg wished he could block his ears. Even with one of them missing, he still managed to hear the sounds drifting in from the courtyard perfectly well. Too well. Perhaps it is the wolf in my blood, he mused. Sulik and his kin sat at the bench opposite Varg. Some were dark-skinned like Taras the bull, others pale as Rokia, and others every hue in between. Some had shaven heads and braids like Sulik, others were shaved to stubble, as Varg had been when he was a thrall. Many of them had a wariness about them, twitching at every sound or creak of the doors. Some had red wheels around their necks where thrall collars had rubbed them raw, and Varg felt his own hand twitch, moving to the scars about his own neck. "You are free now," he said without thinking. "Aye, brother," Sulik said to him. "They are. They know it up here." He put 2 fingers to his temple, but some do not know it here yet. The same hand moved to his heart. "It takes time," Varg said, adjusting the neckline of his mail and tunic to show them his own scars. A black-skinned woman nodded her thanks to him. "Why were you locked in Jaramir's cellars?" Esvik asked them. "Jaramir and Rurik are planning a war," the black-skinned woman said. "We are tainted," she gestured with her hand to the others around her. "They were going to use us as weapons." "Jaramir isn't planning anything now," Esvik grinned. "No," agreed Sulik. "He cannot hurt you now, Kesha." "Jaramir cannot," Kesha agreed. "But Rurik can," she glanced at the doors. "We should leave." "We will leave with the sun," Sulik said. "You are safe here tonight." Kesha did not answer but did not look as if she agreed. "What war?" Rokia asked. "To invade Vigrith," Kesha said, "to impress their father, our father." "Kirill, the Khagan of Iskadan?" Varg asked. "Yes," Kesha nodded. Esvik whistled. "Those 2 had big stones, I'll give them that," Esvik said. There was a whirring of wings, and Vesli the tenor swept into the hall. She was laboring through the air, her wings working hard, and then Varg saw why and grimaced. The bag at her belt was huge, bulging, almost splitting. "She has filled it with the teeth of the dead Druzhina." Vesli alighted on the bench in front of Glornir and Val. Glornir nodded to her and stood, his bench scraping. "Bloodsworn," he said. "We have a decision to make." He looked around as a hush fell over the hall. "Orca Skullsplitter has sent us a message. We have been offered a job by Elvar of the Battlegrim. Do you wish to fight this dragon?" "It's your decision, Chief," Esvik called out. "We'll go where you point us." "I know," Glornir said, "but it is no small thing to make war against a god. I would know your hearts on this." "We should fight her," Esvik said. "From my understanding, the gold being offered will make us rich beyond our wildest dreams." Esvik considered. "And I can dream a lot." The warriors around him laughed. "But we'll need to go and get Einar Halfdroll and Issa first from that god's cursed tongue-eater's island." Einar's cracked skull from the battle with the parasitic creature on the island off the coast of Iskadan had meant he'd been unable to travel, and Issa had volunteered to stay with him, and the children they had rescued to heal him. Varg only hoped they were all still alive. Glornir nodded. "Whatever we do, Einar and Issa will be with us," Glornir said. "Obviously Issa will want to fight the dragon," Esvik said to Chuckles around the hall. "And Einar will most likely enjoy the challenge of fighting something bigger than himself for a change." Others laughed and Glornir grunted. He looked around the hall, eyes settling on Edel. "We should fight," she said, tugging on the ear of the hound sitting at her feet. "I do not think this is a problem that will go away. Best to end it now before it grows. And I've seen these dragonborn." She pulled a sour face. "I did not like them much." Glornir went around the room asking each of them, leaving no one out. Eventually he reached Varg. "Well, no sense?" Glornir asked him. "I do not like the thought of fighting a dragon," Varg said. "Only Issa is mad enough to like that thought," Esvik said, laughter rippling around the hall. "But," Varg continued, "I think Edel is right. A dragon god is not going to just go away, and if only half of the tales are true, having her loose in Vigrith is no good thing for anybody." There were nods and hayas of agreement around the hall. "Wise words from no sense," Esvik said, feigning shock. "The world is indeed changing." "And you, Glornir," Val asked, "what do you think about going back to Vigrith to fight this dragon?" "Her followers killed my brother," he growled. "And they have stolen my nephew. That is all I need to know." Vesli hissed and Glornir looked at her. "Not just Brekka stolen," Vesli told him. In Vesli's hunger she forgot part of Mistress Orca's message. Her belly was swollen and she picked a sliver of flesh from between her teeth, examined it and flicked it away, belched. "What did you forget?" Glornir prompted her, Vesely concentrated. "Mistress Orca said to tell you that Uspa the Sather Witch is with Elvar and the Battle Grim." "Uspa is with them," Val said, rising from her chair. "Who's Uspa?" Varg whispered. "Val's sister," Rokia answered. "There's more," Vesely squeaked. "Mistress Orca said to tell you that the Dragonborn have taken Uspa's son, Bjarn." "Taken Bjarn," Val snarled. A dark fire kindled in her eyes. Glornir reached out and wrapped a big hand around hers. He looked around the hall. "It is decided then. The Bloodsworn will fight this dragon. We leave at dawn for the Sea Wolf." Varg sat on his bedroll, leaning against the wall of the hall. The fire pit had burned down to embers, casting the hall in red gilded shadow. Esvik snored one side of him and Rokia lay with her back to him on the other. She was twitching, her lips moving, muttering incoherent words, dreaming. Varg had been having strange dreams of late, too, of a black wolf calling to him, of a green-eyed man staring at him from the shadows. But that was not the reason he had not lain down to sleep. Soft footfalls and Val stood over him. "Are you ready?" she asked him. Varg sucked in a breath. "Aye," he breathed. "Follow," Val said, turned and walked away. Varg rose quietly and stepped over Rokia's sleeping form. Her hand reached out and touched his leg. "I will come with you if you wish," she said, looking up at him. He paused a moment, then nodded. She rose soundlessly and together they passed through the hall, following Val as she climbed onto the dais and walked through the shattered door at the back of the hall. Varg and Rokia hurried after her, seeing her disappear down a stairwell. The fire glow from the hall lit the first few steps, but they were in darkness by the time they reached the corridor at the stairwell's end. Varg whispered to the wolf in his blood, and his vision grew sharper, Val separating from the shadows ahead of him, striding down the corridor. "Logi!" Val growled, and iron sconces on the walls crackled into flame as she passed them. She took a torch from the wall and turned into a room, Varg and Rokia following close behind. Jaramir's corpse still lay slumped against the bars of the hidden room, his body pierced by 1,000 splinters of wood. Val ignored him, walked to the desk in the middle of the room and rested the torch upon it. She drew a small seeks from her belt and sliced a red line across her palm, clenched her fist until blood welled at her fingertips, then traced sharp lines with her blood across the desk. 16 lines radiating out from the torch, joined like a spider web. She inscribed runes at the end of each line. "Give me your sister's lock of hair," Val said, opening her bloodied palm. Varg fumbled with the pouch at his belt, his heart abruptly hammering in his chest, pulled out the lock of hair and put it in Val's open hand. "Your sister's name?" Val asked. "Froya," Varg said. Val closed her eyes and clenched her fist around the hair. "Andy Froya, Ag Calathig." "Sithastassin Froya, Ag Calathig. Sithasti Anderdradder Freja, Ag Calathig, Calather af Blothi, af Holdi, af Hari, af Bainum, Calather af Crafty Snaka," Val intoned, then opened her palm and dropped the bloodied hair into the torch's flames. Varg gasped and involuntarily snatched at the hair, and Rokia gripped his wrist. It was all that he had left of his sister. The flames hissed and crackled, climbing higher, spreading within the boundaries of Val's blood stave. Air grew colder, the room darker, only the flames visible. Varg shivered, blew out misted breath. The flames grew higher and an image appeared within them, seeing through someone else's eyes. They were running through woodland, trees rearing, boughs heavy with snow. The sound of labored breathing, the crunch of footfalls through snow, running, stumbling. Varg felt an overwhelming weight of exhaustion fill him, his limbs heavy, his lungs burning. "What is happening?" Varg hissed. "You are seeing through Froya's eyes," Val said gently. Seeing what she saw, hearing what she heard, feeling what she felt. Voices shouting. A spike of fear in Froya that echoed through Varg, and she increased her pace, tripped over a branch hidden by snow, stumbled, righted herself, ran on. An impact that Varg felt on his back, and Froya cried out, fell to the ground, snow in her face, pain lancing through her shoulder blades. Varg felt it all, the pain, the cold, the fear. Froya tried to rise, got to her hands and knees. Voices loud behind her, another crack to her back, and she collapsed, a weight pinning her to the ground. "Didn't think you could escape me, did you, you nithing little bitch?" A voice in her ear. A hand on the back of her head, grinding her face into the snow. In her eyes, her mouth, filling her nostrils, tasted pine needles and damp earth. She tried to breathe, panicking, thrashed in her captor's grip. "Get her up," a deep voice called out, dull and muted by the snow, and she was heaved from the ground, coughing snow, pine needles, dirt, and sucking in deep breaths. Spun around and slammed into a tree, her breath crushed from her body. A man's smiling face filled the flames, weathered and lined like the bark of an old tree, a raven's feather bound in his hair, a necklace of teeth or tusks hanging around his neck. Behind him, other figures approaching, one taller and broader than the rest, long black hair tied at the nape and a braided black beard. He wore 2 sixes in fine-wrought scabbards at his belt. Varg memorized the faces, burned them into his thought cage. 3 times, the black beard growled as he reached her. 3 times you've led my crew a dance. I told you no more. I've offered you wealth, a new life, freedom. What you've offered is not freedom, Froya snarled at him, thrashing and kicking at her captor, trying to bite him, her teeth clacking. A knee in her belly, driving the breath from her, and she slumped, her head drooping. "I just want to go back to my brother," she wheezed. Varg's heart stuttered. The dark-haired man leaned down to stare in Froya's eyes, and Varg saw the sparking of red flames in his pupils. "Ungrateful, stupid," he said. "Murderer," Froya spat back at him. "What shall I do with her, chief?" The weathered face said, "Reckon she should be made an example of. I can do that." A silence, dark hair staring at Froya. "Do it, Brock," he said, turning his back and walking away. A name, Varg thought, a face I will never forget, and a name. Other figures followed him, and Brock smiled. He struck Froya across the mouth, Varg tasting blood, and Froya dropped to her knees, looked up to see him opening a pouch at his belt, pulling out a long nail. A rush of fear and anger, new strength stirring in her blood, and Varg recognized the touch of the wolf. She launched herself from the ground at the man, biting and clawing, and he cried out, fell stumbling back. Unseen hands grabbed her arms, dragged her off Brock, and he punched her in the gut, struck her on the side of the head with the butt end of the nail. All the strength emptied from her, her knees weak, and she slumped in the grip of her captors. "Hold her," Brock snarled as he cuffed blood from scratches across his cheek, and she was dragged back to a tree. He grabbed her wrists and wrenched them up high, slammed the nail through her palms and into the trunk. Varg felt himself sobbing and didn't know if it was from her shared terror or the horror he felt at her suffering. Rokia squeezed his hand. Froya's screams filled the room, the flames writhing and twisting. Brock pulled a seex from his belt and hammered the nail into the tree trunk with the seex's butt end, each blow sending pain pulsing through Varg. When Brock was finished, he stepped back and smiled up at her. "Your pointless life will have a meaning now," he said. "A lesson to others to behave." "I pity you," she snarled at him. He stepped closer, pulled his arm back, and stabbed his seex into her belly. It felt like a punch, numb at first. Then he began to drag the blade across her stomach, slicing her open. Pain like Varg had never felt before. He staggered, Rokia reaching out and steadying him. He felt Froya's strength leaving, her life emptying from her like a pierced sack of wine. She sucked in one last breath. "Varg," she whispered as her head slumped and the image in the flames faded and disappeared. Varg fell to his knees and howled. Chapter 7, Orca. A distant scream echoed through the vale, and Orca looked to the tree line, allowing the wolf in her blood to sharpen her senses. She heard another scream faint on the wind, followed by the sweet scent of blood, a long pause, and then footsteps crashing through undergrowth, shouting. She was bound with chains at the wrists, walking among 4 or 5 score prisoners taken from Svelgarth. They were far back in a long column that wound its way through a frozen vale, steep-sided slopes cloaked with pine rearing to either side. The sky was the color of lead, bloated clouds gilt with silver. She glanced around, saw that others were looking into the trees, too. With her wolf eyes she could make out the angular forms and movement of frost spiders in the tree boughs, and the shadow-smooth gliding of night hags among the pines, both Vison that disliked the daylight and so were clinging to the gloom. But they were all just within the tree line. The screams Orca heard had been further away, higher up the slopes and deeper into the woodland. "You heard it, too," a voice said beside her. Bior, her almost constant guard. Orca said nothing, just continued to stare into the distance, but her wolf sense could see nor hear anything else. Whatever it was, whatever had happened, it was over. "You should not be breathing," Bior muttered beside her. "You do not deserve to be breathing." "Deserve has nothing to do with it," she thought. "And believe me, I feel the same way about you." "You should answer when you are spoken to," Bior said, and she could taste the hate and rage pulsing from him. She gave him only her silence. He wasn't worth anything else. "I do not understand you," Bior said and poked her in the arm with a finger. Orca just looked at him, then looked away. "You are tainted, and yet you fight against us," Bior continued. "We fight against the slavery of our kind, against those who have enslaved and tortured us for countless years, centuries. We are fighting for our freedom, for your freedom. You should have joined us, not fought against us." Orca turned her head to look back at Bior and gave him a cold, flat stare. "What?" he said. "I care nothing for the whims and wars of gods," she growled. "And you are an idiot if you believe they care anything for you." "What do you care for?" Bior prodded. Orca wished this young zealot would close his flapping lips. She wanted to make him close his lips. "What do you care for, then?" he repeated. Images of Thorkel and Brecca flashed through her thought cage, memories that stirred a pain in her chest and a fire in her veins. "I cared for my husband," she growled at him, "and our kind murdered him. I care for my son, and our kind stole him from me. You claim to be working to free the tainted from enslavement and torture. Tell them that." She snorted, looking pointedly back to the group of children and prisoners. Bior frowned, seemed to think about that. He was young, slim and handsome, perhaps a little older than Lif, but despite the rage that leaked from his gaze, his eyes made him seem older, as if he had seen and suffered much. "That is unfortunate, I admit," Bior said. Unfortunate. She felt her wolf stir to anger, surging in her veins, her own rage bubbling, boiling. "But these are hard times, and hard deeds are needed if we are going to change this world." Orca curled her lip. "Nothing will change," she said, her voice cold, emotionless. "Perhaps you will remove a dozen tyrants and replace them with one. No, it will be different. We are not slavers. We will make a new world, a fair world. Likrifa and Rada will set us free," Bior said. "That is what I am trying to explain to you. How can you not understand that?" "You are a misguided fool to believe them," Orca sighed. "The sheep follows the farmer blindly and with trust. That does not mean it won't get eaten. Do not trust the promises of gods. They broke the world, remember. They did not care for the lives of anyone then, tainted or not. They used them for their own ends and will do the same again now." Bior was silent as they walked on, her words silencing him for a while. She hoped that was the end of it and looked back to the tree line, wondering where Brecca was, if he was safe with Gunnar and the others. Hoped that they were all together and far from here. Hoped that Gunnar would take Brecca to the Bloodsworn, to Glornir. "Perhaps you are right," Bior said eventually, "but I do not think so, and at least we must try or we will never know." He looked at her, the rage in his eyes dimmed now. "We did take your son, but he was not harmed. I swear, I taught him to play taffel. We treated him well, treated him well." "You murdered his father in front of him," Orca snarled. "You took him from his home, took him from me." Bior nodded, some guilt showing. "Not me, but yes, Drekker is a hard man. This world has made him hard." He looked up at the sky. "Things are complicated, I admit," he said. "I just wish that us tainted could stand together, not fight each other, that is all. Not that there is that option for you now." She saw the fire of his anger kindle and flare again. "You have killed my friends and I hate you for it," he spat. "They were good men. You have taken Miek's eye. You have hurt and scarred Rada. You have slain countless others. You have made no friends here." Orca rolled her eyes and snorted. "I do not want them." They walked on in silence. The sun was sinking behind the mountains. A soft pewter glow through the clouds, and shadows were thick in the vale when horns blew, and slowly the marching column staggered to a rippling, segmented halt. Sacks and barrels of food were unloaded from wagons, fire pits scratched out in the snow, tents raised and fire kindled. Bior set about separating the prisoners into groups of 10 or 12, and food was handed out: hard bread, cold strips of beef and pork, seal and whale meat in brine. Orca sat facing the fire, a Drenger from Svelgarth one side of her, a woman with a child the other. She looked into the flames slowly, gently tested the chain between her wrists, allowed the wolf to trickle through her blood, giving her new strength. She strained, muscles taut, gritted her teeth, felt a vein throb in her temple, looked for the slightest movement in the links, but the chain did not give. The sound of hooves and riders cantering back down the column, Miek at the head of a half-dozen dragonborn. They rode past warriors and Skraeling, past a long line of wagons, most of them full with supplies taken from the sack of Svelgarth. Sitting upon the driver's bench of one of them, Orca saw the white-haired man she had mauled, a child sitting beside him. She realized it was Herk, the lad who had been her Brekka's friend back in Feller village. That felt like another life before Thorkel was killed and Brekka taken. Behind them in the wagon bed she saw rows of children sitting, more of the tainted who had been stolen. She recognized one of them, dark-haired, heavy-browed. Bjarn, Uspa's son. He did not escape then during the chaos of our raid. The drum of hooves grew louder, Miek and her riders closer, and Orca blew out a long, soft breath, let her chains fall slack. She chewed on a piece of hard bread. "I am going to kill you," Miek said cheerfully when she saw Orca, then gave Bior a smile, who was stirring a pot over the fire pit. "Take the stragglers from the back," she called out as she slid from her horse and took Bior in an embrace, kissing him hard. The riders with her rode on, past the bulk of the prisoners and circling 7 or 8 of the stragglers from the rear of the column who had fallen behind and were being harried by Skraeling with spears and whips. Most of them were injured and limping, a few children among them. They started to scream as they saw Miek's riders, tried to run, but they were herded out and away from the column, towards the tree line. It was almost full dark now, the glow of the fresh-lit fire pits making the shadows deeper and darker, but the wolf in Orca's blood showed her what was happening. Shapes emerged from the tree line, frost spiders scuttling, night hags flowing like mist, moving swiftly towards the prisoners. Miek's riders and the Skraeling stabbed with spears at the prisoners to stop them fleeing back towards the warband, their screams rising, laced with panic. Then the first of the frost spiders was on them, leaping, legs wrapping around a woman, both of them crashing to the ground. A gurgled scream which dwindled to a bubbling groan. Others in the group beat at the frost spider, but then more of the Visen were on them, leaping, biting, and the night hags swept into the group. A child broke from the circle and ran wailing back towards the column, a frost spider speeding after her, leaping and fangs biting as the 2 of them fell to the ground. The child screamed. The Drenger beside Orca surged to his feet and took a step towards the prisoners, but Miek kicked at his ankle and he stumbled. A hiss of steel in her seeks was at his throat. "One more step and you will join them," she hissed at the Drenger. Orca could see the knife edge of indecision war within the warrior. "Sit, Hagel," a voice said. Dagrun, Jarl Orlig's son, who was sitting on the far side of the fire pit, glowering at Miek. "Listen to your chained chief," Miek said with a smile. "Or don't," she shrugged. "The frost spiders are hungry." With a ripple through his body, the Drenger stepped back and sat down by the fire. The screaming was over now, a few whimpers drifting on the wind, All the prisoners were down, wrapped in web, and the frost spiders began to drag them across the snow, back towards the tree line. Orca looked to Beor and caught his gaze. "A fair world and freedom," she said to him and spat on the ground. Beor looked away. "We are at war and they are our enemy," Miek said with a shrug, looking at him. "They have fought against us, have enslaved us. They have done far worse to us." "Those children," Orca said. "They would come to when they were grown," Miek said, brows knitting into a scowl. "Besides, we need to move fast. They would slow us down, and feeding them to the Visen is easier and faster than foraging." She looked at the Drenger who had stood. "At least they are being put to good use, rather than dropping and freezing where they lie. Even their teeth will be eaten by the tenor." "You think that is a comfort to us," Dagrun said. "I hope not," Miek smiled. Orca's wolf ears heard new sound from the woodland, and she turned to look, saw a line of figures emerge into the vale. She recognized Brock leading his crew of hunters and saw they were carrying something. Her heart lurched in her chest. "Do they have Brekka?" Miek hailed them as they crossed the vale, ice-reamed snow crunching under their feet, and they changed their course, heading towards her. Orca saw there were about a dozen with Brock, a mixture of Skraeling and humans. There were no bound captives being led. 2 of the Skraeling had bodies slung across their shoulders. The thud of hooves, and Rada came riding down the line on a big bay gelding. He reined in but stayed mounted. "What news, Brock?" Rada asked the hunter as he drew near. "Have you caught more runaways?" He nodded at the bodies the Skraeling were carrying. "No," Brock grunted. "Show them," he said to the Skraeling, and they dropped the bodies on the ground. A man and a woman, both dead. The man's throat had been cut, a neat slice made by sharp iron, crusted blood black in the moonlight. The woman's face was latticed with black veins, like a cobweb of ink beneath her skin, the eyes bulging in pain and mouth open, tongue black and swollen. Orca felt her heartbeat rise. She recognized that handiwork. Spurt. She looked to Rada and saw that he realized it too, a hand involuntarily rising to his own face, where Spurt's venom had wreaked such pain. "No sound or sign of who did this, the sneaky nithing troll humpers," Brock growled. "First I knew of them was Svi's screams. The hunters have become the hunted." Orca felt a smile twitch her lips at that, felt a flush of pride that Spurt and whoever had slain the other warrior had outwitted these hunters. But she felt a flicker of fear in her belly too. "Is Brekka with them? They should have been far from here by now." She looked to the mountain slopes, black as night, and knew that her crew were out there somewhere, and a glance at Rada showed that he knew that too. Chapter 8 Guthvar. I wish I was back in Feller village. Guthvar thought again as he followed Jarl Sigrun out of their longhouse, summoned for the second time this day by Likrifa. This time a tenor had come to give them the dragon god's summons, and it was whirring in the air before them now, flying forward, then sweeping high and swooping back to them, urging them on, into the courtyard and up the steps, into the ruined feast hall. They stepped up onto the dais where Helka had once sat, walked into a corridor and past Helka's chambers, the stars bright above where the roof had been torn away, and then they were descending steps into a passageway lit with flickering torches that Guthvar remembered none too happily. It had been the secret passage to Skalk's Galdur Tower, a place of nightmares that had brought Guthvar much pain. But now Skalk was gone, and Likrifa had settled there. The tenor disappeared as the corridor reached a set of steps, and then Sigrun and Guthvar were stepping into the entrance chamber of the tower, torches and sconces flickering around the vast room. Guthvar remembered there had been some Galdur spell over the entrance that had frozen him, held him fast until Skalk had uttered the Galdur spell that released him. It is easier to gain entrance now. Guthvar walked into Sigrun's back as she had abruptly stopped. "What?" Guthvar said, then he saw why. Serpents were writhing across the ground, hundreds of them. Some huge, their bodies thick as tree trunks, heads and jaws broad and powerful. They moved slow and sluggish across the floor, the hiss of scales on stone. Others were small and fast, heads weaving. The whole floor moved with them as if the ground were formed by the intertwined bodies of serpents. They climbed stone columns like ivy, even the staircase that wound upwards in a circle around the tower. As he looked higher, he saw something glinting. Glittering ropes crisscrossed the shadowed eaves. Then he saw the movement of limbs, saw the reflection of firelight in clustered eyes. Frost spiders. He resisted the urge to turn and run. I take it back. This is a far greater protection than some sniveling Galdyer spell, Guthvar thought with a shiver. The only space clear of the snakes was the center of the chamber, where Likrifa sat, reclining in a high-backed chair sipping mead from a fine-tooled cup. A table in front of her was filled with food and drink. Ilska and Drekker were there, as was Glun Irongrip. A scraling, gray-skinned and thick-muscled also sat at the table. Guthvar thought it was a female, but he was not sure. A handful of guards were spread around the great gates at the far side of the chamber. "Slept to Thyme," Likrifa said with a wave of her hand, and the serpents hissed and writhed before Sigrun and Guthvar, parting so that a path appeared before them. Sigrun stepped confidently along it, and Guthvar followed cautiously. The tenor that had led them here whirred and hovered over Likrifa, alighting on her shoulder. The dragon god smiled and stroked its rat-like head, then reached into a bowl on the table and threw something into the air. The tenor's wings snapped out and it leaped into the air, snatching whatever it was and popping it into its mouth. Guthvar heard crunching and grinding. "Sit, eat," Likrifa said, as Sigrun and Guthvar reached the table. As he sat, Guthvar looked into the bowl that the tenor had eaten from and saw that it was full of teeth, many of them still bloody, slivers of flesh hanging from them. He tried hard to keep the horror from his face. "You honor us," Sigrun said, and Likrifa smiled. "And fine company you keep," Sigrun added, gesturing to the serpents all around. "They feel my presence, cannot help but come to me the sweet things," Likrifa said, almost a purr. Guthvar remembered the horror he had felt when he had walked into Skauk's chamber, where all manner of Visen had been imprisoned. Faunir, a Necken, Hiendur, other creatures. This is far worse. He glanced at the serpents and shuddered, tried to keep the grimace from his face, and filled a plate with food. Oat-wrapped cod and pickled herring, spit-roasted lambs, hearts stuffed with walnuts and spinach, buttered turnips and soft cheese, then poured himself a cup of ale from a jug and sat back in his chair, looking around the table at his companions. Jarls, dragonborn, and a god, I am in fine company, he thought. Things seemed to have turned out far better than expected. It was not so long ago that my greatest hope was to live another day, and avoid a Hiendur eating its way through my chest. And the odd thing is, I feel at home here, feel like I was born for this. Born for great deeds, for high honor and battle fame. The Skraeling filled a plate and put its face into it, snuffling and snorting, eating like a hog. You do not deserve to sit here, among us heroes and great people, Guthvar thought. I like it here, Likrifa said, looking around the chamber. I'd like it more without the moving floor of serpents, or the spiders that would like nothing better than to drain me of my blood, Guthvar thought. But apart from them, this is quite fine. He wiped his nose with the back of his hand. I am pleased with the taking of Darl, Likrifa said, and more than pleased that I have destroyed my sister. Her face twisted in a savage, gleeful snarl. Let me tell you, that has been a few hundred years coming, and something that I have thought on often during my imprisonment. She smiled, the fresh cuts on her face twisting. A scab opened and leaked a thin trail of blood down one cheek. And I thank you for your part in that, Sigrun and Guthlaf. Guthvar corrected absently. What? He flushed, as his aunt dug him in the ribs with her elbow and added quietly, Apologies, my queen, my name, it is Guthvar, not Guthlaf. Likrifa scowled, her brows knitting, and there was a ripple through her face, her jaws jutting, a hint of teeth growing, and Guthvar felt a moment of total, all-encompassing terror. She is going to eat me. But then her expression shifted back into a thin smile. Gudvar, of course. We cannot have the wrong name remembered in the saga that the skalds will sing, can we? Gudvar breathed a sigh of relief. Skalds, sagas, my name is going to live on forever. He could not stop a smile spreading across his face. Ilska and Drekker have suggested to me that I invite you all here to discuss the way forward, Likrifa said. The way forward, Sigrun said. Whatever you wish of us we shall do. We are honored to serve you, Queen of all Vigrith. Likrifa dipped her head. But what is the way forward? Gudvar asked. Slaying my brother, Ulfrir the Wolf, Likrifa said with a smile. We must find him and kill him. There are other things that need to be done, my queen, Ilska said. Stepping stones towards the goal of finding your brother, towards your final victory. We should consolidate your power, move against those who would stand against you. So you keep saying, Likrifa said and gave a disinterested sigh. Orna is dead. The upstart Helka is dead, she said, sipping from her cup. It was my honor to slay her for you, Likrifa the Magnificent, Sigrun said. Likrifa smiled, a twitch of pleasure touching her lips and eyes. And I am told that Helka's eldest son and heir is dead, Likrifa added. She frowned. What was his name? She asked Ilska and Drekker. Hakon, my queen, Drekker rumbled. He is dead, I saw his body. I slew him, Gudvar said. Yes, Likrifa said. You did well, Gudvar, she said, humor in her eyes. I must confess I was not sure about you when first we met. You seemed weak, a coward, a tool to be used and discarded. She smiled at him with a sharp-toothed grin. But you have done exceedingly well. My thanks, my queen, Gudvar said, bowing his head. I only wish to serve you, as long as there is no pain involved, and to be brutally honest only if it serves me. But not all of your enemies in Darl died yesterday, my queen, Ilska said. Helka's daughter Estrid still lives, Ilska said matter-of-factly. She fled and took with her the remainder of Helka's Ulfheithnar thralls and some of Darl's Drengers. With Helka and Hakon dead, Estrid will now think of herself as the rightful queen of Darl and may well seek to rally those who oppose you. She is queen of nothing, Likrifa roared, dragon jaws shimmering, and Gudvar fought the urge to stand and run from the room. No, my queen, Estrid is no queen, but she can still pose a threat, can be a thorn in your foot. Then she should die, Likrifa said. Yes, Ilska said. And Jarl Orlig escaped with his tainted thralls and 2 ships' crews of Drengers, Drekker said. His longships were seen leaving Darl's docks. He will most likely go home to Svelgarth, Ilska added, where my brother Rada will give him a warm welcome, Likrifa sniffed. Skalk the Galderman fled too, Gudvar said. I had him under my sword, but then Orna fell, he shrugged. The truth was that Iasa, Skalk's oath-sworn Drenger, had Gudvar at the point of her blade when Orna fell, but that would not sound anywhere near as heroic in a skald's saga song. Perhaps Skalk is with Estrid, Glun Irongrip said. I saw them in the courtyard together after Orna fell. Gudvar was pleased to see that Irongrip looked almost as uncomfortable as Gudvar felt, his eyes continuously flickering from the serpent slithering close to his feet to the still and unnerving stares of the frost spiders above them. That would be his most likely course of action, Ilska said. Fleeing rats tend to stick together. Well, if you think they are so important, can someone find this Estrid and Skalk and kill them for me? Likrifa said. Yes, my queen, of course, Ilska said. But first we must find them. Then find them, Likrifa said with a wave of her hand. We would help you with that, Sigrun said. My nephew and I would we, Gudvar thought, shifting in his seat. It will be hard to track them, many fled Darl in all directions, Ilska said. If Brock were here he could track them easily, but he is with Rada, Drekker said. Heya, Ilska agreed. We must use our wits, think like them. At first they would have just fled and fast. Death was in the air, and they would have wanted to get as far from here as possible, as quickly as they could. Ilska tapped the arm of her chair with long fingers. But once they felt they had some distance and safety, she shrugged. Perhaps they would travel south to Liga or west to Snakovic. Helga was on the verge of war with Jarl Stur at Snakkevik, but in the past there was talk of a marriage between Estrid and Stur's son, Thorun. Ilska took a bite from a piece of pickled herring on her plate, then drank from her cup. Every movement was sharp and efficient. It would all depend on whether she will decide to run or fight. If she decides to run, then Liga would make more sense. It is a port, and she could leave Vigrith and disappear into Iskaden. But if she decides to fight, well, after Helga, Jarl Stur is the greatest power in Vigrith, so it would make sense for her to unite with him. She would dare to fight against me after she has seen my power, Likrifa said. She would, Guthvar said, remembering Estrid drawing her blade on him yesterday. She had almost bested him. It had been an unpleasant and unexpected shock. Good, Drekker said. Better that they turn and fight now, rather than hide under a rock where they can grow stronger. I need her found, Likrifa said. And this upstart Galderman who thinks he can enslave a god, thrall the tainted and work powerful magic. Snorted. Would you hunt them from the skies, my queen? Ilska asked. Likrifa frowned at that. Ulfrir is out there somewhere. I have been tricked by him before. My brother is sly and wolf cunning, you know. She drummed a finger on her cup. No, I will rest here a while and recover from my contest with my sister, perhaps wait for Rada to join me. Before I travel alone, I must discover where Ulfrir is hiding. She looked around, scanning the shadows as if he may even now be creeping up on her. He will be scheming and plotting, not sitting idle, of that I have no doubt. Guthvar did not like the thought of a giant wolf plotting war against them. I would be honored to hunt Estrid and Skalk for you, my queen, Glunn said. No, Drekker said. Yesterday you fought against us. We will not send you after those who were your allies just one day gone. I have sworn Likrifa my oath. I would not betray you, Glunn said, a twist of anger in his lips at the insult. Oaths are easy to say, harder to keep, Drekker growled, fixing Glunn with a red-eyed stare that sent a shiver down Guthvar's back. You will stay close, prove yourself to us here. I am sure there are more of Helga's supporters lurking here in Darl. You shall root them out. As you wish, Glunn muttered, eyes flickering to Likrifa. Guthvar thought he looked none too pleased with the prospect of staying close to the dragon. Let me hunt these nithings for you, Mother Maker, the Skraeling grunted through a mouthful of food. If Ilska thinks you are needed to capture these pathetic humans, Likrifa said. I do, my queen, Ilska said. Krusa, go with Sigrun and Guthvar. Hunt this Estrid and Skalk together. Sigrun, take your Drengers, me, us. Guthvar was not sure if he was pleased or upset. Pleased to get away from this nest of vipers, yes, but heading back into danger, most definitely upset. After yesterday, he was hoping for some time to recuperate from the stress of betrayal and battle. It was an exhausting business. In truth, he'd spent much of the afternoon thinking about paying the Horvilju a visit down at the dead Drenger. If she wasn't stabbed, eaten, crushed, eviscerated, or killed in some other equally unpleasant manner yesterday. Krusa grunted and shrugged as if she did not care if Sigrun and he came or not. Then she went back to eating like a hog from a trough. My queen, Sigrun said, it shall be our honor. Krusa, take your clan with you, Ilska said, and whoever or whatever you think you will need. She gestured to the Visen around her, tenor, trolls, and frost spiders. Any of our queen's children will be happy to go with you. Yes, do as Ilska says, Likrifa said. Yes, Mother Maker, the Skraeling grunted, hardly pausing from her eating. She lifted her head and grinned at Sigrun and Guthvar, showing a mouthful of fangs and half-chewed food. Just perfect, Guthvar thought with an internal sigh. We get to take the monsters with us. Chapter 9. Elvar lowered her sword and let her shield hang loose at her side. Steam rose from her in a cloud amid the ice-crusted cold, sweat prickling on her skin. She was in the weapons court of Snakkevik, training with Gwynne, and for a few brief moments she had forgotten all about gods, oaths, responsibilities, and the 1,000 tasks she had to get through before the evening meal. Winding steps carved into the bone of Snakka's skull led down to the plateau where the weapons court stood. a steep-sided cliff dropping away from it to the fjord far below. Distant lights glimmered within the eye sockets of the serpent, the town of Snakkevik existing in its perpetual gloom. Beyond the rim of the fjord cliffs the sun was a pale, diffuse glow on the horizon as it sank into the sea, making the fjord of Snakkevik glow as if it was threaded with molten silver. Snowflakes fell gently about her, tingling on her skin. "Good," Gwynne grunted, lowering his own axe and shield. He was wearing a sea-blue nalbending cap on his head and mittens on his hands and wore his coat of mail over a thick woolen tunic. Stepping forward, he leaned his shield against a low wall. Elvar took her cap off, wool with a thick band of otter fur, and ran a hand through her sweat-drenched hair. "It is strange being back here," Elvar said. "So many memories even just here upon this small square of earth and bone." She tapped the ground of the weapons court with her heel. "Heya," Gwynne agreed. "The memories of this place are good." He looked around the weapons court, a faint smile twitching his lips. "Of me training a savage war hound." He looked up the steps that wound back up to the fortress, saw the silhouette of walls and the jagged remains of Jarl Stur's feast hall. "The memories up there, though." He shook his head, looked at her with bright shining eyes. "Being there, it brings back your mother's pain, how he treated her." His face twisted, part grimace, part snarl. "I do not like being up there, in that hall, those chambers." "He is dead," Elvar said, a fierceness that she did not realize was there spilling from her lips. "Aye," Gwynne nodded, "and that is good. But it does not take away the pain, does it?" "No," Elvar said, tugging on the troll tusk that hung about her neck. She had been surprised at that, had expected to feel euphoria at her father's death, to feel the satisfaction of justice, of vengeance, but that had not happened. If anything, there was a regret. At the words unsaid between them, that could never be said now. "No point dwelling on it," Gwynne murmured. "There is nothing we can do to change it now." He looked up at her, sat straighter. "Here, I have something for you," Gwynne said, and reached round to his back, pulling an axe from his belt. He held it out for her. "I fight with sword and shield," she said with a frown. "Aye, you do, but you can never have too many sharp edges on you. And perhaps you will find yourself in a situation where your shield has been splintered or you only have your weapons belt to hand. You should learn to fight with sword and axe." "I am clumsy with an axe." "Aye, but there's something you can do about that. It's called practice." And he smiled lovingly as a parent over their child. "This is no ordinary axe." Elvar looked more closely at it. The shaft was longer than usual for a hand axe, and thinner, and the head was smaller, with an iron hammer as a counterweight to the blade. The lower half of the haft was wound with a leather grip, a thread of silver wire running through it. Elvar took it from Gwynne and gasped at the lightness of it. The wire seemed to tingle in her palm. She chopped at the air, felt how easy and flowing it was to use. "It is perfectly balanced," she said, taking a slice at the bough of a tree that hung over the wall. "It carved through the bough as easily as a knife would cut through skyr." "Where did you get it?" Gwynne's smile broadened. "I found it among the treasure we have brought from Oskatreth. It is remarkable." Elvar ran a thumb across it and whistled. It had shaved a neat slice of her skin. "You don't think it is the Fate Maker?" she whispered. "Berser's axe?" "No," Gwynne shook his head, though he frowned for a moment. "No," he repeated. "That was a long axe, and it is said to hold the souls of 12 of his berserker children." He looked suspiciously at the axe in Elvar's hands. "Can you hear them whispering to you?" Elvar dipped an ear closer to the axe blade, but all she could hear was the raucous calling of gulls and distant waves lapping in the fjord far below. She laughed and shook her head. "No, not the Fate Maker then," Gwynne said, "but this one could be its little brother or sister. One thing for sure, it is as sharp as sickness." Elvar smiled. "Teach me how to use this axe, then." Gwynne smiled back at her. Elvar woke with her heart hammering, the echo of a booming voice ringing in her ears, so loud she felt it reverberating in her chest. For a moment she did not know where she was as she struggled to her feet. Then memory returned in a flood. "My father's chamber." She reached for her weapons belt slung over a chair and strapped it over her brynja, which she had grown accustomed to sleeping in. She had taken it from the battle plain about Oskatreth, and it weighed less than her linen undertunic. Her fingertips brushed over the axe Gwynne had given her, and hefted her war shield from where it leaned against a wall, slinging it over her back. "Thieves!" a booming voice bellowed, timbers shaking, dust falling, and Elvar ran, crashing through a door into a corridor as she drew her sword. Orv the Sneak was there, standing guard over her chamber with a spear in his fist, alongside a berserker named Thorgunna. She was standing with twin axes in her fists, growling. Grend emerged from another door, pulling his axe from his belt, Jitha behind him leaping up from a cot and slithering into her ring mail. Another door to a chamber was pulled open and Ulfrir appeared, Skuld filling the doorway behind him. They all fell in behind Elvar as she ran down the corridor, threw her shoulder into another door and burst into the ruin of her father's feast hall. The first thing to hit Elvar's senses the sweet stink of charred flesh. Atrung was there, on his pedestal of stone. "Thieves!" he bellowed again, mouth as wide as a shield. She scanned the room, saw a charred body lying on the ground before the doors to her treasury, flesh blackened and steaming in the cold, one arm draped over a wooden chest. Soft falling snowflakes hissed into steam as they settled upon it. "My treasure," Elvar realized, looking at the chest. She ran to the treasury, the doors smashed open, one hanging from its hinges, and peered inside. It was empty. The other chest filled with her gold and silver from Oskatreth was gone, along with the bags of silver and jewels her father had collected. There was another scorched body lying where the chest had been. "They took your gold," Atrung said to Elvar as she ran to the fallen bodies. She kicked one over, flesh falling away in clumps from the blackened corpse. Uspa's Sather spell. Other figures swarmed into the hall from different directions and ran to Elvar. Uspa with Barak, Sivet and Solin, more of the battle grim, a score of Jarl Stur's Drengers now sworn to her. "Where are Atrud and Sitha? And my Drengers," Elvar said, referring to the two berserkir and the warriors she had left guarding the treasury. "There," Atrung said, looking in the direction of the shadowed mound. Sivet went to it, pulled on an arm to reveal a man with his throat cut. "Atrud," Barak said, stalking over to his fallen comrade. He knelt beside him. His weapons are still in his belt. He looked at the other dead, all piled in a mound. None of them drew a weapon. He looked up at Uspa. "How?" "Sather," Uspa said, sniffing the air like a hound. "It is all around us like a malignant fume." "Yes," Atrung said, "but they did not realize you have some Sather of your own." He chuckled. "Uspa's Sather spell on the chests cooked some of them," he continued. "I reckon it taught them to think twice before they try to steal your hard-won gold." Though they still managed to take one chest, used that man's body to push the chest into a sack. Resourceful and persistent even if they are thieves, and then they ran for it. "How many?" Grend asked Atrung. "Oh, now the Silent One speaks to me," Atrung said. "How many?" Grend snarled. "No less than 30, no more than 40, Atrung said with a sniff. More berserkir arrived, 10 or 12 of them, a snarling mass of iron, fur, and braids. "Who are they?" Elvar said, leaning as close as she could to study the fallen bodies. Silver armbands and leather had melted into the flesh and bone. "The wave roamers," Orv said, kicking over a scorched shield, the sigil of a ship's sail partially visible. "Ingvild," Elvar snarled. Jitha tied her hair back. "After them," Elvar said, and strode through the shattered wall of the feast hall and out into the shadowdark street. Sivet caught up to her as Elvar broke into a run. "Where are we going?" "Shouldn't we be tracking their trail first?" he grunted. "I know where they're going," Elvar said. "Where?" Sivet huffed. "The docks and their drakkar," Elvar grunted. "That's what I'd be doing." Sivet smiled and grunted admiringly. "Jitha," Elvar called over her shoulder, and the warrior caught up with her. "Close the gates." Jitha reached for a horn banded with silver hanging at her belt and blew. Elvar, hearing it, answered somewhere ahead of them a few heartbeats later, fluttering through the snow dark. But along with it, she heard the clash of steel and fractured screams. Elvar shrugged her shield from her back and, hefting it, ran on. She turned a corner in the street and the fortress gates came into view, light and shadow flickering across them from flame-filled iron braziers. The gates were open, bodies on the ground, Drengers rushing from the ramparts. Elva reached them and slowed, her berserkers flowing around her. She looked about her. The ground was littered with bodies, most of them Drengers with Snakovik's serpent-scribed shields. They were caught unawares. No one expects enemies to attack from within the gates. Gwynne crouched and lifted a shield from a body, blue, a Drakar's sail scribed upon it. He looked at Elvar. Hrung was right, Elvar said. Ingvild's wave roamers. They ran on, breath misting in great clouds, more Drengers joining them. Snow crunched as they thundered along the wooden walkway that led from the fortress across a plateau to the stairwell that led down through Snaka's serpent skull into the town of Snakovik. They passed mercenary camps on either side lit with flickering fire, Elvar noticing there were fewer than when she had arrived at Snakovik. Dragon hunting is not for some of them then. She had expected some to leave, but was pleased by the numbers that had remained. She saw flashes of staring faces, heard shouted calls from either side as she ran, heard the thud of feet as more warriors joined them from various camps, caught a glimpse of Jalmer Peacemaker with a handful of his crew running to join her. And then she saw the entrance to the skull steps, the stairway that led down through Snaka's skull into the town of Snakovik. Torchlight revealed more bodies on the ground, more of her Drengers overwhelmed by the rush of Ingvild and her wave roamers. She slowed and glanced at the corpses, ran on. They are my warriors, mine to avenge. Still she ran on, saw Grend on one side of her, Ulfrir on the other. His face was grim, amber eyes blazing with reflected torchlight as they descended into the tunnel. Smoke from torches and whale oil braziers was thick in the passage, stinging her eyes, and ahead Elvar heard weapons clashing, screams echoing. They passed more dead, a few of Ingvild's among them, and then Elvar was bursting out from the tunnel into the town of Snakovik. The orange glow of torch and hearth light spread beneath her, leading down to the fjord, where black water lapped at 100 longships. The pathway down through Snakovik to the docks was marked by torchlight, a winding, serpent-like constellation of stars. Elvar glimpsed a huddle of figures flitting through the glow and disappearing around a bend in the street, saw a pale face look back at her, black braids flying, her lower jaw a mass of swirling tattoos. Elvar snarled and sprinted on, leaping down steps 3 at a time, slipping on timber walkways, her breath heaving in her chest. She skidded and slammed into a wall, Ulfrir reaching out to steady her, and then the ground was leveling. The stink of fish and salt growing as they approached the docks, turned a corner and saw Ingvild's crew hurtling down a pier, a Drakar at the end of it heaving with people readying the ship to sail, the oar mast being raised and slotted into the mast hole, sails still furled, oars heaved from the central racks. Elvar saw a fair-haired woman with sword and shield turn and look back. She said something to the woman next to her, the dark-haired, tattooed woman Elvar had glimpsed earlier. Ingvild, the traitorous bitch, and her Sather Witch. A handful of words was exchanged and the Sather Witch was turning, one arm gesturing in the air, shouting words that Elvar did not understand. Movement on the dock caught Elvar's eye, something slithering across the timber, and she slowed, stumbled to a halt, her crew rippling to a standstill around her. A serpent, black-skinned and long as a man. It moved across the dock, raised its head and looked at Elvar, hissed at her, venom dripping from its fangs. More movement, the shadows churning, and more serpents slithered onto the dock, 10, 20, more and more of them, filling the space between Elvar and Ingvild's crew until the whole of the dock was seething. Ulfrir stepped forwards. "Pathetic," he muttered. Farnar, Omkanarvathyr Vinir, he snarled with a dismissive gesture, and the serpents were suddenly evaporating, hissing into so much mist and smoke. Elvar blinked. What? She muttered. They were a Sather spell, Uspa said beside her. A glamour, an illusion. With a shriek, Skuld's wings snapped open and she was leaping into the air, wings beating as she drew the sword at her waist, and she swept higher as Ingvild's Sather witch raised her hands. Runes sparked to life as she traced them in the air with a black-nailed finger. Beside Elvar, Uspa stepped forwards, snarling and spitting out her own Sather words. Bindu Varir Henar, Uspa cried out, and at the feet of Ingvild's Sather witch tendrils of mist rose up from between the timber planks, coiling about her like vine on a tree and wrapping around her mouth, solidifying and pulling tight. The Sather witch mumbled, staggered backwards, clawing at her mouth, but the mist just parted for her fingers and reformed. A shriek from above and Skuld came hurtling down, a glitter of ice as her sword swung and the Sather witch fell backwards, crashed to the docks, blood erupting. Elvar strode forwards, Gwynne and her crew moving with her. Ingvild was shouting orders at her crew, a dozen on the ship, more on the docks. 2 warriors carrying a hemp sack between them were clambering into the drakkar. Ingvild turned and saw the Sather serpents evaporate and her Sather witch fall. She stood there a moment, looked at Elvar and her warriors. Shield wall, Ingvild bellowed. The warriors on the dock turned, shields clattering and slamming together, forming up into 3 lines. Iron glinted as axes and spears were hefted. Kill them, Elvar snarled, breaking into a jog, and around her the berserkir roared, thundering forwards. They overtook her, and as they ran Elvar saw them change. Muscles swelling on backs and shoulders, hunching, eyes blazing. They growled and frothed, axes rising and swept forwards like a wave of muscle, claw, and iron. She saw Ingvild's shield wall brace before impact. Then there was a crash that shook the timber beneath Elvar's feet, making her stumble. As she righted herself, she saw that the shield wall was gone, bodies spinning through the air, bodies on the ground, berserkir hacking about them with a savage fury. Here and there pockets of combat raged, some of Ingvild's shield wall regrouping, more warriors leaping from the drakkar back onto the dock, joining the battle. Elvar saw 3 of them skewer a berserkir with their spears, but he only snarled and hacked at the spear shafts with his axe, splintering 2 of them. Elvar hefted her sword and shield and ran into the carnage, bodies strewn about her, blood slick on the timber boards. She saw a knot of Ingvild's wave roamers and ran at them, skidded and leaned back to avoid a stabbing spear that hissed over her shoulder, stumbled and fell crashing into the spear holder. Her momentum knocked his legs out from beneath him and they fell in a tangle, rolled, spear and shield snaring, Elvar trying to stab with her sword but getting no power behind it. They snarled and spat, a wash of fetid breath as the man tried to bite her and Elvar smashed her head into his nose, came to a halt and she scrambled free, rose to one knee and saw Gwynne and Barak descend upon the spearmen. Axes chopped and blood sprayed. A short scream ended with another hack of Gwynne's axe. Elvar stood, caught a blur of movement to her right and turned, sword swinging, a warrior leaping at her, a woman chopping with a bearded axe. Gwynne bellowed and leaped, slammed his shoulder into her and they fell together and rolled. Elvar followed them, her sword stabbing down, and the woman screamed, arched her back. Elvar ripped her blade free and raised it for another strike, but the woman was flopping, Gwynne climbing to his feet. Blood sheeted his face from a cut across his forehead. "You're hurt," Elvar said, and he touched the wound. "A scratch," he grunted. "Good scrap, this," Sivet grinned as he joined them, his axe red and dripping, shield as big as a table. The 3 of them strode on together, combat raging around them. Elvar stabbing with her sword, punching with her shield, Gwynne hacking with his god's-touched axe, cleaving through mail, flesh, bone, Sivet sending people crashing to the ground with blows that would fell trees. Elvar glimpsed Ulfrir, still in his human form, though he was growling and slashing about him with long-taloned hands. A handful of warriors were gathered around him, amber-eyed men and women snarling, protecting his flanks and carving into any who dared attack him. Solon Spittle fought alongside a group of the Battlegrim, her Oscatreth spearhead glowing silver as it carved through a warrior. Jalmer Peacemaker was bellowing in rage through his spittle-flecked beard, his fell-hearted warriors bunched behind him. Some were sheathing their weapons to drop to their knees and strip the dead. And then Elvar saw Ingvild. She was stood over the body of one of Elvar's Drengers, a shield in one fist, bearded axe in the other. Fair-haired with a fine nasal helm, a coat of blood-spattered mail and silver rings upon her arm. "She's mine," Elvar snarled at Gwynne and Sivat, stepping forwards, shield held in front, sword tip balanced on the top rim. Ingvild grinned at her and took a step to her right, away from Elvar's sword arm. Then Ingvild was darting in fast and chopping high, Elvar moving to block, realizing it was a feint as Ingvild's wrist twisted and the blow slipped low, around her shield and scoring a line across Elvar's ribs, the rings on her brynja holding. Elvar stepped back, annoyed with herself, felt her ribs throbbing from the blow, growled and moved in, sword hidden behind her shield, stabbing at Ingvild's axe arm. The woman stepped back, knocked Elvar's sword away with her shield, began to smile, but then Elvar's shield rim was punched into her jaw and she stumbled back, spitting blood. Elvar followed fast, movement from her left, and she twisted, saw a spear-wielding warrior lunging at her. Sivat stepped in and hammered the man to the ground. "You weren't invited," he rumbled as he swung his axe down. Elvar stepped after Ingvild, who was setting her feet and raising her shield, blood on her lips. Elvar swung high and low, both blows blocked by Ingvild's shield, wood splintering. Then Ingvild was stepping close, hooking the beard of her axe over Elvar's shield and stepping away, pulling and twisting. A sharp pain in Elvar's wrist and she hissed, her grip loosening and her shield was ripped from her grip. Elvar stepped back, glimpsed a crowd around them formed in a half-circle, Skuld, Ulfrir, many of the Battlegrim, her berserkir, all snarling and prowling. The battle was done. But if she backed away now, didn't prove herself the better warrior, how would they ever believe her fit to lead them against a dragon god? Barak stepped forwards. "No," Elvar barked at him, "she's mine." "That will be your last mistake," Ingvild said through bloodied lips. Elvar's left hand reached for the axe Gwynne had given her. It slipped from her belt into her fist and she set her feet, spun her sword in her fist. "Come then, thief," she growled at Ingvild. Ingvild grinned and shuffled forwards, shield in front of her, axe raised high. Elvar turned, side on, left side facing Ingvild, her small axe raised to head height, sword held low. As Ingvild stepped closer, Elvar pivoted on her heel, chopped with her sword and Ingvild blocked it, struck with her axe, but Elvar's own axe snaked out and met Ingvild's blade. A twist of Elvar's wrist and her axe head hooked around Ingvild's weapon, locking them together. A rotation of Elvar's arm and wrist, and she was dragging Ingvild's axe head low, pulling her enemy off balance as she twisted her arm, steering Ingvild's axe beneath the lower rim of her shield, and at the same time swinging her sword high in a looping chop, coming down between Ingvild's neck and shoulder. Shattered links of mail and blood sprayed as Elvar ripped her sword free, Ingvild falling to her knees. The sword swung again, clanging off Ingvild's helm, denting it and sending her crashing onto her back. She tried to roll away, but Elvar's blows were too fast now, the small axe chopping down into Ingvild's face. A scream, the axe rising and falling, blood and teeth spraying, rose and fell again and again, rage flooding Elvar. Eventually she paused, her chest heaving, breath loud in her ears, and she blinked sweat out of her eyes, looked around. All were staring at her. "She stole my treasure," Elvar said, spitting blood onto the floor. "Remind me never to take anything from you without asking first," Sivat boomed. Chapter 10. Varg v. Arg ran, sweat dripping into his eyes as he splashed across a shallow stream. A sandy road wound ahead of him, mountains rearing either side, dotted with scrub and twisted hawthorn. The sky above was blue and cloudless, the sun a hammer beating down upon him, his coat of mail heavy upon his shoulders. He did not care, was hardly even aware. In his head he was in a cold land, snow all about him, watching as his sister was nailed to a tree. He saw her killer's face, weathered and sharp-featured, grinning as he hammered the nails in, grinning as he gutted her. "I will kill you, Brock," he thought, his teeth grinding and lips pulling back in a snarl. "Slower, brother," a voice said behind him. "Huh," Varg grunted and looked around. Svik was riding upon a fine roan mare. "Slow down," Svik said. "The horses cannot keep up." A shout behind them, and Varg saw Sulik raise an arm, pulling his horse from a trot to a walk and then stopping. A line of riders slowed behind him, all of them gathering along the stream that Varg had just crossed. "Thank the dead gods I'm starving," Svik said, clicking his tongue and guiding his horse around, riding back towards the stream. "Come on, brother," he said, looking back at Varg, who had slowed and paused. "Let's go fill our water bottles and eat some cheese." "Rokia?" Varg said, looking ahead again, to where the road twisted around an outcrop of rock and disappeared. "She'll be back soon," Svik said. "Come on." Varg grunted and broke into a slow jog back towards Sulik and the stream, where riders were dismounting, letting their mounts drink and squatting to splash water into their faces and refill water bottles tied to belts and saddle horns. Varg reached the stream and untied his own water bottle, unstoppered it and raised it to his lips. Realized it was empty. When did that happen? Svik dismounted and led his horse to the stream, letting it drink while he rummaged in a saddle bag, pulling out a wedge of cheese wrapped in linen. He grinned at Varg. They sat in silence beside the stream, Varg filling his water bottle and sipping at it, Svik contentedly slicing slivers of cheese and chewing. He offered some to Varg, but he shook his head. "Starving yourself to death is not going to help you put Brock Trollsterd in the ground," Svik said with a frown, shaking a slice of cheese at Varg. He scowled but took the cheese and chewed. His stomach growled. He had not realized how hungry he was. Footsteps and Sulik joined them, squatting in his lamellar plate and drinking deeply from his water bottle. "We should reach Ula's soon," Sulik said. "Aye," Svik agreed. He looked at the people milling at the stream, all of Sulik's tainted kin that they had found in Jaramir's prison. They were clothed in kit taken from Jaramir's druzhina, lamellar plate, horsehair-plumed helms, curved swords and bows in cases at their hips. "Are you sure about this? Are they sure about this?" "There is nothing for them here," Sulik shrugged. "Nothing good, anyway. If they stayed, they would be hunted down, put to the question about Jaramir's death, then killed or returned to the life of a thrall. This way they have a chance at freedom, at life." "Fighting a dragon," Svik said with a raised eyebrow. "A chance, I said," Sulik muttered. "And dying free is better than a lifetime on your knees." He scrubbed a hand across his shaved head and tugged on his long braid. "Besides, it is their choice, and that is worth more than gold to them." "Aye," Varg grunted. He had been a thrall all his life. It was less than a year since he had slain his owner, Kalskeg the farmer, and fled his farm, and yet the memories were dimming, superseded by the bright light of the Bloodsworn. Life with them had changed everything. If only Froya had been given the same chance. "Can they fight?" Svik asked Sulik. "Of course they can fight," Sulik said. "We are all children of Kirill, tainted or not. Riding and bow-work began for us before we could walk." Svik nodded. "And they will fight for Glornir, for us Bloodsworn." "We have just given them the gift of freedom, as Glornir gave to me," Sulik said. "They will be loyal unto death, as will I." Svik reached out and took Sulik's wrist. "I do not doubt it, brother." Varg heard footsteps and looked up, realized that Svik and Sulik had not heard anything. It was his wolf ears. He stared back up the pass and saw Rokia appear around a curve in the road. She covered the ground quickly and splashed across the stream. She was not breathing heavily, just a trickle of sweat running down her forehead and cheek, giving any indication that she had been running since dawn. "Ulez is close," she said. Varg ran to Rokia's left. They were well ahead of Svik and Sulik's column of tainted riders. Varg could hear the rhythmic thud of their hooves, but the sounds and scents of the seaport of Ulaz were filling his senses and overwhelming everything else. Brine, fish, rotting food, spices, the screeching of gulls and lapping of waves, and behind it all the thrum and stench of human habitation swept over him like a great wave on the Whale Road. And then they were turning a corner and Ulaz spread before them, Varg stuttering to a halt. They were higher than the port, the road they were on winding down through foothills to the port. Varg blinked at sunshine reflecting from countless whitewashed houses and red-tiled roofs built upon the east and west banks of a brown, sluggish river that spilled out into the sea, masts and sails bobbing on the swell and ebb of the bay. Here and there groves of green trees and pools sparkled, punctuating the endless lime-washed houses. Rokia shifted her course and came to stand alongside him. They stood in silence a while, Varg just staring at the immensity of Ulaz, almost overwhelmed by it. Despite the storm of sensations, though, Froya returned to his head, her screams ringing through him as she was nailed to the tree. "Grief," Rokia said, not meeting his eyes. "It gnaws at the soul." Varg swallowed. She turned to face him. "But it can be a weapon, too." Varg looked at her. "You speak as if you know." "I," Rokia nodded, her face like carved stone. "My mother murdered before my eyes by my village because she was tainted." A muscle twitched in her jaw. "I ran." I can still hear her screams as I fled from them, from her. "How old were you?" Varg asked her. 9, perhaps, maybe 10, Rokia shrugged. Varg reached out and touched her hand. She did not pull away. "I used my grief, felt it turn into a white-hot rage in the forge of my soul. I hunted them all down eventually, some in groups, some one by one. 5 years it took me." She sighed, her lips a thin line. "Killing them did not bring my mother back, nor did it ease the pain of her loss." She leaned her head left, then right, her neck clicking. "It felt good." She looked at him. "Do you understand what I am saying to you?" "Aye," Varg nodded. "Revenge may not bring Froya back, but seeing those nithings in the ground, that may bring me some peace." Varg walked through the streets of Ulaz, the wolf in him overwhelmed by every sense. All around him was noise, street vendors shouting to sell their wares, people haggling, moneylenders sitting with their birch-bark tally sticks and strongmen behind them with clubs and dour faces. Everything that could be sold was here, and more besides. Pots of honey and mead, seal skins, walrus ivory, deer hides, beaver and fox pelts, salt in sacks, shark meat in barrels, troll tusks, trestle tables filled with jewelry carved from amber, jet and ivory, enamel pins, silver pendants, iron brooches. Weapons and armor of all description. All around him fires were burning in braziers, meat turning on iron spits, fat dripping and sizzling. And it was not just the goods for sale, it was the variations among the people. Here and there Varg saw others like him, clearly from Vigrith, looking familiar with their beards and braided hair, woolen tunics and breeches. One man with different colored eyes and a shield slung over his back looked at Varg and looked away. But there were many others around him with shaven heads, thick braids and drooping mustaches, like Sulik, dressed in kaftans and baggy breeches, and others with clean-shaven faces, giving them the appearance of children, and others with oiled and gleaming hair and silver rings hanging from their beards, their clothes bright and dazzling. All shades of skin were swarming around him, from milk pale to teak dark. They moved on, Sulik and his riders dismounting and leading their horses by the reins. The streets narrowed, the sound ebbing, the noise and scents rising to a new level as they stepped into another courtyard. Blood. The wolf inside him growled. People were gathered around huge pits carved into the ground, waving arms and shouting and screaming as if their village were being burned down. Varg changed his direction and elbowed through the crowd, coming to stand on the rim of one of the pits. Two bull trolls were fighting within it, gripping each other with heads down, trying to gore one another with their tusks. They were standing almost entirely still, muscles bunched like cord, veins bulging and squirming. They were both naked apart from a woven rope tied around each one's waist, one red, one yellow. One of the trolls managed to hook a tusk below the jawline of the other, gave a savage wrench of his neck, and there was an explosion of blood, the other troll stumbling back and crashing into the pit's curved wall. The first troll raised its head and let out a deafening bellow, then ran at his injured foe. "Stop gawping like a hooked fish," Esvik said, grabbing Varg's arm. "We need to find Glornir." They had descended quickly from the foothills beyond Ulas and were now marching as straight a path as was possible through the maze of wide streets and open courtyards towards the docks, where they were to meet Glornir and the rest of the Bloodsworn upon the Sea Wolf. The plan had been for Glornir to sail ahead of Sulik, and his riders to have time to purchase a boat at Ulas capable of taking horses across the Whale Road to Vigrith. In Jaramir's chambers at Valdai, Esvik had found 3 chests full of silver and gold, which Glornir said should be given to Sulik's tainted kin, as some recompense for Jaramir's treatment of them. They had spoken among themselves, then found Glornir and told him they wished to travel with the Bloodsworn, if he would take their oath, to fight this dragon. They had tried to give the chests back, but Glornir had said he would use it to buy them a ship, which had made them stand taller with pride. Esvik steered Varg away from the pits and their crowds, and they continued through the streets of Ulas, the smell of brine and fish growing as they drew nearer the docks. Rokia led them to a street that followed the river, and they passed a wide bridge that crossed over to the east bank. Druzhina stood guarding the bridge before a wooden gateway, allowing a heavily laden cart to cross over. Esvik slowed and stared, frowning. "What's wrong?" Varg asked him. "There have never been gates and guards to the east bank before," Esvik said quietly. "And look," he pointed at the docks on the east bank. They were bristling with hundreds of sleek-lined longships and wider-bellied transport ships. Rokia and Sulik came to stand beside them. "Well, they are not here for the food and good gambling at the fighting pits," Rokia said. There was the clatter of hooves behind them, and they turned to see a double column of Druzhina riding down the street. A man rode at their head in gleaming lamellar plate, head shaved with a thick blonde braid looped across his shoulder and a dangling blonde mustache, his helm and sword hanging from his saddle. "It is Rurik, Jaramir's brother," Sulik hissed. Esvik said, "Keep your head down and get your tainted to the docks." "What are we going to do?" Varg asked as Sulik hurried away. "Just watch," Esvik said. Rurik rode to the gates, and Varg saw a man riding at his side. Lean as a half-starved wolf, his head shaved, beardless, dark tattoos mapping his lower jaw, his eyes sunken in shadow. A thick iron collar bound his neck. "Who is that?" Varg whispered. "Rurik's rune wielder," Esvik answered. As Jaramir had Iva, they wield Sather much like Val. Esvik nodded at the longships on the east bank. "Every longship will have its own rune wielder, to protect them from Esjavarorm serpents and other dangers while they sail the Whale Road." Varg nodded, looking back to Rurik. Druzhina rode behind him, gleaming in their coats of lamellar, curved swords and bows at their hips, spears held upright in saddle cups, the iron tips glinting like stars, and the crowds in the street parted before them. Guards on the bridge shouted orders and the gates opened, Rurik and his Druzhina riding onto the bridge and crossing over in a thunder of hooves. Esvik stood watching for a while as they crossed the bridge, waited until Rurik reached the far side, and then he led his men north, along the bank of the river towards the eastern docks. "Come on," Esvik said eventually, and led Varg and Rokia back towards the street. "What's going on?" Varg asked as they slipped into the crowds. The invasion of Vigrid seems to be much more advanced than Glornir thought, Esvik said. That fleet looks almost ready to sail. What shall we do? Varg asked. Tell Glornir and let him worry about it, Esvik answered with a smile, although it did not reach his eyes. A man stepped through the crowd, a shield slung across his shoulder. Varg realizing it was the man he had seen earlier with the different colored eyes. He stopped and looked at Varg and smiled as if they were old friends. I've been looking for you, the man said. Others stepped into view, drawing axes, leveling spears, some with shields in their fists painted with a golden eye. As the crowd in the street scattered, Rokia and Esvik took a step away from Varg, half turning and reaching for their weapons. Then hands were grabbing Varg from behind, a bag dragged over his head. The wolf inside him howled, and he felt its strength began to struggle, ripping free from someone's grip. He heard Rokia snarl, heard a man scream. A crunch and white lights exploded in his head. His knees buckled and he was falling. Chapter 11. Bjorbi Ior looked up at Miek where she sat astride him, her breeches bunched around her ankles, her coat of mail glistening with dew, the flesh of her thighs pale as milk. She blew out a cloud of misted breath and sighed. Her eyes were closed, and for a moment the lines in her face were softer, carefree. Even the puckered scars around her ruined eye did not look so deep. She sucked in a long breath and made a contented sound, then opened her eyes and smiled at him. Ah, I needed that, she breathed. You have always been a good hump, she said, a grin stretching across her lips, and even though she smiled, the hardness returned to her features. She wriggled off his hips and rolled onto the ground, pulling up her breeches. Well, I'm glad to have been of service, Bjor said, reaching to drag his own breeches back up and tie them off as the cold began to bite at his goose-prickling flesh. Oh, you have. I would recommend you to my friends if I had any left alive, she said. Are we not friends? Bjor asked her. Miek leaned over on one elbow and looked at him, her bold smile fading, and she stroked one finger down his cheek to his stubbled jaw. We are, she whispered, and more, then bent and kissed him on the lips. It was different from her normal kiss, soft where it was usually hard, tender where it was usually passion and fire. Then she was standing and buckling on her weapons belt over her coat of mail, her brother Drekker's 2 seekses that she had retrieved from Orca hanging from it, one across the front of her hips, one across her buttocks. She stood over Bjor and offered him a hand. He took it, and she heaved him upright. He adjusted his coat of mail and cinched his weapons belt tight, bent to retrieve his cloak and threw it across his shoulders, tying it. They were standing among tall reeds beside the bank of a river, mist swirling off the water and around their ankles. The bonebacks reared to the north, the rising sun gleaming pink and gold on the snow-capped peaks, forests of pine draping the mountain slopes like a shadowed cloak of black feathers. In a valley between the river and mountains, Rata's warband was stirring. Smoke was rising as fires were kindled, pots of water bubbling, porridge being stirred. Behind Bjor there was a soft splash, and he looked over his shoulder, saw 2 spurtus crawl from the water onto the riverbank and disappear among the mist and thick reeds. He shuddered, remembering the same species had stabbed Storolf with its poisonous sting, and then vomited a black pestilence into Rata's face. Come on, he said to Miek, and made his way through the foliage along the riverbank, being careful to move away from where the reeds rustled as the spurtus scuttled through them. He did not want to get stung by mistakenly treading on one of the nasty little creatures. The snow was only a thin crust underfoot now, as they had traveled further south and turned west to follow the curl of the bonebacks towards Darl, though the ground beneath the snow was hard and cold as iron. As they approached the rear of the column, a handful of infant trolls ran laughing and squealing from the camp and leaped into the river, crashing like boulders, spumes of water exploding about them. Bjor smiled at the sight of it, then he saw Red Fane leaning on a long axe. I'll see you after, Bjor said to Miek, and she nodded distractedly, no doubt thinking on the tasks at hand before she marched off towards the head of the column. "You need to be careful, sneaking off beyond the guard line," Fane said, frowning up at the mist-shrouded trees. "I'm always careful," Bior said. I'm sure Brock's lads thought the same, right up to the moment when they got their throats slit or faces stabbed by that poisonous little monster. And those Skraeling that were our rearguard probably thought the same, until they were butchered as they walked. That was fresh in Bior's mind because he had found them. It had been the end of yesterday's march, when the daily ritual of the trailing prisoners being given to the frost spiders and night hags was supposed to happen. Miak had ridden down the column with a handful of her dragonborn kin, ready to herd the stragglers towards the tree line. But there had been no sign of any stragglers or the Skraeling rearguard. Bior had mounted a horse and ridden back along their route and found the bodies of a half-dozen Skraeling, some slain with weapons, others bearing the black marks of the Spiritue's poison, and the stragglers were nowhere to be seen. Miak had been enraged. "I was with Miak. She's fiercer than any Vison and she has sharp ears," Bior said. "I'm sure she has when she's not distracted." Fane reached out a big hand and squeezed Bior's shoulder. "I just don't want to lose you the way I lost Storolf," he growled, taking his eyes from the trees to hold Bior's gaze. Bior nodded and patted Fane's hand on his shoulder. "I'll be careful, old man." He rubbed his hands together in the cold and blew misted breath into them. "Anything to report?" he asked. "A quiet night apart from Herc's snoring," Fane said, his words slurring as he spoke through the swelling of his cheek. The cuts were healing where Orca had ripped at his face with her wolf teeth, now mostly scabs and red swollen skin. "I had to kick him to make him stop." He nodded his white bearded jaw at the young lad, who was now busy stirring porridge in a bubbling pot. "He's a good lad," Bior said. "Took some stones to stand there and let us know Orca and her bloodsworn were in the camp." It did," Fane grunted, shifting his weight on the long axe he was leaning upon. "Doesn't change the fact he snores like a sow." Bior grinned. "Orca?" he asked, his smile fading. "She's not moved all night, woke up in the position she went asleep in," Fane said with a grunt. "You might be taking this guarding prisoner's job too seriously," Bior smiled. "She killed my son, nearly did for me. I'm not going to wake up to find she slaughtered half our troops and walked out of here," Fane said. "No chance of that," Bior muttered as he looked around the camp, saw guards spread around them, Skraeling in small clumps along the riverbank, dragon worshippers in a loose line between the camp and the tree line, saw bull trolls standing still as boulders, the whir of tenor wings above them, and the odd movement of frost spiders among the boughs of trees. "Nothing's getting in or out of this camp." He shifted his gaze to look over the small knots of prisoners huddled around fires, saw Orca sitting a little apart from Dagrun, Jarl Orlig's son. She sat with her legs pulled up, flecks of amber in her eyes as she stared at the flames in the fire pit before her bound hands resting upon her knees. Horns blew from the head of the column along the vale, signaling the time to break camp was close. "Best get some porridge into you and some heat into your bones," Fane said, and led Bior towards Herc and the pot he was stirring. Bior gave a small bow to Rada as he strode back along the column and fell in beside him. They had just begun marching again after stopping for a brief noonday meal. Rada looked at the wagons with the tainted children sat upon them, and to the rows of prisoners taken from Svelgarth. There were fewer of them now. More than 100 had set out from Svelgarth, but there were no more than 50 of them left now. The frost spiders and night hags were eating well most nights. "The children who fled, they are no longer bound," Rada remarked. "No, Lord," Bior said. "I do not think they will try to flee again, so I removed their bonds." "And how have you managed that?" Rada asked him. "A little kindness," Bior shrugged, looking at Bjarn, who sat beside Herc on a wagon, "the odd game of taffel and 3 meals a day." After Orca's raid during the sack of Svelgarth, many of the children had fled. Bjorn had found Bjarn unconscious and half-buried beneath the wheel of a wagon that had been smashed to kindling by Rada as he had changed into his rat form, thrashing in pain from the poison of the spiritues. I have always tried to make my sister understand that there are other ways to achieve your goals besides stabbing, beating, or eating people, Rada said. Unsuccessfully, so far, I must say. But you are doing well. Bjorn felt a flush of pride and walked a little taller. Something drew Bjorn's attention towards the tree line, his rat sense tingling, which usually meant danger. He slowed his pace and stared, saw that Rada was looking too. Snow had begun to fall gently, following them out of the north. Bjorn narrowed his eyes and focused his sight through the soft falling snow, strained his hearing, could not see or hear anything, no sign of movement, but he felt it. A prickling of his hairs, as if he were being watched. Rada called to a tenor and sent them to investigate. A blur of wings and they were speeding over to the trees, flitting among the boughs. "What is it?" Bjorn murmured. "I'm not sure," Rada answered with a frown, "but something is out there watching us." The tenor broke from the canopy in a puff of snow and flew back towards them. "Nothing there," it squeaked. Rada scowled at the tree line, but Bjorn knew the tenor was right. His rat sense had calmed. "Her crew?" Bjorn asked, nodding to Orca. "Most likely," Rada said, tearing his eyes from the tree line to look at Orca. "And how is the wolf spawn?" he said, glaring towards Orca where she walked slightly apart from the other prisoners. She wore a woolen tunic and an undertunic, had refused the cloak Bjorn had offered her when he had taken her coat of mail from her. "She is stone," Bjorn muttered, remembering his conversation with her a few days gone. "There is no give in her." "Is there not? Well, she has information that I need. I must find out where my brother is lurking." He frowned, looking at the tree line. "But Brock has not delivered the tool I need to bargain with her, despite them being so close I can almost smell them." He scowled at the shrouded slopes and tugged on his neatly groomed beard. "Perhaps I should learn from you and try your tactic." Bjorn raised an eyebrow at him. "Kindness." Rada smiled sharply and walked towards Orca. Bjorn followed. "Things do not have to be like this," Rada said to Orca as he fell in beside her. She just looked straight ahead as if he had not spoken. "My father created a beautiful land for us to live upon, just look at it," Rada continued in his finest honeyed tones. "Snow-capped mountains, rich forests, flowing rivers, all of it crafted for us. It does not need to be a battleground. It could be a garden." He looked at Orca and received more silence. A scowl twitched his lips, but then he was smiling again. "I could take those chains from you. I want to take those chains from you. You are descended from a god, descended from my brother." He sucked in a long breath. "Granted, he is not my favorite family member, but that does not mean that you and I must be enemies. This world calls you tainted. You are not tainted, you are blessed. And I am fighting now so that you and all like you are given your freedom." Orca looked at him then, her eyes flickering amber, and then she looked away. Bjorn remembered his conversation with Orca and how he had said something similar to her. "Do not trust the promises of gods," she had said to him. "They broke the world, remember. They did not care for the lives of anyone then, tainted or not. They used them for their own ends and will do the same again now." Those words had crawled around inside Bjorn's head, refusing to stay silent. "You could join us," Rada continued. "I could take those chains from you, give you back your weapons, and you could join our fight against the oppressors of your kind, of our kind. Or you could just leave, go, and find your son and walk away from us in peace, as friends, knowing that if you ever needed me, that I would be here for you, my friendship gladly given." Orca looked up at the tree slopes, then at Rada, though Bjorn saw her eyes flicker to red fane and the long axe he carried. Rada held out his open hand to her. "Take the hand of friendship, end this pain, live in peace with me, and see your son again. All you have to do is tell me what you know about my brother. Tell me where he is, and your life can change immediately and for the better. What say you?" Orca stopped and turned to face Rada, looked him in the eye a long moment. "No," she said, then turned and began to walk on again. A muscle twitched on Rada's face. No, Bior heard Rata's voice inside his head. You say no to me, a god. But outwardly Rata's face appeared calm, unfazed. Friendship is a rare gift and seldom offered twice, Rata said to Orca. She ignored him. A chuckle from one of the prisoners walking nearby, Dagrun, Jarl Orlig's son. Red Fane cuffed him with the butt end of his long axe and the man stumbled, other prisoners around them shifting and growling, battered Drengers whose oath still steered them. Easy, Bior said, stepping close to the prisoners with his spear in his fist, and they shifted. Do nothing, Dagrun said, and the Drengers calmed. A voice shouting from the tree line drew all their attention. Brock emerged from the shadows into the snow, a handful of his crew following him, frost spiders scuttling around them. Bior counted 4 of Brock's crew where there had been 12. All of them were bloodied, 2 of them limping. Brock and another carried a sack tied to a spear shaft between them. Something inside was bucking and writhing. Rata smiled and looked at Orca. Well now, he grinned. What have we? Chapter 12. Varg v. Arg became aware of sensations, sounds, the smell of old onions and his breathing loud and magnified inside the sack tied over his head. His feet scuffing the ground, firm hands under his arms, half carrying him, half dragging him. A rhythmic, thumping pain in his head. He opened his eyes, but it was just darkness, and for a moment he panicked, thought he was blind, but then realized it was the sack. This way, a muffled voice said, and Varg was changing direction. Heard hinges of a door grate, and then the sound changed again, footsteps thudding on wooden floorboards. The hands holding him disappeared, and he fell to his knees, heard grunts and thuds around him, and the sack was being pulled from his head. He was inside a wooden building, daylight leaking through gaps in the timber, the sound of lapping waves suggesting they were in a warehouse close to the docks. The man he had seen in the street sat on a bench before him, a warrior draped in mail with a shield slung over his back, axe and seeks at his belt, greasy fair hair tied at his nape, his beard thin. He stared at Varg with pale eyes, and Varg noted that he was not smiling now. A dozen or so warriors milled behind him, more behind Varg, others coming in the door. Someone threw a bundle of belts and weapons onto the table, Varg realizing they were his, Rokia's and Svik's. There were footsteps behind him, and Svik and Rokia were dragged in and thrown to the ground beside Varg. Both their hands were bound. Svik was unconscious. Rokia snarled at everyone in the room, blood on her lips and chin. She's a wild one, a voice said, a warrior stepping around into Varg's sight. He was supporting a man with half his face torn and shredded. Look what she did to Unlaugh. Unlaugh groaned, and he was helped to a chair. At least Unlaugh's still breathing. That little shite there has spilled Idrun's guts all over the street, another warrior said, pausing to give Svik a kick in the ribs. Enough, the man sitting in front of Varg said. You all knew the job, knew who Varg traveled with. That's why you're getting paid so well. Who are you? Varg mumbled, his mouth feeling slow, unresponsive. Name's Sturker, the man said. You don't know me, but you do know him. He pointed to a shadowed corner of the room. Varg allowed the wolf loose in his blood, and his vision sharpened, the shadows shrinking, and he saw a man leaning against the timber wall. Tall and broad, a thick snarl of black beard on a weathered face, a scar down one cheek and carving through his lips. He wore a fur-trimmed hat and embroidered wool tunic, a Sikh's hanging at his belt. He stepped out of the shadows into the half-light, his lips twisting into what passed for a smile. Leif Karlskegsen, Varg mumbled. Did you think that I would not find you? That I would allow you to live your life after you have murdered my father, Leif said. His voice shook with barely contained fury. I did not murder him, Varg said. He cheated me, lied to me. You are a thrall, Leif spat, leaning forward, spittle spraying. My father's property, my property. We could lie to you, beat you, kill you, and we are within the law to do so. Varg is no thrall, Rokia said, and spat a mouthful of someone else's blood on the floor. Leif took another step closer, and Sturker put a hand out to stop him. Not so close, Sturker said. They are bound, but Rokia smiled at them. You are all dead men walking, she said. Svik groaned and moved, his eyes opening. He rolled onto his knees, put his bound hands up to his head, and realized his hair had been torn loose from its braiding. You nithings are going to pay for messing my hair up, he snarled, looking the angriest Varg had ever seen him. See, Rokia laughed. It was unsettling, even to Varg. Did you think your new friends would protect you from me? Leif said, looming over Varg. They offer hard words, but they are on their knees, beaten and bound. Bound, yes, Svik said. Beaten. He smiled and shook his head. Varg looked up at Leif and remembered the years of beatings, the mocking, the starvation, and how Leif had looked at his sister. The wolf in his blood gave a low rumbling growl. I have long hoped we would meet again, Varg said, cold as winter. Leif blinked at that. His mouth twisted in a sneer, and he put his hand to the seeks at his belt. You have come a long way, waited a long time for this moment, Svik said, looking Leif up and down. I have, Leif grunted. You should have combed and braided your beard at least, Svik said, shaking his head and tutting. Ashamed to die not looking your best. It is you who will be doing the dying, Leif said. Voices passed by outside the warehouse, and Sturker stood, put a hand to the axe at his belt. All in the room were still, violence hanging in the air. The voices passed by. It is not the voices you hear that should worry you, Svik said. You will not hear Glornir when he comes for you until it is too late. You have all sealed your fate. He looked around at the roomful of warriors and frowned. Drunk or insane, he said. What are you talking about? One of the warriors growled. Were you all drunk when you agreed to come after the Bloodsworn, or are you all insane? Svik said. He looked closer at Sturker. How much mead had you put down your throat when Leif rattled his purse of silver under your nose? Just making a living, Sturker said. Dying is not much of a living, Svik shrugged. Enough of this, Leif said, looking over his shoulder at the sound of people walking past the warehouse. We should take them to your longship, Sturker, and kill them there. Best to kill the other two now, Sturker said. Carrying one to the ship is less conspicuous than three. He drew the axe at his belt. Hold her, he barked, and hands were grabbing Rokia, hauling her towards Sturker. Varg launched himself forwards and bit into a woman's leg. A scream, and others rushed to drag him off, blows raining down on him. He was thrown to the floor, pinned down, cheek pressed tight to the timber. A shadow loomed over him, and he saw a boot and the blade and shaft of a long axe. Which one first, chief? A voice said. Kill the bitch, Unlaugh said from where he was still sitting, blood leaking through rents in his face. No, kill the little shite who slew Idrun, another voice said. You should kill me, Svik said, because if you do not I shall hunt you all down and kill each and every one of you arselings. He smiled pleasantly at them. And I shall finish with you, you pale-eyed, goat-humping turd, he ended, smiling up at Sturker. Easy choice then, Sturker said. Kill him first. Svik was dragged from the ground and hauled over to the table, his head slammed down onto the wooden boards, arms and shoulders held tight. The woman with the long axe stepped close and raised the axe high. Wait, Svik shouted, and the axe hovered. If I am walking the soul road this day, at least let me go with all my fine hair intact. Hold it away from my neck where this bitch will be cutting. A chuckle from some of the warriors. Svik looked at Sturker. We are all warriors here. Do not shame me. Do it, Norv, Sturker said, and a dark-haired warrior with a drooping mustache stepped in front of Svik and took hold of his loose hair, pulling it up over his head to reveal the flesh of his neck. Norv gave a yank on the hair, slamming Svik's head down onto the table. The axe rose again. No, Varg shouted, but it was too late. The axe head was falling. Svik's muscles bunched, and he gave a savage wrench backwards. Norv was not expecting it and was dragged forwards, the axe slicing down, chopping into Norv's wrists, severing his hands and burying the blade deep into the table top. Norv screamed, holding up his severed wrists, staring at them, blood jetting. Svik twisted in the grip of those who held his arms, both of them loosening their hold for a moment, and Svik kicked the legs out from beneath one of them. dragging them both tumbling to the floor. There was a moment of stunned silence. Then Sturker was bellowing and warriors were descending upon Svik. Rokia nudged Varg, jutted her chin at the far wall. Varg's wolf ears heard a snuffling sound and then a growl. He smiled. Chapter 13. Orca stared at the sack carried between Brock and one of his crew. Brock limped towards them, frost spiders scuttling either side, Skraeling and dragon cultists falling in around them, escorting them towards Rata. For Orca the world faded, everything blurred and muted apart from the sack, which heaved and bunched. She refused to name him, or even think the name, refused to give voice to her greatest fear. Despite the venom of the frost spiders having cleared her body days ago, she felt ice in her veins. Rata used his god voice to bellow for the warband to halt, and it came to a stuttering stop. Riders cantered back from the head of the column, snow falling more heavily now, Miek leading a handful of her dragonborn kin. "What is it?" she said as she dismounted. "Brock returns to us," Rata said, his grin still wide, "and it appears he is bringing us a gift." He looked at Orca with smug satisfaction. Warriors and Vison parted to let Brock through. He came limping towards Rata, blood-stained bandages wrapped around his head and one thigh. His remaining crew members looked like they had fared worse. Brock turned the spear and stabbed it into the ground before Rata, drew a seeks from his belt and sliced the sack open, spilling its contents onto the ground. It was Spurt. Warriors and Vison ringed the Spurtus. "Mistress Orca," the Vison said, looking up at Orca. His face was bleeding black blood and there were wounds in his dark carapace that leaked ichor-like fluid. "Spurt," Orca breathed, both relieved that it was not Brekka in the sack and horrified that it was Spurt. "Ah, the traitor," Rata said. "Spurt no traitor," Spurt hissed, looking up at Rata with his battered, melted candle face. "Spurt loyal." His sting twitched and Rata took a step back. Spears, axes, and swords were leveled at the Vison. "You are a traitor," Rata said. "Your mother-maker called you and you did not come. Worse, you fought against her, fought against all of us." Rata gestured, taking in the multitude of Vison all around. "Spurt make promise, Spurt keep promise," Spurt rasped. "What promise?" Rata asked. "To Mistress Orca, to protect Master Brekka." "Well, Brekka is gone, only Orca here now, so why are you still fighting for her?" Rata said, frowning. "You would not understand," Spurt wheezed, coughed up a glob of black blood. "I am a god," Rata sneered. "My understanding of all things is far greater than your pathetic comprehension, you miserable slug with legs, so please indulge me. Tell me." Spurt looked from Rata to Orca, met her gaze. "Friendship," Spurt said quietly. Mistress Orca been good to Spurt. Rata frowned, a ripple passing through his face, then laughed. "Ha, well, let us hope that the feeling is mutual." He gripped the spear Brock had stabbed into the ground and pulled it free, held it over Spurt's body, then looked slowly to Orca. "So, friend of Vison, tell me where my brother is." Orca looked from the spear to Rata to Spurt. Fractured memories of life before Thorkel was slain, before Brekka was taken, of life at their steading. She had always thought of it as just the three of them, but really it had been four. Spurt had been part of their life, always there, always protecting them, like family. "Tell nasty rat nothing," Spurt said viciously. Rata raised the spear higher. "Last chance," he said. Orca felt her lips pull back in a snarl, the wolf within her straining to be set free to rend and tear and kill. The spear fell. "Snakovic," Orca shouted, and the spear stopped. The gods were nothing to her. Ulfrir Rata, they could fight each other to the death and she did not care, but Spurt, he was family. "Snakovic," Rata said, holding the spear quivering above Spurt's body. "Where this Jarl stir rules." "Yes, Lord," Bjor said. "And why is my brother in Snakovic?" Rata asked. "I do not know," Orca shrugged. "Tell me what you do know, or this nasty little Vison dies." Orca sucked in a long breath, aware that her knowledge had been keeping her alive, had given her time, and now that time had run out. She looked at Spurt. "But now my knowledge is keeping him alive." "Ulfrir travels with the Battlegrim and their chief, Elvar Troll Slayer," Orca said. It was her wish to go to Snakovic, I do not know why. A sharp inhaled breath close to her, and Orca saw Bjor frowning. Elvar is chief, he said. Miek looked at him, her eyes narrowing. Elvar is daughter to Jarl Stur, Miek said slowly, her eyes still on Bjor. Perhaps she wished to enlist her father's aid in the fight against us. Jarl Stur is powerful and has many berserker thralls. Rada breathed. And where exactly is this Snakovic? West, Lord, Bjor said. It is a fortress and town built within and upon the skull of your dead father. A dark lair for my wolf brother to hide within, I imagine he thinks, Rada murmured. He blinked and looked back at Orca. Is there anything else? He asked her. No, Orca said. She tensed, waiting for the spear thrust that would inevitably come towards her. Good, well, my thanks, Rada said. He wiped a snowflake from his cheek, then stabbed the spear down into Spurt's back, punctured his carapace, on through his body, the spear blade plunging deep into the cold earth, pinning Spurt. The Visan screamed and spasmed, head and tail arching, sting stabbing at the spear shaft, legs scratching at the ground. Rada twisted the blade and left the shaft quivering, and with a long, stuttering breath Spurt sagged and was still. No, Orca screamed and launched herself at Rada. She reached him so fast that even Rada was taken by surprise. He stumbled back as Orca tore at him, the wolf in her blood surging through her, claws and teeth ripping and tearing. He screamed, blood spraying as she gouged his face and bit into his arm, crushing male links and piercing flesh. A blow across her shoulders that she distantly felt but ignored, another across her lower back, more raining down upon her as Rada fell and she rolled on top of him. Then hands were grabbing her and heaving her from him, pulling her snarling away. She spun in their grip, ripped her arms free and raked a face with her claws, smashed the chain between her wrists into a nose, and a woman was falling away, screaming. A crunch on the back of her head, stars bursting, and she was falling to her hands and knees in the snow, tried to roll but a boot caught her in the belly and she was sagging and coughing bile, the wind knocked from her. Hands grabbed her and heaved her upright, spears and axes leveled at her. Rada stood and brushed himself down, wiped a trickle of blood from his cheek. Well, perhaps friendship does count for something, he said, breathing hard. Not that it did him much good, he added, looking at Spurt's corpse. And now you have outlived your usefulness. He took a step towards Orca. Let me kill her, Miek pleaded, stepping between Rada and Orca. I owe her. She put a finger to her cheek, pointing at the ruined scar where her eye had been. Rada sucked in a long, quivering breath. Very well, he said, but make it painful. I intend to, Miek smiled. Stand aside, she said to the warriors and Visan circling Orca, and they moved back, forming a wider ring. Miek stepped within it, drawing the two seekses hanging from her weapon's belt. Only fitting that I kill you with the blades that slew your husband, Miek said with a smirk. Orca crouched and snarled, raising her bound hands, the chain dangling between them. Come and meet your death, she growled. Miek smiled, shifted her weight and moved forwards, one seeks held high, the other low. A red glow kindled in her eyes and her teeth grew to razored points, setting the hairs on Orca's neck standing on end, like the hackles on a wolf. Orca moved left, Miek stepping to her right, inching closer. Then she was lunging forwards in a burst of speed almost too fast to follow. Orca raised her hands, caught one seeks on her chain as it chopped down at her, twisted her hips, and the other seeks stabbed through empty air. Sparks flew as the first seeks grated against Orca's chain, and she twisted her wrists, wrapped the chain around the seek's blade and wrenched as she pivoted away, heard Miek gasp with pain as the blade was ripped from her grip. At the same time felt a hot line across her ribs. Orca caught the falling seeks by the hilt as it spun through the air, crouched and gave Miek her wolf grin. Miek nodded to Orca's ribs and Orca put a hand there, fingertips coming away red where Miek's other seeks had sliced her as she had spun away. Miek smiled. The wolf is blooded, she said. Hold, Rada barked, stepping between them, and Orca became aware of those around her staring towards the tree line. She took a few steps away from Miak and followed their gaze. The sun was sinking into the mountains, a pale, diffuse glow behind bloated clouds, snow falling in swirling gusts. The wooded slopes of the valley were a dense, impenetrable darkness. Boughs shook, a hissing scream echoed from them, cut short. A wolf howled. The hint of movement, shadows within shadows. Orca focused the wolf within her, heard sounds from the edge of the tree line. Growling, but not from one creature, more like many, spread throughout the trees. The shaking of boughs and the hissing screeches she had come to recognize as the screams of frost spiders rang out. A silence followed, the branches settling. Orca saw movement within the gloom, creatures stalking them. The glitter of eyes. A high, eerie horn call rang out from the trees, filling the glade, slowly died away, and a roaring and howling rose up, growing in volume, shaking the trees. People around Orca put their hands to their ears. A cluster of tenor burst from the trees, speeding towards Rata. "Where the woods," they wailed as they flew overhead. A lone warrior stepped from the tree line. A woman, dark hair braided, clothed in mail and fur, twin axes gripped in her fists, an iron collar about her neck. She was snorting and growling, stalked a few paces along the tree line. Orca saw the muscles of her neck and shoulders were bunched, thick as knotted rope, and her eyes flickered green. She glared at Rada and the warband, opened her mouth and roared, spittle spraying, broke into a lumbering run towards them. And then figures were bursting from the tree line behind her, hurtling through the snow towards them. Men and women clad in mail and fur, sharp iron in their fists, snarls upon their faces, eyes glowing amber and green, iron collars around their necks. Chapter 14. Varg He wall exploded inwards, splinters of timber flung through the air. A warrior fell, a shard of wood in his eye. Varg stared as Glornir and a handful of the bloodsworn exploded into the warehouse. Glornir buried his long axe in someone's chest, hurling them through the air. Edel's hound leaped at another, jaws clamping around their throat as they fell, and arrows flitted through the room, shrieks ringing out as they found their mark. Beside Varg, he felt the wolf in Rokia swell, and he glanced at her, saw her teeth had grown and she was gnawing at the rope around her wrists. A good idea, he thought, and did the same, felt the rope fall away, and then they were both leaping to their feet, running to the tangle of limbs that was Svik and his two guards and dragging them off Svik. The table had been overturned, Norv lying on his side, dead from blood loss, still staring at his severed wrists. Rokia grabbed her weapons belt from the floor and drew her seeks, dragging it across the throat of one of the warriors wrestling with Svik, Varg heaving the other one up and head-butting him across the bridge of the nose, sending him crashing back to the floor. Svik rose from the ground snarling and spitting, blood on his lips, his teeth small and sharp. Rokia threw him his weapons belt and he buckled it on. His sword hissed into his fist and he slashed at the hamstring of a warrior close to him who was trading blows with Edel. The man swayed and folded as Edel's spear punched into his throat. Varg buckled on his weapons belt, drew his hand-axe and cleaver and looked around the room, searching for a face. "Leif, where are you?" he growled. The room was knots of chaos, men and women screaming, roaring, snarling, the stink of blood and iron thick in the air. Varg caught a glimpse of a fur-trimmed hat and snarl of black beard, Leif with his seeks in his fist falling back before Kesha, one of Sulik's kin, Sturker slamming his shield into her, sending her stumbling into a wall, and Sturker was grabbing a fistful of Leif's tunic and dragging him through the hole in the warehouse wall. "No," Varg snarled and ran after them. A body crashed into him, a woman with a long axe in her fists, and he slashed with his cleaver, felt it bite and heard a scream, ripped the blade free and shoved the woman away, moved on. The bulk of Tara's was before him, holding a man over his head. He flung the body into a knot of Sturker's crew, sending them all crashing to the ground, and Edel and Svik waded in, stabbing and chopping. Varg swerved around Tara's, stepping through the hole in the warehouse wall, blinked in the bright day and saw Leif and Sturker running along the dockside, a handful of warriors with them. Horns were blowing, dockworkers shouting and pointing, the harbor officials calling for their guards. Varg made to run after Leif and Sturker, and a hand grabbed his wrist. He pulled his cleaver back for a blow, then saw it was Rokia. "No," she said to him. Glornir and Svik stepped out of the warehouse. "Leave them," Glornir said. But Varg snarled. "The docks are seething like a kicked hornet's nest," Svik said. "We need to get to the Seawolf before Rurik's Druzhina comes sniffing." A horn call echoed along the docks, and Varg heard the distant clatter of hooves. He blew out a breath and nodded. Others emerged from the warehouse, Sulik and Kesha, Taras, Edel and her hound. All that remained of Sturker's crew were dead or down. "With me," Glornir said, and then they were all jogging along the docks, past all manner of vessels, mostly wide-bellied trading nars being loaded or unloaded. Sailors and dockworkers stopped in their labor to watch as the Bloodsworn passed by, and the horn calls grew louder. Varg saw a handful of harbor officials with their guards striding towards them, and Glornir turned left onto a long pier. They increased their pace, rushing past dozens of moored boats, feet drumming on timber, and Varg saw the Seawolf ahead of them right at the end of the pier, the mast pole already set in place, the sail upon it still furled. Val stood in the stern, watching out for them. Before the Seawolf, another vessel bobbed on the swell of the bay, a wider-bellied transport ship, horses loaded on the central deck, heads down eating at racks of hay. As they drew nearer, Varg saw it was crewed by Sulik's kin, their coats of lamellar plate and weapons stowed in oar chests now. They were seated ready and waiting with oars upright. The sound of hooves grew louder behind them, and they increased their pace, reaching the Seawolf in a rush, Glornir leaping onto the top rail and standing there a moment. Sulik and Kesha boarded the other boat, while Varg and the others leaped onto the deck of the Seawolf, Taras rocking the boat with his weight. Rokia slowed to untie the mooring rope and followed them all over the top rail and onto the Seawolf's deck. Oars were thrust at them, and Varg hurried to his oar bench. Glornir jumped from the top rail and strode to the steering oar in the stern. "Away!" he shouted, and oars were pushing them from the pier. When they were far enough out, oars were threaded through the oar holes. Glornir barking orders, and Taras began beating a rhythm with knotted rope on a shield. The oars dipped, slicing into water, and the Seawolf picked up speed, pulling away from the docks. Varg saw Sulik shouting orders on the other craft, his crew rowing behind them, and the two boats carved out into the bay as a score of mounted Druzhina thundered along the pier and skidded to a halt. A warrior stood in his saddle and shouted for them to stop, to row back, but Glornir ignored them. The warrior shouted more orders, and arrows were flitting through the air, fizzing out of the blue sky, thumping into timber. Crew members who were not rowing hefted shields and stood over those who bent their backs at the oars. Arrows punched into shields, and Varg heard a hoarse scream, but each pull of the oars moved them further out of range, and within heartbeats arrows were sinking into the wake of the Seawolf with barely a splash. Cheers rang out as the Seawolf and Sulik's ship behind passed out of range and to safety. Varg was sweating as they passed between the two huge statues that marked the entrance to the Bay of Ulaz, a colossal bull one side, and an unknown creature the other side that Svik had told him was a scorpion. He glanced up at it and hoped that he would never meet one. Gulls rested on the statues' limbs as the sun sank low over the western horizon, reflecting red and orange upon the forms, making them seem as if blood pulsed through their veins. Glornir called for the sail to be unfurled, and it billowed, catching the southwesterly wind, and then the Seawolf was carving through waves, salt spume whipping across Varg's back. Oars were raised and shipped, stowed in racks on the deck, and Varg stood, stretching his back, and leaned on the top rail. "Well, that was a close one," Svik said as he stood next to Varg, braiding his hair. "That Leif Karlskegson has a lot to answer for, not least making me go through all this without my hair combed and braided." Varg grunted. "And Sturker," Rokia said as she joined them. "He has to die." "I did not like him either," Varg muttered. "Like has nothing to do with it," Rokia said. "My wolf broke loose, ruled me for a moment. He saw it in my eyes. He knows I am tainted." Varg and Svik stared at her, the implications of what she had said sinking in. "We will find the Nithing's sister," Svik said, "and we will silence him." "I am sorry," Varg said. "I have brought this trouble upon you." Upon the Bloodsworn. He gripped the top rail, knuckles white, and looked back towards Ulez. As he stared, he saw shapes appear on the horizon, dark smudges. He let the wolf trickle through his blood and his eyesight sharpened, the blurs coming into focus. Longships, 5 of them, and as he watched he saw sails drop on masts, the wind filling them. White sails with a black hawk. "Bollocks," Svik muttered, following Varg's gaze. "What?" Varg asked him. "They are Rurik's longships," Svik said, "and my guess is that they are following us." Chapter 15. Orka stared at the Berserkir and Ulfheithnar as they charged from the tree line, roaring and howling as they came, puffs of snow erupting around their feet as they ran. They wore bear and wolf pelts, making them appear more animal than human. "To me, protect your god," Rada bellowed in his god voice as he ran towards the head of the column, and all along the warband warriors jumped into motion. Orka seeing Bior and Red Fane move on the rat god's command. Shields were shrugged from shoulders or grabbed from wagons and slammed together. Men and women setting their feet, and a long row formed, 2 lines deep, made up of dragonborn, tainted warriors and dragon cultists. Those wielding spears and long axes stood in the back row, seekses, swords and hand axes in the front. Too thin, Orka thought, looking from the shield wall to the onrushing Berserkirs and Ulfheithnar. Skraeling and trolls milled and shuffled in front or behind the line, looking unsure what to do, and overhead tenor whirred through the snow. They may have a belief of unity, but they have no cohesion in battle. Horn calls from along the line, shouting, and Orka saw warriors in the column turning, looking towards the river. 2 longships were rowing up the river towards them. One plowed through the dense reeds along the riverbank, its hull grating as it shored on earth, warriors in mail and fur leaping over the top rail and breaking into a run towards the column's rear. Warriors with round shields, knotwork wolves scribed upon a snow-white field. "Father," a man hissed close to Orka. Dagrun, and he threw himself at a dragon cultist, wrapping the rope that bound his wrists around the man's throat. Other prisoners around him leaped at their guards. There was a deafening crash as the first Berserkir hit the shield wall, smashing through it in a frenzy of muscle, teeth, and iron. All along the line Berserkir and Ulfheithnar hurled themselves against shields, smashing through, warriors spinning through the air, shields splintering, bones breaking, blood spraying. Screams echoed, iron clashed, warriors roared, and almost immediately the shield wall was fracturing into smaller knots, holding together here and there. A huge bull troll roared and lumbered through a gap, swinging his club, hitting as many friends as foe. A Berserkir spun through the air and crashed to the ground, rolled and stopped, smashed to bloody pulp. Ulfheithnar leaped at the troll, swarming over him, stabbing, biting, gouging. Orka looked around, right in front of her 2 Berserkir smashing a hole through the wall. One crashed to the ground, a woman with blood frothing on her lips, warriors spreading around her, stabbing with spears, but the other kept their feet and hacked at anything that moved, a short axe in each fist. Orka saw the hole in the wall, bodies lying broken and trampled on the ground. Through the falling snow saw the tree line beyond, and 2 figures emerged from the shadows, stood staring at her. A man and a child. Her heart stopped in her chest. "Brekka," she whispered as her son beckoned frantically to her. Without realizing it, she was moving. Then something crashed into her side and she was thrown to the ground, rolled, and a Seeks plunged into the earth beside her. "No, you don't," Miek said, looming over her and ripping the Seeks free in a spray of snow and earth. Orca snarled and kicked out, knocked Miek's legs from under her, and she fell, Orca scrambling on the ground, slicing her Seeks across Miek's back as she rolled away, sparks flying where the blade grated on Miek's coat of mail. They both came up together, slicing and stabbing, iron clashing. Miek stabbed at Orca, blade hissing through empty air, twisted to avoid Orca's blade and punched Orca on the jaw. She staggered off balance, tried to swing an arm for balance, but her bound wrists hampered her, and she stumbled, ducked as Miek came at her, and she sliced her blade across Miek's thigh. A grunt of pain, and Miek lurched backwards, her eyes flickering red, her lips moving. "Sarsakarunir Brenduhana," Miek muttered, one hand moving in the air, and red runes sputtered to life before her, flames flickering. "No," Orca growled and ran at Miek, head low, and rammed into her, lifting Miek on her shoulder, both of them flying through the air, crashing to the ground, Miek grunting, air hissing from her, twisting, Orca clinging to her, wrapping the chain binding her wrists around Miek's throat and heaving back. "Sarsakarunir Brendu," Miek wheezed, breath labored, red runes appearing around them as they rolled. "I said no," Orca snarled again and dragged Miek's head back, bit into her throat with her wolf jaws. Flesh tore and blood spurted into Orca's throat, a scream, Orca ripping and biting, teeth plunging deeper, blood slick, hot, running down her throat, her chin. Miek bucked and writhed, arms flailing, stabbing at Orca. If the blade bit into her, Orca did not know, a blood-hazed, frenzied madness surging through her. Slowly she became aware that Miek was no longer struggling. She released her grip on the woman, pushed herself away and up onto all fours, Miek flopping lifelessly on the ground, her throat a red ruin torn to bloody strips. Orca threw her head back and howled. A shadow over her, a hand touching her shoulder. "Mama!" A voice filtered through to her, and she blinked, looked up and saw Brecca standing over her, gripping a hand axe in white knuckles. Figures loomed behind him. Lif with a shield and bloodied spear in his fists, Halja flat nose and Gunnar prow, both mail-clad and helmeted, and Sion, the Hundir-tainted thrall who Orca had purchased at Starl, now with her thrall collar gone, clothed in leather and fur and gripping a spear. "Come with us," Brecca said, grabbing her hand and trying to pull her up. Chapter 16. Bior B. Ior took the axe swing of a berserker on his shield, felt the blow shiver through his wrist and up his arm. He leaned against the man in the shield wall beside him, a fox-tainted warrior of the Raven Feeders, set his feet and stabbed over the shield rim at the berserker's face. She shifted to the left, his blade slicing a red line across her cheek and carving through her ear. But if she felt it, she did not show any pain, just roared and threw herself at Bior's shield, hooking her axe head over the rim and dragging it down, lunging with mad bulging eyes and red froth on her lips as her teeth snapped at his face. The head of her bare pelt making it seem like the creature itself was lunging at him, not a person. A long axe crunched down onto the bare head of her pelt, a clang revealing that she wore a helm beneath it, but the blow was so hard it caved one side of the helm in. A moment as the berserker grunted, eyes unfocused, then blood was streaming down her face from beneath her helm and she was swaying, dropping to her knees. Bior stabbed again, piercing her throat, and ripped the blade back, risked a quick glance over his shoulder to nod his thanks to Red Fane, who stood with his long axe in the second row of the shield wall. Bior was standing with a knot of the Raven Feeders, 12 or 15 of them who had held the shield wall against the first rush of the berserker and Ulfheithnar. Battle raged around them, and Bior had fought every moment to stay alive, heart thumping in his chest. There was a lull now, Most of the Berserkir and Ulfheithnar spread out among Rada's warband and fighting like cornered, frenzied animals, no more coming at what remained of the shield wall. His comrades around him took the brief respite to drag deep breaths into their lungs and rest their shield arms. In the gap to his right, Bjor saw Brock and his remaining crew fighting together, a handful of Skraeling with them. Despite his injuries, Brock was impossibly fast, his long, thin sword darting out and piercing a Berserkir. His crew and the Skraeling had it encircled, all of them darting in and stabbing, then stepping away as it spun to face them, like hounds worrying at a bear. A wolf howled behind and to Bjor's right, and he glanced quickly. Saw Orca on her hands and knees in the slush-churned snow, head thrown back, howling, a corpse partially hidden behind her. A handful of warriors ran up to Orca, some mail-clad with black, blood-spattered shields in their fists. A fierce-looking child was with them, wrapped in thick furs. Bjor blinked, realized it was Brekka, an axe in one of his fists. He was pulling Orca to her feet, the others spreading around her like a protective hand. Orca rose slowly, shook herself like a dog emerging from a river, then Bjor saw the body at Orca's feet. Time froze for him, the world fading down to Miek's pale, lifeless face. Orca bent and unbuckled Miek's weapon's belt, dragged it free and buckled it around her own waist, sheathed the seeks in her fist, then leaned over and took the other seeks from the ground beside Miek, wiping the blood on her tunic. Bjor heard a scream, realized it was him, found himself moving, heard Fane's voice calling behind him, the drum of feet, Fane and others following him. He ran through a field of chaos, snow swirling about him, battle raging all around. The dead or dying scattered like strewn leaves, lifeless eyes staring, gaping mouths fixed in death, blood on the snow, black as ink, the stench of voided bowels and metallic tang of blood hanging like mist in the air. He saw two trolls tip a wagon over, crushing an Ulfheithnar beneath it, heard the roar and clash of new combat as warriors from the longships crashed into the rear of remaining clumps of the shield wall, heard Rada bellowing in his god voice, saw the crackle of rune magic sparking in the air, saw Tenor flit out of the sky to swarm over a Berserkir's head, raking him with their claws, grabbing at his teeth as he opened his mouth to roar. Bjor ran past Skaga and a handful of her Skraeling kin. They were hacking at an Ulfheithnar on the ground. Skaga saw him, called something out to him, but he did not hear what she said. She shouted at her kin, and they followed after Bjor, Fane, and the others. One of those around Orca saw Bjor and the others charging, a tall, fair-haired man with a braided beard, mailed and helmeted, a black blood-spattered shield in one fist, hand axe in the other. Bjor recognized him, had fought him not so long ago. "I slew his woman." Bjor saw a green fire kindle in the man's eyes, and he hefted his shield, banged his hand axe upon it. The rat within Bjor squealed, flight its first instinct. "No, brother," Bjor hissed at it, "find your courage. This is the time to fight." He felt the rat shift in his blood, an adjustment from flight to fight as if he were cornered. Felt a vicious strength flood him. A red-haired, mail-clad woman beside the fair-haired man drew her arm back and hurled a spear, was drawing her sword from its scabbard before the spear had hissed past Bjor. A scream behind him, a Skraeling knocked from his feet and hurled to the ground. He heard Skaga shout a curse, ran on, swerved around 3 Ulfheithnar as they ripped through a knot of dragon cultists, heard some of the raven feeders behind him crash into the Ulfheithnar, and then he was almost upon Orca and her small crew. The two Bloodsworn with their black shields were standing together, shields locked, behind them a man and woman, both with spears held high and ready in underhand grips. He could not see Orca or Brekka. Bjor yelled a battle cry but slowed. "I am no frothing-mad berserkir to rush headlong into an impaling." He swerved to avoid the Bloodsworn's shields, slashed low with his sword at the shins of the green-eyed man, who struck down with his shield and knocked Bjor's blade into the turf. hacked with his hand axe at Beor's chest. But Beor twisted and raised his shield and caught the axe blow. It was so powerful it sent Beor stumbling, and he ran on a few paces, ducked as a spear blade stabbed at his throat and staggered backwards, tripped over something and fell crashing onto his back. Red Fane and the other raven feeders hit the small shield wall, sent it skidding backwards, but somehow the man and woman held against their weight. Axes chopped, swords stabbed, and Beor saw spears dart out from the back row, each blade coming back blood-dark. An iron boss punched Red Fane in the face, and he stumbled backwards, fell to one knee. Then Skaga and the Skraeling hit the wall, sent it reeling back a few more steps, and Skraeling were pouring around the side of the two shield warriors, too many of them to be held back. The wall broke apart, each black shield moving, the spear-wielders separating, one staying with each of the Bloodsworn. They left bodies falling in their wake. Beor rolled onto his hands, pushed himself up, saw he had tripped over a body. It was Miek. He stared at her, eyes dark and lifeless, staring into nowhere, could hardly believe that this was the hot-blooded, passionate, fierce woman who had dragged him into the reeds beside the river only a short while ago. A sound choked out of his throat, part sob, part growl, and he was climbing to his feet, snarling, grabbing his shield and sword, looking for Orca. Red Fane was back on his feet, leading the small band of raven feeders against one of the black shields, Skaga and the other Skraeling trying to surround the other one. Then Orca was there, moving fast and low, a seeks in each fist, slicing, stabbing, snarling, arcs of blood in the air marking her passage. A Skraeling leaped at her, crashed into her, and she staggered, the Skraeling clinging to her, trying to saw at her throat with a thick iron blade. Something small hurtled out from behind a wagon brecca, making a high-pitched howling, a hand axe gripped in a white-knuckled fist, his face twisted in a rictus of rage. He leaped into the air and swung the axe overhead in a two-handed grip, the blade crunching down onto the Skraeling's skull. It collapsed like a brained cow, legs folding, blood, bone, and brain leaking from its head. Brecca fell with it, came to his feet chopping and hacking at the dead Skraeling until Orca pulled him off, held him in the air by the scruff of his cloak, where he spat and snarled, eyes blazing amber and green, slowly calmed. Beor glanced down at Miek's corpse, and then he was running at Orca. A figure stepped in front of him, a black shield and green eyes, lips pulled back in a snarl. Beor dipped his head and ran, smashed into the Bloodsworn, their shields crashing together, sent the Bloodsworn staggering back, his momentum carrying him on past the warrior, a backswing with his sword, heard the Bloodsworn grunt as his blade crunched into the top of the man's back, tearing a rent through his mail coat, rings spraying. Beor skidded and turned, saw the Bloodsworn turn and set his feet as Beor fell upon him in a rush. His sword battered at the Bloodsworn's shield, stabbed at his face, stabbed down, under the shield rim, and the Bloodsworn gave ground, chopped at Beor's head with his axe, but Beor shifted left and slammed his shield into his enemies, snarled and spat at him over the shield rims. A pivot of the Bloodsworn's feet and he pushed with his shield, sent Beor staggering past him, the axe chopping and raking down the back of Beor's shield arm. Mail rings shattered and blood welled, Beor feeling a hot line of fire down the back of his arm. Green Eyes came at him hard, shield up, axe blows raining down on him. Splinters of wood sprayed from Beor's shield, the blows powerful, sending shock waves rolling up his injured arm. He struggled to keep his shield up, swung his sword, but his feet were not planted, the blow too weak, and Green Eyes swatted it away, smashed his shield into Beor's and sent him crashing to the ground in a spray of snow, losing his grip on his sword. Beor rolled, reached for his sword hilt, but Green Eyes stamped down on his wrist, pinning it. "You killed my Revna," Green Eyes spat. "She was worth 1,000 of you," and he raised his axe. Something small crunched into Green Eyes, sent him stumbling back, and Bjorn saw Herc standing over him, feet set wide, fists balled, his eyes glowing yellow and his chin and jawline swollen, small tusks protruding from his lower jaw. "You leave him alone," Herc shouted. Chapter 17. Orca looked at Brecca as she held him suspended in the air, could hardly believe it was her son. He was calming from the frenzy that had swept him, and he looked at her now with dark eyes and a pale, blood-spattered face. "Are you in control?" she asked him calmly, and he nodded. She set him down next to the Skraeling he had just killed. "It was trying to hurt you, Mama," Brecca said, looking from the Skraeling and up to Orca. "Aye," Orca grunted. "We need to get out of here," Brecca said, and Orca nodded. She looked around, saw Halja Flatnose fighting off raven feeders, Lif standing a pace behind her, guarding her flank with his shield and spear. A pile of the dead lay around them. A thick-antlered troll roared, stumbled out of the snow and passed close to them, 3 or 4 Ulfheithnar clinging to its shoulders and limbs, stabbing and clawing at it. 2 more trolls came lumbering through the chaos, one swinging a huge club, the other stabbing with a thick-shafted spear. People dived out of the way, and then men and women clad in mail with wolf-painted shields were swarming among them, hacking and stabbing. Orca saw a white-haired, barrel-chested man clad in mail and fur leading them, recognized him, Orlig, Dagrun's father, shouting orders, chopping about him with a long axe. A Galderman stood close to him, dark-haired, animal skulls braided into his hair, a staff in his hands. He was shouting in a strange tongue, tracing red runes in the air with his staff, and a flaming shield appeared before Orlig just as a Skraeling ran at him. The creature crashed into the rune shield and burst into flames, shrieking and collapsing to the ground. A figure ran up to Orca Sion, wrapped in thick furs, a spear in her fist. "We must leave, mistress," Sion said. "Aye," Orca grunted. "Halja Lif," she shouted, putting her hands to her mouth, and they ran to her. "Where is Gunnar Prow?" Orca asked Sion. "There," Sion pointed with her spear, and Orca saw Gunnar standing before a child and a man trying to rise from the ground. "Herc," Brecca said. "The betrayer," he snarled, his eyes kindling to amber and green, his body starting to tremble. "No," Orca said to him, grabbing his wrist and shaking him, even as she calmed the wolf in her own blood. "Gunnar," she shouted, and he glanced over at her, then back to the man on the ground. Orca saw it was Bjorn, remembered that he had slain Rivna. The troll with the Ulfheithnar clinging to it came staggering between Gunnar and Bjorn. It let out a roar, swayed, and toppled to the ground, its throat cut, the Ulfheithnar on its back and shoulders thrown loose as the troll hit the ground. The earth around its fall trembled, sending Gunnar reeling backwards and Herc and Bjorn tumbling. Behind them, Orca heard Rata's voice swirling through the battleground. Words she did not understand, that made her hackles stand on end. She looked back, saw him riding out of the snow into the ground between the tree line and the warbend, a score or more of the Dragonborn around him. Orca broke into a run, the others following her, and she reached Gunnar in a few heartbeats, heaved him to his feet. He was looking around wildly for Bjorn, but could not see him, fresh battle sweeping around them. "Brother, we must leave," Halja said to Gunnar. "Rivna," he snarled, eyes searching for Bjorn. "Is gone," Halja said. "You will see that Nithing again. We'll have the chance to avenge her then. If we do not leave now, chances are none of us will be leaving." She pointed towards Rata and the Dragonborn. They were shouting unknown words, runes of fire and ice sizzling and crackling into life in the air before them. Gunnar froze a moment, mouth twisting in a grimace, then he nodded. He swept up his axe from the ground. "Skullsplitter," he said, and gestured to the chains that still bound her wrists. She dropped to her knees and spread her wrists on the snow-covered ground, Gunnar hacking down with his axe, sparks flaring. On the third strike, a link snapped and twisted, and Orca let the wolf run through her, used its strength to strain, veins bulging, and the chain snapped. A grunt of thanks to Gunnar, and they were all running through the pitched battle, swerving around knots of combat. Orca sheathed her sixes, bent and swept up a long axe as she ran, saw that it was Red Fane's, the old man wrestling with a berserker, corded muscles bulging, his jutting jaw and tusks gouging into the berserker's chest. The berserker plunged a six into Red Fane's thigh, the old warrior bellowing, and he ripped his tusks up into the berserker's throat. A scream to her left, and she saw Dagron and a handful of his Drengers being beaten down by Skraeling and dragon cultists. Orca changed direction, the others following her, and she swept through those attacking Dagron, hacking them down. He was on the ground, a Skraeling on top of him, huge hands throttling him. Orca swung her long axe and Lif stabbed the Skraeling through the back with his spear, the creature falling away with a gurgling scream. Gunnar, Halja, and Sion cut the others down like an ice wind, and then they were running on, leaving Dagron gasping on the ground. Orca saw Spurt's body, snow settled upon it, the spear still pinning him to the ground. She ran to it, ripped the spear out and cast it away, lifted Spurt's body and cradled it in one arm, then ran on. She checked that Brekka was close, saw him running hard a pace behind and to her right. They broke into open ground, Rada and his dragonborn between them and the tree line. Dusk was falling, snow swirling in gusts, a pale shadowlight filling the vale, and Orca saw movement from within the tree line, frost spiders and night hags emerging from the darkness like a quick-flowing mist. Rada saw her and raised his arms, ice-blue runes spiraling in the air, growing and expanding with every heartbeat. The mounted dragonborn behind him raised their voices, red runes crackling to life above them, and the frost spiders and night hags flowed past their horses' feet. Orca skidded to a halt. "No escape that way," she growled, and they turned, running back towards the battle, filtered through it, chopping and hacking at all in their way. They passed an overturned wagon where a dozen children huddled. "Bjarn!" Brekka cried out, slowing. "Bjarn, come with us." A dark-haired lad looked up at Brekka, rose hesitantly and began to follow them. Screams behind them, and Orca glanced back, saw Rada and the dragonborn close to the battle lines. They were casting their rune spells through the air, Orca seeing rings of red flame and blue-burning ice falling upon Ulfheithnar and Berserkir, setting them alight like candles or freezing them instantly into pillars of ice. Panic spread through the combat, Orlig and his wolf shields halting their advance, beginning to fall back. Orca ran on, breaking through the combat and out into an open space before the river. Brekka, Gunnar, and the others were at her heels, and she saw Bjarn following behind them. To her right stood Orlig's two longships, a half-crew upon each of them. To the left the river wound back the way she had walked from the north, from Svelgarth. "Where to, chief?" Halja Flatnose asked Orca. Orca hesitated. People ran past them, some in full flight, others retreating backwards with shields locked. Orca saw Orlig with a score of his warriors, his Galderman holding a protective rune shield above the Jarl. Orlig shouted orders, and a woman close to him put a horn to her lips, blew an ululating call as they retreated. "We cannot go north, there is only a cold freezing death for us there, and the trees to the west are blocked to us." She looked back, saw Rada walking his horse through the battleground, red flames and blue ice erupting around him, spreading across the snow-covered ground. "Wolves behind, a cliff ahead," Halja muttered. "Aye," Orca grunted. "Come with me," a voice close by shouted, and Orca saw Dagrun beckoning to them. "Come with us," he shouted, running towards the longships with a handful of Drengers around him. Another glance backwards and Orca made her decision. She ran after Dagrun, sprinting towards the longships. Runes flew over her head, leaving fiery red and blue trails through the sky above, snowflakes hissing. They fell upon the first longship that had grounded upon the riverbank, exploded in bursts of red and blue incandescence. Flames spread, crackling across the hull's strakes, across the timber deck, and in moments the ship was ablaze. Orca veered and changed her course, running past the first ship where flaming figures were leaping, screaming into the river. She saw Dagrun reach the second longship. He turned and hoisted a woman up onto the deck, then lifted a child, a girl, and hurled her up, hands catching her. Orlig leaped and grabbed the top rail, hands hauling him aboard, his galderman leaping nimbly aboard behind him. Orca crashed through reeds and waded into the river, reached the ship's hull and turned and grabbed Lif, heaved him up so that he flopped over the top rail. Then she was grabbing Brekka and lifting him up, Lif reaching down to grip his wrists and drag him aboard. Halja and Sion ran into the water and leaped, grabbing the rail and pulling themselves over. Then Gunnar was there and he and Orca leaped together, hands reaching down and gripping them, hauling them aboard. Orca slithered over the top rail and fell onto the deck, where Orlig was yelling commands and warriors were grabbing oars from the central racks, threading them through oar holes, others pushing off from the bank. Oars began to dip into the water, the longship moving slowly into the river. Shouts and yells from the riverbank. Feet drummed on the timber deck as warriors ran with shields to protect the rowers. Orca saw Orlig's galderman stand at the top rail and hurl runes from his staff at Visen on the riverbank. She gently laid Spurt's body down, stood, and went to the top rail, watching a handful of Ulfheithnar and Berserkir running for the longship, pursued by Skraeling and frost spiders. Orca grabbed a spear from a spear rack and hurled it, saw the spear pierce a frost spider as it leaped at an Ulfheithnar. Then they were crashing through the reeds and leaping for the longship. Orca leaned over and grabbed a grasping wrist, hauled a Berserkir over the top rail. Brekka appeared beside her, staring out into the confusion. "Bjarn!" he yelled, Bjarn, looking frantically at the chaos beyond the riverbank. Then a small figure appeared, running between a troll's legs and sprinting towards the ship. "Come on, Bjarn!" Brekka yelled, and Orca added her voice to her son's, urging Bjarn on. Another child appeared behind Bjarn, running fast. It leaped and crashed into Bjarn's legs, the two of them rolling and disappearing into the reeds along the riverbank. "Herk!" Brekka snarled, made to climb over the top rail, and Orca grabbed him, pulled him back. Rada appeared, riding through the dusk and snow, one hand held high over his head, blue runes crackling to life. He looked at the longship, straight at Orca, and cast the rune at her. It flared through the air, leaving a trail of blue sparks, and Orca grabbed a shield from a warrior close by, held it up and felt the rune magic crash into the shield, staggering her. Frost crackled, cold seeping through the linen and timber, and speckles of frost appeared on the inside of the shield, rapidly turning to shards of ice. The timber strips of the shield freezing, cracking, splintering, and cold rolled into Orca like a wave, numbing her hand but also burning, spreading up her wrist, and with a roar she heaved the shield away, saw it fall into the river, water turning to blue-tinged ice. The ice rune sputtered, ice cracking, and died. Oars dipped and pulled, and the longship gathered speed, carving away from the bank and into the current of the river, started to speed away. Orca saw Rada standing in his saddle, body twitching and trembling, and then he was disappearing, veiled behind the swirling snow. She heard him yell, a bellow of rage and frustration, and she slumped to the deck, her back against the top rail, flexing her fist that was still numb from Rada's rune spell. Brekka bent over and vomited beside her. Killing is no easy thing, she thought as she looked at him, saw his trembling hands. "Brekka, come here," she said, and Brekka looked up, cuffed vomit from his lips, and walked over to her. "You should have been far from here," she said to him, "should have fled." "I could not go without you, Mama," Brekka said. "People died to save you, to get you away from here," she said, and he dropped his head. Lif, Gunnar, Halja, and Sion gathered around them, squatted or sat. "You should have taken him like I told you to," Orca said with a scowl, "taken him to Glornir where he would be safe." "There is nowhere safe in Vigrith now," Halja said. "The dragon is free." "Safer than here," Orca grumbled. "Perhaps, but only for a while," Halja shrugged. It was all our choice, Sion said fiercely. None of us wished to leave you. Spurt was the first to speak of staying. He refused to leave you. Orca looked at the small shadow that was Spurt's corpse, nestled behind an ore chest, and she knelt beside him, rested a blood and grime-crusted hand on the Visen's body. Friendship, she whispered, and felt a knot tighten in her chest. He was loyal, faithful. These gods and their dragonborn have taken much from me, have much to answer for. I shall take it back from them in their blood. Muscles twitched in her jaw and she blew out a hard breath, looked at Brekka. He was trembling, tears in his eyes. She reached out her hands and cupped his cheeks, dragged him close to her and kissed his tears away, squeezed him hard, felt the emotion quivering through his body and her own. My Brekka, she breathed and felt his arms wrap around her and hug her with a fierce strength. Chapter 18. Gudvar shifted in his saddle, his arse aching, and lifted himself up, but within a dozen heartbeats he felt the insides of his thighs start to burn. A few more moments were all he could bear, so he returned his backside to the saddle, sighed as the ache returned, then rubbed at his nose where snot had frozen and left his skin raw and chafed. He pulled his cloak tighter about him. I hate traveling. I wish I was back in Darl, he thought. Then he remembered Likrifa and her room full of serpents and frost spiders and thought again. They were riding through open woodland, the sun sinking into the west, the last fractured rays of the day filtering through the canopy. His Aunt Jarl Sigrun rode beside him, her drengers spread in a double column behind them. That was not so bad, but up ahead of Sigrun there loped about a score of Skraeling, and others ran through the woodland on their flanks, led by their ill-mannered matriarch Krusa, and up above him he heard scuttling and saw the many-limbed movement of frost spiders. Tenor whirled and flitted all around them. No, not better off here, surrounded by Visen. I wish I was back in Feller village, he thought, where I was respected, and more importantly, where I was safe. They had left Darl 5 days ago, set out south, heading towards Liga, but then Tenor scouts had found tracks of a large group traveling west. They had changed course, found the new tracks, and within a day of following them had come upon a homestead, where a disgruntled goat farmer had told them that Ulfheithnar wearing thrall collars had raided her flock and stolen a dozen goats, and so they knew they were on the right trail. For 3 days now they had been heading steadily west and hopefully gaining upon Estrid and her crew. How long do you think? Gudvar said to Jarl Sigrun. How long until what? She answered with a frown. Until we catch Estrid and Skauk, Gudvar said. Soon, I hope, Sigrun said with a shrug. Gudvar thought about that, the realization that battle would most likely be at the end of this chase settling upon him. And no ordinary battle against drengers or preferably farmers, which was what he was accustomed to back in Feller village and more to his liking. No, this battle would be against a weapon-trained princess, at least one Galderman, probably more, against trained drengers and maybe a score of half-beast wolf men and women. He gulped, remembering his experience against one Ulfheithnar, Orca at the Grimhold. That was not something he wanted to go riding heedlessly into. I'd rather be riding away from it. I hope it is not soon, Gudvar muttered. If it is not soon, then we will have to cross the river Slagen, which will take us into Jarl Stur's land, where we will have enemies all about us, Sigrun said with a scowl at him. That will be worse than catching up with Estrid this side of the river. Gudvar thought about that. You're right, he said. We should ride faster. That is a decision for Krusa to make. I do not like being ordered about by a Skraeling, Gudvar muttered. This world is full of things we do not like, Sigrun said back to him. But I, for one, do not want to put myself on the wrong side of Likrifa. Do you? Gudvar shivered. Fair point. They rode into a glade, the path widening, a single ash tree at its center. Skraeling were gathered together in a knot, muttering among themselves and pointing, obviously uneasy, causing Gudvar and Sigrun to rein in, skidding to a halt. Krusa was standing before the tree, staring up at it with a frown. What is it? Sigrun said, riding over to the Skraeling and dismounting. Ash trees, Krusa grunted. We do not like them. Why not? Gudvar asked, riding closer, Sigrun's Drengr spilling into the glade behind him. He slipped from his saddle and stood beside Krusa. Because of the Froa, Krusa said, staring suspiciously up at the tree. You don't like other Visen, Gudvar said. I thought you were all on the same side. No, Krusa said, spitting on the ground. Skraeling tenor, frost spiders, trolls, night hags, Hiendur, we are Likrifa's children. We are on same side, but Froa were made by Snaka. We are not friends with Froa. Oh, said Gudvar. Did Snaka make other things? Yes, Krusa said. Faunir, Nekken, all the beasts you farm. Gudvar did not like the thought of being created at the whim of a god's mind, a plaything, one creation among many. He felt superior to all of them. Are Froa dangerous? Gudvar asked. Of course, Krusa said. Froa powerful. Gudvar looked up at the ash tree, its bark gnarled and knotted, the boughs thick and dense, impenetrable leaves. A breeze blew through the glade, shadows shifting and leaves rustling, almost like a voice. Begone, 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 it seemed to say to him. Then shouldn't we be moving along? Gudvar said. Why are we just standing here? Not all ash trees have Froa now, and they only hurt you if they feel threatened. Then why are we standing so close? Gudvar said, taking a step back. All the more reason to move along and quickly. Krusa grinned at him, revealing yellowed fangs and tusks. Be brave, little man. Brave. I'll have you know that I am exceptionally brave, Gudvar spluttered. The limbs of trees around the glade rustled and creaked, and Gudvar looked up to see frost spiders moving among them. He saw one pass onto one of the ash tree's boughs and scuttle along it. No, Krusa shouted. There was a silence in the glade, then branches shook in the ash tree. A hissing screech rang out, leaves drifting gently down. All gazed up at the tree, and the frost spider fell from above, crashed to the ground on its back, legs curled. Gudvar took a step and tentatively leaned over it. It's dead, he pronounced. Back, Krusa shouted as something dropped like a stone from the branches above. Gudvar stumbled back, reaching for his sword. A rounded form crouched on the ground, as if carved from wood, slowly stood, unfurling into a woman, long flowing hair like new roots twisting down her back, skin gray as ash and rough as bark with a dark grain like veins running through it, her body covered with moss and leaves and patches of yellow lichen. You dare set foot in my boughs and my glade, dragon spawn, the woman hissed, sounding like the wind rustling through leaves. A mistake, lady, Krusa said, hands up and backing away. You're last, the Froa snarled and reached her hands out. Vinvidhur sister Minar, snara og kiikja, she roared loud as a storm wind, trees around the glade shaking and vines bursting from the ground all about them, lashing out like whips. A Skraeling fell screaming, red wheels down his face, and more vines were bursting from the ground, snaring him, dragging him into the earth. One of Sigrun's Drengrs cried out, vines wrapped around one ankle and wrist. He struggled, tried to draw the axe at his belt, but more vines were climbing him, binding his arm to his side, swirling higher, threading around his throat and squeezing. Sigrun cried out and ran to him, drawing her sword and slicing at the vines. Some of them burst, but more vines were slithering across the ground, reaching for Sigrun. Gudvar ran to her, not hard for him to do as he was already moving, and grabbed Sigrun's wrist, dragged her away from the Drengr even as he collapsed, face purple, eyes bulging. Gudvar stumbled to their horses, pushed Sigrun to hers and helped her mount, then hurled himself at his own horse, slid into the saddle and was dragging on his reins, kicking wildly, and the horse was running. Away, Krusa was crying out, pushing Skraeling away from the Froa and her ash tree, running for the path that led out of the glade. Gudvar steered his horse that way, almost trampled a handful of Skraeling, and then he was galloping along a narrow path. He glanced back, saw Sigrun and Drengrs following, caught a glimpse of Krusa and more Skraeling flitting through the woodland, heard the Froa spirit cry out. the whole forest seeming to shake and tremble, and Guthvar put his head down and let his horse run. "I wish I were back in Feller village. I wish I were back in Feller village," Guthvar repeated to himself over and over as he galloped down the path. Chapter 19. Elvar strode through her shattered feast hall, a cold wind sifting snow about her feet. Uspa walked at her side, Ulfrir and Skuld a pace behind her, and Sivat, Solin, Spittle, and two Berserkir a step behind them. "Ulfrir, walk with me," Elvar said. A whisper of footsteps, and Ulfrir was at her side. "I am wondering when Ingvild stole my treasure," Elvar said to him. "I saw you fighting on the pier against her crew." "I," Ulfrir said, and raised a hand to the iron collar about his neck. "I am compelled to fight for you." "You are," Elvar agreed. "But I saw others with you, fighting to protect you." She looked at him. "I have not seen them since then." Ulfrir held her gaze, his amber eyes flickering, and Elvar refused to look away. "Who were they?" she asked into Ulfrir's silence. "You see much," Ulfrir muttered, then sighed. "My children," he said. "Ulfheithnar tainted you call them," he added with a twist of his lips. Elvar nodded. "And where are they now?" she asked. "Why are they not here now?" Another drawn-out silence from Ulfrir. "I asked you a question," Elvar said. "They are close," Ulfrir said, "but they stay hidden." "Why?" "Because they are afraid." "Afraid of what?" "The iron collar," Ulfrir snarled. "They cannot stay hidden," Elvar said with a frown. "I do not like it, warriors who have not sworn oaths to me lurking so close in the shadows. Tell them to come out into the light. If they come to me, you cannot put a collar about their necks." "Cannot," Elvar said. "You do not tell me that." A long sigh from Ulfrir. "You would not need to put a collar on them," he said. "They would fight for me, and I fight for you. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, no." "Yes, that is true," Elvar said. "But when the enemy is dead, what then? Would they still be my friend then? Friendship is fickle, fear is safer." She paused at that, realized her father had said those words to her many times. "Fear is safer. Am I becoming my father? You do not put collars on these mercenaries that come to you. They are ruled by their greed, have no loyalty, no honor. You should fear them, not my children." "I agree about the mercenaries," Elvar said, Ulfrir giving voice to thoughts that had been swirling through her thought cage since she had become Jarl. "But greed keeps them loyal. Silver is a tool just like a collar, and fortunately for me I have a lot of silver." "Heya," Sivat murmured from behind her. "Aye, but do you not think Likrifa will have access to silver too?" Ulfrir asked. "These vermin will sell themselves to the highest bidder. My Ulfheithnar are safer, more trustworthy." It was Elvar's turn to be silent a while. "I will think on it," Elvar said to him. "Bring them to me." They had left the feast hall now and were passing through long corridors. They strode past Elvar's chambers and approached a wide-arched doorway, more Berserkir guarding it. The Berserkir dipped their heads to Elvar and opened the thick-timbered doors, iron hinges creaking, and Elvar and her party swept through into the Galdur Tower of Snakovic. They entered a high-vaulted room, circular, a wide, open space with a fire pit at its center. Hrung was there upon his pedestal. He had complained of the cold in the feast hall, now that it only had half a roof and two walls, so Elvar had moved him here, as she had chosen this room as her new council chamber. "Jarl Elvar and Ulfrir Wolf," Hrung boomed, seemingly enjoying his change of scenery immensely. Behind him and the fire pit, half buried in the ground, was a giant link of chain, and Elvar heard Ulfrir let out a low, rumbling growl at the sight of it. "It is a link of the chain that Likrifa forged to tame you," Elvar said, "or so the skalds tell us." Shards of broken links were scattered across all Vigrith and Snaka's fall, many buried, but here and there some were discovered. It was at those sites that Galdur men learned their rune magic and used shavings from your chain to forge thrall collars. Each Galdur tower is built around a link of your chain. "So, the history of your people is braided with the slavery of mine," Ulfrir said grimly. "You have more in common with Likrifa than you realize." Elvar did not like that and turned away. Beyond the link of chain built into the far wall of the tower was a forge, though it was cold now, no ember glow emanating from it. Chairs and a long table were set around the fire pit, and Elvar saw Jitha was there, dressed in mail, her dark hair pulled back into a tight braid. Silrith the Galderwoman was standing beside her, a necklace of bones about her neck glinting in the firelight, a drinking horn in her hand. She was talking to Brothier, Elvar's brother. Brothier looked up as Elvar entered the room and gave her a broad smile. It was guileless, that smile reminding Elvar of happier times, and she smiled back at him. "Sister," he said, striding over to her, arms wide to embrace her. The berserker growled and stepped in front of him, and his arms drooped. "Let him through," Elvar said, and Brothier smiled like a puppy and hugged her. She was stiff at first, then lifted a hand and patted his back. "Well met," she muttered, then walked on to the center of the hall. Elvar went to her father's chair that had been brought here along with Atrung and sat down, Sivek going to the table and pouring a cup of ale for her, one for Solon Spittle and a bigger one for himself. "Jitha," Elvar said, dipping her head to her captain. "Where is Grend?" "He left my chambers at dawn. I have not seen him since then," Jitha said. "Well," Atrung boomed, "now that we are all here, what shall we talk about?" "War," Skuld said. "Yes, a good topic, full of excitement to the young glory-seekers, I don't doubt, though it often ends unfortunately, as I can attest," Atrung said, trying to look down at the frayed skin of his severed neck. "We must discuss how we are going to get Bjarn back for Uspa," Elvar said. "By guile or by force?" Silrith asked. "Guile sounds good to me," Brothier said. "Less dangerous, perhaps." He looked around at them all, at their stern faces. "Fighting a dragon does sound worrying." "Not my first choice," Sivek agreed. "I have seen her and she does not look that easy to kill. But I will do it if I must," he added quickly, looking suspiciously at his forearm in case the Bloth Svarith set his arm aflame in pain for questioning the vow they'd made. "Let us discuss guile," Elvar said. "In other words, stealing Bjarn from wherever he is being held, which would mean we would need to find him first. Where is he?" "Nastrandir, perhaps," Uspa said. "That is where Likrifa would have gone," Ulfrir said, "to recover, to lick her wounds somewhere that she would feel safe, of that I am certain. But is she still there now? I do not know." "We need spies, scouts," Brothier said. "Perhaps some of the mercenary bands that have sworn you their oaths could be sent out." He looked at Elvar. "Perhaps," Elvar said, though Ulfrir's words were still worming through her head. "They are ruled by greed, have no loyalty, no honor. But you are right, brother, we need information." She had already thought of this, and the best source of information she had come across in her years in the Battlegrim had been traders. They traveled all the ports and towns of Vigrith. She had sent some of her Battlegrim down to the docks at Snakovic, tasked with questioning all new arrivals at the port. "Even if you managed to find where Likrifa was keeping the boy, and guile worked and you managed to steal him back from Likrifa," Ulfrir said, "you will still have a dragon to contend with. There is no escaping her. She will not just make peace with you and allow you to live your lives free of her. She is proud and would be enraged if you managed to steal Bjarn from her. There is no reason in her, no reasoning with her." "Forgive me if I do not trust you fully," Silrith said. "Perhaps you have, how shall I say it, another agenda. Perhaps you wish to use us to accomplish your own desires. Perhaps you wish your sister dead, and we are your best means of accomplishing that. Please, do not feel insulted by what I am saying," she shrugged. "I know how families work, that is all. Look at this one." She glanced at Elvar, who could not argue with that. "I do wish to see Likrifa dead," Ulfrir acknowledged. "As do I," Skuld snapped. "But killing her is not just my path, it is the only sensible path. With Snaka gone, Likrifa believes that Vigrith is hers along with all in it. She will seek to dominate Vigrith, to rule it, and her rule will not be gentle, and of course she is insane." He looked around at them all. "Do not take my word for it. Ask Atrung, he has been your counselor for many years, I understand." All eyes turned to the giant head. "Likrifa cannot be reasoned with," Atrung agreed. Ulfrir speaks true, she is insane, or at least she was, and that was before she spent 300 years locked in a cave deep beneath the earth. He shook his head. I doubt that has made her any better. He sucked in a breath, puffed his cheeks up, and blew the breath out again, his lips flapping. So, what about force? He rumbled. Perhaps we should ally ourselves with Queen Helga of Darl, Brother said. I know father wished to make war on her, but Helga is powerful, has her own tainted Ulfheithnar, I think. And times have changed, have they not? She will most likely not take too kindly to anyone trying to tell her what to do or rule her, even if they are a dragon. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, you know, he trailed off. Elvar glanced at Ulfrir. Not a bad idea, brother, Elvar said, which made him smile. No matter what action we choose, guile or force, who we are allied with, no matter who stands with us in the shield wall, to defeat Likrifa we must find her first, Sivet said. I am no deep cunning thinker, but even I know that. You are right, Sivat, Elvar said, and he grinned. Wherever she is, we should not stay here, Ulfrir said. Why not? Silrith asked him. We are in a fortress on an unassailable mountain, a warband 1,000 strong about us, and sitting within a Galdir tower that harbors ancient power. Nowhere is unassailable to a dragon, and she is powerful too. She will have her own resources, her own warbands. Her dragon-born offspring and Visen will serve her, Ulfrir said, looking around at them all, seeing that sink into them. Your question was guile or force. That was the wrong question. To defeat Likrifa we will need both. She must be tricked, made to think she is safe to attack us, made to think we are weak when we are strong. I like the sound of that, Sivet rumbled, his brow furrowed. But how do we do it? Ulfrir smiled for the first time, revealing the tips of sharp teeth. Now that is the right question, he said. Sivet blinked, then grinned. A silence settled among them, and Elvar stood. Much has been said, much to think on, she said. We shall prepare to leave, shall be ready, but we will not march or sail until I know where this dragon is. She stood, and then there was a banging at the Galdir tower door. One of the Berserkir guards opened the door. Orv, the sneak of the Battlegrim, wishes to speak to you, Jarl Elvar, the Berserkir said. Let him in, Elvar gestured. Orv walked into the chamber a little hesitantly, eyes looking everywhere, then focused on Elvar and strode towards her. A woman followed behind him, dressed in a wool tunic with fine embroidery, a sealskin cloak about her shoulders and a fur-trimmed felt hat on her head, thick mittens on her hands. This is Svi, chief, I mean Jarl Elvar, Orv said as he drew close. She is a trader with a hull full of wool and honey. Svi bowed her head to Elvar, eyes wide as she looked around the room, settling upon Ulfrir. Go on, tell her what you told me, Orv said. I sailed from Darl 8 days ago, Jarl Elvar, Svi said. Go on, Elvar said. What news from Darl? Queen Helga is dead, the dragon came and slew her, and the eagle god that scalped the Galdermen resurrected, tore them to bits, she did. A silence, gasps. Then Skuld shrieked and Ulfrir threw back his head and howled. Chapter 20. Guthvar, am I a coward? Guthvar thought to himself. He was thinking of how he had fled from the Froa spirit in the glade, of how he had fled from Orca at the Grimholt, of how he had fled from Skapti and Atrolf at the dead Drengr, and a voice in his thought cage that refused to stay silent was telling him that he was a nithing coward. But think what I have been through. Tricked and used by Skalk the Deceiver. I hate that man. Memories of being strapped to a table in Skalk's Galdir tower floated up, of the terror he had felt as the Hiendur alighted upon his forearm, of the pain he had felt as it began to gnaw its way into his flesh. And because of him, I had to go in search of a dragon and seek a way to bargain with her. He shivered, remembering the cold of the north, of the frost spider's venom, of their webs wrapped around him. Of Likrifa bursting through the doors of Nastrandir in all her bowel-churning, terror-inducing glory. And yet I have survived. I am here, I have faced my enemies and outwitted them. Many are dead now while I still draw breath. Queen Helka, Prince Haakon the Nithing, he felt a smile stretch across his face at the thought of Haakon, and the expression on the prince's face when he'd realized that Guthvar had tricked him, had got the better of him. No, I am no Nithing coward. On the contrary, I am clever and brave. A branch snapped overhead and he jumped and flinched in his saddle, looked up to see a frost spider staring down at him with many eyes. He urged his horse on a little faster, shifted his backside in his saddle, trying to ease the aching in his arse. I hate traveling. I wish we could just catch up with Estrid and have this over and done with. They were still traveling through dense woodland, every now and then passing through a clearing and glimpsing the river Slagen growing ever closer. Up ahead, Crusa splashed through a stream that crossed their path. She slowed, stopped, raised a hand and called out something unintelligible, no doubt in her own disgusting tongue. The Skraeling slowed and stopped, and Jarl Sigrun looked at Guthvar. "Time to make camp," she said. "Why is she leading this crew?" Guthvar said. "I'm not inclined to take orders from Visen." "It's a new world," Sigrun shrugged. "We are here, we are being useful to the future ruler of all Vigrid. There are worse paths we could have walked down." "True enough," Guthvar muttered, remembering Skalk and the Hiendur he had set to burrowing into Guthvar's chest. They stopped and dismounted, led the horses to the stream and let them drink while they unbuckled girths and removed saddles. Hobbled the horses, scratched out fire pits in the earth, fetched kindling and wood for burning, water for pots. It was dark as pitch pine when Guthvar sat down around a fire pit with Sigrun and a handful of her Drengrs. "Why did Estrid not get on a longship and sail away from Darl?" he asked his aunt. "It would have been much quicker. If they were heading for Snakkevik, they could have been there in 7 or 8 days. "True enough," Sigrun said, nodding thoughtfully. "Perhaps they remembered Likrifa descending upon Darl from the sky. Once you are on a ship, there is no cover. You are open to attack from above. The path they have taken, they have traveled through woodland wherever possible, used every patch of cover the land has to offer, that rivers and the sea do not." Guthvar nodded at that, liking the way his aunt could answer his questions. He took a slurp from a bowl of beef and turnip stew, and Crusa shambled up, pushed her way between Guthvar and Sigrun, squatted on her haunches and held her hands up to the fire. "I like fire," the Skraeling grunted. Guthvar wasn't sure what to make of that, but he found something unsettling about the way she said it. "We are close to catching our prey," Crusa said, rubbing her hands together. "How do you know?" Guthvar asked. "Money has spotted them." "Money?" Sigrun asked. A whirring of wings and a tenor alighted upon Crusa's shoulder. "Money," the Skraeling said. "Tell them what you told me." "Money see group of filthy mather and wolf bloods with collars of iron," the tenor said. "That way." It pointed into the darkness, vaguely west, Guthvar thought, and the tenor smiled, its mouth far too large for its face, revealing 2 rows of teeth, the first small and needle-sharp, the second row wide and flat like grindstones. "Mather? What are mather?" Sigrun asked. "Humans, people like you," Crusa said. Guthvar scowled at that. This Visen dares call us filthy, he thought, feeling insulted. He wiped at his nose, his hand coming away wet. "How far ahead?" Sigrun asked the tenor. "A day, maybe less," Money said. "Should catch them before Big River." "The Slagen," Sigrun said. "Aye," Crusa nodded. "Good money," she said. She took something from a pouch at her belt that looked suspiciously like a tooth, threw it into the air, and Money caught it and popped it into his mouth. Crunched down hard, the sound of something cracking. Then sat there contentedly grinding and crunching at whatever was between his teeth. "How many of them?" Guthvar asked Money. The Visen frowned, then held up both hands, fingers splayed. Guthvar saw it had 5 long fingers and 1 stunted thumb, all with nasty-looking claws for nails. It closed and opened its hands 3 times. 36 then," Guthvar said. 36. Including Ulfheithnar, a Galderman and Drengrs. He looked at the company he was in. "And I have to rely on Visen." He tried not to let the worry show on his face. I wish we could just travel forever and not actually catch up with them. Traveling isn't so bad. Maybe, Money shrugged. Maybe more, maybe less. Money not good with numbers. Maybe more, Gudvar echoed. Wonderful, Money did good, Crusoe said and fished out another tooth, tossed it in the air, and Money caught it with a long-fingered hand. We will catch them soon, maybe tomorrow, Crusoe said to Sigrun, then stood and walked away, the tenor still sitting on her shoulder. Gudvar was silent a while, listening to Crusoe's footsteps fade. He leaned close to his aunt. "What's our plan?" he whispered. He doubted that Crusoe could hear him, but he was not sure how good a Skraeling's hearing was, so wanted to be careful. "Catch Estrid and Skalk," Sigrun shrugged. "But more importantly, stay alive." "That's the bit I'm worried about," Gudvar whispered. "These aren't just any old people we are chasing. There is at least one Galderman, possibly more if Sturla or any of Skalk's apprentices fled with him. Estrid is a nasty bitch who knows how to use a sword, I can tell you. I can vouch for that, she nearly carved a hole in me. And they have quite a few Ulfheithnar with them. I've seen them at work and one is bad enough." He thought of the carnage Orca had wreaked at the Grimholt, remembered the screams, the piles of the dead. He shook his head. "It's not pretty," he muttered, trying to suppress a sensation in his chest and throat that felt suspiciously like a sob trying to escape. "We have my 30 Drengers, another 40 or so Skraeling, and I don't know how many frost spiders and tenor," Sigrun said. "We will outnumber them. But we are not tainted, do not have the power of gods in our veins, and I do not like relying on Visen when my life is at stake." "I agree," Sigrun said, leaning close to Gudvar. "But if Crusoe wants to be in charge, she can be. She can lead us into this, be the first to take the brunt of their Galdir power and tainted half-people. If anything goes wrong, then she will be the one that suffers. We can hang back and let her and her kind do the hard work." "I like it," Gudvar nodded, a slow smile stretching across his face. "You should lead us today," Crusoe said to Jarl Sigrun as Gudvar tightened and buckled the girth on his saddle. "What did you say?" he squeaked as he stood straight. "You lead us today," Crusoe said. "Crusoe, know you have much to prove to my Mother Maker, that you want to return to her with glory." The Skraeling shrugged. "So not care about glory, you lead." She smiled at them as if she were giving them the greatest gift. "No," Gudvar said desperately. "You have led us to here, you can carry on leading." "Ah, Mather boy kind," Crusoe said and patted Gudvar's cheek. "But number Crusoe has made decision. You lead," and she turned and walked away, Gudvar's mouth moving but nothing coming out. He just stared at his aunt. She shrugged. "We will lead," she said, walking towards her horse. He hurried after her. "What shall we do?" he asked her. "Be careful and sharpen our blades." Gudvar sat on his horse, his head twitching left and right at every sound. They had passed through the woodland onto open heaths, the land undulating and wind-blasted, but despite the cold wind gnawing at his bones, he had been pleased, because there was no sign of Galdermen or Ulfheithnar, and so no chance of battle and death. And the open heath meant no chance of nasty surprises, like ambushes or froa spirits. But then they had seen the bright smear of the river Slagen in the distance, and Gudvar had remembered his aunt's words, that if Estrid crossed the river, then she would be in Jarl Stur's land, and they would have to follow her there, with enemies all around. Before the river stood another thick swathe of woodland, far denser than the open woodland they had passed through earlier. And now they were riding along a narrow path, trees and bushes tight on either side, everything bathed in a half-light. Jarl Sigrun rode ahead of him, the path only wide enough for one horse at a time. Above him he could hear the scuttling legs of frost spiders, but it did not reassure him. The perfect place for an ambush, Gudvar thought. Crows squawked and he jumped in his saddle. "Nephew," Jarl Sigrun looked back over her saddle and said to him, frowning. "Aye, aunt," he muttered. "You must master your fear, you are spooking the horses." "Fear? I feel no fear," he snapped, though his voice came out higher in pitch than he would have liked. Jarl Sigrun just looked at him, then looked ahead. Master my fear," he repeated to himself. "I am Gudvar, Drenger, survivor, cunning and brave." Well, I'm alive, which is saying a lot considering what I've been through. And now I am on a task set by a god. I must have some qualities to have brought me this far. He thought on that a while and slowly began to feel a little better for it. We have had to slow down so much to get through this snarl of forest. Estrid, Skalk, and their band of murderers must be far from here by now. Confusingly, that thought made him feel both relieved and also worried. The path ahead opened into a glade, wide enough for 3 or 4 horses abreast, and Gudvar felt a worm of fear squirm in his belly. He looked suspiciously around, searching for an ash tree, and blew out a long sigh of relief when all he saw was a pile of boulders at the glade's far end. He drew abreast with Sigrun as her drengers spilled into the glade behind them. "I am worried that Estrid and the others are bound to have reached the river by now," he said to her. "Do you think we should speed up?" A figure stepped out from behind the boulders at the far end of the glade. Gudvar dragged on his reins and reached for his sword, half drew it from its scabbard. Then he frowned, eyes narrowing. The man who had stepped from behind the boulder was dressed in mail, an axe at his belt and a shield slung across his back. He had thinning hair, a white beard and a scar running through a bulbous nose, and Gudvar recognized him. "Skapti," he said with a scowl, urging his horse closer to the man. "Gudvar," Skapti nodded amicably. "Still alive, I see." Sigrun and her drengers spread in a line and approached Skapti, weapons held ready. Sigrun barked an order and warriors moved to the edge of the glade, searching the tree line. "I'm alone," Skapti said. Krusa and her Skraeling entered the glade and frost spiders crept through the foliage at the glade's edge. "What are you doing here?" Gudvar said, riding slowly up to Skapti and leveling his sword at the old warrior. "I have a proposition for you," Skapti said, "and an offer." "What could you possibly have that we would want?" Gudvar said. "Information," Skapti said and shrugged. "Knowledge is power." Chapter 21. Varg M. Uskals burned in Varg's back as he leaned and pulled, his oar slicing through water, the sea wolf carving through waves. They were threading among a knot of islands in an attempt to lose the 5 Drakkar that had been following them from Ulaz, and Varg was relieved that he had not seen the tips of their masts on the horizon since early morning. A little behind them Sulik's Nar rose and fell on the swell, its fat belly making slower going between the islands. At the stern Glornir pulled on the steering oar, and abruptly the rowing became easier. Varg glancing up to see that they were sailing into a natural harbor, wooded banks skimming by on either side of the sea wolf. He put his head down and kept pulling to Tara's regular drumbeat. The big man seemed to be enjoying sitting in the stern and banging rhythmically on an old battered shield with a knot of rope. "Oars!" Glornir bellowed, and Varg and 30 other rowers lifted their oars, the sea wolf coasting, then pulled the oars in through oar holes, setting them in the racks on the deck. The sea wolf slowed, hull grating on sand, and at Glornir's command Tara's heaved the anchor stone overboard. Glornir tied off the steering oar, and then he was leaping over the top rail and splashing into water, wading through the surf to a sandy beach. Rokia was next over the rail and Varg quickly followed, holding his spear high, the shock of cold water flooding his boots. He looked up the sloping beach to a tree line where there was a tangle of huts. Figures were running out of buildings and staring, children, and behind them appeared a man and woman. The man was huge, broad, and tall, a bandage around his head, a fair-haired child sitting on his shoulders, the woman limping, shorter than the man but still wide across the back and shoulders. "Einar!" a voice shouted, and Esvik ran past Varg and Rokia, sprinting up the beach. Einar started laughing and lumbered down the beach, snatched Esvik up into an embrace, lifting the man's feet from the ground and squeezing him tightly. The child on his back laughed, and other children swirled around them, laughing and chattering as Glornir, Rokia, and Varg reached them. "Where's my hug?" Isa asked Esvik as Einar put him down. "You can have a hug, Isa," Esvik said, wrapping his arms around the warrior, "but just do not think that it means I want to hump you. Ha, of course you want to hump me. Isa laughed and squeezed Esvik until he stepped away, blushing. The child slid down from Einar's shoulders and wrapped her arms around Glornir's thick leg, hugging him tight. Well met, Rifna's strong hands, Glornir said. I'm glad you're safe, Rifna said. Safe, Glornir said. I would not say that. And right now I am at risk of losing my leg through blood loss, Glornir grunted, and Rifna let him go. He tousled her fair hair. Your leg? Glornir asked Isa. Healing well, Chief, Isa said, though I'll not be winning any races for a while. Good, Glornir grunted. And your head? He asked Einar. All good, Einar said, rapping his knuckles on the bandage around his skull. That tongue-eater cracked it like a nut, Esvik said, but with you I doubt it will make any difference. Einar grinned. It is good to see you, little Esvik, good to see all of you, he boomed, holding his arms out and looking at the bloodsworn on the beach and the sea wolf in the surf. He saw the second ship. You've made some friends in Iskiden then. Aye, Esvik said, Sulik and his kin, you have missed out on some fun, I can tell you. No time for that now, Glornir said. We need to get you all on the sea wolf and away from here. Trouble? Einar asked. I hope so, Isa said. Sounds like I've missed out on enough scraps. She patted the axe at her belt. There'll be plenty of that to come, Esvik said. We are going dragon hunting. Time for that tale later as well, Glornir growled. There are 5 of Rurik's longships out there hunting for us among these islands. We need to make sure they don't find us. They all hurried back to the longship and clambered aboard. Varg took an oar from the rack and returned to his bench as Glornir untied the steering oar. Taras heaved on the rope that held the anchor stone, hauling it over the deck, then resumed his position sitting on a barrel close to Glornir. Einar strode towards his familiar place on the ship, close to Glornir where he would beat time for the rowers, and saw Taras sitting there with a shield resting across his lap and a knotted piece of rope in his fist. You're in my spot, big man, Einar said to him. This is Taras' spot, Taras said, frowning. Who are you? Who is he? Einar said, looking around. A friend, Val said, hurrying down to them from the prow. Taras blinked at that. Taras has friends now, he grinned. Will somebody tell me who he is? Einar boomed. I am Taras the Bull, friend of the Bloodsworn, Taras said proudly. Einar scratched his head. Well, that makes you a friend of mine then, Taras the Bull, Einar said. Because I am one of the Bloodsworn too. And what is your name, big man of the Bloodsworn? Taras asked him, standing and looking Einar up and down. They were roughly around the same height. Varg thought the sea wolf was dipping lower in the water with them both in the stern. I am Einar, who men call Half-Troll. Ha, Taras barked a laugh. A good name. Come have a drink with Taras and we can share this seat. He lifted a leather bottle from his belt and unstoppered it, offering it to Einar. Einar took it, sniffed it, took a drink, coughed, then smiled. Oars, yelled Glornir. Varg leaned on the top rail, lifted a ladle from the water barrel and took a deep drink. He had just finished his shift on the oar bench and was stretching his back, looking out at the horizon beyond the prow of the sea wolf. They were still moving through the islands that clustered the northern coast of Iskiden, but Varg could see the open sea beyond. He stared into the distance, saw only white-tipped waves on the gray-green sea and heavy gray skies, but he knew that Vigrid lay beyond it. Vigrid and bloodshed. There is a dragon to slay, and my sister to avenge, Brock Trollsbane to put in the ground. I owe your friend Leif Karlskegson, Sturker Death in the Eye, and all his crew a painful death, Esvik said as he came to stand beside Varg. A bruise still mottled one side of Esvik's face where he had been clubbed. As do I, it's a nasty bruise, Varg said. Not because of the bruise, Esvik said with a sniff, because of how my hair was pulled from its braids. A terrible crime, Varg agreed with a hint of a smile. Edel walked along the deck with her hound at her side and a roll of what looked like parchment papers tucked under one arm. She nodded to Esvik and Varg as she passed them and strode on towards the bow, where Val was standing with one hand resting on the carved prow beast of the sea wolf, staring into the distance. Val, Edel said, I took these for you. Thought that you might be able to understand them, use them, but with all that has happened, she shrugged, I think they are something that you should see. What is it? Copies of rune magic that were found in Radha's chamber. Orca and Gunnar Prow found them and gave them to me. She handed the roll of parchments over to Val, who opened them and stared, then hissed. This can only be the Rodskinna, Val breathed. Fear and excitement leaked from her as she stared intently, reading, then looking at another sheet of parchment, then another and another. Or at least copied fragments, she muttered. She sheafed through more pages, then looked up at Edel. There are powerful spells here, spells of cunning and deep malice. It is terrifying. Reaching out, she squeezed Edel's wrist. You have done well to bring me these. Better that we have them than Ilska's dragonborn. Aye, Edel nodded. Val read some more, appearing lost in the runes. She looked up. I need to speak to Iva, she said, and strode down the longship's deck to find Iva, who was sitting on a barrel near the mast, wrapped in a cloak. A gust of wind tugged at Varg's hair, and he looked up to see that the sea wolf was leaving the protection of the islands, the waves becoming wilder, the wind keener as they carved into open sea. How long until we reach Snakkavik? Varg asked Esvik. Maybe 10 days with the right wind, Esvik said, although maybe longer with Sulik's sow of a ship slowing us down. He looked back at the Nar behind them, then swore. What is it? Varg said, and Esvik pointed south into the channel between the islands. In the distance 2 longships appeared, moving fast. As they watched, 2 more appeared from the west and then 1 more. Perhaps it will take us a little longer, Esvik muttered. No outrunning them now. We will have to put those arselings at the bottom of the sea. Chapter 22 Orca, Why Our Shield is Dropping, Orca warned Brekka, who was standing on the deck of Jarl Orlig's longship with Gunnar Prow's shield in one fist and a short-hafted axe in the other. Sorry, Brekka grunted as he hefted the shield back into position. It was too big for him, but he was fighting in an adult's world now, so he should train with an adult's weapons. Don't be sorry, Orca said. Be better, Lif, Gunnar, and Halja finished for her. Orca frowned at them as they smirked, watching the training. Brekka lunged at her and she stepped away, inwardly pleased that he took his opportunity when he thought she was distracted, though she gave no sign of it on her face. She stepped left, then pushed off hard to her right, moving away from Brekka's axe hand, darted in low, stabbing at Brekka's shins with a spear she had borrowed from Lif. Instinctively he slammed his shield rim down at the spearhead, but Orca had already pulled it back, and in a heartbeat the spear tip was at Brekka's exposed chest. Do not lower your shield, Orca said. Halja Flatnose laughed, and Brekka's eyes flickered amber and green. No, Orca growled at him. She glanced around but could see no one else watching them. Jarl Orlig's Drengers and Tainted were bending their backs on oar benches, speeding the longship down the river as it widened, silt flats spreading along either bank as they drew closer to the river's estuary and the sea. Come, Orca said, beckoning to Brekka and the others as she squatted on the deck. They drew close around her. What's the plan, Chief? Halja asked Orca. To get to Snakkavik, Orca said. To join Glornir and the Bloodsworn. Will they go there, take up Elvar's offer? Lif asked. They will, Orca grunted. It is an offer of payment to avenge Thorkel's death. Glornir would be after Likrifa and her dragonborn without payment, so it is the sensible thing for a chief to do. Aye, why not get paid for something you plan to do anyway, Halja said. If they have managed to get Val back, Lif said. If they have not, he looked at Gunnar and Halja. If they have not been defeated or slain, Halja finished for him. Lif shrugged. I mean no offense, he said. This is Vigrith, no one is safe. Not even the Bloodsworn, Gunnar murmured. They will be at Snakkavik, Orca said firmly. And how are we to get to Snakkavik, mistress? Sion asked. We will sail or walk, Orca shrugged. Faster to sail, Gunnar said. Sailing would be best, Halja said, but this Orlig may have other plans than sailing to Snakkavik. It would be faster, yes, Orca said. But safer, she leaned closer to them all. We are tainted and risk being thralled if Orlig finds out. She looked at Brekka. If we are to stay on this longship, which I agree would be best, if we can convince Orlig to sail for Snakovic, then you must control the beast in your blood. Be the master, not the thrall, or you could end up like that. She jutted her chin at a tainted warrior pulling at an oar, an iron collar around his neck. Yes, Mama, Brecca said seriously. She looked at him, his dark eyes in his pale, dirty face, his black, scruffy hair. She brushed a strand away from one cheek. I have him back. I will not lose him again. I have something of yours, she said, and reached inside the neckline of her tunic, drawing out the wooden pendant of a sword that Brecca had carved in their steading near Feller village. She remembered him carving it the night before he had been taken, remembered finding it in the wreckage of her home. It seemed so long ago now. Another time, almost like a dream, she slipped the leather cord over her head and held it out to him. I remember, he said, taking it and holding it, then tears welled in his eyes. Before they came, before Papa, without thought Orca was pulling him close, felt his tears spill onto her cheek. Footsteps, and she leaned away from Brecca, wiped his tears away with her fingertips and looked up to see Jarl Orlig's Galderman striding past them with his staff in his fist, Dagrun, the Jarl's son, walking with him. Come join us, Dagrun said to Orca. She hesitated a moment. Dagrun slowed and stopped. Please, my father wishes to speak with you, he said. Orca nodded and stood. Lif, teach Brecca some more shield work, she said to the young warrior, handing him back his spear. Me, Lif said. You are a warrior now. I saw you. Then she was walking away, following Dagrun and the Galderman towards the stern of the longship. They passed a row of men and women lying on the deck, all injured from the raid against Rada. Some had since died and were wrapped and bound in cloaks and linen sheets. Orlig was stood at the stern, white-haired and wearing a coat of mail, a patchwork cloak of fox pelts about his shoulders, an axe at his belt. He had a newly stitched cut across one cheek, scabbed and bruised. A Drenger stood one side of him, a woman, iron-gray hair tied tight at her crown, and a tainted thrall stood the other side, straw-haired and lean, his face all sharp lines and shadows. Who are you? Orlig asked Orca as she reached them. A farmer, she said with a shrug. Dagrun tells me you saved him, that you and your crew cut down Skraeling and Dragonborn like they were wheat ready for the scythe. Farmers do not have that kind of weapons craft. Orca said nothing. And your crew, 2 of them are bloodsworn, yet they defer to you. Orlig smiled. I recognize their shields. Then his eyes narrowed. You saved my son, and I owe you a blood price for that, but do not lie to me or treat me like a fool. If you do, I shall throw you into the river myself. Orca looked at him, held his gaze a long moment. I was bloodsworn once, she said. There were mutters among the Drengers around her, the female warrior at Orlig's side looking her up and down. That was many years ago, Orca said. I am a farmer now, or I was, until some of the Dragonborn swept through my steading, slew my husband and stole my son. Since then I have been following them to get him back. Orlig looked along the deck to Brecca and the others. And the 2 bloodsworn with you, he said. I met them along the way. They joined me because I was one of them once, and they hold their oaths dear. Huh, Orlig grunted, nodding. Go on, he said. There is more to this tale. Not much more, Orca said. I tracked them to Svelgarth, slipped into Rada's camp as they attacked your town and got my son out, but I was captured. She gestured towards Dagrun. The rest your son knows. Orlig looked at her a long moment with narrowed eyes, then looked to Dagrun, who nodded. Your tale has the ring of truth to me, and my son speaks for you. So, welcome, and my thanks for saving his scrawny arse. He held out his arm, and Orca took his wrist. You are welcome to travel with us as long as you wish, he said. Well, that will depend on where you are going. A straight talker. I like you more with each word, he said. And that is what I have called Dagrun and Gersta here to discuss. Where shall we go? He looked at Dagrun and the Galderman with him, then glanced back over his shoulder at the river and land they had sailed down. It looks like we've put some distance between us and that nithing rabble of tainted and Visan filth, he boomed. That rabble sacked Svelgarth, father, Dagrun reminded him. Trolls ripped the gates down and Sather witches burned the town to ashes. They are not Sather witches, they are dragonborn, Gersta the Galderman said bitterly. Servants of Likrifa. What's the difference? Dagrun said. A different magic, Gersta sniffed. Sather witches gain their power from the blood of Snaka. These dragonborn, I presume their power comes from their mother's weaker blood, Likrifa. I do not care about the ancestry of rune magic, Orlig snapped. Serpent or dragon blood, it is all foul magic to me, and it has destroyed my home. He tugged on the thick braid of his white beard. How can this be? The world is upside down, he muttered. They did almost the same to Darl. He shook his head, lost in thought. During the last 2 days, while they had rowed downriver, Orca had heard mutterings from the crew that Likrifa had fallen upon Darl, that Orna the eagle god had been resurrected and then slain, and that Helka was dead, and her fortress razed to rubble in the battle. It seemed there was no limit to Likrifa's ambitions. "We are approaching the sea, my lord," the Galderman said, a slim, dark-haired man, tattoos covering his lower jaw, small bones braided into his hair. "Which direction will we sail?" "My heart tells me to sail to Svelgarth, Gersta," Orlig said. "To my home, where I was born, the place I have fought for and protected all my years. It is ash and rubble, you say?" He looked to Dagrun. "It is a ruin, father," Dagrun said, shaking his head. "The Galdur Tower?" Gersta asked. "They smashed it to the ground and burned what was left of it," Dagrun said. Gersta looked away, face draining of color. A muscle twitched in his cheek. "We could rebuild," Orlig said. "And if they return," Gersta said. "They have broken Svelgarth, and they did not even have the dragon with them." "Just some nithing rat," Orlig muttered. "Indeed," Gersta said. "We saw what the dragon did to Darl. What would she do to Svelgarth?" "I," Orlig scowled. "Agreed it would be foolish to try and rebuild Svelgarth now. So what do? We could join them," Gersta said. "No," Orlig and Dagrun said, both glowering at Gersta. "I am going through the options, Lord," Gersta said quietly. "A list of what we can do, then we must choose one of those options. So we do not join them, that leaves 2 other options." "And what are they?" Dagrun said. "Fight or flee," Gersta said. "How do you fight a dragon?" Dagrun murmured. "If it were a man, I would challenge him to a wrestling match," Orlig said. "No warbends, no more mass death or destruction, just the 2 of us testing our strength one against the other." He flexed his barrel chest and shoulders, looked at those gathered around him. "I would win," he growled, a smile twitching his white mustache and beard. "If we fled," Gersta said, "I do not think we could hide in Vigrith. We would have to go to Iskaden. And bend the knee to that Arsalan Kirill," Orlig spat. "Not while I draw breath." "Then we do not return to Svelgarth and we do not flee to Iskaden," Gersta said. "You see how we are narrowing down our options, and that leaves only one. We fight." "Yes," Orlig said, clenching a fist. "Aye, but how?" Dagrun said. "We need allies," Orlig said. "Helka is gone," Gersta said, "which leaves only Jarl Stur as a real power in Vigrith." Orlig sniffed. "I like that arrogant, conceited, sneaky Arsaling less than I liked Helka, and I hated that bitch." The Drenger beside him chuckled, and Orlig looked at her, then began to laugh too, a deep rumbling in his belly. "But you were prepared to make a pact with Helka," Gersta pointed out. "Aye, she was the enemy of my enemy. I thought we could defeat Stur together and I could betray her after." He laughed again. "I would have taken her head for you, Lord," the Drenger close to Orlig said. "I know you would, Aela," Orlig said, patting her arm. "Well, I imagine Jarl Stur would not take kindly to a dragon taking his realm from him, so that would make him the enemy of our enemy," Gersta continued. "Aye, but Stur is more devious than Helka. I did not trust her, but I trust Stur less. And I do not like the thought of sailing into Snakkevik now. With Svelgarth fallen, I have less to offer Stur than I had to offer Helka. I would not make so strong an ally that Stur would think twice about cutting my head from my shoulders." A silence settled among them. "There is another reason to sail to Snakkevik," Orca said, Orlig's eyes fixed on her. "And what is that?" Ulfrir the wolf god is there. All heads turned to look at her. I thought the gods were dead, and yet more seem to appear with every breath I take. A dragon god, a rat god, the eagle god briefly, Orlig said. He puffed out his cheeks. And now you say Ulfrir the wolf god is roaming Vigrid. This is the first we have heard of this. Surely word would have spread through Vigrid if a giant wolf was prowling around. Ulfrir lives, the thrall guard at Orlig's shoulder said. How do you know T. Jorvi? Orlig said, frowning at his guard. I have heard his call in my dreams, the warrior said. We all have. He gestured a hand to tainted warriors on the benches. He calls the Ulfheithnar to him. And why have you not spoken to me of this? You have not asked, my lord, T. Jorvi said. Orlig let out a low, rumbling growl, frowning at the Ulfheithnar. Slowly he turned to look back at Orca. So, how do you know about this wolf god? Orlig asked her. And why should we seek him out? Ulfrir is thralled to Elvar, chief of the battle grim, Orca said. I met her in Starl, and she had Ulfrir thralled to her, an iron collar about his neck. Orlig whistled. Elvar Jarl stirs Elvar, his runaway daughter. Aye, Orca nodded. Little Elvar, Orlig whistled. Ha, I always liked her. I saw her kick her arseling brother Thorin in the stones once in front of everyone. He dropped like a felled ox. Orlig laughed at the memory of it. What is she doing running the battle grim and dragging a wolf god around with her? She was at Oskatreth when Likrifa broke her bonds, Orca said. And she has some grudge against Likrifa, which is why she has Ulfrir, to use him as a weapon to slay the dragon. That sounds like a dangerous, deep cunning plan. I like it, Orlig muttered. Though if she succeeds, that would make her a powerful foe, too powerful. Right now, Elvar is the enemy of our enemy, Dagrun pointed out. Aye, she is. The dragon and the rat must die, of that there is no question, and what better way than to get a wolf to do the job? Orlig looked at Orca. But how by all the dead gods did little Elvar manage to thrall a god? Orca shrugged. You will have to ask her that yourself. I intend to, Orlig said. He cupped his hands to his mouth. We sail for Snakovic, he shouted. Chapter 23 Elvar sat in the Galdur Tower of Snakovic, drumming her fingers on the arm of her chair. Behind her she heard the rhythmic snoring of Sivat. He was supposed to be her guard in this chamber, but she knew that there were berserkir close, and others guarding the door to the chamber, so Elvar had not scolded him when she had heard his snoring begin. She lifted a drinking horn to her lips and drank a mouthful of mead, felt its honeyed heat roll down her throat and warm her belly. Flames flickered in the fire pit before her, and she stared into them, lost in her thoughts. Darl is fallen, Helka dead. Orna resurrected, then slain by Likrifa. This is real. Now I am at war with a god, and suddenly Vigrid does not feel so large. There is nowhere to hide from a dragon god. Where will I face Likrifa and her followers? How will I defeat her and get Bjarn back? What should I do? Her thoughts spiraled, stirring emotions like a storm wind swirling leaves. She felt scared, overwhelmed by the myriad decisions she had to make, frozen by the fear of making the wrong choices. So many lives depend on my decisions, not least of all my own. I wish Gwynne were here to advise me. Where is he? After Gwynne had failed to appear for sparring in the weapons court the day after news had arrived of Darl's destruction, Elvar had sent Drengers out to search for him. That had been 3 days ago, and worry was gnawing at her. Even Jitha did not know where he was. It is the waiting that hurts, is it not? A voice said, startling her and making her jump. She sat straighter in her chair and looked at Atrung, his opaque eyes reflecting the flickering firelight. The waiting is harder than the doing, I always found. Now, of course, all I can do is wait, he sighed and blinked. I remember when I decided to try and kill Snaka, I was happy that I made the decision, but then I had to work out how, and then I had to wait for an opportunity. He shook his head. It was difficult. Time passes so slowly when you are just waiting. What? Elvar said. You tried to kill Snaka. I did not try, my dear, I succeeded, Atrung said, his huge forehead nodding into a frown. I killed Snaka. You killed Snaka. Why are you repeating everything I am saying? Trung said. Yes, I killed him. How do you think my head came to be between his jaws? I just thought he ate a lot of his creations, did he not? He did, rumbled Trung. He ate my mother, my father, my brothers and sisters, my uncles and aunts, my nephews. Wife, my children. He flapped his lips. He ate my whole clan, everyone I knew, everyone I loved. His eyes welled and one fat tear spilled onto his cheek, rolled down to his lip. I forget that Trung was more than he is now, lived a life, had a family, and Snaka destroyed all of that on a whim. The gods are a curse. How did you do it? Elvar asked him. How did you kill Snaka? I poisoned myself, Trung said with a bitter grin. Filled my body with poison and hurled myself into his mouth. It was the Guthfala, the gods were at war, all of Vigrid trembled with it, and Snaka was angry in a feeding frenzy, eating every living thing he encountered, so it was not hard to get him to eat me. Elvar was silent, imagining the chaos and bloodshed, the destruction. So how are you alive? She asked him. I do not know, Trung said. I have had a long time to ponder that question. Snaka was a creator as well as a destroyer, remember. He had powerful magic that flowed within him. When his fangs struck me, severed my head from my body, I think something of his power must have leaked into my flesh and blood. Or perhaps it was as he died, his flesh and blood filling the fjord, leaking around me into me. The tainted, as you call them, they get their powers through their bloodline, so perhaps it was Snaka's blood. But really, who knows? All that is for sure is that I am alive. Well, he looked at Elvar mournfully. Is this really living? I think, I speak, I taste, but... Elvar stood and walked over to him, stroked his cheek. I for one am glad you still live, ancient Trung, she said, and lifted her mead horn to his lips, emptied it into his mouth. Ah, that tastes good, Trung said, smacking his lips. There was a knock at the door. Behind her Sivet spluttered and wheezed. What, where? He mumbled, stumbling to his feet. Come, Elvar called out, and Barak the Berserker opened the Galdir Tower door and stepped into the room. Ulfrir, Skuld, and Uspa to see you, my lady, Barak said. He looked back over his shoulder. There are others with Ulfrir. How many? Elvar asked. 200, perhaps more, Barak said. Let them in, and Barak, you come too. Uspa stepped into the room, Ulfrir and Skuld behind her, and a line of men and women filed in behind the wolf god. Some were clothed in mail with well-cared-for weapons at their belts, but most just wore tunics and cloaks, perhaps a seeks or axe at their belts. They were all lean, wary, and hungry-looking, their eyes darting around the room nervously, taking in the shadows. You asked me to bring them, Ulfrir said as he came to stand opposite Elvar, the fire flickering between them. My children. Elvar stood beside Trung and stared at the Ulfheithnar, heard Sivet move to stand behind her left shoulder. Barak stood just behind the new arrivals, hulking and glowering in his mail, one hand resting lightly on the shaft of the axe at his belt. You are tainted, Elvar said, and eyes fixed on her. She felt a tension flood the room, a sharpness in the air. I have two voices in my thought cage. One says that you are tainted and should be thralled, that you are dangerous, a risk, and that I cannot trust you unless you have an iron collar about your necks. Feet shuffled, Elvar seeing hands go to weapons, muscles tensing. Growls came from the shadows around the edges of the tower, hulking figures moving, shadows within shadows as her berserker shifted, green eyes reflecting the firelight. She saw Ulfrir, and those with him saw them. And the other voice in my thought cage tells me that you are brave to come here, Elvar continued, where you are at such risk, that you have already fought for Ulfrir on the docks against Ingvild and her wave roamers, and so you have already fought for me. She looked to Ulfrir, could still see the grief etched in his face from the news of Orna's destruction. My question is, who are you loyal to? They are loyal to me, Ulfrir said. Elvar looked at the Ulfheithnar, all of them met her gaze. And you are loyal to me, Elvar said to Ulfrir. I am, he nodded. For now, Elvar added. Of course, you have no choice, which sours things a little, but nevertheless, you are loyal, of that I have no doubt. So. She walked around the fire pit to stand directly in front of Ulfrir and his Ulfheithnar. Sivet hurried to stand with her, and Barak moved closer, frowning. The berserker in the shadows stepped out into the light. I do not wish to put collars around your necks, but I also need to be sure that you will be loyal to me in the coming war, that you will not betray me. How do I do that? We will swear you our oaths, one of the Ulfheithnar said, a man, lean and haggard. If that is what Ulfrir wishes. Is that enough, though, to secure your loyalty? Elvar mused. Let them swear their oaths to you, and let Ulfrir command them to serve you, Uspa said. That will be enough. That will ensure more loyalty than you will get from any of the mercenary bands gathered here for your coin. Elvar looked at Ulfrir, who returned her gaze, then gave her a curt nod. Good, then do it now, Elvar said. That was well done, Atrung said as Ulfrir's Ulfheithnar left the chamber. Was it? Elvar said. If it works, then I have just doubled the number of my tainted warriors, but I wonder, can I trust them to keep their oaths? More than you can trust most, I would wager, Atrung said. But that is not as much as I can trust my berserker. Your berserker, Atrung said, like a fine-tooled cup or a sharp seeks. Yes, exactly like that, Elvar snapped. They are people too, Atrung said. They are my thralls to do as I bid. That is what your father used to say, Atrung said. Elvar scowled at him. The door creaked as Ulfrir pulled it shut behind him. Ulfrir, Elvar called, and he paused and looked back, Elvar beckoning him back to her. Skuld came with him, and Elvar decided not to point out that she had only summoned Ulfrir. Yes, Jarl Elvar, Ulfrir said. You said that Snakovic is not safe from Likrifa. I did, Ulfrir said. It is not. She would descend upon it and tear this fortress to ribbons. He paused a moment, studying her. Elvar was still not used to the intensity of Ulfrir's gaze, but she met it unflinchingly. And I recall you refused to leave Snakovic until we discovered where Likrifa was, Ulfrir said. We know now that she is in Darl, and yet we are still here in Snakovic. Elvar nodded. I admit I do not like the thought of sitting here, waiting for her, and what you said about finding better ground, about making her think we are weak when we are strong. It has merit. Ulfrir just looked at her. But where would be a stronger place to fight her from? She sucked in a breath, steeled herself in her pride. Ulfrir, I do not know where to go. Where do you think we should go? Ulfrir smiled, the tips of his sharp teeth glowing in the reflected firelight. My den, he said, the Wolfdales. Where is that? Elvar asked. Close to the Jarnvidr, the iron wood, Skuld said, her wings twitching. I know where that is, Sivet said. Everyone knows where that is, Atrung said. Even a talking head knows where it is. Elvar knew of the iron wood, a great swathe of forest that snared the south of her father's land, her land now, running in a tangle along the southern border marked by the river Slagen. And why is it better there? Elvar asked him. It is not open to the skies like here. The iron wood gives cover from eyes in the sky, and there is more of my Wolfdales below ground than above it. To defeat Likrifa, you do not walk into a fight of strength, of muscle and magic. She would win. To defeat her you need cunning. He tapped a finger against his temple. You need ground that will conceal you and confuse her. I will think on it, she said. Ulfrir turned to go, then looked back at her. My thanks, he said haltingly, for your kindness to my children. I hope I do not come to regret it, Elvar said. You will not, Ulfrir said, looked at her a long moment and then turned and left, Skuld following him in a swirl of red-feathered wings. Elvar sat with a sigh. As the door closed, she looked up and saw that Uspa remained, Barak with her. Yes, Elvar said. You dealt with Ulfrir and his Ulfheithnar well, Uspa said. Thank you, Elvar said, but you must know this is only the beginning. The more this war gathers pace, the more the tainted will become a bigger issue, Uspa said. Most will flock to Likrifa because she fights for their freedom, and they are powerful. Imagine how many there are lurking in the hidden places of Vigrith. She makes a good point, Atrung said. This has crossed my mind, Elvar said, consumed my mind more like. But there is nothing I can do about that. Gwynne always says worry about what you can change. I cannot change that. You could, Uspa said. How? Elvar asked, filling her mead horn from a jug and taking a sip. Set your tainted free and let all of Vigrid know that you have done it. What? Spluttered Elvar, spitting out her mead. Set them free, Uspa repeated. You are not a god, you are not an unknown, you are a Jarl of Vigrid. If you do what others would not, the tainted would trust you over some crazed god. Some would come to you because of Ulfrir, it's true. But many would come to your side to fight for Vigrid if they knew that they would have a place in it afterwards. Perhaps it would even weaken Likrifa's forces because she has set herself up as the champion of the tainted. Currently, she is their only option. Are you insane? Elvar said in disbelief. If I set my berserker free, they would leave me, perhaps fight for Likrifa, perhaps just walk away from this war. I do not think any would stay to fight for me, the person who has enslaved them. I would stay, Barak said. That is because I am going to war with Likrifa for your son, Elvar snarled. This war is happening because of your son, because of this. She dragged her sleeve up to reveal the white scars of her blood oath, the Blath Svarith. And what of Ulfrir? Shall I release him too? Yes, Uspa said. Elvar opened her mouth, but only strangled words came out. You have lost your mind, she eventually spluttered. If I set him free, the first thing he would do would be to rip my throat out. I have tamed him, shamed him, humiliated him. Yes, we share a common enemy, but he would fight Likrifa with or without me. If he were free, he would not need me. I need him, I need the berserkers. Set them free and I lose them. We lose them. And then we lose the war, which means we lose Bjarn. Do you want your son back? I do, Uspa said, but she looked to the ground. But this, it is wrong, she whispered. Right, wrong, just words, Elvar said, though she felt uncomfortable even as they left her mouth because her father had said the exact same words to her. All that matters is winning. We cannot lose. We must win, and I need Ulfrir and the berserker if we are to stand the slightest hope of defeating Likrifa and getting your son back. But no, Elvar snapped. I will hear no more of this madness. We will prepare to march tomorrow for the Jarnvidr. She poured herself another horn of mead and looked up, saw Uspa leaving. Elvar slumped down in her chair and drank deeply. Ruling, it is not all the skalds lead you to believe, Atrung said. Elvar did not answer him. Where is Gwynne? She thought. Chapter 24. Bjorb Ior rode into Darl from the east, Rada leading the warband through streets that followed straight canals and curving rivers that fed into the river Drammer. The streets were unusually clear, pale faces peering from shuttered windows and cracks in doorways, while other figures scuttled down gloom-filled side alleys. Hardly the triumphant homecoming of the conquering heroes, Rada said. No, Bjor agreed, though it was hardly surprising. He glanced over his shoulder, saw Red Fane sitting on a wagon bench, one leg wrapped with a blood-soaked bandage. Herc sat beside him, a score or more wagons behind them. Dragonborn rode alongside the column, and warriors marched, Brock striding there with his shrunken crew. That was normal enough, but behind them all trolls lumbered through the streets, the bull trolls pausing periodically to urinate on walls or defecate in steaming mounds, marking their territory, and there were clumps of skraeling about them. Spurchews scuttling on the ground, tenor flying in swirling knots above them, and behind them all came the frost spiders and night hags, a dark river of them flowing through the streets of Darl. If I saw this marching into my home, I would be hiding too. They began to climb a hill, passing through what Bjor remembered as the markets and traders' ring. It should have been filled with a crush of people, the sense of all manner of food cooking, a cacophony of voices shouting and haggling, goods from across all Vigrid for sale, but it was empty. Looks like a dragon living in your town is not good for trade, but it will get better. It has to. They passed through the eerily quiet streets, the Galdur Tower of Darl looming ahead of them, beyond it an empty space where Helka's fortress had been built around the skeleton of Orna, the eagle god. Now there were just a few shattered timbers poking up into the sky, like the desiccated bones of a giant's grasping fingers. "I must be tactful when I tell my sister of the events of our journey," Radha said to Bior. "I cannot lie to her. She would disapprove of that most strenuously." He grimaced, which Bior took to mean that Likrifa would probably eat Radha. "But she does not like bad news either, so I must be careful how I phrase the events of our journey. Whatever you do, do not mention how many we lost in the raid from that Nithing Orlig." "No, Lord, but we must tell her of Miak, though. She is Ilska and Drekker's sister." Bior looked back over his shoulder, at Miak's corpse wrapped in linen and slung across his horse's back. "Of course," Radha said. "We should do that as soon as we can, get it out of the way. Just do not mention the numbers we lost." He looked at Bior. "She will not like it." "You mean she will eat us?" "Yes, Lord, my lips are sealed," Bior said. "Good boy," Radha said with a nervous grin. "It is good to know we understand each other." Noise drifted down to them, a rhythmic pounding, and Radha led them into a street that reeked of charcoal and iron. Clouds of steam hissed from open doorways, and shadowed figures stood silhouetted by the red glow of forge fires. "The blacksmithing district," Bior said to Radha. "The business of war is keeping them at work, no doubt," Radha said. They passed through the street, the hill steadily climbing, then leveling out, and Bior saw the wall that surrounded Darl's Galdure Tower. A huge gate stood closed, warriors in mail guarding it. They saw Radha and thumped on the gates, others blowing horns, and the oak gates opened. Hooves clattered on stone and thudded on hard-packed earth as they rode into the tower's courtyard, a wide space ringed with barracks, stables, pens, a dairy, and a brewhouse, the Galdure Tower rearing over them, black-stoned and looming like a brooding crow. Its doors opened, and Likrifa stood there in her human form, tall and regal, flanked by Ilska, Drekker, and a handful of Skraeling. "Sister, my dear sister," Radha cried out as he slipped from his saddle and hurried to Likrifa. He dropped to one knee before her and took her hand, pressing his lips to it. "I have missed you," he said. Likrifa stood there regarding him, her lips twitched in a smile. "Stand," she said, gesturing to him. "I have accomplished the task you gave me. Svelgarth has fallen," Radha said triumphantly, "as I see Darl has." He looked around. "Though I never doubted you, 2 of the supposed powers of Vigrid defeated already. It is almost too easy. This war will be over before it has begun, and Vigrid will be yours, my sister. It will not be over until Ulfrir is a corpse at my feet, and until then we are still in danger," Likrifa snarled. She shivered, composing herself. "Come, eat and drink with me, we have much to talk on." "Of course," Radha said. He looked over his shoulder and waved for Bior to follow him. "But before we do that, I have news for Ilska and Drekker. Unfortunate news, I'm afraid." He gestured to Bior and the horse that he led by the reins. Bior stopped and moved back to Miak's corpse, untied her and lifted her into his arms, carrying her to Ilska and Drekker. He laid her down gently at their feet, knelt and cut the rope that tied the linen sheet, pulled it back to show her face. He took care not to reveal her shredded, wolf-torn wound of a throat. Ilska looked down at Miak, her face draining of color, her body stiff, muscles twitching. Drekker dropped to one knee and swept Miak up into his arms, squeezed her to him. Bior was surprised to see tears spilling down his cheeks. He looked up at Bior, his face twisted and contorted, the scars on his face white and livid, eyes burning red. "Who did this?" he snarled. "Come," Likrifa said, turning and walking into the Galdure Tower, ignoring Ilska and Drekker. Radha looked down at Drekker, then followed his sister. "Bior with me," Radha said. Bior hesitated. "I am sorry," Bior said, looking down at Miak, a tightness in his chest. Then he started to follow Radha. Ilska grabbed his wrist, her grip like iron. "Who?" she hissed. "Orca," Bior said. Ilska frowned. "The one who tracked Drekker to Darl, the mother of the tainted child Brekka." Drekker let out a strangled sound, part growl, part sob. Bior left them to their grief and walked into the entrance hall of the Galdure Tower and saw that it had been turned into a feasting chamber. A fire pit sat at its center, tables and benches about it, but as he stepped deeper into the room he paused. The ground was moving. Then he saw them, serpents, some still, others slithering and hissing across the stone-flagged floor. Rada paused, too. "Don't be afraid of my beauties," Likrifa said. "You are perfectly safe as long as you mean me no harm." "Oh, well, that's a relief," Rada said, grimacing as he took a hesitant step among the writhing mass. Serpents slithered away from him, clearing a path as he walked. He looked back at Bior and beckoned him on. The rat in Bior's blood screamed at him to leave, to flee. Rats are not the friend of serpents. He sucked in a breath and told his beast to be calm. From the beating of his heart, his advice did not seem to be working. Bior reached a table, filled a cup full of ale, drank it and filled another, then loaded a plate full of carved mutton, cheese, onion and dark bread and took another large gulp of his ale. Rada sat with a cup in his hand and took a sip. "Sister, did all go here as planned?" he asked. "It did," Likrifa said. "That worm Guthrum, I cannot remember," she said with a wave of her hand. "Anyway, it was as he said." Helka's Galderman, the arrogant little maggot, attempted to resurrect Orna. Well, he succeeded. She was alive as I fell on Darl from the sky. Likrifa leaned back in her chair and smiled, her grin unnaturally large, long teeth protruding over her lips. "But not for long. I slew her, killed our sister, that spiteful, conceited bitch. After all this time, hundreds of years, I have imagined meeting her, hurting her." A ripple of pleasure passed through Likrifa from head to toes. "That must have been satisfying," Rada said. He looked relieved, and Bior remembered that the Skalds told of Rada having killed Orna's daughter, draining her blood and skinning her, using her blood to write his infamous Galdrabok, the Rodskina, upon her flayed skin. If Orna had lived, that would be one more god with a blood feud against Rada. Now that Orna is dead, it just leaves her husband, Ulfrir. "And where is her heart?" Rada asked. "Ah," Likrifa said. "In the heat of the battle and my victory, I forgot about our plan." She waved a hand as if it were of no importance. For a moment Rada's face twisted in anger, a spasm through his face, but it passed so quickly that Bior could not be sure that it had happened. "That is a great shame," Rada said slowly. "So what happened to her heart?" Likrifa shrugged. "There is nothing left of her. I eviscerated her, destroyed her, turned her to nothing but mist with my jaws and talons." She put a finger to her lips as if remembering the taste. Then she giggled. "Nothing left of Orna's heart, not even the smallest part," Rada pressed. "You know the power we would both gain from eating it, or even a fragment of it. We needed that power to tip the scales in our favor when we meet Ulfrir." "No, nothing left," Likrifa said. "Not even a bone. Perhaps a feather or two," she sniffed. "I do not need Orna's power. I slew her. Obviously I am the more powerful." "Yes, of course you are," Rada said slowly, carefully. "But we still have Ulfrir to think about. Orna's heart would have ensured our victory against Ulfrir. He was always the more dangerous of the two." "Yes, I know that," Likrifa said. "Which is why I have been waiting for you. We must plan our next move, must strike at him together." A twist of unease across Rada's face. "There is another," Rada said. "Their heart would give us power beyond imagining." His eyes locked with Likrifa's. "But the risk to us would be great." "Too great, brother," Likrifa said. A hint of fear shivered across her features. She was silent, thoughtful. "No," she said, shaking her head. "Number, let us concentrate on finding where our mange-ridden brother is lurking. I am sure he is plotting against me." "Of course he is," Rada said. "You have killed his wife twice." Likrifa grinned, then frowned. "We must find him," she said. "I have sent out all my tenor, all my Hiendur to seek him out, but I have heard nothing," she snarled, a mixture of fear and rage leaking into her voice. "You need look no longer," Rada said, leaning back in his chair, a smug look on his face. "I know where Ulfrir is." "Where?" Likrifa hissed, leaning forwards. "Snakovic. He is hiding within the skull of our dear departed father," Rada said. "How do you know?" "A captured Ulfheithnar," Rada said. "Orca, the woman who slew Miak," He waved a hand towards the tower's entrance, although Ilska and Drecker were no longer there. I smelled Ulfrir's stink upon her. She had seen him, spoken with him. Likrifa leaned back, grinning. Rada, you have done exceedingly well. I am well pleased with you. Rada grinned and raised his cup to her, took a deep drink. This wolf child, did she tell you anything else? Likrifa asked, leaning forwards. Aye, she did, Rada said. Ulfrir is in the company of one called Elvar Trollslayer and the Battlegrim, a mercenary band that Bjor happens to know better than his own kin. Likrifa fixed her eyes upon Bjor. How useful, she purred. Tell me about them. Bjor gulped. Chapter 25, Varg v. Arg opened his sea chest and looked upon his kit. Ringmail coat, helm, weapons belt, and a neatly folded sealskin cloak. He reached in and pulled out the coat of mail, hefted the weight of it high and threaded his arms into it, finding the sleeves and slipping it over his head, wriggling and shaking to help the mail slither down his body. He took his weapons belt and buckled it around his waist, cinching it tight to ease the weight of the brynja across his shoulders, brushed the tops of his weapons with his fingertips. Seeks, cleaver, and bearded hand axe. Then he took out a now-bending woolen cap and pulled it onto his head, lifted his helm and placed that over the woolen cap, pulling it tight with the leather straps, buckling it under his chin, careful not to trap his beard in the buckle. Sound became muted and his vision a little restricted because of the eye socket metalwork of the helm. He adjusted the helm's mail curtain that protected his neck, letting it fall across his upper back, neck and shoulders. Finally, he reached into the chest and took out the silver arm ring that Glornir had given to him so long ago at Rada's chamber, twisted strands of sliver and 2 growling bearhead terminals. He slipped it around his left bicep and squeezed it tight, a deep, indrawn breath as he stood tall. "Ha, you look like a warrior born," Esvik said, who stood beside Varg gleaming in his mail, his red beard rope-braided and tied with silver wire. "Who would have thought you would live this long?" "Not me," Rokia piped from where she was pulling her Winnega's leg wraps tight and using an iron brooch to pin them in place, which raised some chuckles among the bloodsworn around them. "Let us hope I live through another day," Varg muttered, feeling the tremble of imminent violence in his gut, his eyes fixing upon the Drakars that were gaining on them across a white-churning sea. The wolf in his blood gave off a low, rumbling growl that he felt vibrate through his body. "Ha, we live in hope," Esvik laughed, then buckled on his own helm. For a whole day they had labored across the open sea, the sails of the Sea-Wolf and Sulik's slower Nar filled with a southeasterly that had driven them hard towards the coast of Vigrid. But Rurik's longships behind them were using the same wind, and Sulik's fat-bellied Nar was too slow, so the longships had gained steadily. They would catch them today, so Glornir had made the decision to stand and fight. Varg turned and looked to the prow and saw the dark line of land on the horizon. Vigrid. Close, but not close enough. Glornir had called for the sail to be furled and stowed, for the mast to be stepped, the mast block pounded into the mast hole, and it had been hard oarwork for a while. But now it was time to save their strength, and so only a quarter crew were manning the oars, rowing close to Sulik's ship before Rurik's Drakars reached them. Varg pulled his shield from the shield strake and slung it across his back. "Come," Esvik said, nudging Varg's arm, and they walked to the spear racks on the deck, Varg finding his spear and testing its weight. Voices shouted and Varg looked up to see the Sea-Wolf was close to Sulik's ship. Oars were pulled in on the starboard side and a rope thrown over to Sulik, who stood near the Nar's prow. Hands caught the rope and heaved the 2 ships closer, the hulls thudding together, grating. More ropes were thrown across all along the top rail and warriors moored the 2 boats together. "Why are we doing this?" Varg whispered to Esvik. "Those Drakars will try to separate us like wolves would do to the weak and young in a flock of sheep. Easier to overwhelm us if we are apart." Esvik grinned. "They are about to find out that we are not sheep. We are the blood-sworn and we stand together, fight together, die together if needs be. Varg nodded, liking the cunning of it. Glornir had a shouted conversation with Sulik, and then Iva and Taras were clambering over the heaving rail of the Sea-Wolf and boarding Sulik's ship. Taras stood on the top rail and turned. "I'll see my blood-sworn friends after," Taras bellowed to them. He was mailed and helmeted, dressed in battle kit that Einar had gifted to him. Even that was a little tight across Tara's shoulders. He wore a nasal helm, had 2 bearded axes thrust into his belt, a thick-shafted spear in his fist and a shield slung across his back. Einar strode to him, took his forearm in the warrior grip. "I'll see you after, friend," Einar said. Taras grinned and leaped onto the Nar's deck. Horses were tethered in the wide belly, wild-eyed and stamping, Sulik's crew shipping oars and stringing bows. Screens of wicker and willow were raised around the horses to protect them from arrows, Esvik said as Varg opened his mouth to ask. 5 of the Bloodsworn stayed at their oar chests on the port side, while 5 of Sulik's crew sat with oars at the starboard side. Varg looked at Esvik. "They will hold the oars to keep us prow-facing Rurik's longships," Esvik said. "Otherwise, the sea will snatch us and spin us like a wooden toy, and we will be facing in the wrong direction when it's time to start scrapping." "Ah," Varg grunted. "There is much to learn about this ship and sailing business," he muttered. "Aye," Esvik smiled. "Make ready," Glornir bellowed, and the Bloodsworn gathered on the deck of the Sea-Wolf. "Bloodsworn, we face battle once more," Glornir called out, Val at his shoulder. "These Arselings would take our ship, take our lives. We shall show them what happens to our enemies." He shuddered and tremored, muscles hunching, eyes glowing green, and gave them a savage-toothed grin. The Bloodsworn roared, shaking shields and thumping weapons upon the linden wood. Einar stepped close to the prow. He was mail-clad and helmeted, a long axe in his fist, a seax and hand axe at his belt, a huge shield strapped across his back. He gripped the prow beast with one hand and put one foot on the top rail, taking the position of honor, the champion's place on the prow. First to be seen by the enemy, first to take the brunt of the enemy's attack. "Come and taste our steel, you nithing dogs," Einar bellowed, spittle spraying, and he punched his long axe into the air, shook it at the approaching Drakars and let out a deep-bellied roar that was taken up by the Bloodsworn, until the Sea-Wolf must have sounded like some angry, feral beast. One longship was pulling ahead of the others, cutting through waves in a white-spumed trail, oars rising and falling, heading like an arrow for the Sea-Wolf. The others began to spread into a wider line behind the first Drakar like a net. "They will seek to circle us, overwhelm us from all sides," Rokia said to Varg, still taking her role as teacher seriously, even on the brink of battle. "We need to make fast work of that first ship, who is overeager, like a young wolf, blinded by hope of battle fame and tales of glory." That Drakar was close enough for Varg to see faces on the deck, saw warriors in lamellar plates stringing their recurved bows and the backs of rowers heaving. A crowd parted, and a figure stepped forwards, a cloak and cowl pulled over their head, but Varg saw the glint of an iron collar around their neck. Beside this figure walked a huge man with a black thicket of a beard. He clambered onto the prow, wearing a helm with a wind-whipped horsehair plume that snapped like an angry serpent, dressed in a coat of lamellar that hung below his knees, a curtain of mail over his lower face and 2 short taxis in his fists. He spat unheard curses at the Sea-Wolf and Einar. Val's voice rose up behind Varg, hissing, Iva's joining hers so that they twisted about each other like the knotwork silver on a Jarl's torque, making a song that rose and fell, spreading across the waves. Varg saw movement in the sea, the swell of something large beneath the waves, saw the crest of something scaled and serpentine approaching them, moving into the space between the Sea-Wolf and the approaching Drakar. A serpentine head reared up, red-eyed and sharp-fanged. "Es Javarorm," Varg hissed. "Aye, but it is ours," Svik said. "Val and Iva have summoned it." Varg watched as the sea serpent loomed high over the approaching drakkar. The man in the iron collar climbed up onto the prow, and Varg heard another song drift out across the waves. The Sjavaorm hissed and screeched, as if the song caused it pain, and then it crashed back into the sea and disappeared beneath the waves. "Rurik will have a rune wielder on each of those drakkars," Svik said. The longship crawled towards them, oars rising and falling, water spuming white as warriors labored at the benches. "Let them use their strength on reaching us," Svik called out, "while we are rested and eager for a scrap." He danced on his toes, grinning. A hissing sound and an arrow whipped between Varg and Svik, thunking into the deck behind them. More arrows fizzed, Einar grabbing the prow with one hand and swinging behind it for cover. "Shields!" Glornir bellowed. Varg shrugged his shield from his back and raised it. A heartbeat later, an arrow thumped into it, a spray of splinters in his face as the tip burst through. Arrows rattled like hail all along the shield line. A cry of pain behind him, and further away horses neighed wildly. Varg risked a glimpse over his shield rim and saw archers filling the foredeck of the approaching drakkar. In front of them, the figure with the cloak and cowl threw their hood back, revealing a gaunt-featured man, black hollows for eyes. He dragged a knife across his palm and clenched his fist, raised it high and began to sing. Red runes flickered to life in the air before him, spread wider, circles interlinking and growing, covering the prow of the drakkar like a curtain of red rain. "Loose!" A voice cried behind Varg, Sulik, and an answering volley of arrows swept into the air, falling upon the approaching drakkar. Some of them hissed and sizzled as they passed through the red glowing runes, turning to ash and blowing away on the wind. Other arrows thumped into timber and flesh, screams ringing out. Close to Varg, another voice rose up, part song, part chant, high and keening, swirling on the wind and salt spray. Val, standing close to Einar in the prow of the Sea-Wolf, and Varg heard a more distant voice join hers. Iva on the deck of the other ship, her voice a low rumble, snatched away and then brought closer by the wind, weaving around Val's words like a warp and weft thread on a loom. Varg saw blue lights flare into life above the prow of the Sea-Wolf and the prow of Sulik's ship, forming ice-blue rune circles. Shards of ice stabbed out towards the approaching drakkar, one crashing into the prow where ice exploded upwards, sweeping over the top rail and hissing into the red rune spell above the prow. Ice and fire warred in the air for a few heartbeats, crackling and hissing, but then the ice began to spread through the red runes like spilled ink seeping through parchment, turning them to ice. The frozen runes cracked and collapsed into the sea. The other shard of ice that came from Iva's voice crashed into the churning waves between the Sea-Wolf and the longship, and in moments the waves were thickening, the water glinting, ice forming, waves becoming sluggish as gruel at first but rapidly thickening, until the longship was slowing, plowing through sheets of ice that splintered, but continued to spread in the water around the drakkar. Then ice was crackling up the longship's oars, and where the hull touched the ice-thick sea frost crept up the strakes of the hull. Timber strained and creaked and snapped, the drakkar turning blue as frostbitten fingers. The longship glided slowly towards the Sea-Wolf, drew close and stopped, bobbing as the icy sea rose and fell, blue frost runes hissing, reaching the top rail. Varg saw a woman rise from her oar bench, staring at her hands which had turned blue, ice climbing her arms, tendrils weaving across her chest and up her neck. She screamed, began to run, slowed, and stopped as the ice consumed her body, frozen. Another figure stumbled into her, and she exploded in a spray of shards. The ice continued to spread, and Varg and all the Bloodsworn stood and stared, lowering their shields, many of them open-mouthed. A crack loud as thunder and a fissure raced across the longship's hull, strakes tearing apart as the timber contracted, the crack widening, water pouring into the drakkar, the prow dipping, the stern rising. A series of cracks, each one louder than the one before, and the longship was tearing apart like a ripped loaf of bread in the hands of a hungry man. The sea gushed into the drakkar, foaming white and ice-touched, people screaming, running, leaping overboard, or clinging to shattered timbers as the longship began to sink. Varg stood and stared, horrified and fascinated at the same time as the drakkar sank into the sea, the prow last to disappear beneath the slow-churning waves. All that was left to show it had existed were a handful of ice-frozen timbers, bodies floating in the water, some rigging and a few barrels bobbing in the swell. "Well, I hope that doesn't happen with all of those nithings and their drakkars," Issa said next to Varg. "I want a good scrap." She looked at his stunned expression. "What? I didn't get all dressed up for nothing." Chapter 26. Orka sat on a barrel, swaying with the rise and swell of the sea as Jarl Orlig's drakkar traveled along the coast of Vigrith. Sion, Gunnar, and Halja were bending their backs at an oar bench, Orka steaming with drying sweat as she had just finished her shift. She rubbed her calloused hands together and took a sip from a cup of watered ale as she watched Brekka and Lif sparring on the deck. Brekka stabbed a spear at Lif, his spearwork fast, which pleased her. Lif defended and moved left and right, keeping Brekka off balance, which also pleased her, and Orka could see the frustration building in Brekka, bubbling and boiling, which did not please her. As she watched it spilled over, and with a growl Brekka threw himself at Lif, taking him by surprise, ramming his shoulder into Lif's shield and sending him stumbling back. Lif righted himself and set his feet as Brekka came after him, a pivot on one foot and nudge of the shield, and Brekka was sent staggering past Lif. A stab of his spear that touched the back of Brekka's neck, and the contest was done. It took a moment for Brekka to realize, but then his shoulders slumped and he lowered his shield and spear. He looked sheepishly at Orka and she beckoned him over to her. "You have a warrior heart," Orka said, "but it is usually your wits that will win or lose a fight, not the strength in your arms or shoulders." "I know," Brekka muttered. "Strategy like taffel," he said. "Aye," Orka said, then frowned at Brekka. "Who told you that?" "Bior, he taught me how to play," Brekka said. "Huh," Orka grunted, not sure she liked the thought of Bior the rat teaching her son anything. But it sounds like good advice, although Brekka hasn't taken it. She offered Brekka her cup of ale and he took it and drank thirstily. It felt dreamlike, sitting here, talking with him, almost as if he had never been taken from her. She remembered carrying Thorkel from their burning home, remembered the blood on his lips as he told her that Brekka had been taken. Just the memory of it felt like a knife was twisting in her belly. "What are you thinking?" Brekka asked her. "You look sad." "Of your father," Orka said, Brekka's eyes filled with tears. "I knew you would find me," he said, a tremor in his lips. A tear spilled and rolled down one cheek. Orka wiped it away. "No one will ever take you from me again," she breathed, and Brekka put his head on her chest, hugged her tight. After a while he stepped back and looked at the barrel that Orka was sitting upon. "When will we go home to bury Spurt?" he asked her. Orka had wanted to give Spurt a sea burial, but Brekka had pleaded and sobbed that they take the Visen's body back to their steading at Feller village and bury him there. Not a sensible idea, Orka had thought, knowing that the tide of war was rising in Vigrith and who knew where it would carry them, or where it would drown them. She did not think it was likely that she would ever see Feller again. They had sailed past the fjord inlet that led to Feller village a day ago, and that was likely the closest they would come to seeing their homestead again. And also, carrying a corpse across Vigrith was not a practical idea. The body would begin to decay and rot soon. But part of her had softened at Brekka's tear-stained face, and part of her hoped to go back to their homestead at Feller, so that she could stand over Thorkel's grave and tell him that he had been avenged. And so she had agreed, which meant they would have to store and preserve Spurt's body. That had meant asking Jarl Orlig for a barrel and enough salt to pack Spurt's corpse with to stop him from rotting. "Ha," Orlig had said. "This will have to go on my tally stick. You are in my debt now, farmer. Salt is not cheap," he had laughed. That had not pleased Orca, as since being captured by Rada she had no silver or arm rings to trade with. But she had agreed because she had no choice. "When this is done and Drecker is dead," Orca said. "Yes," Brecca snarled. He was fiercer than she remembered, or perhaps when you can survive sparring for longer than a slow count to 10. She took his shoulder and turned him to face Lif. "Again," she said, and Brecca walked back to Lif. They raised their shields and touched spears, set their feet, footsteps, and Orca looked up to see Dagrun walking towards her. He was carrying a hemp sack over one shoulder. "Slow going today," he said as he reached her. His face was flushed red from the wind. A strand of dark hair whipped out of his braids by sharp gusts. "Aye, slow going since the wind changed," she said. When they had left the river and rowed into the sea, a northeasterly wind had filled their sail and swept them like a cast spear down the eastern coast of Vigrid. But while they had nestled in the shelter of an inlet, overnight the wind had changed, and now they were rowing into a southwesterly headwind that had slowed the Drakkar down to a crawl. The sail had been furled and the oars dipped. "Hard rowing," Dagrun agreed. Orca had seen him take an oar and sit a shift at the bench, which she liked. She had seen many Jarl's sons and daughters think they were too good for the oar bench. "I have something for you," Dagrun said. He held up the sack from his shoulder and emptied it, a coat of mail and a nasal helm spilling to the deck at Orca's feet. "A fine brynja," she said, looking down at it. She could see the half-sleeves and hem were edged with brass rings, the sign of a wealthy warrior, and the nasal helm had a curtain of mail to protect the wearer's neck, that too edged with brass rings. "Aye, and they are yours," Dagrun said. "The brynja should fit you. Brynjolf was built like a plow ox." He looked her up and down. "It is not mine," Orca said. "Well, it is if I give it to you," Dagrun said with a smile. "Brynjolf is no longer needing it. He died in the night, and as my oath-sworn man it is my brynja and helm now. My coat and helm to keep, or to give away, and I do not need them. My ring mail is good enough, and I have a fine helm. And besides, this brynja would not fit me, it is too big." He nudged the mail with his toe, then looked at Orca and her sweat-stained tunic. "A fine tunic," he said, "but it will not take care of you in the steel storm of battle like this will. A good friend this war gear could be to you." "True enough," Orca said. "But I have no coin or hacksilver to buy them, and I am already indebted to your father for a barrel of salt." She scowled at him. "I do not like to be in debt." "But it is me who is indebted to you," Dagrun assured her. "You saved my life, and to my thinking that is worth more than a helm and a coat of mail. Think of this as a down payment." She looked at the helm and brynja, knowing that it was a good offer, knowing that she would need them. "Your father is already paying me back for saving your life," she said, "giving me, my son, and my friends safe passage." The word friends felt and sounded strange coming out of her mouth. "Aye, well, that is his payment for a son, as a father is like to give. But I pay my own debts, not just let my father pay them for me." He gave her a quizzical look. "Do you not think you will need it?" "I do not think you have seen your last days of battle, farmer," he said, calling her by the name Jarl Orlig had given her. She looked at the coat again, then stood, unbuckled her weapon's belt, upon which hung the 2 seekses that she had taken from Miek's corpse, then bent and lifted the mail up. It was heavy, and she grunted as she raised it, slipped her arms in and found the sleeves, then lifted the coat overhead and let gravity help it slip down her arms over her head. She shook and wriggled to stop it from bunching, and then her head was through the opening, the skirt slithering over her hips and hanging above her knees. She adjusted the weight, then buckled the weapon's belt back up, moving the seekses so that one hung across her front and one across her back, rolled her shoulders. The weight of the brynja felt good. "A fine fit," Dagrun said. "Heya," Orca said, agreeing as she took up the helm and put it on, buckled it under her chin. It was a little loose, but it needed a wool cap for padding anyway. "I have a spare now-bending cap you can have," Dagrun said. "A gift," he smiled. "My thanks," Orca said, still uncomfortable. "You do not have to thank me, it is part of my debt to you paid," he said. "The other part is this," then he leaned forwards, his lips close to her ear. "I know what you are," he whispered. A tremor shivered through her and the world seemed to slow, hairs standing on end like hackles. Dagrun leaned back, looked her in the eye. "Your secret is safe with me," he said, and before she could answer him he was turning and walking away. A horn rang out, signaling the changeover at the oar benches. She was still staring after Dagrun when a hand touched her elbow and she spun around, one hand reaching for a seeks. It was Gunnar, and he stepped back quickly, hands raised in surrender. "Easy, Chief," he said. He was dripping with sweat from the oar bench, Halja and Sion behind him. "Is all well?" He looked her up and down. "Aye," she grunted, Dagrun's words still echoing through her thought cage. She shivered like a horse shaking off flies and lifted a jug of watered ale to Gunnar. He took it, filled a cup and passed it on to Halja and Sion. Halja took her cup and walked away, leaned on the top rail, the wind whipping her red hair and dragging strands out from her tight braiding. She looked up at the sky where gulls whirled and floated. "A new Brynja," Gunnar observed. "Aye," Orca muttered. "It fits you well," he said. The clack of spear shafts drew their attention, Orca looking to see Brekka launching another furious attack at Lif, who used his shield well, fending off Brekka and swiveling around him, stabbing low and high with his spear, forcing Brekka to leap backwards. "Well, he is surviving longer at least," thought Orca. "Chief," Halja called out, and Orca walked to her, enjoying the weight of her new coat of mail. She stood and put one hand on the rail, steadying herself from the heave and roll of the drakkar through the waves. Halja was staring up at the gray sky, and her eyes flickered with gold flecks. "What do you see?" Orca asked her. "Above us there are two birds high in the sky." "Aye, what of them?" Orca said, looking up and seeing gulls and clouds. "They are large, unnaturally large," Halja said, "and they are black, not gulls." Orca smiled. "And there is something else out to sea that way," Halja said, pointing to the south. "What?" Orca asked, again seeing nothing but the horizon. "Sails," Halja said, "and I think one of them is the sea wolf." Chapter 27. Varg v Arg hefted his shield, gritted his teeth and braced himself, the prow of a drakkar looming close. It was brimming with snarling faces spitting curses and wrapped in iron, steel in their fists. "Come to me, you goat-humping nithings," Einar bellowed from the prow of the sea-wolf. The air was laced with streaks of red and blue, waves of glowing heat and crackling cold frost ripping through the air above Varg. Val and Iva were locked in a Sather and rune battle with the rune wielders of the four remaining drakkars who were attacking in unison. Having seen the fate of the first drakkar, they had circled the sea-wolf and Sulik's Nar, attempting to board from four sides and overwhelm their prey. Val stood close to the mast hole of the sea-wolf, and Iva in a similar position on the deck of the Nar. Varg could not tell exactly what was going on, but it seemed to him that Val and Iva were hard-pressed defending the sea-wolf and Sulik's Nar from rune spells that were flying thicker in the air than the arrows, the stench of scorched iron and a winter's storm swirling around him. The sea churned with ice, but no drakkars had been consumed or shattered like the first one, only slowed. Arrows zipped through the air, Varg keeping his shield up. There was a concussive crash as a longship's prow crunched into the sea-wolf that shook Varg, nearly threw him from his feet, warriors either side steadying him. Einar bellowed, setting his feet on the top rail at the prow and swinging his long axe. It chopped into the raised shield of the other drakkar's prow champion, splinters flying, and then Einar was ducking and leaning, a sword hissing through the air where his head had been. The clash of iron, a spray of sparks, Einar yelling and swinging, a scream and an explosion of blood, Einar bellowing his victory as the longship's hull grated down the portside of the Sea-Wolf. "Shield wall," Glornir bellowed, and Varg was moving, forming a line facing the enemy Drakar's portside hull, his shield raised, overlapping and locking with Isa's and Edel's, who stood either side of him. He raised his spear high over his shoulder in an underhand grip, ready to stab out between Rokia and Svik, who stood in the front line before him. The attacking longship had fewer oars than the Seawolf and sat lower in the water, making it harder for the enemy to board. The twang and hiss of loosed arrows, all in the shield wall raising their shields, a clatter and thud rippling along the line as arrows struck. Then grapple hooks and ropes were hurled up, some snaring, and with a crack the two ships were heaved together. "Forwards!" Glornir shouted, and the shield wall shuffled forwards almost tight to the top rail. Varg saw Rokia chopping with an axe at a boarding rope and Svik slicing another with his seeks. Another volley of arrows, the Bloodsworn ducking back, and faces appeared over the top rail, steel-helmed and snarling, spears stabbing up. Rokia hacked one in the face, the clang of steel and spray of blood, a scream, the man falling back, his face a red wound. Varg stabbed his spear at a Druzhina woman in a lamellar coat who was half slithering over the rail, hacking with a curved saber at Svik. She saw the spear coming and threw herself backwards, slipped and disappeared with a squawk back over the rail. There was a push forwards as the surge of warriors trying to clamber onto the Seawolf became stronger, the first line of the Bloodsworn's shield wall chopping, stabbing, hacking, warriors screaming, snarling, dying. A concussion from the stern of the Seawolf that rippled through the shield wall, Varg feeling it through his boots. A snatched glimpse and he saw another Drakar drawing alongside the Seawolf's stern, grapple ropes flying over the top rail. We are too few to defend all sides, Varg thought. Should some of us go back there? Even as he thought it, Glornir was moving towards the stern, calling a handful of warriors with him. Varg made to move with them, and then he heard a cry in front of him, looked to see hands grasping Rokia, a blonde woman with a bearded axe hooked over Rokia's shield rim, her other hand gripping Rokia's axe wrist. Rokia head-butted the woman, their steel helms clashing, Rokia's nasal bar mashing the blonde woman's lip, and she fell backwards. Rokia let out a feral snarl, clambered onto the top rail and leaped after her, disappearing. The wolf in his blood howled, and without thought, Varg was moving, shouldering his way forwards into the front line, all notions of following Glornir to the portside to form a new shield wall gone from his head. He scrambled onto the top rail and stood there, blocked a spear thrust with his shield, and saw Rokia below him in a tangle of bodies on the Drakar's deck, her shield raised, snarling and lashing out with her bearded axe. A Druzhina warrior was behind her, raising their saber high. Varg hefted his spear and threw it, saw it punch into the back of the warrior and hurled him to the ground. With a wolf growl he leaped, crashing into bodies, all of them falling, Varg hitting the deck, a sharp pain in his ankle, but he ignored it, heaved himself up, blocked an axe swing with his shield, felt the blow shiver up his arm and reached for his seeks. Felt something grip his shield and drag it down. Instinctively he ducked and air hissed as a sword stabbed at his face. He ripped his seeks from its scabbard and slashed over the top rim of his shield, sliced through flesh and heard a scream, saw a warrior reeling away, blood spurting from her cheek, the pressure on his shield abruptly gone. He moved forwards, slammed his shield boss into the head of someone slashing at Rokia's back, saw them stagger and fall, slashed his seeks across another's hamstring, their leg giving way and they collapsed, Varg stamping on their throat, and then the warriors behind Rokia were gone and he was pushing in next to her, locking his shield with hers. They stood there a moment, Varg heaving breath into his burning lungs, snarling at the warriors before him and Rokia. 30, maybe more. Thuds behind him, Svik stepping up on his left, locking his shield over Varg's, Isa moving to the other side of Rokia, Edel there too. And their line was close to filling the Drakar's deck, from oar chest to oar chest. More of the Bloodsworn were leaping onto the longship, a pressure of weight behind Varg as they joined the shield wall, forming a second row and a third. "Forwards," Rokia snarled, and they were moving, Varg feeling the wolf in his blood straining, snapping and snarling with the need to kill and tear. He allowed it to flood his veins, filling his muscles with strength, his limbs with speed, but kept enough control to not leap from the shield wall in search of blood. They faced a mixture of warriors, some Druzhina in their lamellar coats, curved sabers and slim-hafted axes, and others that looked like warriors from Vigrid with brynjas and round shields. They came to the front and began to lock shields. Arrows fizzed through the air, one slamming into Rokia's shield from the Druzhina behind the forming shield wall, another grazing Varg's shoulder. "Double time," Rokia yelled, and they sped forwards, smashing into the shield wall forming in front of them a few moments before it was ready. Varg ducked his shoulder behind his shield, set his feet and shoved hard, all along the front row with him doing the same, all stabbing high and low above or below their shield rims. Warriors screamed and snarled. A blow struck Varg's shield as the enemy rallied, but the Bloodsworn's weight and momentum were too great, and the enemy shield wall buckled and broke. A man slipped and fell before Varg and Rokia chopped down at him as they trampled over him. A scream cut short, and then they were among the enemy, stabbing, chopping. A Druzhina woman stood and faced Varg, a shield and saber in her fists. Varg blocked her overhead swing with his seeks and punched his shield into her, rocking her backwards, swept on and stabbed high over her shield rim into her throat. She fell gurgling, blood gouting down her chest. Others were turning, trying to escape from the Bloodsworn's inexorable onslaught. Esvik chopped his sword into the back of a man's neck, Issa laughing as she hacked people down with her hand axe, Edel moving forward relentlessly, her hound leaping and bringing a fleeing woman down, Edel finishing her with a thrust from her sword. Warriors started leaping over the top rail into the sea, panic sweeping them, and then Varg was standing still, his chest heaving, dead all around them, blood pooling on the deck. "Come back and fight, you Nithings," Issa was shouting, turning in a slow circle looking for fresh foes. Varg looked around, the deck of the Drakkar clear except for the dead or dying. He saw that the rune wielder of this Drakkar had boarded the Seawolf close to the prow, a cluster of Druzhina about him. He was waging a rune battle with Val, Einar, and a handful of the Bloodsworn locked in combat with the Druzhina. Rokia stood with one boot on a fallen warrior's shoulder, wrenching her hand axe from his chest. Esvik was close by, a trickle of blood under one eye, probably not his. He nodded to Varg. "Still alive then, no sense," he said. "Good." The sound of Glornir's voice bellowing dragged their eyes back to the Seawolf. Without a word, they were all running back along the deck, Edel reaching the Seawolf first and leaping up and over the top rail, her hound following in an effortless bound. Varg followed next, slithered over the top rail and landed between two oar chests. He looked around, trying to make sense of the carnage. The three longships left were all around the Seawolf and Nar, looking like most of their crews had boarded, as battle raged wherever Varg looked. The decks of the Seawolf and Sulix Nar were a chaotic melee, and Varg could hear Tara's bull-like roaring. Val and Iva's voices ebbed and flowed in the din, blue and red spells slicing through the air above the battle, but they looked drained. Varg glimpsed figures on the other Drakkars standing with arms upraised, guttural voices chanting, red runes thick around them. Einar still stood in the prow of the Seawolf, trading blows with a thick-muscled woman wielding a sword and hand axe. As Varg looked, she hooked the haft of Einar's long axe and dragged him off balance, slashed with her sword across Einar's chest. Sparks and ring mail shattered, blood seeping, and Einar roared, staggered back and dropped from the top rail to the deck, stumbled to one knee. She leaped after him, hacking and stabbing, kicked him in the ribs. Svik was heading to his aid when he slowed. Varg watched as a small, dark figure dropped from the Seawolf's prow onto Einar's attacker, a fair-haired child. She wrapped her hands around the head of the prow champion and dragged her backwards, then leaned back and Varg saw it was Rifna's strong hands. She opened her mouth wide, revealing sharp growing teeth, and bit down into the neck of the prow champion. Other children appeared from the shadows, leaping onto the warrior, wrapping around her arms and legs, dragging her screaming to the deck. There was a bellow from the stern of the Sea-Wolf and Varg saw Glornir, fighting alone against what seemed to be an entire longship's crew as they boarded the Sea-Wolf. Glornir swung his long axe in great looping arcs, blood spraying in the wake of every stroke. The enemy swarmed around him. His long axe took a man's arm off at the elbow. Two more warriors coming at him from left and right, and he swiveled, blocked a sword cut with the haft of his axe, took a blow from a woman with a hand axe on the shield slung across his back, crunched the butt of his long axe into the swordsman's chin, sent him crumpling to the floor, spun around to face the warrior behind him and slashed diagonally with his axe blade, opening up a wound across her chest, sent her stumbling away in a mist of blood. But more were coming, leaping onto Glornir, grabbing him, stabbing at him, and he was disappearing from view, smothered by their numbers. Varg ran, heard a wolf howl scream and realized it was him, was dimly aware that others were following him. His foot slipped in blood that sluiced the deck and he crashed into an oar chest, righted himself, carried on. He was 30 paces from Glornir, ducked an axe swing and slashed his seeks across a throat, shouldered the warrior out of his way, 20 paces away, punched his shield boss into a snarling face that came at him out of nowhere, saw the man reel away, teeth shattered, nose and lips mashed to bloody pulp, 10 paces from the heaving mound of bodies where Glornir had stood. It looked like he had been crushed to the ground, smothered by a wave of flesh and iron. Behind Varg he heard Rokia's snarling howl. There was a deafening roar and bodies were exploding from where Glornir had been, warriors flying through the air in all directions. A woman crashed into Varg, sending him reeling and falling to the deck. He lost his grip on his shield, rolled, grabbed an oar rack and heaved himself back to his feet, seeks in one fist, his other hand reaching for the cleaver at his belt. He came up slashing and snarling, sent a Druzhina falling away with blood jetting from a red wound in his throat, heard a deep rumbling roar that vibrated through his chest, stood and stared for a moment, trying to understand. Glornir stood in the stern of the deck, an empty space around him. His long axe was gone, his shield too, but he was grabbing warriors barehanded and ripping them apart, tearing limbs, bones cracking, ripping with long-taloned claws, grabbing and pulling bodies close to tear at them with his teeth, hurling them away when they stopped screaming, became limp. An arrow punched into Glornir's shoulder, sank deep, though he hardly seemed to feel it, just growled and swatted at it, snapping the shaft. More Druzhina had clambered over the stern of the Sea-Wolf, and they hesitated upon seeing Glornir, forming a loose half-circle around him. Varg saw some of them were reaching for the bows in cases at their hips. "Chief!" Edel roared, and she was leaping forwards, shield in her fist, her hound with her. Rokia hurled her hand axe, was moving before it smacked into a Druzhina's face with a sound like wet wood splitting. Varg moved a heartbeat later, and he heard Issa yelling behind him. They swept around Glornir like the tide around a boulder, Edel's shield raised before Glornir, the rattle-slap of arrows punching into the wood. Then Rokia, Issa and Varg were among the Druzhina, slashing, stabbing. Varg struck out with his seeks and opened a wound just above a Druzhina's knee, saw them stumble and collapse as the leg buckled, chopped down into a face with his cleaver, ripped it free in a mist of blood and teeth, ducked and turned, hacked through an upraised bow, wood splintering on into the chest of another warrior, dented lamellar plates, the sound of ribs cracking, kicked out with one foot and knocked the staggering warrior to the ground. A crunch at the back of his head, stars exploding and Varg was reeling, the world sloughing away, sound abruptly muted, everything merging, and he was turning, trying to raise his weapons. Pain in his knees, and he realized he had fallen to the deck, put a hand down to steady himself, but it slipped away in a pool of blood. He fell forwards, rolled onto his back, white lights before his eyes, looked up and saw arcs of red and blue tracing lines of fire and ice above him. A man stood over him, mail-clad and black-bearded, raising the axe that had already dented the back of Varg's helmet. Varg kicked out and caught the man's knee, made him sway, put his other foot straight up into the man's stones. He wheezed and crumpled, falling on top of Varg, the axe hissing past Varg's ear and chopping deep into the deck. Varg wrapped his arms around the man and dragged him close, the wolf in his blood snarling. Rend, rip, tear, Varg told the wolf, and distantly he heard the man screaming. He did not know how long he had been there, but slowly he became aware that the warrior upon him was limp and still. The stink of blood was thick in Varg's nostrils, the taste of it cloying and sweet in his throat. Abruptly, the warrior on top of him was moving, and Varg scrambled to find his weapons, looked up and saw Rokia standing over him, heaving the dead man away. "On your feet, no sense, this is no time to be resting," she snarled and offered her hand. He took it and heaved himself up, saw his Sikhs and cleaver close by and swept them up. Varg swayed, his head thumping, felt his stomach lurch and vomited bile. "No time for that," Rokia said, putting a hand to his back and steadying him. There was a lull in the battle around him, Glornir and a handful of the Bloodsworn standing amidst a carpet of the dead. More warriors were still coming from the Drakkar that was boarding at the Seawolf's stern, but they were slower, more hesitant, and many of them were stringing the bows at their hips and knocking arrows. Varg looked for his shield but could not see it. He glanced to Sulik's ship, saw that the other two Drakkar were moored to it at prow and stern, and that Sulik and his warriors were being crushed into the center of the deck from overwhelming numbers. He glimpsed Taras hoist a warrior over his head and hurl him overboard. "Ready, no sense," Rokia said to him, slapping his shoulder, and he saw that the enemy were coming in a new wave over the top rail, spearmen first, archers behind. "Nithing cowards," Rokia snarled, trying to cover Varg and herself with her shield from the arrows which began to buzz and whip through the air. Varg raised his weapons and set his feet, saw something that drew his eye to the sea beyond the enemy Drakkar, something moving. He blinked blood and sweat, cuffed his eyes to clear them. Another Drakkar rowing hard and coming straight at the Seawolf. Rokia saw it too. "We'll make a song for the Skalds to sing of us," she snarled. Chapter 28. Orca stay behind me, Orca breathed to Brekka, "and whatever happens, stay close to me." She was standing with Brekka and her crew in the prow closed to Orlig, his hand-picked drengers and tainted about him. "Yes, Mama," Brekka said. He was holding a shield too big for him, and wearing an iron nasal helm, also too big for him, that Orca had padded with linen and wool, and adjusted the leather strap so that it would not fall over his eyes as soon as he started moving. Both had been taken from warriors who had died of their wounds on Orlig's longship since the escape from Rada and his warband. Orca had asked Jarl Orlig for them, and he had added their worth to his tally stick, Orca's debt with him climbing, which had set a hard scowl across her face. Better more debt than Brekka dead, she had told herself through her scowl. Although Brekka was big for his age, she had not been able to find a brynja that would come close to fitting him, and so he was wrapped in his woolen tunic and strips of leather and fur, and he gripped a hand axe in one fist and wore a small seeks at his belt, more an eating knife than anything else. "Brekka, fetch us water," Orca said. "Best to drink now. Nothing gives a thirst like battle." Brekka nodded and scurried away. Orca looked at Gunnar, Halja, Sion, and Lif, all of them hard-faced. Lif Sion, you have two tasks in this battle, to stay alive and to keep Brekka safe. I, Lif and Sion nodded together. And us, Chief, Halja said. Kill your enemies, Orca snarled. Halja smiled and Gunnar grunted. Brekka returned with the water and poured cups for them all. Orlig's Drakkar was rowing hard, a seething mass of longships ahead of them. The sea around the Drakkars was churning with ice, bodies, and bloody froth. The sky above them turned to crackling lines of frost and fire by rune magic. Orca could hear the screams and smell the blood. It had not been hard to convince Orlig to attack the Drakkars. As soon as human eyes could see the ships, Orca had gone to him and told him that one was the Sea Wolf, the famed longship of the Bloodsworn, and that they were outnumbered. Ha! A chance to have the Bloodsworn in my debt. I am liking this voyage more and more, he had boomed. Orlig had raised the sail, but because of the crosswind they had been forced to tack out to sea, zigzagging their way across to the sea battle, so it had taken much longer than Orca had hoped, and all the while she and her small crew had stood alongside Orlig and his guards in the prow and stared, Halja carefully letting her eagle filter through her, sharpening her eyesight. She had told them of the 4 Drakkars that circled and closed on the Sea Wolf and the trading Gnar it was moored to, and they had seen for themselves the Sather and rune magic that was scarring the sky. Now they were closer, and all could see what was happening. Icy rune spells were being cast and hurled at the Drakkars, some of them intercepted by runes of fire, exploding in the sky in bursts of frost and flame, while some of the ice-gas spells hit the Drakkars, frost spreading like vines. But then red runes would envelop the frost, melting it, the flames hissing and sizzling, fire and ice consuming each other. Orlig had yelled orders and the sail had been furled on his Drakkar, the oars taken from racks and dipped, and they were cutting through the last few hundred paces to the battle. The other ship needs the most help, Orlig said grimly, but I want the Sea Wolf in my debt, not some fat sow of a Gnar. The Bloodsworn are fighting with that Gnar, fighting for that Gnar, Gunnar pointed out. So helping the Gnar will be the same as helping the Bloodsworn. Orlig frowned. Well, you are Bloodsworn, so as long as you remind your chief of those words when I have saved them, I am happy to go where we are needed. I will, Gunnar said. Orlig cupped his hands to his mouth and yelled an order to the warrior on the steering oar, their direction shifting towards the Drakkar that was boarding the Gnar's stern. They skimmed by a longship boarding the Sea Wolf, Orca glimpsing a line of the Bloodsworn forming against the raiders, Glornir standing with a handful about him. She saw Druzhina in lamellar plate drawing bows, arrows flying at the Bloodsworn. Gunnar Prow leaped onto the top rail of Orlig's ship, set his feet and hurled his spear. It pierced a Druzhina who was drawing and aiming at Glornir, hurling the warrior to the ground. Bloodsworn, Gunnar yelled, punching his shield into the air, screaming across the distance to where the Sea Wolf was being attacked. Bloodsworn, and Halja leaped up beside him, cast her spear too, taking a Druzhina in the chest as many of them turned, confusion and shock sweeping them. Warriors on the Sea Wolf let out an answering roar. Bloodsworn, Bloodsworn. They thumped weapons on shields and broke into a run at the boarding party. Then Orlig's ship was sweeping past the Sea Wolf and carving towards the prow of the Drakkar boarding the Gnar's stern. It was almost empty of warriors, most of them having already boarded and attacking the Gnar's crew. Only a dozen or so remained, and they ringed a dark-cloaked woman, shaven-haired, an iron collar about her neck. She had her arms raised, muscles trembling as if she carried a great weight, and runes of red flame flickered in the air before her, leaping in incandescent arcs over the trading Gnar, where they were met with gouts of blue-frosted runes exploding in bursts of competing elements. Ready, Orlig bellowed as he leaped onto the prow's top rail, his white beard and fox fur cloak whipped by the wind, salt spray in his face. He laughed, looked at the rune wielder in the Drakkar. "Gersta," he shouted, "some work for you," and the Galderman drew close to the top rail, muttering incomprehensibly as flames began to flicker around the tip of his staff. Orca turned and knelt, cupped Brekka's cheeks in her palms and pulled him close. "I was bloodsworn once, and your father too," she whispered fiercely to him. "We broke our oaths to them, to Gunnar and Halja, to all on the Sea-Wolf, so that we could raise you in peace." She paused, felt as if a fist had clenched about her heart as she thought on how that had turned out. Thorkel dead and in the ground, her son now in the midst of battle and nowhere near as prepared as she needed him to be. "But the Bloodsworn are kin to me still. They are our family still, and that is why we fight. Not for wealth or fair fame, but to keep each other alive. Do you understand me? Aye, Mama, they are like our pack." She could see the fear in him, smell it rolling off him in waves. But the battle lust was there too, she could see it in the amber flicker in his eyes. "I've a mind to tell you to stay here, to hide among the barrels and not move until I come and find you, but I do not think you would listen to me." "I'm fighting," he snarled. "I know you are," she said. "Stay close, stay behind me, stay alive." She rested her forehead against his, wrapped her arms around him and felt him hug her fiercely. Then she was standing, turning, pulling a gray now-bending cap from where it was threaded through her belt and slipping it over her head, unbuckling the nasal helm and pulling it on, buckling it tight under her chin. She slapped her head, checking the fit, then lifted the long axe she had taken during her escape from Rada's warband. Looked at Lif and Sion, Gunnar and Halja, looked into each one's eyes and nodded, liking what she saw. A crunch as Orlig's Drakkar plowed into the longship that was moored to the Nar's stern, timber grating and creaking as the ships clashed together. Iron hooks were thrown, dragged back, snaring on the top rail, and the two ships crunched together closer. Jarl Orlig was leaping before the hooks were thrown, hurling himself onto the Drakkar, Dagrun and their oath-sworn following them, Gersta with them. The sound of steel on steel, the crackle of rune fire, voices raised chanting screams. Orca stepped up onto the top rail, taking a fistful of Brekka's tunic and hauling him up with her, leaped over onto the enemy ship, landed with a thump and bend of her legs, Brekka stumbling beside her. "Remember, stay behind me," Orca snarled at Brekka, and then she was moving, Gunnar and Halja leaping onto the deck and spreading to either side of Orca, shields raised, Lif and Sion behind, flanking Brekka. Orlig and Dagrun fought on the deck, already trading blows with Druzhina, Gersta behind them standing with some of Orlig's Drengers about him, runes kindling in the air before his staff. "Net af loga, binda og brenna, brenna og mjuka," Gersta chanted, and the runes shifted, flew through the air, turning into a hot glowing net that fell upon two of the rune wielder's guards, drawing tight, constricting about them. The stench of metal burning, then wool and flesh hissing, screams rising in pitch as the two warriors collapsed, bucking and writhing. The rune wielder staggered, glancing at the fallen guards, now little more than two piles of melted metal and scorched, seared flesh. The rune spells that were spread around her like a shield flickered and faded for a moment, and Dagrun cast a spear, the blade punching into the woman's belly and sending her crashing back into the top rail, tumbling over and disappearing with a scream and a splash. Close by, Jarl Orlig was chopping at the last of the guards, a fair-haired warrior in a coat of mail. He fell, an axe raised to fend off Orlig's blows, but the old Jarl stabbed below it, his blade punching through ring mail into the warrior's belly. His Ulfheithnar Tjorvi stepped in and finished the man with an axe blow to the head. Orca and her crew swept past Orlig, speeding to the top rail of this Drakkar, and in heartbeats they were up and over, thumping onto the deck of the Nar. It was blood and chaos, bodies on the deck, draped over sea chests, blood slick on the timber. Wicker palisades partially covered tethered horses that stamped and reared in a pen along the center of the wide deck. Some of them were dead, pierced with arrows, others screaming and desperately shying. The battle had passed them, Orca seeing the backs of Druzhina further along the deck, those at the rear with arrows nocked, loosing over the heads of their comrades or standing on sea chests to get clearer shots at the Nar's defenders, who were gathered in a knot at the center of the deck. They were circled around a short-haired woman who stood with her arms raised. She was singing, blue frost runes flickering above her. Close to her a huge, black-skinned warrior in mail and helm was bellowing, grabbing Druzhina and hurling them overboard into the sea. He was pierced with many arrows. Orca glimpsed Sulik close to them, dressed in his horsehair helm and lamellar plate, a saber and a round, black-painted and blood-spattered shield in his fists. More Druzhina were boarding from the bow, where another drakkar was moored. A glance to her left and Orca saw the Seawolf was tied to the Nar. The combat on her deck focused on the stern of the ship, apart from Val, who was standing near the prow, casting her own Sather spells against the rune-wielders of the longships. Einar Halfdroll and a handful of the Bloodsworn were with her, hard pressed by Druzhina, who had boarded from a longship moored at the bow of the Seawolf. "Where to, chief?" Halja asked. "Sulik first," Orca grunted, and they were moving, speeding silently along the deck past the horses, only the thud of their feet, but the Druzhina could not hear that over the din of battle. They struck the rear ranks of archers in a storm of steel, cut a dozen down in heartbeats, Orca swinging her long axe in two-handed blows, Gunnar and Halja stabbing and chopping, Sion and Lif cutting into those that turned on their flanks. Orca glanced back and saw Brekka trying to push past Sion to get at the Druzhina, but she stepped in front of him, fast as a snake, and stabbed her spear above the rim of a shield in and out of the warrior's mouth, blade returning red and dripping. A screaming face lunged at Orca, a woman in a horsehair helm, curved sword in one fist, slim hand-axe in the other. Orca blocked the saber's chop with her axe haft, swayed left, and felt the Druzhina's axe blade hiss past her cheek, the blade pinging off her helm in a fountain of sparks. She struck diagonally down the Druzhina's body with her axe head, a spray of lamellar plates and blood welled, the woman grunting and knocked stumbling back. Orca followed her, swung her axe high, two-handed, and she cut down, hacked through the wrist of the woman as she raised her sword, the axe blade carving on, chopping into the meat between neck and shoulder, sending the woman crashing to the ground. With a heave of her wrists, she wrenched the axe blade free and howled a battle cry. The snap of bowstrings and Halja stepped in front of Orca, 3 arrows thumping into her raised shield. Gunnar ran at the archers, barreled into them, all of them falling, rolling. Orca and Halja rushed to them, Orca hacking, Halja stabbing with her sword. Brekka slipped between them and smashed his shield into the face of a Druzhina trying to rise, chopped his axe through a beard into mouth and chin, ripped it free, and Halja's sword finished off the Druzhina. The remaining Druzhina realized they had enemies ahead and behind, and Orca could feel the panic spread through them like sickness. Many of them were turning, trying to form a shield wall against this new threat, and then Orlig and his crew were scrambling onto the Nar, running and howling towards them with their white-painted wolf shields, tainted warriors snarling, growling, howling as they ran, and the Druzhina broke. Orca and her pack fell upon them like slaughter wolves, cutting, hacking, chopping, blood flying, death screams ringing out. Orlig and his crew followed, driving a wedge through their enemies, and in heartbeats they were dead, dying, or running, though they had nowhere to go. A dark-haired Druzhina came at Orca in a blur, a glimpse of long mustaches tied with silver wire, a mouth drawn in a snarl, saber darting over the top rim of a black shield. Orca swept the first blow away with her axe, stepped back a pace, defending against adder-hissing blows. Then Gunnar was leaping between them. "Sulik," he cried, "stop, stop." Sulik froze, looked at Gunnar, then at Orca. He lowered his saber. Halja was there then, gripping Sulik's wrist and grinning. "Well met," Sulik said, "well met." He sucked in a breath, smiled. "Your timing," he drew in another ragged breath, "is very good." "This is Jarl Orlig," Orca said, gesturing to the white-haired Jarl as he drew near to them. His face was blood-spattered. "Orlig, this is Sulik of the Bloodsworn." "Well met, Sulik of the Bloodsworn," Orlig said. "I am glad to help you." "We have more enemies to kill yet," Sulik said and pointed. His warriors had been pushed into a central knot by the crews of 2 Drakars. Orca and Orlig had cleared one crew, but the other remained, battle raging only a dozen or so paces away. "Well, what are we waiting for?" Orlig said with a grin. Chapter 29. Varg v. Arg sidestepped a spear thrust, hooked the shaft with his bearded axe and dragged his opponent off balance, swung his cleaver and it chopped into their shoulder, carving through ring mail and deep into flesh and bone. A scream as he wrenched the cleaver free, slashed at the warrior's face with his axe and sent the woman falling away, her face a red ruin, one arm hanging limp, muscle and tendon severed. She stumbled into a sea chest and fell into Issa, who spun around and buried her axe in the woman's neck. Varg glanced around. He was stood in the prow of the Drakar at the Sea Wolf's stern. Most of the Druzhina had been slain. The hurled spears and sight of Gunnar Prow and Halja Flatnose sailing by on the top rail of another Drakar had distracted the Druzhina for a few moments, and the Bloodsworn had taken full advantage of that, Glornir leading their shield wall forwards in a rush that had stormed over the first line of archers, and pushed through so that the Bloodsworn had spilled onto the enemy Drakar's deck. There had been a savage melee where Varg's wolf had consumed him in a frenzied madness, and now he stood breathless and exhausted, chest heaving, leaning with one hand on an oar chest. Rokia was close by, Edel and Issa, too, Glornir a little further down the deck, a handful of Bloodsworn with him. He stood facing a dozen Druzhina, their rune caster behind them, surrounded by a dome of red glowing runes. One of the Bloodsworn with Glornir hurled their spear, and it hit the runes in a flare of sparks and flame. Instantly incinerated, a cloud of ash blown away on the breeze. The rune wielder had his arms raised, was shouting guttural words that Varg did not understand, red runes flaring to life and crackling through the sky, meeting Val's and Iva's spells in explosions and fountains of flame and frost cascaded down from above the sea wolf. Slowly, the rune wielder turned to look at Glornir and the Bloodsworn. Varg saw tendons bulging in his neck, mouth twisted in a grimace. A scream from the sea wolf, rage and pain mingled. "Val," Glornir growled and was turning, lumbering back along the Drakar's deck, leaping at the sea wolf's top rail, using the blade of his long axe to heave himself up and over, back to the deck of the sea wolf. Varg and the others followed, hauling themselves up and slithering over the top rail, Varg thudding down onto timber decking. Ahead of him Einar and Esvik were close to Val, who stood in the middle of a red and blue conflagration, flames hissing, quenched by frost, fresh flames melting the ice, great billowing clouds of steam, and before her stood another rune wielder, striding down the deck of the sea wolf towards her, red runes crackling and curved around him like a protective hand. Each step he took was slow and labored, as he plowed through Val's ice storm. A score of Druzhina came with him. Einar Halfdroll howled and ran at them, Esvik, Rifna and a knot of children a pace behind him. Glornir bellowed and charged towards Val's attackers, Varg and the others following. Val stood with a snarl on her face, veins bulging, sweat-drenched, shifting her rune spells to focus on this man. Blue, frost-touched runes blazed to life in the air before her, and she hurled them at the approaching man, Varg seeing them explode in bursts of incandescent sparks against his rune shield. His mouth was moving, red runes flaming to life, and he hurled them at Val. She staggered back a step, her shield bowing, ice-blue runes hissing and crackling, but it rippled and held. There was a clash of steel as Einar fell upon the Druzhina guard, his axe splintering a shield and breaking the warrior's arm, Esvik blocking a blow aimed at Einar's back, his sword snaking out, stabbing into a throat as he danced away. Rifna and the children swarmed over another Druzhina, clawing and biting, the warrior dragged to the ground. The Druzhina circled them, penning Einar and Esvik, spears jabbing at them. A blade punched into Esvik's hip and he cried out, stumbled. Another Druzhina stepped in, saber raised high over Esvik's head. Varg screamed. A surge of fear in his belly heard Rokia yelling, Glornir bellowing, Edel and Issa howling, but they were all too far away. The saber sliced down at Esvik's neck, and then a body was crashing into the Druzhina, a woman with blonde braided hair, laced with gray, the two of them hitting the ground, rolling apart. The woman came up in a snarling crouch, lips drawn back, teeth sharp, eyes blazing amber. She wore a coat of mail and helm, gripped a long axe in her fists. A sweeping blow, low to high, axe head slicing up from hip to jaw, and the Druzhina was hurled backwards in an eruption of steel and blood. The fair-haired woman rose, turned, still snarling, swung her long axe and chopped into the neck of another Druzhina, almost severing his head, the man collapsing in a fountain of blood. Then other warriors were there, carving into the Druzhina about Einar and Esvik, a woman dressed in leather and fur like a tracker hunter with short hair and a slim-shafted spear, another warrior in mail with shield and spear, a child between them with a shield almost bigger than his body, hacking out with a hand axe, and two more, a man and woman with black shields in their fists. Gunnar and Halja, Varg realized. And of course, he had seen the blonde-haired woman before, too. At the Grimholt, a pile of corpses about her, Orca skull-splitter. In moments they cut through the Druzhina in arcs of blood, a few heartbeats later Glornir reaching them and roaring as he plowed into the last Druzhina with his shoulder, slamming them to the ground and stamping on their head. Then Varg and the others were there, but their enemy were fallen. They stood there a handful of moments, breathing hard, looking for someone to fight. Glornir grabbed Orca and pulled her to him in a bear-crushing hug. "Where?" a voice screamed, and Einar was shoving Orca and Glornir away as the rune wielder drew nearer, his shield of flaming runes sizzling and blackening the deck as he approached. The child with Orca ran at the rune wielder with his axe raised high, his face twisted and growling like a young wolf cub, but Orca grabbed his tunic and hauled him back, throwing herself and the child out of the rune wielder's way. He walked through them, the bloodsworn scattering around him, heat rolling from him in waves as he set his eyes upon Val and began a new song, high and discordant, Varg hearing it in his head like the wind stirring scratching thorns. Then another voice cried out, Varg turning to see the rune wielder from the Drakkar moored, to the Seawolf's stern step from the top rail onto the Seawolf's deck, his Druzhina still about him. He was chanting and casting runes as he came forwards, spells rippling to life and spinning in the air before his shield of runes. New rune spells began to form in the air before both of the rune wielders, round as shields, turning slowly, growing brighter, shifting from red flames to amber, then to white incandescence, and the rune wielders were shrieking and casting the flames at Val. She snarled, sung out her own song, high and keening, as the white heat of the runes hit her ice shield. An explosion of sparks engulfing Val, a cloud hissing into instant life, heat and boiling steam bursting across the Seawolf like a thunderclap, hurling Varg and the Bloodsworn to the ground. Chapter 30. Orca groaned, pushed herself up from the deck of the Seawolf, searching for Brekka. He was close beside her, face down on the deck. "Brekka," she wheezed, the air hot in her lungs. "Mama," Brekka groaned. Orca rose to one knee, saw that where Val had stood flames still crackled amidst the steam, glimmers of red and gold, blue and white, and slowly the wind tore at the steam, shredding it to tatters and sweeping it away. Val was standing there, her rune shield buckled, cracked in places but intact, her feet set, arms at her side, head hanging. She looked up, a white-blue balefire lit in her eyes. Hammer afs br jadu han, Riepi afs milja han, she cried out, and two ice-glowing rune shields appeared, one shifting into the shape of a hammer, rising up and crashing into the first rune wielder's red shields. They rippled and buckled, the man stopping, words pouring from his mouth in a gasped chant. His shield flickered, red runes dim and guttering, then flared bright again. The second ice rune sped towards the second rune wielder, becoming tendrils of ice that whipped at the Druzhina guarding him, sent them leaping away, wrapped around one, frost spreading across his body, crystallizing, tightening, crushing, and he burst apart in an explosion of ice shards. The other tendrils hit the rune wielder's red shield, steam hissing as the strands curled and coiled around the dome of runes like vines around an ancient wall. The red runes began to crumble, cracks and fissures opening as frost spread through them, and the rune wielder cried out a new spell, panic lacing his voice. Orca saw the cracks and holes appear in the rune wielder's shield, snatched up a spear on the decking and hurled it, saw it fly through a gap made by the coils of ice in the rune shield. It struck the rune wielder in the shoulder, spinning him. His rune shield flickered, wavered, disappeared for a moment as he crashed back into an ore chest. With a scream, he ripped the spear from his shoulder, began chanting, even as Vol began a new song. Before either of them could finish their spells, a shadow fell across the deck of the Sea Wolf. There was a squawking from up above, a great wind beating Orca back to the ground, and she looked up, saw two giant ravens swooping from the sky, talons extended. One of them grabbed the rune wielder and in a turbulence of wings dragged him screaming into the air. Orca heard his voice chanting, saw runes crackle into existence around him as the first raven climbed higher in looping spirals above the sea wolf. The second raven swept in with its talons extended, grabbing his limbs, and then the two ravens were flying apart, a wet ripping sound and the crackle of bones breaking. Screams filtered down to them, rising higher in pitch and abruptly ending. Blood spattered onto the deck of the sea wolf. A thud as a severed arm hit the timber. Vol turned and looked to the first rune wielder, who was frantically repairing the cracks in his shield from the ice hammer and was chanting, deep and low, more flaming runes flickering before him. Vol began to walk towards him, singing her keening song as she went. Es javendur blasa, es jastormer og uthi sopa thessum lagum iacute birdu, Vol growled, and with a wave of her hands a great wind hissed across the deck of the sea wolf, tearing at the new runes. A wave rose up over the deck and crashed down upon the rune wielder, his rune shield of flames hissing, fissures rippling through it, the man within staggering back, crying out as his rune shield was swept away. He stood there a startled moment, then raised his hands, incomprehensible words pouring from his mouth in a panicked gush. Bindu munnin, bindu urkla hands, another voice called out, Orca looking to see the short-haired woman who had been casting her sather spells on the Nar climbing onto the sea wolf, blue ice glimmering around her fists. The bull-like black warrior loomed at her shoulder, Sulik, Orlig, and a knot of warriors following them. Orca heard the clatter of oars, looked beyond Sulik and his crew, and saw the last Drakkar limping away from the Nar, heading south. Bindu munnin, bindu urkla hands, the short-haired woman said again, and a clustered weave of frost vines snaked out from her blue-glowing hands, slithering across the deck and wrapping around the rune wielder's ankles, hoisting him into the air, other vines snaking down, binding his arms to his torso, spiraling onto his neck, wrapping around his throat and mouth and gently squeezing. He squawked and gasped, words muffled, then he was silent. The runes that had been sparking to life guttered and died like a snuffed candle. Vol looked to the short-haired woman. Iva, she said, gave her a nod of thanks and walked towards the captured man, her rune shield crackling and melting away. She sang softly, a high, piercing sound ululating from her lips as she approached him, came to stand before him as he dangled helplessly, twisting gently in the breeze. Orca became aware of a sound behind her, turned to see the sea churning, a rippling wake appearing as something approached beneath the waves. As it drew nearer, hints of a serpentine body undulating through the flotsam that floated around the sea wolf. It was close to the sea wolf now, close to where Orca stood. She put a hand onto Brecca's shoulder, moving him away from the top rail, hefting her long axe, and a reptilian head was breaching the waves, rearing high to peer onto the deck of the sea wolf, water cascading from a scaled head, mouth opening to reveal rows of razored teeth. "Es Javororm," Orca called out, pushing Brecca back and setting her feet, raising her long axe. "Let it be," Vol called out, and Orca held back her axe swing, stepped away instead. The sea serpent's head reared above the top rail, as big as a wagon, staring at Orca with unblinking eyes, then focusing on Vol as she returned to her keening song. The creature's head swayed over the top rail and lowered onto the deck with a meaty slap, its thick-scaled body slithering out of the sea and onto the deck. As it rippled past Orca, she saw that other, smaller, black-scaled serpents were clinging to its body, each as long as a good ash spear, looking like thick woven braids of rope upon her trunk. A mother with her young, Orca realized. Vol continued to sing as the serpent approached her, putting out a hand and stroking the creature's head as it reached her. It slithered around the dangling man, head rearing, tongue flickering to caress him. His eyes bulged and he let out a muffled scream. "You should not have come against the bloodsworn," Vol said. "Should not have slain my friends," and she gave a flick of her hand. The serpent reared high on its muscled trunk and opened its jaws wide, engulfed the man from head to waist. Iva muttered something and the frost vines around his ankles shattered, releasing him. He fell, his legs dangling from the serpent's mouth, but she did not eat him in one gulp as Orca expected. Instead, she spat the man's body onto the deck, then twisted her head to look back at the young clustered upon her back and hissed at them. They detached themselves from her body and slipped onto the deck, squirming around. One found a pool of blood, its tongue flickering out, and it began to drink, sucking and slurping. The adult serpent gently nudged the young serpent away from the blood and towards the man on the deck, who was squirming and wriggling, his arms still wrapped tight to his torso, his mouth still bound with the vines of ice. She slithered around her young, herding them towards the man on the deck, then reared back and darted forwards, faster than Orca thought possible, mouth open, fangs bared, her mouth closing about the man's torso, but she did not bite, her fangs just grazing him. Then she drew back and hissed at her young. "What is she doing?" Brecca whispered. "She is teaching her young to hunt like me teaching you to fight," Orca breathed, finding herself smiling. "A mother preparing her children for the world we all live in." And as she spoke, the young serpents squirmed around the man, letting their tongues flicker upon him. Then one reared back and lunged forwards, bit into the man's thigh. He kicked and spasmed, his eyes bulging, veins and tendons standing thick in his neck as he strained, but the serpent's fangs had sunk deep, and it clung to him. Then the other serpents were darting in, hissing and biting, the man's muffled screams seeping through the ice that bound his mouth, blood leaking and smearing the deck from myriad wounds. All the young serpents joined the attack except one, which slithered up to Vol and coiled around her feet. She looked down at it and smiled. Then the mother serpent was gently grabbing the man's torso and dragging him towards the sea wolf's top rail, her young all still attached to him, leaving a trail of blood across the deck. She reared over the rail and dropped the man into the sea, Orca looking and seeing the young serpents dragging his body beneath the waves. The mother serpent looked back at Vol and the one young serpent that remained at Vol's feet. It hissed at Vol, and with a creak and groan of timber it was rippling over the top rail and diving into the sea. With a splash and ripple of white foam it was gone. The serpent at Vol's feet coiled around her ankles and began to spiral up one leg, reached her waist and slithered around it, latched onto Vol's forearm and coiled around it. Val stroked its head with her free hand. A silence fell over the sea-wolf, just the slapping of waves against the hull and the hiss of the wind. Then shadows were rippling across the deck, and there was a flapping of wings as the two ravens descended, spiraling downwards. A storm of wind rocked Orca on her feet as the ravens landed, one on the prow and one on the top rail. The one on the rail looked down at the sea where the serpent had disappeared. "Grok glad the big snake is gone," the raven squawked. "Snakes taste good, but clo not trust the big ones," the other raven croaked. "They bite back." Then she began to preen her feathers. A flutter of wings and Vesley appeared, the bag at her belt stuffed to overflowing with fresh teeth, blood-smeared and with slivers of flesh still dangling. She flew to Brecka and wrapped her arms around his neck, hugging him tight. "Vesley missed Master Brecka," she squeaked. "Vesley worried for him." "I have missed you, too," Brecka said, stroking the tenor's head. Vesley fluttered back and alighted upon Brecka's shield rim. She looked around at Gunnar and Halja, Lif and Sion. "Where Vesley's friend, Spurt?" Vesley asked. Brecka's lip trembled and a fat tear slid down his cheek and he just shook his head. Vesley's face crinkled and tears welled in her big eyes. "No," she wailed. Jarl Orlig looked from the weeping Vesley to the two giant ravens preening themselves to the young serpent coiled around Val's forearm. "Strange company you bloodsworn keep," he said. Chapter 31 Gudvar W. Hat is that? Gudvar said to his aunt, Jarl Sigrun. "That is the Jarnvidr, the iron wood," Sigrun said. They were sitting on their mounts before a wide wooden bridge, the river Slagen white spuming below them, but Gudvar's eyes were fixed upon the far bank, where a wall of trees stared sullenly back at him, the road they were following disappearing into what looked unsettlingly like a wide-open mouth. For as far as his eyes could see, trees reared, north, south, and west, a tangled knot of murk and gloom. The forest stood silent and brooding as a cliff, Gudvar getting the distinct feeling that things hidden within the darkness were staring at him. Just looking at it made his skin crawl. The woodland rolled away to the north. Just at the edge of his vision, Gudvar seeing a cluster of hills rearing out of the green-black canopy like the backs of breaching whales. "I do not like the look of it, do not think we should go in there," he muttered. "Like has nothing to do with it," Sigrun said grimly. "That is where our prey has gone and we must follow." Gudvar frowned. "Why don't we let Krusa lead us? Best she and her Skraeling go first in case there is an ambush." "If there is an ambush, it will come from all sides, not just the front," Sigrun said. "We would be no safer at the rear or anywhere else in this column. By appearing to lead, we win whatever fair fame is to be had, if we are still alive to enjoy it." Gudvar twisted in his saddle and looked back over his shoulder, saw Skapti sitting upon a horse, looking as relaxed as if he were out for a gentle ride on his way to a noonday meal, despite the fact that Krusa and her Skraeling stood around him, tenor whirring above him, and frost spiders were clustered in the boughs and shadows behind him. "I do not think we should trust him," Gudvar said, absently wiping a drop of moisture from his nose. "Of course we should not trust him," Sigrun said, heaving a sigh. "That word does not exist for the likes of us, people who would be a power in this world. I have not trusted anyone since," she frowned. "I have never trusted anyone, but if he is speaking the truth, then this is an opportunity for us. We will use this to climb higher in Likrifa's graces. That is our goal, to be of value to Likrifa or to Ilska the Cruel. That is how we will survive this war and how we shall flourish in the new world that Likrifa will rule. That is all well and good, so long as in the climbing we are not pushed from the ladder and fall to our deaths. But is Skapti speaking the truth?" he said. Sigrun smiled, though there was little humor in it. "There is only one way to find out," she said, "and if he is not, we will have a fight on our hands. We have been in them before and will be in them again. This is Vigrith after all." She shrugged, then clicked her horse on. "That is what I am worried about," Gudvar thought. He hesitated a few moments, then touched his knees to his horse's ribs and followed her. Hooves clattered on wood as they crossed the bridge, the thud of tramping feet and more hooves behind them as Sigrun's Drengers followed. Then Krusa led her skrailing across, Skapti with them. Guthvar left the bridge, and his horse carried him into the gaping mouth of the forest. Boughs wrapped above the hard-packed road, a murky shadowlight engulfing him, the sound of the river fading behind them. He twisted to look back and saw a dark stream of frost spiders scuttling across the bridge. As the creatures entered the forest, they slipped into the foliage to left and right of the road, climbing trees and spreading through the boughs up above. His one consolation about his traveling companions now was that, surely, they'd be a match for any other monstrous creature hidden in this forest. The trees were thick-trunked and far taller than they had seemed from the far bank, looming over Guthvar, the canopy appearing as a night-vaulted sky far above. From the far bank of the river the forest had appeared silent, but, once inside, that could not be further from the truth. There was noise everywhere. Crows squawked, the whir of insects was all about him, foliage crackled as deer moved through the undergrowth or at least, he hoped it was deer foxes barked and shrieked. In the distance he heard wolves howl, and behind it all the wind soughed through branches, leaves rustling and branches creaking and scratching overhead, filling the forest with a swirling fluctuation of sound. He looked at the trees suspiciously. "They are not ash trees, are they?" he asked Sigrun. "Number birch and alder mostly," Sigrun said. "Good." Nevertheless, he watched the trees carefully as they rode deeper into the Jarnvidr. Sigrun called out, held her hand up, and the column rippled to a halt. They were standing before a fork in the road, one path leading straight on, the other curling away to the north, though within 50 paces both paths were engulfed by shadow and gloom. "Krusa, bring Skapti up," Sigrun called back down the line. Her Drengers parted to let Krusa walk through them, the skraeling's long arms dangling, Skapti following behind her. Money the tenor flickered in the air above him. "Which path?" Sigrun asked Skapti. "That one straight on," he said without hesitation. Sigrun looked at him, then back in the direction Skapti had pointed. She nodded. "Ride with me," she said as she led her horse on, and Skapti drew up alongside her. They rode in silence a while, Guthvar peering into the darkness either side of them. There could be anything out there no more than 10 paces away, he thought, one hand resting permanently upon the hilt of his sword. "Guthvar tells me you were captain of the Grimholt once," Sigrun said, breaking the silence. "I was," Skapti said, "and that you were Prince Hakon's man." "I for a time," Skapti grunted. "Guthvar also tells me that Skalk the Galderman threw you in a cell in his tower." "Aye, that he did," Skapti said, "but now you are Skalk's messenger. You are his man now." Sigrun shifted to look at Skapti. "I am," Skapti said, meeting her gaze and the question in her eyes. "Times change," he shrugged. "I have learned to change with them." "Why would Skalk trust you?" Guthvar snapped. He did not like Skapti. Seeing him had reminded him of when Skapti had walked through the door of the dead Drenger in Darl, just as Guthvar had been winning Prince Hakon's trust over a fine-cooked breakfast. A stone of fear had dropped in his belly at the sight of the white-haired warrior, and he had barely evaded a painful death then and there. "Trust me," he shook his head. "Skalk does not trust me. I do not think he trusts anyone." Sigrun glanced at Guthvar. "But this was a task that needed doing, and he picked me to do it." "Why you then?" Guthvar said. "I did not ask him to explain his reasoning to me," Skapti said with a raised eyebrow. "Perhaps because I am expendable," he shrugged. "Perhaps because he knows I am capable. Perhaps he understands that if I want to rise in his estimations, then I must perform some tasks with risks, dangerous tasks such as this." He glanced down at Krusa, who walked alongside them, his gaze moving into the trees where frost spiders lurked. "Huh," Guthvar grunted. "If it is so dangerous, then why did you agree to this task?" "Because with the likes of Skalk and most of the powers in this land, you either make yourself useful to them and obey, or you end up with your throat cut, or body broken and stuffed in a barrel." "Huh," grunted Gudvar again. He sounds believable mostly because he reminds me of how I felt about Skalk every waking hour, and what we're having to do with Likrifa now. Why so far then? Gudvar asked sullenly, determined to catch Skapti out in some lie or other. Why must we journey so far along this road? You seem to think that I am the chief of their band to know the answers to these questions, Skapti said. I am not, that is Skalk and Estrid. Though to meet you on this side of the river is safer than meeting you back on the other side, it seems to me. You have crossed into Jarl Stur's land, so you have no friends here. Well, we are on this side of the river now, so where are they? Gudvar asked. He wanted this business done, wanted to be out of this forest and see the sky again. Skapti looked at him and sighed. I am thinking you are not understanding the words coming out of my mouth, he said. I do not know where they are or when they plan to meet you. All I know is what they told me. Follow the road into the forest. Do not stray from the road and you will find us. He raised his hands. A sound rang out through the forest off to Gudvar's left. A frantic rustling of foliage, followed by a high-piercing shriek, and all along the column warriors were stopping and turning, drawing weapons. Gudvar drew his sword, staring into the murk. Money, Krusa called out, and the tenor flitted in a circle above Krusa's head and dropped lower to hover before the skraeling. Krusa gave a twist of her hand and the tenor was flying into the forest, disappearing in moments. Be ready, Krusa said, drawing a thick-bladed weapon of dark iron from her belt, shaped like a cleaver but bigger and with a long two-handed hilt. Branches rustled and shook out of sight, the sound of another scream followed by a thud. What shall we do? Gudvar hissed to his aunt. Wait, she said, do not leave the road. I have absolutely no intentions of leaving the road. More rustling in the darkness, something moving, a deeper shadow within shadows, and then money was bursting out of the canopy and gloom. A prisoner, the tenor squeaked. The shadow in the woods grew denser and closer. Gudvar could see clustered eyes and jointed legs, a handful of frost spiders scurrying through the foliage towards them. They burst onto the road where the half-light revealed that they were dragging something behind them, bound around the legs and ankles with blue-tinged web. They scuttled up to Krusa and dropped their package at her feet. A small figure, larger than a child, smaller than a man, slender as a sapling. Its hair was a tangle of leaves, skin dark and grained like wax-polished wood, fingers unnaturally long, hooked and curled at the ends like thorns. It glared up at Krusa with small, dark eyes. Gudvar recognized it, had seen something like it before in Skalk's Galdur tower. A faunir, he said. There were 2 blue pulsing lumps on its chest, bite marks, and as Gudvar watched he could see the skin around the wound shift from wood brown to ice-tinged blue. Why capture that? Gudvar said. Isn't it one of you? Krusa frowned up at Gudvar. No, not one of us, Krusa said. Krusa already told you, faunir made by Snaka, not Likrifa. She crouched down to stare at the faunir as ice began to froth on its lips. Faunir not nice, she muttered. Arseling, the faunir stuttered at Krusa, small eyes glaring. Gee, get out of my FF forest. See, Krusa said, looking up at Gudvar and Sigrun with a big-toothed grin. Question is, what shall Krusa do with it? Let the frost spiders have it for a meal, Gudvar suggested. No, faunir blood is like sap, taste bad, kills frost spiders. Ah, well, just kill it then, Gudvar said. No, where there is one faunir there are many, Krusa said, scowling at the darkness. Probably watching us now. If we kill this one they will not like it, they would attack us. She looked at Gudvar. That would not be good, she said. I agree wholeheartedly with you, Gudvar thought, nervously looking back into the shadows. Keep it as a hostage, Jarl Sigrun suggested, and release it when we leave the iron wood. That what Krusa thinking, the skraeling said. Agreed then, Sigrun said. She barked a command to her drengers and one of them dismounted, pulled a hand-axe from his belt, and stepping from the road began chopping at a slim branch on a birch tree. It was not long before the faunir was tied to the new-fashioned pole and hanging suspended between 2 thick-muscled skraeling. On, Crusoe cried out, and the column stuttered into movement again, Skapti riding between Guthvar and Sigrun, the two Skraeling carrying the captive Faunir marching just behind them. Wonderful, Guthvar thought. We are marching through a forest to meet with a Galderman who has already tried to kill me, and would like nothing more than to see us all dead, while I am riding beside another man who has already tried to kill me, and behind me is a nasty little creature with a host of malicious friends who would no doubt like to kill me and could attack us at any moment. He sucked in a deep breath and blew out a long, mournful sigh. I wish I were back in Feller village. Chapter 32 Orca, O-R-K-A. A voice called out, and Orca turned to see Jarl Orlig striding across the blood-pooled deck of the Seawolf towards her, his son, Dagrun at one shoulder, and Gersta the Galderman at the other, a handful of tainted warriors and Drengers spreading behind them. "Farmer, introduce me to your friends," Orlig said as he reached her. His white hair was blood-spattered, a rent in his mail across his barrel chest and one shoulder, but he looked well enough. "Glornir," Orca called, though when she looked for him he was already striding towards her, Val at his side. "Well met, Glornir of the Bloodsworn," Orlig said, looking Glornir up and down. Glornir was blood-drenched, a map of cuts across his face, gore thick around his jaw and dripping in clumps from his fists. "My thanks for your help," Glornir growled. "Who are you?" "I am Orlig of Svelgarth, though Svelgarth doesn't exist so much now, more's the pity, because Likrifa and her nithing warband of Arselings have torn it to rubble," Orlig said. "I know who you are, and it was good fortune to meet you on the Whale Road, more your good fortune than mine. I would add minus, but where are you sailing to?" Orca said nothing, knew that Orlig was testing the tale she had told him. "I am bound for Snakkevik," Glornir said. "Elvar of the Battlegrim has hired the Bloodsworn for some dragon killing." Orlig glanced to Orca, then back to Glornir and grinned. "I am sailing to Snakkevik too, to throw my axe in with little Elvar. There is more than just a dragon to kill, though. Rata the rat is with her." "Rata," Glornir said, scowling. "I Rata the Nithing Horse son," Orlig spat. "It was Rata who led the assault on my Svelgarth, but Elvar has a god of her own. She has Ulfrir Wolf, and with a thrall collar around his neck." "Ulfrir," Glornir said, glancing at Orca. "Did Vesli not tell you of Ulfrir?" Orca said. "No, she did not," Glornir said slowly. Orca looked for Vesli and gave the little Veesen a scowl. Vesli shrugged. Vesli forgot. Vesli remembered all the important bits. She looked slightly guilty. "Eventually, we are living in a Skald song," Glornir muttered. "To my mind, though, it is best if the dead gods stay dead." "I agreed," Orlig said. "But at least we will have one on our side, and I would rather a wolf than a rat and a snake with wings." "There will be much to see in Snakkevik then," Glornir growled. Orlig looked around the deck of the Seawolf at the dead bodies and pools of blood. "And this? What brought Kirill's hounds down on you?" "Some trouble in Ulaz," Glornir shrugged. "Aye, well, more trouble for them as it turned out," Orlig grinned. "A good fight, though, and good to send Kirill's dogs back to Iskaden with their tails between their legs." "I am grateful for your help," Glornir said. "Ah, now that is good to hear. Gratitude." Orlig pronounced the word slowly, savoring it. "Well, the world is changing, so you never know. I may be in need of some help myself in the near future. If I am, can I count on you and your gratitude?" "You can," Glornir nodded. "The Bloodsworn are in your debt." Jarl Orlig's grin grew wider. "In my debt, ah, now that is a phrase that brings me joy." "You have my word on it," Glornir said, and offered his arm to Orlig, who took it by the wrist in the warrior grip. "That will do me," Orlig said. He looked to Val, and behind her Iva, who was sitting on a barrel, the hulking black warrior handing her a horn full of water. "You have some powerful Satherwitches. I would like to buy one from you." "I am always open to trade," Glornir said with a shrug. "But these two are not for sale. I need a Satherwitch on each of my ships." He gestured to the Nar still moored to the Seawolf. "And I see you have a Galderman to protect you during your voyage." "Aye, that I do," Orlig said. "Oh, well, it was worth a try. If you change your mind, let me know. With me, he grunted to his warriors and strode away from them, back towards his own drakkar, which bobbed on the swell of waves, grating hulls with Sulik's Nar. Orca watched Orlig and his retinue climb over onto the Nar and make their way to the ship's stern, towards their own longship. When they had disappeared, she turned and looked at Val and Glornir. Val stepped close to Orca and took her hands. They were blood-slick and throbbing. Orca's whole body ached, exhaustion sweeping her now that the battle was done. She looked at Val, gave a knotted frown to the serpent coiled around Val's forearm, as its tongue was flickering out to taste the blood on Orca's knuckles. "Not for you," Val said, and the serpent closed its mouth. Glornir wrapped his arms around Val and Orca and pulled them close to him, pressed his forehead to theirs. "Well met, Skullsplitter," he breathed. "Well met, Glornir Shieldbreaker Val Thorntongue," Orca said, little more than a sigh. Memories whirled through her thought cage of Glornir and Val of the Bloodsworn of Thorkel, a tide of emotion swelling within her, filling her chest, making it hard to breathe. She swallowed and leaned away. Glornir stepped back and put one hand on Orca's shoulder and regarded her. "A hard journey?" he asked, looking Orca up and down, taking in the old, scabbed wounds and the new. "Aye," Orca said. "But no harder than yours, I do not doubt," she added, looking at the maze of wounds across Glornir, then to the white seam of pinprick scars around Val's mouth. "There is a tale or two to be told around the hearth fire for sure," Val shrugged. "Your son?" she asked. A smile touched Orca's lips. "Brekka," she called. He had been standing close to the top rail, his eyes never leaving Orca, but at her call he hurried forwards. "Brekka, this is Glornir. He is your father's brother, your uncle. He is kin and chief of the Bloodsworn." Brekka looked up at Glornir with his dark eyes. "By the dead gods," Glornir breathed, "but you have Thorkel's look about you." He crouched down, putting one knee on the deck, effortlessly lifted Brekka up and sat him upon his other knee. "My brother's son," he said, tears filling his eyes, and he ruffled Brekka's hair, almost breaking the lad's neck. "Well, it is good to meet you, Brekka Thorkelson." "It is good to meet you too, Uncle," Brekka said hesitantly and brushed one of Glornir's tears away. Glornir smiled, laughed. "Uncle, I like the sound of that." He looked at Orca. "You got him back then, took him back from the dragon, eh? Ah, but there is a song for the skalds to sing of. Thorkel would be proud. You have fulfilled your oath." "Part of it," Orca grunted. "The other part, to avenge him." "The man still lives then?" Glornir growled, a twist of his lips. "Aye, he was not at Svelgarth with Rada's warband." "Drekker went to Darl with Likrifa," Brekka said. "I will find him," Orca snarled. "We will find him," Glornir growled. "Yes," Brekka said. "Lift," Orca grunted to Brekka, and together they heaved a body over the side of the Seawolf. A Druzhana warrior stripped of his armor and weapons. Brekka leaning over the top rail and watching as his pale body fell into the sea. A white spumed splash, a ripple, and then he was gone. All on the Seawolf and Sulik's Nar were doing the same, tending to the wounded, stripping the dead of anything of value, heaving their bodies overboard, mopping and scrubbing the decks of blood. The ravens Grok and Klo were making a noisy meal out of a pile of stripped Druzhana corpses. Footsteps, and Edel walked to Orca, her hound at her heel. Brekka stroked the hound's head. "Good to see you again, Skullsplitter," Edel said. Orca looked at her. "You too," she nodded. She looked down at Brekka, then back to Orca. "I did not doubt you would find him, and you brought my small crew back to me." Orca looked to Gunnar Prow and Halja Flatnose, who were helping Lif and Sion clean a coat of ring mail that had been stripped from a fallen warrior. "Not all," Orca said, and called Gunnar and the others. Edel looked at them, Gunnar, Halja, Lif and Sion. "Ah," Edel said. "I counted 4, but having the one eye I did not look closely enough." "This is Sion," Orca said. "She has been a friend to us in hard times." Sion blinked at that, a tentative smile touching her lips. "Well met, Sion," Edel said. "And Rivnaher legs?" she asked Gunnar. "She fell at Svelgarth," Gunnar said, a ripple of emotion flickering across his face, muscles twitching in his jaw. We buried her beside the lake we pulled Brekka from, Gunnar added, glancing at Orca. This is why I did not want you to join me, Orca said. She looked from Lif to Gunnar. I know the taste of grief, and I did not want to be the cause of it for you. Lif, your brother Gunnar. Rivna made her choice, as did we all, Halja said. We are the Bloodsworn, not bairns to be protected or told what to do. Orca looked at Gunnar. Do you still agree with that? I do, Gunnar said. We knew following the Skullsplitter would be a hard road. Rivna died fighting to take the Skullsplitter's son back from the dragon and the rat, a blade in her hand. She would be pleased with that skald song. He looked Orca in the eye. But now you are not the only one seeking vengeance. That nithing rat blood will feel my blade before this war is over. Bjor, his name is Bjor, Orca said. Bjor, Gunnar repeated. And you, Edel said, looking at Lif. If anyone were to die, I thought it would be you. How have you come through so many battles alive? I am not sure, Lif said. He had a new cut from cheek to jaw, blood sheeting below the wound. He raised his battered shield. Perhaps this has saved me. Ah, I told you, Edel said, a rare smile twisting her lips. Shield will be a good friend to you in battle if you know how to use it. He knows, Halja said, at which Lif blinked, looked at Halja wide-eyed and blushed. Lately I have had plenty of practice, he stammered. Ha, Edel laughed. You will have plenty more, I am thinking, before the dragon is dead. Glornir put his hands to his lips. Gather the dead, he bellowed. Orca and Brekka watched as bodies wrapped in cloaks and linen were rolled over the top rail of the Sea-Wolf and dropped into the green dark waves. 8 of the Bloodsworn, 10 of Sulik's kin, and Orca could see the grief etched on the faces of friends they left behind. Glornir had said words as each body was given to the sea, calling out their names in his rock-slide voice, remembering their deeds. All of them bowed their heads as the last body hit the waves, gone in a few moments, and stood there longer, silence thick and heavy as memories. Then Glornir was shouting commands, and all were moving to allotted tasks, blood being mopped from the decks, the damage of the battle being assessed and where possible repaired. Sulik and his crew tended to the horses that had survived the battle and making the Nar ready to sail. By the time they were done, Orlig's Drakkar already had a sail full of a southeasterly wind and was carving towards the coast of Vigrith. Sulik, bring your crew to me, Glornir called out. Iva Taras, he boomed. You come too, and Orca saw Sulik leap onto the deck of the Sea-Wolf followed by 40 or 50 warriors behind him, men and women, some fair-skinned, some looking like they had been kissed by the fire and others burned by it, black as crow wings, all with the shaved heads and single braids that marked warriors of Iskaden. The Sather Witch and the hulking black-skinned warrior followed after them. He walked stiffly, was bound with bandages, patches of blood marking where he had been pierced with arrows. Iva Taras, Glornir said to them as they reached him, Taras slapping a big hand on Einar's shoulder and squeezing it. You are injured, Einar said, worry creasing his brows as he looked at Tara's injuries. Do not worry, the bullman said. Tara's skin is thick, they have not sunk deep, and Iva always look after Tara's wounds. Orca and the Bloodsworn gathered around Glornir and Sulik's crew, Brekka following Orca, close as a newborn wolf cub to its mother. Even the ravens stopped in their gorging to look at Glornir, heads cocked to one side. We are bound for Vigrith, Glornir boomed. We are tainted, and much like in Iskaden in Vigrith, if our bloodline is discovered, we will be thralled or killed. He shrugged. This is the world we live in, but the Bloodsworn have walked this blade edge for many years. We made a choice. You all have a choice to make too. He held up a thick finger. To wear a collar as Val has done so that you may use your powers freely under the guise that you are thralled to me and I have commanded you to use your blood gifts. He smiled. I have never commanded Val to do anything. He would not dare, Val said with a nod, and some of the Bloodsworn chuckled. Your second choice, he held up another finger. To be free of the collar, but to never use your powers where there are witnesses. We only ever use them in public if we plan to kill all who are there. The world can never know what we are or we are done. We would be hunted, thralled, executed. He looked slowly at all those gathered around him. This is about our lives, this is about our survival, all of us. Think on what I have said, and before we land in Vigrid you must make your choice. He looked at the two ravens perched on the deck. My thanks to you, Glornir said. The Bloodsworn are in your debt. Friends, one of the ravens squawked. Grok mean friends help each other, the other raven croaked. They do, Vol said, and the Bloodsworn will always help you if we can. The two ravens bobbed their heads. Grok and Clo fly the skies, look for danger, one of them squawked. Help friends, look for dragon. That would be helpful, Esvik called out. But we finish eating first, the other raven rasped. Always, Einar Half-Droll said with a chuckle. Tara's like these ravens, the big man said. Glornir looked at all gathered around him. Good, we are done then. Now prepare your ships. We sail for Snakovic. Chapter 33. Elvar paced back and forth across the hall of the Galdur Tower while her advisors stood and stared at her. She was dressed in her war gear, her bright gleaming brynja that she had taken from the battle plain at Oskatrev, a spectacled helm buckled at her belt, and a sword hanging at her weapon's belt, along with the slim-hafted axe that Gwynne had gifted to her. Gold and silver rings wrapped her arms, and she wore a jarl torque about her neck, a thick rope twist of gold, twin serpent heads as terminals. The first gray of dawn was seeping through high windows, the dark shadows in the room flame-licked by the hearth fire. She should be thinking about leading. That was her task as jarl. To be the carer and provider of her crew, of her oath-sworn, to be their gold giver, the bringer of victory. She should be making plans, thinking about tactics, about logistics, using her deep cunning to win this war. But only one thought swirled around her thought cage like a savage north wind, forcing all else out. Where is Gwynne? Too many days had passed. She had thought he would return to her in a day or two. She had known that coming back to Snakovic had been hard on him, stirring up the memories of her mother, of her death, and that he had needed some time to sift through those times and lay old ghosts to rest. But it had been 5 days now, and there was still no sign of him. For the last 2 days she had sent her Drengers out searching for him, sent the Battlegrim to the docks, to see if they could find word of Gwynne leaving Snakovic by ship. Not that she thought he would ever do that, would ever leave her. He swore his oath to me, sealed it with his blood. She had a sick feeling in her belly, a pressure in her chest, could not imagine a life without Gwynne in it, without his steady, reassuring presence at her shoulder. We must sail at noon with the tide, a voice said. Uspa, standing wrapped in a cloak of raven feathers, the tattoos on her hands and forearms looking like swirling veins in her pale flesh. Elvar stopped pacing and looked at those around her. Uspa, Barak, and a half-dozen berserkir. Jitha and some of her Drengers, Silrith standing alone, half in firelight, half in shadow. Sivet with Sol and Spittle, Atrung on his stone pedestal. Ulfrir, Skuld, and a handful of his Ulfheithnar with him. Over the last few days more of his wolf-blood followers had come to her to swear their oaths, Ulfrir having close to 100 of the tainted warriors gathered to him now. His own wolf pack. We must go to the docks, Elvar, Uspa said. We must sail with the tide at noon. Elvar glowered at her. Is there word of a Hundur thrall? She asked. A day ago she had sent word through her followers, her petty jarls and mercenary bands, asking if any had a thralled Hundur in their service. She needed one with Hundur the hound's blood in their veins to track Gwynne, and not for the first time cursed Bior for freeing Ilmer the Hundur thrall from the Battlegrim. No word, my lady, Jitha said, stepping forwards. But all who can be spared are still searching for him. Jitha had dark shadows beneath her eyes, and Elvar knew that she had been one of those searching, knew that she had not slept the last night for searching. You are needed at the docks, Uspa said, her voice a grindstone grating in Elvar's skull. The tide waits for no one, Atrung said cheerfully. One more day, Elvar said. You said that yesterday, Uspa said with a glare. I know, Elvar snapped. "We must leave," Ulfr said. "If Likrifa came upon us here, she would destroy us. We have waited too long already." Mutters rippled through those gathered in the hall, and Elvar bit back a sharp reply. She sucked in a deep breath and walked slowly to her chair, took the bearskin cloak that was draped over it and swung it across her shoulders, pinned it with an iron brooch. "To the docks," she said, and strode towards the Galdir Tower doors, berserker guards heaving them open for her, Drengers moving to Atrung and hoisting his head into a small cart, 2 shaggy ponies harnessed to it. She swept through her father's halls, out into the ruin of his mead hall and into the streets of the fortress. Crusted snow crunched underfoot, the glare of the sun in a pale blue sky reflecting from the snow and making her squint. The fortress was empty, a dead husk. Most of Elvar's people already moved down to the town of Snakkevik, where her war host was preparing to sail. Out through the gates of the fortress and across the snow-covered skull of dead Snakka. The mercenary camps were gone now, just the wind hissing, sifting the snow and scouring across Elvar's exposed flesh like ground chips of ice. She was glad to step into the murk of the bone tunnel that bored through Snakka's skull like a wormhole through soil. The wooden walkway was damp and slick underfoot, smoke from braziers of whale oil thick and claustrophobic. As she had done since a child, she counted the steps as she walked them. 212, she breathed as she stepped from the darkness of the tunnel into the town of Snakkevik and paused a moment, leaning upon a thick-posted rail. Beams of sunlight cut through the gloom, pouring down through the empty eye sockets of Snakka's skull, birds swirling in and out of the light. The town spilled down a slope, pinpoints of flickering flame where torches burned marking the streets like constellations of distant stars fallen from the sky, reeking smoke wafting, buildings sagging and leaning, all leading towards the jaws of the dead god, where Snakkevik's harbor and port lay snugged within the serpent's fangs and the steep-sided slopes of a fjord beyond. From this distance the docks were just a smear of silvered light reflected on water. The Drakkars moored there small and dark as rusted rivets, though Elvar knew they were being loaded with war gear and provisions. She walked on, looking left and right as she marched down a winding, steep-sloped wooden walkway, peering through Snakkevik's gloom-filled half-light, part of her expecting to see Gwynne appear, emerging from the door of an inn or from the shadows of an alley. "Where is he?" she muttered. "My lady," Barak said, looming at her shoulder, his voice like a slide of gravel. "Gwynne, where is Gwynne?" Elvar said, louder, one hand tugging at the troll tusk on a leather cord about her neck. "All are searching for him, Jarl Elvar," Barak rumbled, and she knew that was true enough. She glanced over her shoulder and saw Ulfr behind her, sculled in his ever-growing retinue of Ulfheithnar. The deeper into Snakkevik she traveled, the busier the streets became, the lower town boiling like a kicked ant's nest as Elvar's host made ready to sail. Troops of warriors tramped through the streets, mercenaries or Drengers sworn to Elvar or her petty jarls, shields slung across their backs and spears in their fists. The crack of whips rang out as loaded wagons rolled, a swarm of traders rushing to sell their goods before Elvar's war host sailed. The slope leveled and the roads widened, barns looming either side of her as she drew nearer the docks, voices shouting as wagons were loaded with all manner of goods, barrels full of salted fish, whale meat and walrus meat soaked in brine, venison, salted pork, lamb and beef, barrels packed with apples and turnips, cabbages and kale, honey and ale and mead. More barrels full of iron nails, rivets, caulking tar and water, bundles of spear shafts carved from elm or ash, spearheads of iron, bolts of cloth and wool and linen for repairing sails, for cloaks, caps, mittens, tunics and winigas, all headed for the docks, and behind it all the screeching of gulls that swirled and swooped. Elvar had never seen such a sight in all her years. She strode down a pier, past a handful of Nar that were sitting low in the water, their decks piled high with supplies, and then she saw the wave Jarl. It bobbed on the swell, sitting sleek beside the Nar as a wolf among sheep, the mast already set in place, the sail furled. The ship had been hauled onto land and damaged strakes repaired, tarred horsehair wedged into gaps, the hull scraped of mussels and limpets of algae and seaweed, and fresh-coated in pine tar and resin. Orv the Sneak and Ert the Unwashed stood on the pier, grinning and nodding to her, most of the battle grim already aboard, standing or sitting at sea chests, oars ready. The sight of it made her heart swell. My ship, my crew. Abruptly she longed for the sea, the simplicity of it, away from plots, politics and responsibilities and the need for deep cunning, to feel the salt spray in her face, the muscle burn of a shift at the oar bench, and she looked at her hands, the skin tough and calloused from oar work, from blade work. "Ah, hello, old friend," Atrung boomed as the wagon his head was secured within rumbled up the pier. He was looking at the deep dark of the fjord, sparkling in the winter's sun. "I must say, I hoped never to see you again. 300 years sitting in your embrace was too long for our friendship to endure." He looked at Elvar and winked. "Load him onto the wave, Jarl," Elvar called out. "Carefully," she added as one of the drengers carrying Atrung slipped as they stepped from the pier onto the top rail. The thud of feet on the pier behind her, voices raised, and Elvar spun on a heel, saw her berserker blocking the pier to a handful of figures. "Let me through," a voice called out. "Sister, tell them." She heard her brother Brother calling out, and she barked an order at her berserker. They parted and Brother burst through, excited as a puppy. He looked like a god of war, dressed in gilded mail, a gold-edged helm tucked under one arm, a five-lobed sword at his belt, though Elvar suspected he had not won any of this gear through victories in the shield wall or battlefield. Gifted to him by my father, more like. "I have found one for you," Brother said, beaming as he bounded up to her. "Found what?" Elvar frowned, then saw that there were figures following behind her brother. A mouse-haired woman, broad and squat, mail-clad with a shield slung across her back, two bearded axes thrust through her weapon's belt. "Run a red axe, one of my father's petty jarls." "No, one of my jarls," she corrected herself. A handful of Runna's drengers followed behind her, shields scribed with two crossed bloody axes. A woman walked among them. She was shaven-haired, wore a fine embroidered woolen tunic, and had an iron collar about her neck. "I found a Hundur thrall for you," Brother said eagerly. "You asked for one to find Grend with, and I have found one for you, sister. If he'd had a tail, it would have wagged." "Red axe," Elvar said as Runna drew near. The woman stopped and dipped her head to Elvar. "Jarl Elvar," she said, "I have a gift for you." She grunted at her drengers, and the Hundur thrall was pulled forwards. "She has a good nose on her, has always led me to whatever scent I have given her to track." Elvar looked at the thrall, saw she was wearing good leather turnshoes, clean woolen breeches, and a straw-colored tunic. "She is a prize for Runna to treat her so well." "My lady," the thrall said, though she did not meet Elvar's gaze, just looked down at her feet. "What is your name?" Elvar asked her. The thrall looked to Runna Red Axe. "Call her Akvidin," Runna said. "Once she has a scent, nothing can sway her from it." "My thanks, Red Axe," Elvar said. "I will not forget this gift." "You are my Jarl," Runna said, as if that were all to the matter. "I need you to find my friend," Elvar said to Akvidin. The thrall raised her gaze and met Elvar's eyes. "If you have something with their scent on, I will find them," Akvidin said. "Jitha," Elvar called out. "Something of Gren's." Jitha hurried forwards, reaching down to a pouch at her belt. Elvar became aware of noise along the docks and looked to see another troop of warriors emerge from the streets of Snakovic. She saw the knotwork ravens scrolled upon shields that marked the warriors as Jalmer peacemakers, and realized that she had not seen him for many days. He led his crew, a tall man in mail with a tangle of black beard. A murmur of voices rippled along the pier as Jalmer passed by. a crowd falling in behind them and following. A burst of raised voices at the pier as Hjalmar turned to walk towards Elvar and the Wave Jarl, people shouting and pointing at something within Hjalmar's warriors. Elvar's berserker and Drengr spread along the pier, blocking Hjalmar's way. "I have something you will wish to see, Jarl Elvar," Hjalmar cried out through cupped hands. "Let them through," Elvar said, and her warriors parted for Hjalmar and his mercenaries. They strode down the pier, Hjalmar marching up to Elvar. She felt Seivat's presence as he stepped closer to her, his hand resting upon the axe at his belt. "I have a gift for you," Hjalmar said. "This is a day for gifts, it seems," Elvar said, nodding to Akvithin. "Runna Red Axe has just gifted me her Hundir thrall. Do you have one for me too?" "A gift, but not a Hundir thrall. There is no need for one," Hjalmar said, a grin splitting his beard. "I bring you what you seek," and he waved a hand at his band of warriors. They parted to reveal a man standing in their midst. Gwynne. Blood sheeted his face and tunic, one eye swollen shut, lips mashed to pulp, half his face a purpling bruise. His hands were bound at the wrist with rope, and a strip of leather was wrapped around his neck, two warriors holding the leash. Hjalmar barked an order and the warriors dragged Gwynne so that he stumbled forwards and fell to his knees at Elvar's feet. "What have you done to him?" Elvar hissed, one hand reaching for her sword hilt. "No less than he deserved," Hjalmar said. "He has deceived you all these years." He grabbed the leather leash from his warriors and jerked it hard, dragging Gwynne's face up to look at Elvar. "He is tainted." Chapter 34 Guthvar W. Ill this journey ever end? Guthvar thought as he rode through the gloom of the iron wood. Here and there beams of light broke through the canopy high above, moat-filled pillars of gold that dappled the path ahead of him. He rode beside his aunt, who continued to lead their column into the Jarnvidr, Skapti riding in between them. Behind them the Faunir prisoner was awake and spouting a constant string of abuse at all who dared look at it. Krusa had attempted to bind the Faunir's mouth, but somehow within a short time the creature had shredded the gag, regardless of whether Krusa had used linen or leather. Eventually she had given up trying and just slipped further back down the column, so that she did not have to listen to the constant spouting of insults. "No such luck for me," Guthvar thought as he looked at the Faunir. "What are you looking at, you filthy nithing mather goat-humping pile of maggot-festering steaming troll shite?" The Faunir spat at him in its rasping, leaf-rustling voice. Guthvar sighed and looked away, sitting straighter in his saddle. "John," Guthvar said to one of his aunt's Drengrs, a patchy bearded man with ears too big for his head sticking out from his iron cap helm, "I will pay you if you skewer that vermin with your spear." "Guthvar, stop," Jarl Sigrun said. The path before them widened, the trees clearing a little, and Guthvar rode into a glade. "I have come to dislike glades within woodland," he thought. "They always contain some unpleasant surprise. Froa spirits. Skapti." More light filtered through from above, glittering on a stream that flowed diagonally across the glade before them. A fallen tree lay beyond the stream, desiccated roots grasping at the air like the skeletal fingers of a long-dead giant. As Guthvar stared, he realized that figures sat upon or leaned against the trunk and branches. One of them gripped a long staff in his fist. A fire burned in a scratched-out pit, an iron pot hanging from a hook over it. Behind the tree horses were tied to branches at the glade's edge, the road beyond disappearing into darkness. "Skalk," Guthvar hissed, though it came out mostly as a squeak, a spike of fear rising like bile from Guthvar's belly and choking his voice. He snatched at his reins and reached for his sword. Jarl Sigrun rode on calmly, Skapti, John, and a handful of her Drengrs with her. After a moment Guthvar cursed under his breath and urged his horse on, taking his hand from his sword and trying to sit nonchalantly in his saddle. He caught up with them as Krusa and her Skraeling entered the glade. Behind him, he heard the rustle and scuttle of frost spiders spreading through the undergrowth around them. Hooves splashed as Sigrun's horse crossed the stream, Guthvar's horse shouldering through others so that he rode just behind her. Skalk the Galderman stepped away from the tree and stood leaning on his staff, the puckered scar where one eye had been torn from his head just a deeper shadow. A dark-haired woman rose from where she was sitting upon a stump, stirring the pot over the fire. She was dressed in a travel-stained cloak, beneath it what had once been a blue-dyed tunic edged with silver. Now it was mud-spattered and torn. She wore a fine sword at her hip, the gold on the hilt glittering in the sun. Estrid. Not looking so regal and haughty as the last time I saw you. How wonderful to see that your journey has caused you some discomfort. Sigrun, Estrid said to Guthvar's aunt as she reined her horse in, no more than 10 paces between them. Estrid, Sigrun said with a nod. Skalk, she added, looking to the Galderman. She made no move to dismount. Behind her Drengers dismounted, fanned to either side of Sigrun, shrugging shields into their fists, forming a loose line, 2 rows thick. Skraeling moved to the edges of the Drengers' formation, gathered in menacing knots. Krusa pushed forwards to stand at Sigrun's side, and tenor whirred in the air above the glade. Guthvar saw shadows shift along the glade's edges, glints of mail in dappled light, tattooed heads and iron collars. Estrid's Ulfheithnar, he gulped. One of them stepped out of the shadows, lean and wire-muscled, tattoos coiling on the sides of his shaved head, long hair braided across the top and tied at his crown. He wore an axe and seeks at his weapon's belt, walked graceful and silent to Estrid's side. Guthvar recognized him. Frek the Ulfheithnar sent with me into the far north, when I searched for Likrifa's hall, Nastrandir on Skalk's bidding. Fear and anger swelled in him. Fear at the memories of being trapped like a fly in a frost spider's web, bitten, bound and dragged into Likrifa's hall. The bowel-churning terror when Likrifa had burst through the great doors in her dragon form. Anger that Skalk had compelled him to go through that. I hate that man. Other figures moved away from the fallen tree, 2 women. One a warrior, fair and cold as winter's frost, dressed in a fine brynja, sword and seeks at her belt, a white scar across her forehead, the other with crow-dark hair and milk-pale skin. Iasa and Sturla. I hate those bitches as well. Iasa looked at him and sneered. A whirring of wings above them and money the tenor flew around the glade, circling and alighting upon Krusa's shoulder, who stood beside Sigrun. The Veesen leaned close to her ear and whispered. 15 Ulfheithnar in the shadows, 22 Drengers, Krusa said. She gave Estrid her fang-toothed smile. Estrid scowled at Money, but the expression was swiftly chased from her face, replaced with a blank fjordcliff. Guthvar repressed a smug smile, knowing now that they outnumbered Skalk and Estrid. Estrid, Skalk, Sigrun said again. You asked for a meeting. Estrid and Skalk walked a few steps closer to Sigrun, Frek the Ulfheithnar shadowing Estrid, Iasa and Sturla moving to Skalk's shoulder. Aye, Estrid said. What do you wish to speak about? Options. A negotiation, Estrid said. Mother Maker does not negotiate, Krusa growled. She means Likrifa, Sigrun said. Likrifa does not negotiate. Aye, perhaps so, Estrid said. But even Likrifa needs allies if she wishes to win this war. You allies, Guthvar blurted, unable to keep his lips together. Likrifa and her servants have slain your mother, your brother, destroyed your hall, taken your realm, and you expect us to believe you wish to become our allies. The world is changing, Skalk said, and allegiances can change with it. Look at you, Guthvar. You were allied to me once and to Helka, did us good service, and look at you now. I was not allied, I was enslaved, Guthvar spat. Guthvar's question is a good one, Sigrun said. Why would you ally yourself to Likrifa after the destruction she has brought down upon you? Survival, Estrid said bitterly. I wish to survive. When you are attacked and you lose, you have the choice of fighting to the death or fleeing to live to survive. That is what we have done. She waved a hand at Skalk and her warriors scattered in the shadows behind her. We fled to survive. At first that was our only thought, But then we had more choices. To continue fleeing, which meant leaving Vigrid, or to fight. I will not flee to Iskaden to become Kirill's pet. No, Vigrid is my home, so I thought to fight. And who is left in Vigrid who could challenge Likrifa? Jarl Orlig and Jarl Stur. Orlig was at Darl and is most likely dead, so Stur was the only choice left to me. Aye, that is much as we thought, Sigrun said with a shrug. So, why the change of heart? Are we negotiating now? Skalk said with a fox-sleek smile. Knowledge is power, especially in a war. We have information that we would use as a Jarl uses silver. Sigrun looked from Estrid to Skalk. If your information is useful, I shall speak for you to Likrifa, and to Ilska the Cruel, who is her captain. Sigrun shrugged, looking down at Krusa. I cannot make a blood-binding oath to you as who knows the mind of a dragon. Estrid looked to Skalk, who gave a curt nod. That is fair, she said. So my question, why the change of heart? Estrid sucked in a deep breath. Jarl Stur is dead, she said. Excellent, one less enemy to fight. That would be of interest to Ilska, I am sure, Sigrun said. To Likrifa, she looked at Krusa. Perhaps, the Skraeling shrugged. How did Jarl Stur die? Sigrun asked. A flickered glance between Estrid and Skalk. He was eaten by a wolf god, Skalk said. And the wolf god is thralled to Stur's daughter Elvar, Estrid said. To have a god as your thrall. That thought was intoxicating to Gudvar. He heard Krusa gasp and Skalk heard her too. He gave a thin-lipped smile. Perhaps that information will be of more interest to your dragon queen. Yes, Krusa said. Mother Maker hunts the wolf. Where is he? She leaned eagerly forwards. We know where he is, Skalk said, which we are willing to tell you, and I suspect that the one to give this news to your dragon will be well rewarded, but there is more that we can offer, more we can do. We wish to be useful to your Likrifa in the coming war. He looked at Gudvar. If we are not useful, we are dead. I know that feeling well. It is the way of the world, Freck the Ulfheithnar muttered. Sigrun dismounted from her horse. I think we have much to talk on, she said. Gudvar stood at Sigrun's shoulder as she sat on a stump and listened to Skalk and Estrid. Part of him liked what they were saying and proposing to his aunt. It sounded like something that he would think of, or hoped that he would think of in these circumstances, sounded like deep cunning, but his strongest feeling at the moment was hatred. To be honest, he wished them both dead, especially Skalk. The sight of him, the sound of his voice, it caused a rage to bubble within him. This information that you wish to trade with us, Sigrun said. Where have you come by it? We are far from Snakkavik. We have met travelers upon the road, many who have fled the slaying of Jarl Stur. Apparently his mead hall was destroyed by the wolf. Gudvar could imagine that after seeing the ruin of Helka's hall. And how do you know these travelers were telling the truth? I had Freck question them, Estrid said, gesturing to the Ulfheithnar. He was thorough. That I fully believe, Gudvar thought. Sigrun nodded thoughtfully, while Krusa stared unblinking at Estrid. So you would choose the dragon and the rat over the wolf in this new war of gods, Sigrun said. Why? We have seen the power of the dragon, Estrid said. She destroyed the eagle god, destroyed Darl. A wolf pack is strong. She looked to her Ulfheithnar. The lone wolf, though, the lone wolf often dies. I beg to differ, thought Gudvar, a surge of unpleasant memories of Orca at the Grimholt, the dead piled at her feet, blood on her lips. He shifted uncomfortably and looked around, saw that Iasa was staring at him. Unithing, he thought, attempting to return her dead-eyed gaze, but found he had to look away. She snorted. He rubbed at one eye, pretended some insect had flown into it. Sigrun sat back and blew out a long breath. I am thinking this is something that will please Likrifa and Ilska both, she said, looking at Krusa. Agreed, Krusa said. We will take your news and your offer to Mother Maker. She will be pleased. Krusa grinned. Money or his people will find you. He will be our voice to you. Agreed, Estrid said, and Skalk nodded. Gudvar looked to the trees, a faint sound drawing his attention, a hissing through branches like a distant wind. Then stronger, the rasp of boughs scraping, leaves rustling. The captive faunir grunted and shifted in its bonds. They are coming, it said, then smiled. Crusa stood, looked from the faunir to the darkness beyond the glade. She drew her blade of thick steel. "We must go," she said, her other hand grabbing Sigrun's shoulder and hauling her to her feet. Now, the sound in the trees grew louder with each heartbeat, like an approaching storm, and Guthvar heard other noises within the maelstrom. Voices, screams, hissing. Tenor burst into the glade, whirring above their heads. "Faunir!" they shrieked. "Go!" Crusa shouted, shoving Sigrun towards her horse. Guthvar stumbled backwards, one fist wrapping around his sword hilt, collided with his horse and half turned, grabbing for the reins, got a foot in the stirrup and half jumped, half hauled himself into the saddle. His horse was dancing on the spot wide-eyed, and he turned it in a tight circle, bringing it back under control. Figures exploded from the wall of trees and foliage into the glade, small figures, as if carved from animated wood with snarling faces and twisted, grasping thorns for hands. Frost spiders dropped from the boughs above, suspended by threads of blue-tinged web. They snatched at the tide of faunir, long legs grasping, ice webs spurting. Some scuttled back up their threads, hauling a screaming faunir in a net of ice. Some leaped into the swarm, fangs biting, and others fell or were dragged and disappeared into the mass as it seethed across the glade and crashed into a knot of Crusa's skrailing. The Visons snarled and swung their crude weapons of iron, hacking and chopping at the tide of faunir. Guthvar seeing splinters of wood spraying and hearing strange ululating cries and high-pitched shrieks. But in heartbeats the skrailing were engulfed, overwhelmed as the faunir swept on. Guthvar saw Ulfheithnar leaping from the shadows with their amber-flecked eyes, fighting with axe and seeks, tooth and claw, with more success than the skrailing. They were faster, fiercer, and more savage, though some fell with faunir swarming over them like ants. "To horse!" Sigrun bellowed as she ran and leaped into her saddle. Something whipped past Guthvar's ear, a ripple of impacts up his arm like gravel hurled at him, something pinging from his mail half-sleeve. A sharp pain in his forearm, and he looked down to see a cluster of splinters stabbing into his forearm, blood staining his tunic. What? How? He thought through the pain that spiked abruptly. Then he saw faunir snarling incomprehensible words and flinging their arms as if they were hurling stones. Fistfuls of sharp wood, like splinters or stakes, aimed at him like knives or nails. He swayed and ducked, a handful of splintered spikes hissing through the air where his face had been, heard a gurgled scream and turning, saw one of Sigrun's drengers clutching at his throat, plucking at splinters, dark blood spurting. The faunir were close now, falling upon a handful of Sigrun's drengers too late to their horses and attempting to form a shield wall. They slammed their shields together and stabbed over the rims with spear and sword, chopped with axes, the faunir crashing into the linden wood like a wave upon a rock. The drengers fought well, did not break, Guthvar feeling a fleeting respect for their stand, but there were too many of the faunir who scrambled up and over shield rims, slithered beneath them, more swirling around the edge of the wall. "Ride!" Sigrun yelled, dragging on her reins. Guthvar heard Skalk's and Sturla's voices raised, glimpsed the crackle of rune magic flickering to life, heard the hiss and sizzle and those high-pitched screams again, smelled the reek of burning sap and wood. Small hands grasped at Guthvar's leg and he kicked, dragging his sword free, chopping down, his blow hacking into a faunir's arm. A jarring impact that shuddered through Guthvar's wrist and the faunir shrieked, Guthvar's blow carving deep, splinters flying. He wrenched his blade free and booted the faunir in the face, sent it stumbling away, spitting and cursing a torrent of insults. He kicked at his horse and sent it moving, back towards the path where they had entered the glade. Sigrun was surrounded by faunir and Guthvar heaved on his reins, sent his horse plowing into them with a crunch, saw a handful of the nasty creatures fly through the air like bundles of wheat. Sigrun's horse reared, hooves lashing out and smashed the remaining faunir out of her way, and then she was moving, slicing either side of her with her sword as she rode. Crusa was retreating, a handful of Skraeling with her, Faunir surging around them. One leaped onto Crusa's shoulders and started ripping into her with its long-taloned fingers, Crusa bellowing. Sigrun rode past the Skraeling and lashed out, hacked the Faunir from Crusa's shoulders in a spray of splintered wood, Crusa taking the opportunity and turning, running with those around her for the road out of the glade. Sigrun reached the road and reined in, turned, urging her Drengers and Skraeling on, hacking at any Faunir that followed. Guthvar galloped past her, out of the glade and into the gloom of the path, looked back over his shoulder and saw Sigrun finally following, beyond her Skalk and his party retreating to the road on their side of the glade. Near the center of the clearing, a knot of Faunir were gathered, bending over something. Guthvar saw they were sawing at the bonds of the captured Faunir, saw it stand and shriek an ululating war cry, and then he was turning a curve in the path, and the glade was disappearing behind him. Chapter 35. Elvar stood at the prow of the Wave Jarl, looking out onto the Whale Road as her Drakkar left the fjord of Snakkavik. It was oarwork, the Wave Jarl plowing into a southeasterly head wind as they turned south to shadow the coast. She glanced back, saw her fleet behind her, 50 longships and as many Gnar with them. It took her breath away. Never in all the history of Vigrid had a war host been so great. Not since the Guthfalla, if the Skald's songs and sagas were true. She turned and saw Ulfrir standing at the stern with Skald, alongside the heaped piles of treasure that had been brought back from Oskatreth. They were looking back up at the rearing jaws and skull of his dead father. She had allowed Ulfrir to keep a handful of his Ulfheithnar with him, but the rest were scattered throughout her Drakkar crews, all of them put to work pulling at oars. Sivet was close by, sitting on a sea chest and beating time for the rowers with the haft of his bearded axe. He was singing a rowing song, those pulling at the oar bench grunting out their responses. Close to the mast post, an awning of old sail had been raised, a sheet hanging to act as a makeshift doorway. With a knot in her belly, Elvar turned and walked towards it, at the last moment turning away and walking past. She kept walking until she was standing in the stern. She nodded to Sivat as he beat time and sang his rowing chant, and came to stand beside Ulfrir. "Delaying a task does not make it easier," Ulfrir said as he took his amber-flecked eyes from the glowering might of Snakka's skull and looked down at Elvar. "Often it is the opposite. Better to do it than worry over it." "Huh," Elvar grunted. "To lead the pack you must have strong jaws, wolf cunning, and a storm-hardened heart. Do you have those qualities, Elvar Wolf Tamer?" "Wolf Tamer," she blinked. "That is what I have heard you called," he said with a twist of his lips, snarl or sneer, Elvar was not sure. "You are not tame," Elvar said. "No, I am not," Ulfrir said, a half-breathed growl. "As for your question," she sucked in a deep breath, puffed out her cheeks and shrugged. "Time and the Skalds will be the judge." "Aye," Ulfrir grunted. "The world changes, even the things that you think strong, unbreakable." He gestured to his father's skull, fading into the fjord mist. "Who would have thought dread Snakka could be slain?" "I only believe it because I can see it," Skald said beside Ulfrir. "So perhaps we can slay this dragon," Elvar said. "Likrifa will die, her lifeblood draining in my jaws," Ulfrir snarled, and Elvar remembered his howl as he had heard of Orna's resurrection and swift death. "Even a god can grieve." "Your den, this Wolfdale's, you are sure you can find it?" "Yes, I can find it," Ulfrir said. "If the Jarnvidr still stands, then so does my wolf den." Skuld turned and looked at Elvar, her hand resting upon the hilt of the sword Elvar had returned to her. "I would ask a favor," she said reluctantly. "That must have cost your pride," Elvar thought. "What favor?" Elvar said. "In the treasure you stole from Oskatreth," Skuld said. "Stole?" Elvar pursed her lips. "Go on," she said. "There is a pair of silver-wrought scissors." "I remember them," Elvar said, "but scissors? Why would you want scissors?" Skuld looked away, then back to Elvar, meeting her eyes. "They were my mother's," she said. Elvar turned away and walked to the treasure hoard. unknotted and lifted the linen sheet that covered the pile of chests and sacks. She knew which chest the scissors were in, remembered packing them herself. She had taken them from the underground forge in the bowels of Oscatreth's roots, where Skuld and Uspa had forged Ulfrir's rune collar. She sifted through keys upon a ring at her belt and unlocked a chest, opened the lid and saw the scissors. They were bigger than any Elvar had seen, crafted for god hands and finely wrought, runes carved into the silver of the handles. Lifting them, they felt light. Do they have some Sather power? Elvar thought, suspicious of Skuld for a moment. She frowned at the winged woman. But she is thralled to me, cannot use them or anything against me. Here, Elvar said, holding them out to Skuld. She took them almost reverently, turned them over in her hands, staring at them. Ulfrir looked too, his eyes distant elsewhere. A faint smile touched his lips, the tips of sharp teeth protruding. My thanks, Skuld said, and she hooked the scissors onto a leather loop, unbuckled her belt and threaded the loop onto the belt, buckled it back up. She looked up at Ulfrir and smiled. Elvar turned away and walked to the awning set around the mast post, where she paused a moment. Better to do it than worry over it. She lifted back the entrance sheet and stepped inside. Jitha stood before her, hand on her sword hilt, and she stepped aside to allow Elvar into the small, makeshift room. Silrith sat on a barrel, dark tattoos on her jaw. She was talking to Uspa, who sat next to her, Barak looming like a rockfall behind them. Solin Spittle stood to one side, picking her nails with her seeks. And of course, Ahrung, his head back upon his stone pedestal, which was harnessed to the deck with rope and iron rings. Jalmar Peacemaker was sitting and talking with Ahrung, a bundle on his lap. He smiled to see Elvar. At the center of them all, hands bound and leashed to the mast, was Gwynne. He looked at Elvar through one eye, the other one purpled and swollen shut. Elvar breathed deep, felt a fluttering of emotion in her belly. Relief that he had been found. Anger at what she had been told. Fear at what she might have to do. When Jalmar had dragged Gwynne before her at the pier, Elvar had felt frozen, numb. Slowly, as if through a fog, she had become aware of all staring at her, and she knew that this was not something that should be aired in front of all Snakkavik. And so she had commanded Gwynne be taken aboard the Wave Jarl, a makeshift room crafted with an old sail so that she could speak to him with some semblance of privacy. Of course, on the deck of a ship that was not the easiest thing to do. Ah, here she is, Ahrung said, smiling at her. Elvar dragged in a deep breath and looked at Jalmar. Tell me, she said. Of course, Jarl Elvar, he said with a dip of his head. You remember the fight on the dock against that nithing thief Ingvild, Jalmar began. Gwynne had a cut on his forehead. He looked at Gwynne, squinting at the map of wounds on the man's face, all scabs and crusted blood. It might be hard to find it now. I remember, Elvar said, and she remembered seeing him wipe the cut with a scrap of cloth. My Hundir thrall found the linen he wiped the wound on, Jalmar said. He always has a good sniff around after a fight. We found a few tainted that way, made good coin from it, he explained with a shrug. His ever-present smile faded, shifted to something hard and cold. He is tainted, has the blood of Hundir in his veins. Well, we went after him. Of course, he disagreed with us. There were a few words. Short story is that he put 2 of mine in the ground and then he ran. We chased. He led us a merry dance up the fjord cliffs and onto Snakka's back, but we caught him in the end. Lost another 3 convincing him he should come back with us, and here we are. He spread his arms wide and smiled. These are his, he added, handing Elvar the bundle on his lap. It was Gwynne's Brynja wrapped with his weapon's belt, his axe from Oscatreth bound within it. Nice axe that, Jalmar said. Elvar waved the mail and weapon away, Jitha stepping forward to take them. You shall be recompensed for your losses, shall be paid well for this service, she said to Jalmar as she stepped closer to Gwynne. Fought the urge to call for water and a cloth, to bathe his wounds, to stitch him up, as he had done for her so many times. Instead, she stood and stared at him, kept her face a flat cliff as he had tried to teach her. "What have you to say?" she asked him. He looked up at her, his face beaten and bruised, his one eye fixing on her, Elvar seeing a depth of pain and misery leaking from it. He opened his mouth, lips moving. "I am sorry," he mumbled. "Ha, still the man of many words then," Atrung said, laughing, his booming voice making the awning ripple. "Some things never change." "I am sorry," Elvar said. "Sorry, nothing else. After 15 years of being my weapon's master, my protector, my friend." She spat the last word out as if it were an illness. "After all the counsel, the admonishments, you trying to teach me how to survive, teaching me your code, to never give up, to never back down, to speak the truth in all things, and you give me sorry." Her hand snapped up to slap him, but she held it back, trembling, stood straighter and put her hand back down. He looked at her with one eye, gave her silence. "You have lied to me all these years, deceived me," Elvar said. She looked at Silrith. Silrith put an iron collar about his neck, say the rune-binding words. "Yes, Jarl Elvar," Silrith said. Elvar turned and swept from the makeshift room, blinking and hoping that no one saw the tears in her eyes. Chapter 36. Bjor B. Ior led his horse out of a stable into the courtyard of Darl's Galdur Tower. Horns were braying throughout the town, a wild cacophony that set Bjor's blood tingling, and everywhere he looked was frantic motion and fractured sound, a building tension and excitement almost tangible in the air. "We are going to war." He felt it in his blood, a savage blend of fear and excitement coursing through his veins. Tenor whirled in the air above the courtyard and warriors were everywhere, and skraeling, too, milling in clustered knots. Bjor saw raven feeders with black feathers in their hair, dragonborn Drengers from Darl who had sworn their oaths to Likrifa, all tending to horses, leading them from stables or tied to rail posts, putting saddle rugs on their backs, cinching saddle girths tight, checking hooves. The sweet scent of dung was thick in the air, along with the nostril sting of ammonia, horses neighing, stamping on the hard-packed earth of the courtyard. Bjor looked for Red Fane and saw the old warrior hauling himself up onto the driving bench of a wagon, favoring his injured leg. He made for him, leading his horse and weaving through the throng. "Careful, old man," Bjor said as he reached Fane, who was sitting on the driving bench, grumbling to himself and massaging his thigh, slipping his new long axe beneath his feet and reaching for the reins. Herc sat beside Red Fane, and another dozen children sat in the back of the wagon. "You do not want to fall from there. It's a long way down. For an old man like you might break your bones." "Old man," Fane grunted, "it will be your bones that are broken if you don't watch that mouth of yours." Bjor laughed as he shrugged his shield from his back and hooked it onto his saddle, climbed up onto the back of his horse. He looked across at Fane. "This is it," he said to Fane. "After all these years of hardship, it is happening." "Aye, lad," Fane said. "Time to change the world, make it right." He looked down at Herc beside him, then back at the children seated in the wagon behind him. Time to save these bairns from being treated like animals, save them from a life of thraldom. "Aye," Bjor agreed. "And time to avenge our fallen." Red Fane's mouth twisted, white mustaches of his beard twitching, and he nodded. A fresh, raucous blowing of horns and silence descended over the courtyard. Likrifa strode from the Galdur Tower, dark hair braided and bound with gold wire into one thick coil that rested upon her shoulder like a black-scaled serpent. She was majestic in a coat of brass-gilded mail, a red wool cloak trimmed in white fox fur about her shoulders, a slim sword in a fine-tooled scabbard at her hip. Ilska stalked at one shoulder, all black-coiled mail and cold malice glare. Drekker, tall and broad and brooding as a sea storm, was at Likrifa's other shoulder, his dead brother's long axe in one fist. Rada sauntered out of the tower behind them, wearing a coat of mail and wolf pelt cloak, one arm about the waist of a woman. A dragon cultist led his horse to him, and he kissed the woman and climbed into the saddle, looked at the host gathered in the courtyard, his eyes somehow finding Beor, and he smiled and dipped his head. A tall gray gelding was led to Likrifa, and she swung elegantly onto its back, Ilska and Drecker mounting their own horses, and Likrifa looked at those gathered in the courtyard. Her face rippled and shimmered, her jaw extending, eyes flickering to red-embered life. "We ride for war," she bellowed in her dragon voice, Beor feeling it reverberate in his chest, his horse dancing backwards. "We ride to give the wolf a red death," Likrifa roared, and all in the courtyard yelled their battle cries, the surge of volume sending crows squawking in startled protest from the Galdir tower. And then Likrifa was riding out of the courtyard, through the gates and into the streets of Darl. Tenor whirled above her like a flock of starlings, and he and Ur buzzed in wreaths and clusters. A clatter and rumble of hooves, and all were following her from the courtyard, Beor's blood thrumming with the power of what they were doing. Rada rode past Beor. "With me, my young rat blood," Rada said, and with a nod to Fane, Beor urged his horse to keep pace with Rada's. He fell in beside the rat god, who rode just behind Likrifa, Ilska, and Drecker. Beor saw Brock and his crew riding close behind Drecker. More warriors were waiting beyond the courtyard. Hundreds of tainted come at the call of Likrifa. Some stood alone, others in clusters, some were clearly families. All had a wild, half-starved, fanatical look about them as they stared at Likrifa. She has given them hope, given them the chance to step out of the shadows and live without fear. They fell in alongside the war host, and as they rode through the streets of Darl, more flocked to Likrifa's side. Beor saw Glun Irongrip mounted on a dark bay as he emerged from a street, leading a few score Drengers on horseback, more marching on foot behind them. Captains of Darl and other petty jarls joined them as they wound their way through Darl's streets, swelling the procession so that, when Beor twisted in his saddle to look back, he could not see the end of the column through the winding streets. Slowly they made their way through the town, the ground leveling as they descended the hill and drew near to the river with its tangle of piers, wharves, and barns, the host growing ever larger as more joined them. Groups of Skraeling in 10s or 20s, dragon cultists, petty jarls with their retinues, groups of Drengers, mercenary bands come to the call Ilska had sent out into Vigrith, looking for coin or land promised once Vigrith was conquered, and ready to be carved up like a Yule blot pie. Rada looked wistfully at the multitude of longships moored at the piers and shifted in his saddle. "My arse would much rather be sailing to Snakovic than riding," Rada said. "Why are we riding?" Beor asked. He had thought it the wrong decision when he had heard the news. "It will take us so much longer to get to Snakovic." "Aye," Rada agreed, nodding. "But there are many who follow my dear sister that will not sail. Frost spiders do not like the water, I am told, and neither do night hags. Trolls neither, although I can see the sense of that. Can you imagine two bull trolls fighting over a mate on the deck of a longship?" He shook his head. "They would sink the ship." Beor nodded at that. "And Likrifa will not consider splitting her war host, with those that can sailing and the rest marching, all of us meeting at some suitable point near to Snakovic. Perhaps that is because she loves her followers and cannot bear to be parted from them." He gave Beor a knowing smile. "Or perhaps she thinks Ulfrir is too wolf cunning and would make us pay dearly for splitting our forces, fall upon each group with his full strength and destroy them." He sighed. "I think she gives him too much credit. He is a mange-ridden runt after all," but he shrugged. "You do not tell my sister what to do." They rode along the river docks, and ahead of them figures stepped from a pier. A band of warriors, 40 or 50 of them, all looking like they were close-skinned to battle, mail-clad and grim-faced, shields with a gold eye painted upon them. A warrior led them, lank fair hair tied at his nape, a thin straggle of beard, stepping out towards the head of the column, where Likrifa rode with her head held high. She slowed at the sight of him, looked down at him. I come to offer my sword and axe, my oath sworn to your service, the warrior called out. Help me slay the wolf and you will have all you seek, Likrifa said. I am, the man began, but Likrifa waved a hand, cutting him off. I do not care who you are, she said, and rode on. Ilska stopped beside the man and looked at him. I know you, Sturker, death in the eye, she said. And I you, Ilska the cruel, Sturker said. She looked to the man who stood at Sturker's shoulder, tall and black-bearded, a coat of mail and seeks at his belt. And you, she said. I am Leif Karlskegson, the man said. New to Sturker's crew. And why would you fight for the dragon? Ilska asked them. For coin, for fair fame, Sturker said, to be on the winning side. He gave a wry smile. What else is there? I fight because I am told the Bloodsworn fight against the dragon, Leif said, and I wish the Bloodsworn dead. Drecker overheard and rode to them. You are welcome here then, he growled. And you have come to the right place. We will see the Bloodsworn in the ground. Leif looked up at Drecker and gave a curt nod. Fall in with us, Ilska said. You need bring nothing but your warriors and your weapons. We have food and drink enough for all Vigrith. She gestured behind her, to the scores of wagons that filled the roads behind them. Then she was urging her horse on. Rada and Bjor riding past Leif, Sturker and his crew as they waited for a place where they could join the huge column that wound out of Darl like a dark serpent slithering from a corpse. Slowly they left the town behind them and rode into open meadows flanked by scattered knots of woodland. Bands of trolls joined them, 20 or 30 of the gray-skinned creatures at a time, each one its own troll clan. All of them left rough dwellings behind them, hewn from trees, strewn with bones and reeking of troll shite. Frost spiders scuttled from the woodlands in great clusters, night hags floating alongside them like banks of black-winged smoke, spurtus clambering from streams to scurry alongside the war host, until it looked to Bjor like the whole world seethed with Likrifa's followers. Surely we are unbeatable, Bjor muttered. Ah, but I have heard that before, Rada said grimly. And it turned out badly then. Let's not count our dead wolves until they lay bleeding and lifeless before us. Chapter 37. Varg v. Arg sat on a barrel, blinked salt spray and rain from his eyes, and stabbed a bone needle through one side of a tear in his wool tunic, pulled the thread through, and stabbed the needle into the other side of the tear. Pulling the thread tight, the rip in the wool closed, and Varg tied his thread off and cut it with his eating knife. He had been concentrating on his task, but also on staying in his seat, as the sea-wolf rose and fell like a horse, trying to throw him from his place. His balance shifted with each swell and lull of the sea. At least this time I can do something without emptying my stomach over the top rail, he thought, remembering his first voyage, sailing to Iskaden in chase of Jaromir and Val. That feels like a long time ago now. He thought he had been going to die, much to Esvik and Rokia's entertainment. He looked up, saw over the starboard side that the coast of Vigrith was slithering by, cloaked in a fine mist of rain, and to the bow, almost at the edge of his vision, he saw the sail of Jarl Orlig's Drakkar. Beside him, Rokia was muttering under her breath as she hammered at her brynja, which was spread across her sea chest. She had tongs in one hand, hammer in the other as she repaired a rent across the ribs of the coat with new rings. On the deck of the ship, Einar Halftroll was on his knees, wrestling with Rifna's strong hands and a few other children. Esvik was leaning on the mast pole, arms folded, watching. Varg pulled the repaired tunic over his head and stood, let it fall down his body. Rokia, come, let's watch Einar, he said. Rokia looked up over at Einar and the children. No, she said with a scowl. Why? Varg asked her. Because Einar lets them win. It is wrong, she said. Varg walked away, smiling and shaking his head. Ouch, Esvik said, wincing as Varg joined him. Duck, Einar, they are too quick for you, he shouted. Einar was laughing, toppling forwards as Rifna and a handful of other children swarmed over him, dragging him to the ground. He lay there like a dead walrus a few moments, then slowly rose to his hands and knees, shook himself like a hound coming out of a stream, and children flew from him in all directions, laughing and shrieking. "Come then, try again, little pups," Einar said, rising onto his knees and grinning. "Mama, can I try?" Varg heard a voice, looked and saw Orca with her son Brekka. He was stood with a shield in one fist, a short spear in the other, a leather cap over the blade. "Half droll," Orca called out. "All are welcome," Einar said, grinning at Brekka as he stepped forwards. He walked towards Einar until he was just out of spear range, then set his feet, raised his shield and lifted his spear, spun it in his hand into an overhand grip, spear shaft just behind the blade resting on the upper rim of his shield. Svik grunted approvingly. "He has been taught well," a voice said close to Varg's good ear, and he jumped, saw that Rokia had come to stand beside him. "I thought you did not want to watch," Varg said. "I don't want to," Rokia said, "but I cannot stop myself." Svik snorted. Einar grinned at Brekka and the boy stepped in. A short, quick, well-balanced shuffle of his feet and he stabbed his spear, fast and hard. Einar batted it away with a swipe of his hand and smiled encouragingly. Brekka pivoted left, spun his spear and cracked Einar across the forehead with the butt end, pushed himself back the other way off his left leg, ducked Einar's looping arm and raked his spear blade across Einar's cheek and nose, then stepped back out of range, shield and spear held ready. The big man grunted and swayed back on his knees, put a hand to his forehead and looked at his bloody fingertips. Frowned. "Now that is more like it," Rokia said with a smile. "I like this little wolf cub." There was a ripple of cheers among the bloodsworn who were watching and some laughter at Einar. Then a figure slammed into Brekka's side and hurled him to the deck, his shield and spear clattering from his grip across the decking. He rolled on the ground and looked up. Rifna's strong hand stood over him, her hands balled into fists, her face white and trembling with rage. Varg saw colors flickering in her eyes. "You hurt Einar," Rifna screamed at Brekka, spittle spraying. Brekka's legs kicked, and he scrambled on the ground, surged to his feet, lips pulled back in a snarl, his own eyes glinting amber and green. Rifna did not wait for him but hurled herself at him, fists flying. "Oh no you don't," Einar rumbled, climbing to his feet and reaching in, Orca moving at the same time, grabbing at Brekka. In heartbeats both children were dangling in the air, spitting and snarling at each other. Einar held Rifna by her tunic and Orca held Brekka by the fur around his neck. "Enough," she barked at Brekka, and slowly the flickering lights in his eyes faded and he slumped in her grip. "She attacked me," he said sullenly. "Rifna, you can't go around attacking people just because I got a scratch," Einar said to Rifna, who was still glowering at Brekka. "There are rules and manners." "Your head," Rifna said. "It's only just got better." "A tickle from his stick is not going to do me any harm," Einar grinned. "Now can I put you down?" "Aye," Rifna grunted, giving Brekka a last scowl. Glornir walked through the crowd as Orca and Einar put the children down. "What's going on here?" Glornir asked. "Nothing, Chief," Einar said, "just a bit of friendly sparring." Glornir looked at the cut on Einar's forehead and cheek, then at Brekka and Rifna. "Huh," he grunted, then he walked over to Varg. "Here," Glornir said, holding up a bucket of heated pitch to Varg. "Repaint your shield black. Tonight you take your vow." Varg sat upon a rock, listening to the surf as it roared up the beach, then the hiss as the silver moon glint of it slithered back down into the darkness. The sea-wolf and Sulix Nar bobbed in a small cove on the southwestern coast of Vigrith, where they had dropped anchor for the night. Out in the bay, there was a soft glow of light from awnings on the Drakkar and Nar, where a handful of guards watched over the two ships. The bulk of both crews were gathered further up the beach, though, where the shingle turned to soil and stiff grass. "Froya, what would you say to see me now?" He breathed to the moon and night air, to the stars pinpricking the vault of the raven-cloaked sky. He was wearing his fresh-scrubbed mail, his weapons and helm buckled at his belt, the sides of his head newly shaved with the edge of a sharp knife. The length of his hair was tied at his crown, and when he had combed his beard with a comb fashioned from elk bone, he had discovered it was long enough to put a braid in it, which he had tied off with a thin strip of leather. His silver arm ring glinted around his left bicep, given to him by Glornir after the battle at Rada's chamber. "I am to become one of the Bloodsworn," he murmured to the sea. Their fair fame was how all in Vigrid knew of them, but that meant nothing to Varg. "They are home," he breathed to the listening moon and stars. "They are kin." He shook his head. "I wish you were here, Froy. I wish you could have known this belonging, this peace." Varg listened, the sigh of the wind over the sea, hissing across the sea spume and shingle, rustling through the dry grass, was almost like a voice. Footsteps crunched on shingle, growing louder, a shadow looming, silhouetted by the firelight further up the beach. "Varg no sense, it is time," Esvik said to him, serious for a change. Varg breathed deep, blew out a long breath and stood. He bent and gripped his new painted shield, just a darker shadow in the crow-black of night, and nodded to Esvik, who turned and led him up the beach towards the firelight. The sounds of voices grew louder as Varg drew closer to them, people eating, drinking, talking, Varg making out the bulk of Glornir, Val, Iva, Edel, and Taras with them. The conversation faded and died as Varg reached them, Esvik leading him through the crowd that now moved to form a circle around the fire pit. Around Varg. Glornir stepped into the circle, stood before Varg and gripped him by the shoulders, looked at him for a long moment. Then Glornir smiled, which made Varg blink. He let go of Varg and turned a slow circle, facing out to the Bloodsworn gathered around them, talking as he turned. "Varg no sense has come to us, a wolf blood stray, a lone wolf. He has eaten with us, drunk with us, sailed with us, bent his back at the oar bench with us. He has fought in the battle fray and shield wall with us, buried our dead with us, risked his life for us." He stopped in his turning, standing to look at Varg again with his green-touched eyes. "Varg no sense, why are you here?" "I would be one of you," Varg said. "I would be one of the Bloodsworn. I would be kin." "Who here would have Varg no sense for an oar mate?" Glornir called out. "Who here would trust him at their side in the shield wall? Who here would give their life for him?" A long, flame-licked silence, and then Rokia stepped out of the crowd, the fire glow casting her face in sharp gleaming angles and deep shadows. "I would," Rokia said. "And I," Esvik said, stepping next to Rokia, firelight glinting on his oiled beard and sharp-toothed smile. "I would," Einar half-droll rumbled. "And I," said Sulik, taking a step into the light. "And I," said Val, a hint of a smile on her lips as she held Varg's gaze. "And I," Edel said. And so it went on, each of the Bloodsworn stepping forwards, 40 of them, 50, until finally all had taken the step and raised their voices, all except one, all eyes coming to settle upon Glornir. "And I," Glornir said, his voice like gravel. A silence settled, the crackle of flames. "Give me your shield," Glornir said, and Varg handed it to him. Val stepped closer, her serpent draped across her shoulders, a leather cup in one hand, drawing a seeks with her other, a slithering hiss as it left its scabbard. "Give me your hand, Varg no sense," she said, and he held his weapon's hand out to her. She took it, her grip firm, skin rough, and lifted it, with a swift movement drew the seeks across the back of Varg's hand, blood welling black in the night. A moment before he felt the sting of it, then she was drawing the blade across the back of her own hand, more dark blood glistening. She pressed the back of her hand to Varg's cut and held the cup beneath both their hands, Varg seeing their mingled blood drip into the cup. "Snakka blath, theki barnith thit, Varg Ulfson," Val said. There was a flicker of light within the cup, and as Varg watched, the blood began to rise into the air. 2 strands of flickering, grease-slick blood spiraling together, around each other, slowly intertwining, twisting like the iron rods of a sword as they are forged together. A hiss and flare of flame as the 2 strands became one, dropping back into the cup, swilling there like molten metal. "Say the words," Glornir said. "Before you all I swear my oath," Varg began, reciting the words that Glornir had spoken to him upon the beach. To become kin with you, my brothers, my sisters, to become pack, to fight for you, to die for you, if needs be to avenge you until the world's ending. He looked from Glornir to the bloodsworn gathered around him. By my blood, bone, flesh, and steel, I swear it. Your hands, Val said, and Varg cupped his hands as Glornir raised Varg's shield. Val lifted the cup and turned it over, the still glowing blood dripping and pooling into Varg's hands. I seal this oath with my blood, he said, and flung the blood at his shield. With a sizzling hiss, the blood spattered across the shield, burning and marking it, the reek of charred linen and wood wafting, tendrils of smoke rising from where the blood had kissed the shield. Glornir handed the shield back to Varg, and he took it. Welcome to the Bloodsworn, Glornir said, and a great roar of cheering erupted around Varg. He grinned with the joy of it, emotion rising like a wave, and tears ran down his cheeks. Chapter 38. Elvar stood at the prow of the wave Jarl, Ulfrir at her side. Here, he said, this is the place. This is the river. That is the river Phelan, Elvar said to him, looking at a wide estuary that bled into the sea, the banks to north and south of the river cloaked in a snarling tangle of forest. I do not know the new names of your rivers, but that is the Jarnvidr, and that river is the path to my den, Ulfrir said. He raised his head, as if tasting scents on the wind. It is close, he said. Elvar turned and yelled out orders to Saivat, who gripped and leaned on the steering oar, and slowly he changed their course, guiding the wave Jarl in a great sweeping curl until they were rowing into the mouth of the river Phelan. Jitha blew a horn, ringing out across the waves to the fleet behind them, and Elvar heard the call taken up, spreading through the war fleet like lit beacons, all shifting to follow the wave Jarl into the open jaws of the iron wood. As they changed course, the headwind they had been rowing into shifted, until it was blowing behind them, and Elvar barked out more orders, oars coming up in sprays of jewel-glinting droplets and shipped, stowed in oar racks that ran along the deck center. The sail unfurled for the first time since they had left Snakovic, fresh-coated with sheep's fat to protect it from the sea rot and catch, and hold the wind better. The sail snapped and billowed, then grasped a fistful of wind, and the wave Jarl was carving through the estuary, a mist of water spraying over the bow and leaving a spumed wake spreading behind it like white-tipped wings. Elvar grinned for the joy of it, and for a heartbeat or two almost forgot the pain of Gren's betrayal. The ironwood had closed around them, banks drawing nearer, trees rearing tall as towers, boughs reaching like grasping hands across the river, straining to touch one another across the wide swirl of the water as the wave Jarl sliced through the current. After half a day of sailing upriver, Elvar had ordered a half-crew back to the oar bench, both to speed their way as the wind began to dip, and to keep the longship from serpents-like currents that lurked beneath the surface and could snatch the wave Jarl and toss it into the riverbank. She strode along the deck, having just left Saivat at the tiller, and saw Orv the Sneak leaning on the portside top rail, staring into the gloom and snarl of woodland on the west bank. What do you see? Elvar asked him as she walked to him. Shadows, Orv murmured. Something is stalking us. He pointed, and Elvar stared. The forest was a knot-twist of branch and vine, the undergrowth between the thick-trunked trees dense and as impenetrable as the night-dark shadows. And yet, as she stared, she did see movement, layers of darkness, the flicker of shadows within shadows, here and there a moment of dappled light on fur, the glint of eyes as fractured rays of daylight filtered through the canopy above. Wolves, Elvar said. Many wolves. She looked to Ulfrir, who stood at the bow, staring upriver. Do you trust him? Orv said with a frown. As much as I trust anyone, Elvar said, then immediately thought of Gren. Trust is a trap anyway, but Ulfrir has my collar about his neck. He cannot betray me or attempt to cause me harm or incite others to cause me harm. Well, that is good, because I do not trust him. All you can trust a wolf to do is mischief, Orv said. Is the collar enough? Well, I am still breathing, Elvar said with a shrug, which Ulfrir would change if he could for his freedom. Other than the Blood Svarith, the blood oath, the Sather-made thrall collar is the greatest insurance of obedience we have. The blood oath, that sneaky piece of shite-born Sather magic, knows your thoughts. The thrall collar will not allow you to commit an act of betrayal, but with the blood oath you cannot even think about betrayal. Orv shivered. Don't like the thought of that, he muttered. Anyway, even if Ulfrir managed to come up with some deep cunning way of slaying me, Elvar continued, he would still not be free. Brother would become his master because he is my blood kin, just as my father's berserkers became mine upon my father's death. She glanced back to where longships and Nar filled the river, her brother made chief of one of the crews. It swelled her heart to see them, her war host. Win or lose in this coming war, the Skalds would sing of Elvar Firefist's war fleet, and how it had sailed to face the might of a dragon. The howling of wolves shattered her thoughts, and Elvar spun around to see that the trees were thinning on the western bank, a great hill rearing out of the forest. Ragged trees and thorn bushes grew upon the hill's slopes, here and there what looked like the crumbling remains of vine-crusted towers, and upon the hill's crest wolves had gathered, standing silhouetted against the pale winter's sky. Hundreds of them, and all of them were howling. The sound swirled around the wave-jarl like a breeze rising and falling, feeling as if it must fill all the world. Elvar strode to Ulfrir. "What is happening?" she snapped at him. Ulfrir looked at her and smiled. "They are welcoming me home," he said. The wave-jarl turned a bend in the river, coiling around the hill. Elvar shouted for the sail to be furled and the mast taken down. Solin spittle hammering the mast stop into the hole the mast had just been heaved from, and then they were scudding beneath a stone bridge. The bank along the hill's edge dropped low, with what looked like fallen trees stabbing out from the bank into the river. But as the wave-jarl passed the first of them, she realized that they were ancient, moss-covered piers. "There," Ulfrir called as the river followed the curl of the hill, and Elvar saw two smaller promontories stretch out from the hill like slumped arms, a veil between them leading to a sheer, cliff-faced escarpment. A stone bridge and pier were set in the river directly opposite the slopes, mooring posts spread along it. Elvar shouted orders and Sivet guided the wave-jarl towards the pier, oars pulling at a slower rhythm. Skuld spread her wings, climbing into the air, and she flew a looping circle above the wave-jarl and made for the pier, alighting upon it and running to one of the mooring stones. "Oars!" Elvar yelled, and the oars came up, were dragged back through the oar holes and shipped, and the wave-jarl slithered alongside the dock, hull scrapping on stone. Orv threw a rope to Skuld and she wrapped it around the mooring stone, the Drakkar snugging up tight to the pier. Elvar took her shield from a rack, shrugged it across her back and climbed onto the top rail, then leaped onto the ancient pier. She stood there a moment, looking back down the river where other longships were appearing and rowing to the piers that jutted out into the river. Then Birak and a handful of her berserkir were leaping from the wave-jarl to the dock and forming up around her. Jitha came next with a score of Drengers moving down the pier, fanning out to search the undergrowth and shadows. Elvar looked to Ulfrir, who was still stood in the bow. "Come then, Ulfrir Wolf," Elvar said. Gracefully he climbed onto the top rail and stepped over onto the pier, his handful of Ulfheithnar following him. As Ulfrir set foot on the ancient stone, the howling of wolves stopped, echoes of their song fading to silence. All from the wave-jarl were disembarking now, Sivat, Orv, Solin Spittle, and the rest of the battle-grim settling around Elvar. Drengers carried Atrung from his pedestal on thick wooden beams, Atrung's eyes staring up at the hill, looking at the wolves gathered on the hill's brow. "Noisy bunch, aren't they?" he grumbled. "I was having a wonderful dream about having a body and legs." Behind Atrung, Silrith emerged from the awning on the Wave Jarl's deck, leading Grend by a leather leash that was buckled around the iron collar about his neck. Grend looked at Elvar and she looked away, the guilt, despite his betrayal, gnawing at her. "So this is the home of a wolf god," Sivat said. "Just looks like a big hill to me." "Looks can be deceiving," Uspa said as she came to stand beside Elvar. Silrith stepped onto the pier, Grend following, and she walked over to Elvar. "What would you have me do with him, Jarl Elvar?" Silrith asked her. "Follow us," Elvar said. "Once we are inside this wolf den, we should be able to find a jail for him." "You do not need to do this," Grend said to her, looking at the rope that still bound his wrists and raising his hands to touch the leash that hung from his neck. "You know I will not betray you." Elvar looked at him, saw that his wounds were healing, his eye still swollen, but he could open it now. "You already have," she said to him, then walked away, moving to stand beside Ulfrir. "Lead on," she said to Ulfrir, and he strode down the dock, Skuld falling in at his shoulder, his Ulfheithnar behind him, Elvar and all with her following in their wake. The pier spilled onto a road covered with vine and a thin layer of dirt, but Elvar kicked at it and saw that beneath the soil it was paved with stone. The road led straight into the vale between the two promontories that arched out from the hill, and Ulfrir marched down it, drew up before the sheer escarpment, looking up at its heights at the wolves silhouetted across its heights, looking down upon them. "Wait here," Ulfrir said, and strode on another score of paces. He stopped before the cliff face that rose sheer before him, two huge boulders set at either side of the escarpment. All was covered in creeping vine. He looked up at the steep-sloped cliff, twisted his neck one way so that it clicked, then the other. "Ulfabali, mit forna heimeli, oppenbarathu varthman thina, oppenbarathu thin fornu live," Ulfrir cried out, his voice unnaturally loud, ringing and echoing, slowly fading to silence. Elvar felt a vibration in the ground beneath her feet, a wind swirling through the woods, trees rustling and scraping, boughs creaking, the wind rising, whipping white foam across the river, and then it was hurtling across the pier, funneled between the two promontories of the hill and sweeping around her, lashing at her like a sea storm, tugging and tearing at her braided hair, the hem of her woolen tunic, all those around her swaying and bracing themselves. The ground trembled and the wind hurled itself across the boulders either side of Ulfrir, scouring them of the vine that coated them, and continued up the cliff face, the rock trembling and shuddering, vine falling in great clumps, shaken and torn away, a huge cloud of dust exploding, enveloping Elvar and all about her. She coughed, covering her face with her bearskin cloak. There was a ripple of cracking sounds, like bones breaking but louder. The dust had settled. Ulfrir was standing staring up at the rock face. Now that the vine and layers of dirt were gone, Elvar could see the outline of great stone doors, snarling wolf heads carved into each one. But that was not where her eyes were drawn, not where the cracking sound was coming from. The two stone boulders were moving, juddering, unfurling, legs appearing. Huge snarling faces, and then two stone-carved wolves were standing before the great gates, their lips pulled back, teeth bared, hackles raised, eyes glowing amber in their gray stone faces. The outline of Ulfrir shimmered, a pale glow about him as his form shifted, began to grow. A series of popping cracks as he fell to all fours, his muzzle lengthening, fur sprouting, a tail growing, the air about him rippling like a heat haze, and he was standing in his wolf form, big as a mead hall before the gates and stone wolves. He threw his head back and howled, the sound of it crashing upon Elvar like a sudden summer storm, people around her raising their hands to cover their ears. The two stone wolves raised their heads and howled too, adding their voices to Ulfrir's, and the wolves gathered at the top of the hill joined in the baying, until the whole world must have rung with it. There was a great grinding. more dust and stone exploding from the stone gates as they rumbled open, stone grating, unseen hinges creaking until the doors lay wide open, an ancient, musty odor wafting out from within the open doors. Ulfr turned and looked down at them with amber-glowing eyes, the wind dying, sifting his fur. "Welcome to my home," he growled. Chapter 39. Orca leaned and pulled, her oar dipping and rowing, rising and dipping again. Sweat dripped into her eyes, ran down her neck and back. It felt good to lose herself for a while in the physicality of rowing. She had watched the oath-taking ceremony of Varg no sense, and it had stirred up memories that lurked deep within her, memories that she had tried to bury for the pain that they caused. She could still hear the words of her old chief, Both Varklaw. "Orca Skullsplitter, why are you here?" "To be one of you," she had given her answer, "to be kin. And yet I walked away, turned my back on them all. I am a nithing oath breaker. For our son," she heard Thorkel's voice whisper in her thought cage. "I for our son," she breathed out as she pulled. "What's that, Mama?" Brecca asked, who was sitting on the sea chest beside her, his hands wrapped around Orca's oar, pretending to row alongside her. Vesely the tenor sat on Brecca's lap, eating teeth from the pouch at her belt. "Nothing," Orca grunted. A horn blew, signaling the end of Orca's shift at the bench, and she raised her oar and stood. A female warrior named Issa that had not been one of the Bloodsworn in Orca's time moving to take her place. "My thanks, Skullsplitter," Issa said to her. Orca grunted and moved out of the way. "I want to row, Mama," Brecca said. "No," Orca said. "Why not?" Brecca scowled. "And do not say I am too young, she is rowing," and he nodded at Rifna's strong hands, who was taking her place on an oar chest. "It is harder than it looks," Orca said. "If you're not used to it, you will splinter the oar, throw the rhythm, maybe break the arm of the rower ahead or behind you." Brecca muttered something under his breath. Orca ignored him, walking towards the water barrel. A shadow flickered across the deck of the Seawolf, the beating of air, one of the giant ravens spiraling above them, sweeping down. It croaked and squawked, wings beating, and alighted upon the deck, rocking the Seawolf. "Grok bring news, Grok bring news," the raven shrieked as Glornir passed the steering oar to Einar and approached the raven. "What news, friend?" Glornir asked the crow. "The dragon has left Darl," Grok rasped, running his black beak through feathers on his wing. "Where is she going?" Glornir asked her. "West, many walk with her." "She is not flying or sailing then?" Val asked as she joined them, her serpent wrapped across her shoulders. She was stroking its head. "No, not fly, not sail," Grok croaked. "They walk." "Do you know where they are going?" "Grok not fly close enough to hear them," the raven cawed. "Grok not want to be eaten by dragon or spiders or trolls." He gave what passed for a shrug. "They walk west." Val looked at Glornir. "Snakkavik is west of Darl. Aye, she will have heard that Ulfr is there, no doubt. It would be hard to keep a wolf god secret," he said. "Grok hungry," the raven squawked. "Follow me," Val said to the crow. "We have a barrel of pickled herring that I think you might like." "Grok love tasty fish," the raven said, clacking its beak and hopping after Val. Orca scooped a ladle of water from the water barrel and drank deep, then scooped another one and drank again. "So, Likrifa marches on Snakkavik," Orca said, looking to Glornir. "Aye," he grunted. "That is good. Less time spent sailing and hunting her if she is coming to us." He walked to Brecca and put a big hand on the boy's shoulder. "Aye," Orca agreed. A memory of Drekker filled her head. Now that she had Brecca back, the thought of vengeance for Thorkel spiraled in her head like hunting wolves smelling blood. "Thirsty work on the oar bench," a voice said behind her, and Orca turned to see Svik, his usual smile on his face. By the look of his sweat-stained tunic, he had just finished his own shift on the oar bench. Orca offered him the water ladle. Behind him she glimpsed Rokia sparring with Varg no sense. They paused in their axework and turned to watch Svik, who took the ladle from Orca and took a deep drink, then followed Orca's eyes to look back at Rokia and Varg. "You remember the words he spoke last night?" Svik asked Orca. His smile still lingered at the edges of his mouth, though it was not in his eyes. Orca just looked at him. "Did you not hear me?" Svik said. "I heard you," Orca grunted. "Then the least you could do is answer me," he said. He paused, swallowed. "I loved you like a son. My heart broke when I thought you dead. I grieved for you." He dragged in a deep breath. "And yet you did not die, you just left, without any word." A flash of memory in her thought cage, of pulling back a gorse bush to find a snarling boy, frightened and fierce, mud-spattered, bruised, red wheals on his back from the lash of a whip. Orca had words she wanted to say to him, had prepared to say, had imagined herself saying many times over, but they turned to ash in her mouth. "So do you remember the words of your oath?" Svik asked her again. "They are carved on my soul," Orca breathed. Svik blinked at that, nodded. "Then why did you leave us? Why did you leave me?" She looked at him then, felt the words pile up in her throat, thought of clamping her jaws shut, thought of turning around and walking away. "For my son," she said eventually. "To keep him safe, to bring him up in peace." A silence settled over them, Svik looking at her, and Orca became aware that many of the Bloodsworn were gathered close, listening, and those on benches nearby were leaning her way, ears straining. She puffed out a hard breath. "That did not work out so well. Our steading burned, Thorkel slain, my son